as the globally popular Delta is about to be deleted, and everyone is frantically consuming half coins. Only you persist in running the knife all night long, even starting a live stream. Everyone is laughing at you, saying that the game is about to shut down. Yet you are still hoarding half coins, but only you know that the day Delta is deleted is the day the National Fortune Arena opens. Everyone will inherit the value of their warehouses to gear up, and the Dragon Kingdom will send contestants to participate in the competition. At this moment, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom feels hopeless. There are very few people whose warehouse value exceeds 1 million, and with the crazy price increases for equipment, no one can afford it, let alone someone like Lu Tao. Just then, you leap down from the audience. And when everyone sees your warehouse value of 320 million, they are all stunned. Wasn't he just live streaming The Secret of Aerospace yesterday? What use is it for him to go up? A knife runner with a KD ratio of only 0.2. Can he really compete with others? In the face of everyone's ridicule, you remain unfazed. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in your mind, "Congratulations, host. You have bound the knife god system. Successfully running the knife and retreating can accumulate luck points. Let this group of so-called genius youth see that running the knife also has a future. Welcome to the Lucky Livestream. Today I will show you the grand feast of running the knife in secret aerospace. The Delta is about to be deleted, and there are only a few dozen people in the livestream. Someone sent a bullet comment saying, "Streamer, don't run the knife anymore. You've been running it all night for 3 years. The Delta is about to be deleted. Why aren't you going all out? Are you an idiot?" In the face of the ridicule in the comments, you not only didn't get angry but instead smiled with pity. How could this group of short-sighted people know that the National Fortune Arena is about to arrive? And at that time, everyone will inherit the value of their warehouses, and you will become the richest person in the Dragon Kingdom. Early the next morning, the Delta was officially deleted. An hour later, an anomaly appeared in the sky, and the figure of Demulin emerged in the sky. Passers-by on the street stopped to watch as the half army descended from the sky and passed through the area. The god of Delta has descended upon the world. Please lead players from all countries into the virtual arena. The losing side will see their national fortune weaken and will never recover, while the victors will receive funding and technical support from HAFK. At that moment, everyone who had played Delta was swept into the virtual arena, and everyone's asset amounts appeared before their eyes. 7 or 8 streamers. How come you only have 3 million left? Lao Feiyu covered his face and sighed. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone all out last night. On the other side of the audience stands, Hei's and Dada Yenshaosher also saw their assets, and the two of them combined only had 4 million. What should we do? Commander? We're bankrupt. Big deal. Who is my best soldier? Listen to the commander. Give me my assets, and I'll buy a big red envelope. After everyone arrived, the illusion of Demulan reappeared in the center of the stage, urging countries to send contestants for the first wave of competition. At this moment, everyone from the Dragon country hesitated. There weren't many assets to begin with, and buying a gun was the limit. How could such equipment launch a fierce attack? Top secret aerospace. Let me go. You no longer hide it. Your aura suddenly explodes. A smell of copper fills the competition venue, and big characters appear above your head. 320 million. Where did this person get so many assets? I remember now. Isn't this the fool from yesterday's livestream who was running with a knife? What use is he if he was tricked? Can a KD of 0.2 compete with others? It seems that only 2 geniuses can provide support. At this moment, you simply turned around and shouted at the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, "No need to send me teammates. I can do it alone." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was shocked. This person not only had a low KD ratio but was also so arrogant. Hey, kid, even if you have a lot of half coins, don't be so arrogant. This is a matter of national fortune. You confidently responded again, "I hereby set a military order. If I can't win the first match, I will surrender my property to the state and distribute it to you so-called genius youths." Then you walked onto the competition stage, and the big screen began to broadcast the players gearing up. Everyone was tense, fearing that you would encounter 6 sets of war gods. Over here in Sakura country, all 3 team members are equipped with 5 fully modified golden M14s, which is undoubtedly standard equipment. In contrast, the Bear Country team is all without helmets or armor, and all 3 have fully modified M7s and red bullets, a typical blast cannon. Due to the invasion of HAFK, red bullets can be purchased, but the price is 10 times that of golden bullets. The price for 10 red bullets has already reached 100,000, and that's not all. When the big screen shifted to the American team, everyone exploded with excitement. What is that? With 6 sets of fully modified M7 red bullets, how do you play this? Everyone thought this was a slaughterhouse for the American team and started shouting for you to also use 6 sets of red bullets. Facing a terrifying opponent, you are completely unfazed and skillfully bought a red envelope. Just when everyone thought you were going to launch a fierce attack with 6 sets, you stopped. What is he doing? Why isn't the equipment being put on? He wouldn't want to use a combat preparation knife, would he? Isn't this making a joke out of the national fortune? The higher-ups want to quickly call off the competition. You calmly press confirm, and then the competition starts smoothly. Everyone covered their faces inside. Even when you resolutely chose the healer role, the B doctor, during character selection, it completely devastated the audience from Manhwa. Manhwa is finished. The higher-ups angrily slammed the table, regretting that they believed this knife runner. This game is supported by the virtual reality technology of the Half Group, allowing all players to truly enter the game. As the cutscene loads, the spawn point begins to appear. You start in Prison 3, and you frown. This position is clearly very unfavorable for you. However, as a professional knife runner for 30 years, this is not a challenge for you. No need to panic. Let's grab a manhole cover first. You sprint to the manhole cover position in Prison 3, open it, and find 1 square, 2 4 squares, and 2 small blues inside. Meanwhile, footsteps could be heard from the assembly plant. Clearly, someone was coming to Prison 2. You quickly ran back to the grass at the spawn point, remaining still as you watched 3 players in the 6th set walk past you. Esports really doesn't require vision. How could they not see that? Are they blind? The 3 were clearly from the American team, skillfully crossing the bridge and opening the eastern suspension bridge. The crowd outside urged you to search the assembly factory, but experience told you that the assembly factory was very dangerous right now. Half a minute later, after hearing the American team jump off the bridge, you finally emerged from the grass, walked onto the suspension bridge, and went to check if there were any items in the antenna room. If there was something good, you could break even this round. Unfortunately, it seemed there was no stock this time. There was nothing on the table. After checking the drawers, you left the door feeling dejected, only to see that 6 minutes had already passed since the match started. After looking around the map, you ultimately decided to take the mouse passage to the dormitory area. Passing under the bridge, you opened the manhole cover and saw 4 squares. With the first 3 being blue, you could only pin your hopes on the last square. This time passed for a long while, and a Rolex appeared in front of everyone, leaving the bullet screen momentarily dumbfounded, followed by a burst of exclamations. With 1 more in the safe, I found a watch worth 200,000 just 6.5 minutes into the game. Could it be that there's a chance this time? You immediately enter the mouse tunnel, then walk all the way to the west gate, but the west gate surprisingly remains closed. Just as you are about to swipe your card, footsteps come from the welfare room, forcing you to temporarily retreat back into the mouse tunnel. The footsteps kept getting closer, walking all the way to the west gate. At that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out. It's over. I won't be discovered, will I? Oh no! A red envelope of 500,000. A watch of 200,000. I won't be eliminated, will I? Did it really end so quickly on the first try? But it seems that fate is favoring you. The runner, this team didn't notice you and just cleared the machines before walking away to another place. After waiting for a minute, you finally felt at ease to swipe your card. 9 minutes into the game. At this time the dormitory building might still have people. You quietly listened to the sounds around you, and after confirming that there might be no one in the dormitory building, you started to jog, not forgetting to grab some from the ammo box you passed by. Inside were 10 golden 12.7 by 55mm bullets. Not bad, over 5,000 each. Just the price of a small gold. Then you walked into the dormitory parking lot, where there was also a small medical kit and a pile of medical supplies. You found a bottle of painkillers, a surgical kit, and a gas mask, earning another 50,000, feeling quite pleased, and prepared to check out the dormitory building. Before entering building number 1, you casually rummaged through a trash can, and at that moment, you were surprised to find a 9-slot shadow appearing on the list. In the next second, a tank model appeared, worth 2.1 million. At this moment, the audience erupted. Quick, drop the package. A profit of 2.5 million. Definitely second place. They were giving you suggestions. At this time, the drop-off point just opened, and there were still 2 teams fighting in the main building. From the sounds, it seemed like there was also a fight under the control center. Dropping the package seemed to be your only option, but after searching other resource points, you went directly from the employee passageway to the welfare room. As soon as you enter, you are stunned by the scene before you. 3 licked boxes appear in front of you, all 3 wrapped in N14, and you can't believe that someone hasn't unpacked the accessories. This is simply a gift from heaven. After a minute of searching, your earnings have increased from 2.5 million to 4 million. At this moment, a voice suddenly comes from above. Someone is coming down the stairs from the president's office. You no longer linger and quietly make your way to the welfare medical room. No one has opened the room card, although there are no goods. It still gives you a place to hide. The sound of footsteps began to wander around the welfare room, and some people had even reached the door of the infirmary, but no one went in to search. The audience held their breath. all praying that you would not be caught. But the goddess of luck does not always stand by your side. Just as the three were about to leave, the American team's terrifying claws unexpectedly activated, revealing your position completely, and the hand cannon and bombs were instantly hurled towards the infirmary. Lou luckily sealed the smoke grenade in front of him, then broke the glass to pull a long smoke out the window and leapt down. Pain was transmitted to Lou Luck's body, and he realized that he was now in the same state as his character, and with a medical needle for the pain, he flew towards the central control bridge. The trio of Manhwa didn't intend to let go of Lou Fluke either, and chased him hard all the way. It's over. It's all over. He doesn't know how to shoot. What's going on here? There's someone in the center control building. Lou Fluke corner of the mouth, directly from the center control bridge went down, into their own rat hole. The Rice team on the bridge to follow the lost. Speedclaw's big move is not in the turn good can only be like a headless fly looking for. And this huge footsteps also let the center control of the first team could not help but come out to look at it. Captain Rice led a direct kill into the center control building, and while the two teams fought, Lou fluked a painkiller and proceeded to take a zipline under the bridge to the blue room. What a great move to bring the woe is me. The man is completely unskilled. All wisdom. I take back what I said. It seems like he could actually win. At this time, Lou Fluke has learned through the information received that there are currently 3 teams left on the field. One team has picked up the soaring, and the remaining 2 teams are fighting in the center control. The current Lou Fluke can pull the gate with confidence and boldness, and can also take a look at the blue room glass room without panic to see if there is any brush goods. Jumping on the crate, he scrutinized it with his scope and seemed to see the room card on the table. This can't be the room card. Decisively swiping his card. Once inside he saw a room card for the East End drawbridge on the table, earning another 170W, 570W gain. Even if the 3 of the Rice country are 200W evacuation, Lou Fluke is not much worse off. After pulling the gate, he didn't go to wait for the evacuation first, but circled back to the center control from employee number 1, since he wanted to take the first place. The 570W was definitely not enough. Still not retreating, waiting to be blocked at the evacuation point, pulling the gate for someone else. He's not going rogue, is he? There's still a chance of a 1-2-3 punch in blocking the evacuation point, but now I guess we'll have to drop the bag and withdraw. The crowd was surprised, not realizing that Lou Fluke was still greedy. In the center control building, 3 boxes were neatly placed on the stairs. Lou Fluke went up and licked them. So sweet to give me 2 weight-bearing pins. With his bag stuffed full of accessories and small purple, his earnings came to a staggering 890W. Also seized a fully modified M7 for another 80W. It was already weighted at this point, and the 2 weighted pins came at just the right time. Lou fluked another point from the center control and ran all the way to the black room, where he heard gunshots in the firing area, and he knew the brush was too old for him. The people in the launch area were fighting the old lady in a bloody battle, and the Me team at the helicopter evacuation point on the side couldn't help but go up and intervene. And at this point no one cared about Lou Chukyong anymore, but he still didn't go to the evacuation point. With 1 minute left to evacuate, it was still too dangerous to go there now. The 3 men in the launch zone were decimated by Rice and hated the Northwest. While in the direction of the black chamber, Lou Fluke was reading the seconds silently from the sidelines. What does he want? To mix the cigarettes? No way. This is too risky. Take a painkiller and get a weight shot. 10. Lou Fluke stood up and ran towards the evacuation point. 9. A smoke bomb blocked the line of sight of the Rice team in the black room, and at the first sign of realizing that someone was trying to mix the smoke and withdraw, the Rice team's hand cannons and bullets flew towards Lou Chushing at the first sign of realizing that someone was trying to mix the smoke and withdraw. 8. Lou squeaked into the smoke and was also undoubtedly shot twice. His leg was broken, but it was good that he had taken painkillers in advance. 7. Long smoke flew out, once again obscuring the trio's vision. 6. 5. 4. Lou was lucky enough to be shot in the head. His blood level bottomed out, his head armor shattered, and he was in critical condition. It's over. It's all over. Don't do it. Don't go wrong here. Li Feiyu stood up from the audience and held his breath. Everyone was praying for Lou Fluke at this moment. 3, 2, 1, 0. Confirmation of package on the way. Welcome home. Detected the host completing the first running knife evacuation. Lucky value +1. Bring out supplies over 200W. Lucky value +1. Host, Lu Yuehui. Lucky value, 2. Red probability increase, 0. 2%. Everyone in the audience sat on their asses. It was so exciting and crazy. At this time, Lou Fluke was also in a cold sweat. He admitted that he had gambled, but he had won the bet. At this point the earnings of each country appeared on the big screen. Net gain ranking. 1. Dragon State, 870W. 2. Cherry Blossom Country, 520W. 3. White Elephant State, 300W. 4. Woolly Bear Country, 220W. 5. Rice, 208W. 6. Sunset Empire, 10W. Next game country. The crowd did not expect the original game counted the net gain. That the whole game almost zero loss of Lu Fluke luck fell into the highest gain. On the contrary, the rice side hit although fierce, but the consumption is also more than outrageous, and was even ranked 5th. Even the white elephant is not as good. Lu Fluke came out of the virtual space and instantly went limp on the ground, and the crowd immediately came forward to assist him. Lu Fluke, welcome home. Thanks. The crowd of Dragon Kingdom was the first to quit watching the battle, and the executives sent a car to arrange Lu Fluke directly to the care center. Thanks to you this time, the Dragon Kingdom was able to win its first battle. Following the executives were various anchors who were very popular in the beginning, and even professional players. We just got the Havoc's tournament rules, and anyone who was on in the last game can't be on in the next one, so you can't play in the next game. So, you want them to run the knife as well as me? The executives hesitated for a moment however nodded. It's impossible. One person running a knife is already the limit. Multiple people running knives will only drag each other down. What then? After saying that Lu Fluke directly divided $300 billion from his account to the public account of the Dragon Kingdom, is that even a question? Attack hard. Chapter 3, Bloodhounds. 3 days have passed since the last tournament, and all the rankings of the more than 200 countries around the world have appeared. The Dragon Kingdom is firmly in first place with 870W, and the Sunset Empire is logically sunsetting. The Sunset Empire has the least to gain, and Havoc will impose collection sanctions. All of a sudden all of the Sunset Empire's masses were turned into Havoc's soldiers, and even the buildings were destroyed to become Havoc's bases. The second round of the competition will open tomorrow, and players from the previous round from each country will not be allowed to appear again. Havoc's office. We, Drops, are the most powerful nation in the entire Earth. As long as you give us a little bit of favorable treatment, I guarantee that we can surrender to you unconditionally after we dominate the Earth. With a wave of his hand, Havoc proceeded to send his newly developed plugin to Sakura Prime's cell phone. Don't let me down. The Dragon Kingdom is a scourge. You prioritize getting rid of them. 78 Anchor. I'm counting on you for this one. Lu Fluke and Flying Fish touched fists, and then Flying Fish made his way to the ring for the match. Single 3 again. Is our side that strong? Sure enough, it's a 78 Anchor. Usually, I like to 80 my water friends, but now I'm starting to 80 my opponents. The big screen turned to the Sakura Nations player, and his evil smile gave Lu Fluke a moment of worry. The system has detected a bloodhound. Opening anti-externalization measures. The host has the authority to change the earnings of the externalizer once. The authority is opening. The corner of Lu Fluke's mouth curled up. He couldn't even dare to imagine how devastated this group of hangers-on would be when the 6 frames of Big Red turned into ceremonial daggers. Remains familiar with the 6 sets of M7 into the map. With Lu Fluke's financial support also gives him the bottom line. The room card is still bought full. On the screen, the sight of Sakura Nation's team running towards the antenna room as soon as they landed in the launch area made everyone suspicious. This does not go to eat black room on the president. 3 people teamed up to go to the antenna room 3 rows? People are just changing their tactics. Maybe they are afraid to fight. What is this afraid to fight? This is not just 78 anchors up 6 sets. Their equipment is the best. You're God's perspective and people aren't. So maybe it's prudent. Cautious? Be damned if it's prudent. Lu Fluke couldn't help but mutter to himself. But these words were heard by the Dragon Kingdom executives on the sidelines. You mean there's something wrong with them? Chan sir, just watch. They must have a problem. As soon as the Sakura team entered the antenna room they saw 2 antennas set up on the table. It was a matter of moments before the team's total earnings had come to 80W. No, it's not pure dog luck. Tiny Bunny exclaimed that he had never seen a time in his life when an antenna house would paint 2 antennas. The first thing I would have done as a knife runner born in the launch zone would have been to head straight for the black market or the centrifuge. So I'm counting myself among the cautious bunch. It was only at this time that Chen Sir reacted. If it wasn't a material penetration, then the first thing these 3 should have done was to go to the black room to turn on the dazzle, and then go up to the president to steal the food, instead of going straight to the antenna room. At this time, the camera turned. The viewpoint came to the jail Feiyu. In the centrifuge open dazzle jail Feiyu is still as familiar as ever. What the second floor jet pulling the gate? 3 knives to take away the machine gun brother. A knife to seal the throat of the fire-breathing soldiers. The next second the airbox appeared with 4 compartments of horizontal items. No doubt smoothbore rifles. Inside the Sakura team, they sniffed the smell with their noses. You Drops smelled it too right. Yossi go straight to work on the centrifuge Drops. Sneak past them, and don't shoot them. The 3 of them touched the second floor of the centrifuge all the way to the quiet steps, and just happened to collide with. I build. Where's the rat man? Firm Feiyu ducked behind cover with a jet, then quickly descended to the first floor in preparation for a run. but the Sakura team was able to pinpoint Firm Feiyu's position every time, and the two sides kept centrifuging back and forth to test the waters. Baka, you drop, come on, hi. Sakura took the M7 and went straight to Firm Flying U's position, pretending not to even pretend, and directly started chasing and biting. Woof woof, woof woof woof. Flying Fellow had no choice but to enter the buoyancy chamber and proceed up to the president. Private Marseille, I lost him. Oomph, reflect well, but there's no need to chase after them. Go and touch the hiking bag. The moment they opened the hiking bag, 6 frames appeared in front of the crowd, and it was clear that there were still a lot of small resource points around that they hadn't touched. So these 3 went straight to the hiking bag. I'll build it. Not even acting directly to the open card. Then don't blame me. Is privilege being used? Yes. Turn this big red into a ceremonial dagger for me. Use completed. The next second the Sakura team's infantry car turned into a ceremonial dagger and the pop-ups went crazy with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Classic 6-frame scam. I thought out of Reddit. This what this is. This is not big dagger it. Bullhorn scimitar great dagger. Heraldic earring jammer. Good job. Baka, are you blind? Where are the infantry vehicles? It can't be. I clearly saw infantry fighting vehicles. Meanwhile, Flying Fish was driving the insurance at the president, again in 6 frames. It's not a dagger too, is it? Not likely. According to the law of conservation of resources, it's impossible to have 2 big daggers in the same area. I'm going to bet on the big dagger. Ding! The steppers appeared in front of the crowd, and at this point, earnings had come to 250W. Yeah. Like to open through. Let you guys through. Luke was in a good mood. He just liked to see the hanging dog being sanctioned. But the situation still didn't get any better. The deceived Sakura team turned on berserk mode and started catching people all over the map, and all the other teams were decimated. At which point the Sakura team seized all the supplies and reds they had on them. GGG. A supercomputer, a blade server, a laptop, and while the insurance won't be stuffed, it's good to know there's just one lone wolf left. Yeah, Captain. He's at the Ascension evacuation point. Are we going to catch him? That's for sure. Go get him. Ascension evacuation point. Finally got to eat it. Didn't beat anyone but 2 big red 0 attrition is enough. Thud. The sound of footsteps gradually approached, and a voice came to Flying Fellow's ears. No way. Still coming to get me. Lu Yuqing in the audience pinched a sweat for Jin Yufeiyu. Can he still hold out in the face of perspective? You drop. Just set up snipers here. Me and my dick will go check it out. Hi. The reflection of the sniper scope was seen from a long distance by, and the M7 in his hand had been switched to 5 times magnification. Phew. Just a probe's effort a bullet from the side of the JL Feiyu grazed. The other party is a straight frame undoubtedly compressed the JL Feiyu's range of motion. Charge drops work. The two walked to the opposite side of the rocket launching platform. The momentum is very strong. Eyes are about to go down the stairs to kill Firm Flying U in one fell swoop. Just as the two of them were about to strike, an airplane fell from the sky and Spitfire shield and machine gunners landed behind them. Captain, I have a bad feeling. It always feels like I'm being watched by countless pairs of eyes. I feel the same way. The two slowly turned back, and by now the 3 illusory gods had already pressed in front of the two. No good. It's the 3 illusory gods. Hurry up and shoot. The 2 men panicked for a moment and strafed indiscriminately, but the flamethrowers didn't give a damn. Selfeiyu also saw the scene, instantly a jet to get rid of the sniper's straight frame, and then went on to output madly towards the 2 blood-seeking hounds. Captain, evacuate. Don't come over. Flying Firm U licked the bag at light speed, and the moment the M700 went up, it directly framed the retreat of the last person of the Sakura team. Can't hit me. But what kind of existence is Jin Yufeiyu? A flash to open the mirror. Accurate headshot. 3 minutes left for the rockets to launch, so I can have another good meal. The race is over and a new leaderboard has been opened. 1. Long Gwinnett Gain, 1023W. 2. Cherry Blossom Country, 565W. 3. Sentinel Island, 78W. Firm Feiyu smiling out of the ring. Do anchor so many years? 10 million evacuation cannot be counted as less. But the fight wanted today so easy and so cool, or the first time. It is suspected that Sakura Nation is escorting Rukoku. A son should be filial to his father. Like to be greedy. That's all. The pop-ups were all mocking Sakura Nation like crazy, and the Sakura executives were verbally attacking the 3 players. You 3, how you're going to give thanks? Belly breaking. The 3 have drank the Northwest, and their properties were recovered by the top brass. A scene that frightened the crowd in the room. And although the images were virtual, the end of those 3 was real. This little Sakura, so perverted. It's not like it's the first time I've come into contact with this group of CS, but then again it's true that damn it, you can't even beat you with a hang-on. Flying Fish also found the Sakura team's problem, only too late to look deeper. while watching from the sidelines. Lu Fluke, that is to see clearly. This doesn't go up to Havoc? I'm wondering if Sakura is having an adulterous affair with Demurin. Lu Fluke fluttered a smile. He couldn't help but laugh at his own words, but the good thing is that the net income of more than $10 million is already astronomical, and it sucks no more than any other small country. But don't get too excited. We're changing the map for the next game. Officer Chen came down from the overlook with the schedule for the next tournament in his hand. Mandatory 3-person participation. Classified. Damn. Lu Fluke is a bit speechless. He definitely needs to attend the next game. Should he bring 2 people in to run the knife? It's not impossible. Chapter 4 Room Card Sandwich. Tiny Bunny and Hirazawa came over from their seats, agreeing with the suggestion of all 3 running knives. Come on, for real. Anyone you meet has to die. Tiny Bunny was confident. I'm the god of the dam. Pooba 6 sets executed? Everyone coughed, and the stunt was kind of a lifelong stain on Tiny Bunny. Sir, look at him say that again. Hirazawa was a little hard to strain and patted Tiny Bunny on the shoulder. He's right. That can be the same. That was a regular dam. This is a classified dam. Although Lu Yuqing was a bit disgusted, there was no way the 2 of them were definitely going to play in the next match. Chen Sir came behind Lu Yuexiang and said, "You cheer up. I'll go back first. You go back. I'll go back too." He was a bit helpless, but 3 people running knives was something he had never experienced before. After the match, Havoc turned on the gaming platform again, and for a moment everyone went crazy and flooded into the game. Cam, I'm going to take back all that I've lost. If you want to get rich, run the knife first. I'm also going to run top secret spaceflight. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Are you a pig? Can you even seal a cigarette crookedly? Lu Fluke pointed at the nose of the little rabbit. Cursed. The 3 have been studying the details of the 3 running knives of the machine dam, but every time the little rabbit can accurately create the effect of the show. I didn't want to. Sir, Lu Fluke's strategy is 3B Doctor. Encountered a person to throw smoke and run away, but the machine dam map is not big, and the distribution of resources is very average, resulting in 2 steps to encounter people. Go to the main building is even more death. What to do, sir? Any ideas? Why don't we just pound away? This point of view Lu Fluke absolutely disagree. Fierce attack is impossible to fierce attack. This life is impossible to fierce attack. I'm not blowing my KD 0.2, that's really not shooting a gun. Then what? Lu Fluke thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. Let's see how. Machine dams don't have the same burst rate as top secret. Fighting seems to be more rewarding, but wouldn't we be better off if we ran the knife and retreated quickly? Considering the fascinating burst rate of the machine dam, Lu Fluke wanted to try a speedy retreat. Yes, go online and get a couple first. The next morning the trio finally settled on a method of play. Going straight to the cement factory to play the field as long as the birth point wasn't in position 1 of the main building, then searching all the way down the small substation of the barracks to the visitor center, and finally evacuating. The 3rd game started soon after. The island of Ronia was eliminated in the last game, but they seemed to have made some kind of agreement with Havoc, and instead of being assimilated, they even had a 10 million asset subsidy. Through the virtual space, the crowd saw the pre-game motivation of the tournament players by the top brass of the island of Ronia. You 3 are our last hope. I signed a deal with Demurin. If we fail then all of you will be made into bioweapons by Havoc. Sir, we will complete the mission. The 3 of them coincidentally started 3-6 sets, but also bought the newly launched 191 assault rifle, which can be described as a melee artifact, and it is simply a tailor-made existence for the small figure. System mission: if you successfully evacuate 1300 W in this game, the rate of increase of your luck value will increase by 120%. WDF. There is such a good thing did not say earlier. 3 people 1300 W? Host 1300 W evacuation only. Lu Fluke shook his head. Surely there is no such good thing, but he can call the other 2 to the evacuation point to hand over the supplies to himself, so that he may be able to evacuate 1300 W. Engage, search, and withdraw when done. The match officially started. Lu Fluke and the trio remained familiar with the small daggers of the level 6 pack, this time landing in the cement factory number 1 position. Listen to me. After touching 2 airlines, a big insurance, immediately withdraw. Lu Fluke began to command the battlefield. He really cannot believe these 2 people. Money-grubbing officer afraid of death soldiers. He cannot be complimented. The 3 of them quickly finished touching up the supplies, when the others arrived at the cement factory right behind them. Go, don't stay. Die together later and send 3 red envelopes. To be honest, Lu Fluke kept calling out towards the 2, but Hungza seemed to be eye to eye with that sewer and insisted on touching it. Last manhole cover. Just let me touch it. Just one. Lu Fluke seized the human machine after relying on the consciousness of the rack will come in the direction of the person. Hungza opened the well cover only 1 frame. Sir, why don't we stop touching it? I feel like someone is watching us. No, maybe it's a watch. One's passed. the grid was still spinning, and the footsteps gradually approached. Lu Fluke's hands were trembling, but he was a KD-02 god of war. I'll go. Hirazawa hastily slipped his pocket watch into the safe, his large feet directly exposing the trio's position. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired and Hirazawa's leg was broken. Luckily all 3 were doctors, and with a healing shot they began to seal the smoke in 360 degrees. So that's their plan? Ghost in the smoke. Worthy of being the team brought out by Lu Fluke. It is go. I can't believe the future of the Dragon Kingdom is in the hands of these 3 talented people. A burst of fierce smoke directly left the other side dumbfounded. Never seen in my life that someone can use smoke to flood the cement factory. The trio kept sprinting through the smoke looking for any sign of Lu Fluke's trio. Next, sir, I've got the execution. Tiny Bunny actually accidentally circled around and executed his opponent. Tiny Bunny, this is your battle to prove yourself. I have not dishonored the officer. Then the gunshot came, and Tiny Bunny fell to the ground in response. The opponent, after attrition, obviously panicked, hastily retreated to prepare to wait for the smoke to disperse. Just at this time Hongza touched the other side of the fallen. 6 sets of plus full change -12, which also allows Hongza to have a chance to counterattack. Sir, avenge me. Hold your tongue. Watch work. Hirazawa retreated around the pipe, then took a quiet step to the center of the cement factory. Drip, drip. The other side was saving the day, and at the same time Lu Fluke surrounded behind the remaining 2 from the outside. By the time Lu Fluke was in position, the sound of gunfire ringing out from both directions at the same time caused his opponent to panic. The man machine's tertiary egg also gives Lu Fluke's bison a fighting chance. Stop, don't save it. Seeing that the other side still had the last second to get the person up, Hongza, who had encountered a dead end, immediately took a painkiller and then walked up the stairs to have a wave of Dawei Tianlong. The world is clean. Sir, good gun. While Hirazawa was hitting his status, Fluke Lu immediately ran to Tiny Rabbit's side. Call daddy. I'll save you. Stop it. It's a race. No call not to save. Daddy. No? Ha? Where's your backbone, little bunny? Between harboring and being angry, Tiny Bunny chose to be angry at harboring. It fits the persona so well. I didn't realize that even the competition had to maintain the persona. 1 bite per person. No one steals. Ow. Lu Fluke and Little Rabbit filled 2 people's bags respectively. At this time the running knife team just like becoming a fully loaded team. No sir. How does he carry a level 4 headset head in 6 armor? Just take it with you. Something is better than nothing. With the headset header on, the Tiny Bunny comes into its own. The main floor is still fighting. With a twinkle in his eye, Lu Fluke decided to go to the substation for leftovers, then to the main building for leftovers, and finally to fatten up for evacuation. Let's go to the substation first. Maybe there's a bite to eat. Lu Fluke go out must have a full set of room cards. Maybe no one in the technical room to eat. The trio trotted along, returning the bird's nest to the processor halfway through. With a market price of 13W, it's so worth it. The fact that we can get a small gold means that this one is loaded. So let's go and covet a room card. The machine dam burst rate is already low, so if the room cards can be shipped, it's still good to keep a second. Mini substation. No one even opens this dorm? As soon as Han swipes open, it's a blitzkrieg in the door. I'll go. What's the matter? What's the matter, sir? Tiny Bunny ran all the way to Hongza and looked at the president's parlor on the table with 2 eyes. Sir, who's your best soldier? Of course you are, Corporal Tiny Bunny. Then can the officer give me this card and I'll trade you the processor for it. Hirazawa thought for a moment then threw his room card on the floor. You're my best soldier. Take that. Thank you, sir. Little Bunny just wanted to lay hands on a black shadow flashed, and the card worth $6 million was intercepted in this way. Who? Lu Fluke, you give back my card. Tiny Bunny chases him all the way, only to be elbowed down by an Asura soldier just as he enters the substation. Save. Help. Lu Fluke cannot care so much. All the way to the technical room to open the card. The current situation to make money is the most important. Why is the table white? It won't be. Don't. I haven't seen one in all my years of playing. No way. Really? Star of Africa. Here, Tiny Bunny, I'll give you back your room card. Tiny Bunny barges right into the tech room and sees the heart on the table. He doesn't even want the card. It's okay, Fluke. Take the card and give me this heart. I've never even owned my own heart. Asterisk. You don't want the room cards, then I'll take them all. I want it. Chapter 5, The Administrative Climate. Lu Fluke decisively threw the room card on the ground, then stuffed the African star into the insurance. An African star is already 1300W. As long as you successfully evacuate yourself you will be able to complete the system's mission. Tiny Bunny, listen. Are there any more gunshots in the administration building? Tiny Bunny listens sideways. So far no guns were ringing in the administration building. It was likely empty, And of course it was possible that there was another team cleaning up the mess. Go, feel your way through quietly. The trio touched all the way down to the administration building. But the situation in the administration building proved to be far less simple than the trio had thought. What are these people still doing in the administration building when there's 6 minutes left for a failed evacuation? Tiny Bunny's hearing had allowed him to hear that there were 3 other teams in the current administration building. Together, these 3 teams have been stuck with each other for 20 minutes. Fluke, are we still going in? Lou Fluke stroked his chin. It was undoubtedly the safest to go now. But he was a person. Right. Just one word: greed. What Delta is not greedy? Must be. The 3 of them felt their way into the East Wing and kept a quiet pace until they reached the stairs, where they collided with 6 sets of full editors just as they entered. Run! The trio sealed the smoke up the stairs, but Tiny Rabbit was still killed and regretted being eliminated by twice running out of life. It's fine. It's fine. My room card is in the safe. With a 600W card. Even if Tiny Bunny dies he still has 500W. Sir, take revenge for me. Hungza responded, daring to hit his corporal. Golden bullets were pulled out of his pants and loaded. Facing the 3 downstairs, Hungza no longer stayed his hand. Lou Fluke advised him to calm down. The corporal is dead, and I no longer have the heart to explain right and wrong. Golden Egg 12 direct slam. Relying on smoke. Hungza is like a ghost, constantly around the point to draw people. One man can play a 3-man press. No less. Sir, I'm going. You guys see what Lu Chuk Hung is doing? Only one of his cigarettes was seen sealing on the box of Tiny Bunnies, and then he began to lick it frantically. Really? It's hard for me not to take away so many good things. This guy is really a rat to the end. Still making money at this hour. Kind of like Fiuline in the open. Flying firm on the viewing platform sneezed, as if someone was scolding him behind his back. Lou Fluke, stop licking. Last one. He looked back to find Hirazawa on the ground. Lou Fluke, you can do it. You can't be a rat all your life. Mousy popped hot with you. No way. Is this the legendary Bison? Could it be that Lou Fluke is also a member of the Bison cult? Dude, this is Delta, not CS2A. There it is. The Siberian Bison plunge. Lou Fluke from the corner of a big jump, followed by a burst of waist shooting. 32 rounds of bullets poured out. All accurately hit the calf of the last person. Exterminating team. 2 words appeared in front of Lou Fluke's computer. And the KD-02 got his first kill of this ring. Lou got away with murder. He actually got a hit. It wouldn't really be a deliberate attempt to press KD, would it? Did he used to be a single 3 anchor? The crowd was a little surprised by this wave of Bison pedicures. They really couldn't imagine Lou Fluke's gun being so vicious. Drip, drip. The voice rang out and Hirazawa got up from the floor and the 2 began to eat the box. But halfway through the meal came the footsteps of the West Wing. To the aisle. Hirazawa's ears were sharp, and the 2 immediately stopped and prepared to leave. At this point there are 4 minutes left in the game, and it's no surprise that this team is trying to walk away. Lou Fluke, fight or run? Can't run. The 2 were still together when footsteps came again from outside the building. It's over, we've become sandwich cookies. What's wrong with you? 4 minutes and you're not evacuating to come to the main floor for leftovers? So what to do? Go upstairs first and find your way to the West Wing. The 2 made their way to the balcony, where Ronya Island and the New Guinea team outside the building just happened to bump into each other. The big battle is imminent. Ha 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 ha. Fight, the more intense you guys fight the more excited I get. 2 people see the time to prepare to escape the West Building. Who knows that at this time a person actually went up to the balcony and Lou Fluke hit the front. The Bison in his hand once again fired the last of his meatballs. Good thing the other guy was a big wreck. Run! The 2 jumped off the balcony toward the West Building, far away from this place of wrongdoing. Finally escaped. Find a chance to run. There should be only 3 teams left. Let's pull back. Hungza zapped the attached heavy needles. Lou Fluke opened the way in front of him, and an earth escape took him to the visitors center. There's still time for me to open a card. The money-grubbing Lou Fluke still wants to stuff his red bag. Do not open. The last 2 minutes. Surely the fight is over, and then do not withdraw to be blocked off. Gee, there's no rush. I've got the Star of Africa. Mouse Eye. Ah, still like money pinch. Mouse Rat spirit carries through. What a delta if you don't play hard to get. Inside the ticketing office, Lou fluked his hopes in the fancy luggage. Have a big red. The moment it opens, 3 vertical 2 panels appear. 2 compartments. Is it 3 bottles of champagne? Possible girl. I also think it's a lady boy. Time passes by. The first bottle of champagne appears. I built it. It's really champagne. A second bottle of champagne appears. Not really given? A third bottle of champagne appears. Suggests a strict investigation. Suspected of having given it to Mullender. At this time Lou Fluke has been unable to speak. This is simply the peak of life. A heart plus 3 bottles of champagne and a backpack of small purple. Direct 1800 W earnings. Withdraw. Hurry up. The 2 went around the back door and past the bus. Lou Fluke always felt that he saw something. Don't you see something wrong with that bus? Don't be wrong. Just go. At this point the fully loaded Ronya Island was slowly approaching the evacuation point, but Lu Fluke still thought it would be good to go back and make sure. Hirazawa, you take this bag and give me yours. Hirazawa dropped his bag and barreled toward the evacuation point, and Lu fluked back to the bus with a body shot. Vacuum cleaner. Not buddy, this can come out as a vacuum cleaner too? This isn't a bug, is it? You know whether your ass hurts or not. Stuffing the vacuum cleaner into his pocket, he immediately ran towards the evacuation point, at which point Ronya Island had 15 seconds left to reach the battlefield. Long smoke blockade, smoke bombs thrown at the evacuation point, the feet around close. Lu Fluke in critical condition. With 3 seconds left, Veron's bomb stuck to Fluke Lu. It's over. Is it too late? There won't be an accident at this time. Will there? Confirmation of package on the way. Welcome home. Just 0.2s away. Lu Fluke is going to drink Northwest. The host has completed the mission and is handing out rewards. Successful evacuation plus 1 lucky value. Gain over 200 W plus 1 lucky value. Mission completed. Growth rate increased to 120%. Host, Lu Yuehui. Lucky value, 4. Red probability increase, 0.48%. More than 0.5% unlocks new features of the system. Meanwhile, the island of Ronya was obliterated by Havoc. The agreement is in effect for Ronya as it did not become first in the field. Countless bioweapons began to assimilate the residents of Ronya Island, and the crowd looked at this group of walking corpses, and all of them couldn't help but feel a little bit of fear in their hearts. But Lu Fluke knew that only he could lead the Dragon Kingdom to victory, thus finding a chance to crush Havoc, or else the whole world would be assimilated by Havoc in the end. Chapter 6, The Great Battlefield. The moment Lu Fluke came down from the stands, the Dragon Nation crowd erupted into screams as the unheralded running knife anchor had actually picked up 2 wins for Dragon Nation at this moment. Fluke is awesome. Running knife recognizes Fluke. The spirit of the rat is carried out to the end. The change in the attitude of the crowd also makes him feel happy in his heart. So many years of live broadcasts, the questioning has always been there. Until now there is no one up and down the Dragon Country who does not treat him with respect. A voice came from behind him. A new announcement from Demurin. The Dragon Kingdom is in first place for the 3rd time in a row, and the next 32v32 will be used as Havoc's direct force against the rest of the countries. What? 32v32? Big battlefield? Chensur slowly walked up and spoke. Right. Every 3 beacon matches will add a big battlefield. The big battlefield will quickly shrink the number of countries, and the bottom 10 countries that lag behind in total points will be sanctioned. And what do you mean we're fighting as Havoc's direct troops? He was a bit puzzled. Was this a gesture of goodwill towards the Dragon Kingdom? It's a sanction against the Dragon Kingdom. We're winning too much. It's like our 32 players are going to have to withstand a round of battles from players from more than 190 other countries. Not bad for Havoc. It's easy to get exhausted after a handful of beaconland fights, as long as it's a day of fighting a big battlefield. Won't it be a day of running? Chensur nodded. This was the truth. The mode of integrating into the role was supposed to consume the player's physical strength, and there was no telling how many people would not be able to suffer from a day of wheeling. So which 32 do we send? Anyway, it can't be the former anchors. You guys sit for long periods of time. Your stamina can easily fail. Let's leave this matter to the military. He followed Officer Chen as he exited the virtual ring and arrived in the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's barracks, where well-trained troops were undergoing battle readiness training at all times. We went on war footing the day Havoc descended. So you want them to fight? That's natural. As a soldier being able to fight for the Dragon Kingdom, that's a pride. The young squad leader called a halt to the training, and the crowd gazed at Chensur and Lu Fluke. Hello sir. Ha 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 ha. There's no need to be formal. I've come to ask you guys for something this time. Please sir, we will complete the mission. Chen Sihai briefly recounted the matters of the Havoc match, and at the moment the crowd had some excitement in their eyes, and could not wait to go out for their country right now. System quest, participate in a 32v32 tournament and take 30 kills in any one game. No, I don't know how to squeeze a gun. The system needs stronger hosts, and the experience is part of the host. Lu Fluke could only accept it, and as much as he didn't want to touch the model, the reward was the first driver. Good. 32 of you are coming with me to the rally. Chen Sihai was ready to leave with his hand-picked 32 men, but Lu Fluke stopped him in his tracks. Let one go back. I'm competing too. Don't make fun of it. You don't know how to shoot a gun and your stamina is so poor. How are you going to participate? I can practice. Chen Sihai's eyes were heavy as he saw Lu Fluke's determination to only allow one person to return to the team. Are you sure? The army's training is not something a normal person like you can handle. Don't worry, I can take it. Training ground. Hurry up. Don't stop. You're going to fight a wheel battle. Can't you last this distance? Chen Sihai was constantly chasing after Lu Fluke behind him, and just after running 6 kilometers, he was already physically exhausted. On the contrary, the sergeant on the sidelines had already sprawled out for 15 kilometers and started to rest. Captain, do you think this anchor is okay? I guess so. Looks pretty tough. Dash asterisk 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 Q. Who would want to run like that if it weren't for the reward? Detecting that the host is overworked, offering to provide an extra stamina bar, all of a sudden Lufluke was suddenly at ease. I'll be damned. There's a feature for that. Good stuff. Relying on the system's stamina support, Lufluke was getting faster and faster. Chen Sihai frowned. You kid. You're pretending to be a bear in front of me. The older Chen Sihai no longer caught up with Lufluke, so he didn't chase after him. When the training was done, it was time for gun practice. Ta-da-da-da. A pike of M7s. 45 rounds, the muzzles are floating up in the air. You can't even hold down an M7? Told you I'm a noob. The young captain didn't play games often, but as a teenager who graduated from the Life and Death Whampoa Military Academy, he was well versed in the FPS class. He began to teach Lu Chukhun how to press the gun by hand, but Lu Chukhun didn't seem to be cut out for it. It's okay, try this one. With a burst of maneuvering from the squad leader, a MP5 with a full waist shot appeared in front of the crowd. Try shooting. Lufluke held down the fire button for a while, and really hit wherever he pointed. I'll go. It's not very strong, and it does about that much damage. But for you, a wheelchair gun seems like the best place for you to go. Yeah, it's too much of a hassle to open the mirror, and waist shooting is still fast. Take this gun. Lufluke, fortunate as a godsend. The original negative record of him in the next training actually reached an amazing positive record. 23/23/34. I'm getting ahead. It's the first time he's gotten double-digit kills on a big battlefield. It's a long way off. The junior captain tapped him on the shoulder to reveal his own record, 108/30/44. You kill God. It's been a while since I've killed an enemy so freely, so feel free to cheer me on. After 3 days of intensive training, Lufluke has become a great success of the magic. A hand of waist shooting MP5 play out of the gods. The great battlefield tournament is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. Humph. After practicing waist shooting for 3 days, you're going to experience them on the field today? Oi, do you want to be in the limelight alone? It's time to show them our hot youthful combos. The Dragon Kingdom is fighting as the site of havoc, so please enter the other countries quickly. Match 1, Sakura vs. Rokoku. The audience on stage had a meaningful smile on their lips. Is this even a contest? More or less with national hatred. Then there's no need for friendship first. Let's kill them first. Trench warfare. With the crisscrossing trenches to crush the enemy's offensive, through layers of disintegration of the enemy's courage and confidence, with the anti-slope artillery positions to carry out long-range strikes, the use of the top of the mountain for fire suppression. Use the villages at the foot of the mountains to create a strong supply line. Be sure to use all means to resist the ceiling of the main control room, and never let GTI destroy Reling's production line. I'll be damned. This talks too much. Stop cursing. It's about to start. At the beginning of the game, the squad leader rushed out of the position with 191 and tried to occupy the hillside with favorable terrain, but the enemy's sniping was very difficult. He Changwon, do me that sniper across the street. Promise to finish the job. At this time Lu managed to enter point A under the blockade of smoke bombs and found a corner to crouch. Can't see me. The smoke from the compulsion blocked Lu Chuchu's figure, causing the enemies entering the position to not see him at all. He pulled the trigger regardless of whether it was friend or foe in front of him. For straight kills, Lu fluked his way to 4 headers in the opening round and went straight to second in the standings on points. The situation in the Sakura country is not so good, and the numbers are rapidly dwindling. Sakura resurrection point. Baka, what's the use of your drops? How many times have you been killed by the snipers across the street? Private Marseille, I'll finish the job this time. At this moment, He Changwon was changing ammunition on the hillside, unaware that the 3 snipers had racked him alone. Lu Fluke, there's someone on your flank, go and clear it. Seeing that it was difficult to break through at the front, Sakura used smoke to cut through the battlefield, and a pack situation quickly unfolded on the left and right. Got it. Let's see if I don't do them. Lu Fluke's MP5 fires wildly through the smoke. The wheelchair gun is just so good that it's successful without trying. Phew! A bullet struck Lu Fluke's head with such precision that he fell in the middle of the wilderness, a position from which no one could save him. Don't give up. I'm coming. A smoke grenade was thrown from a distance, and the bee doctor came over the fire to Lu Yue. Fluke, trust me. I'll come to your rescue no matter where you die. Thanks a lot. What's your name? My name is Li Erniu. He. Phew. Another bullet hit Li Erniu's head precisely through the smoke. Fluke, go. I'll just resurrect. Lu Yuluk took advantage of the gap and immediately returned to cover, then pulled out the sniper from his pants. If you like sniping, then let's snipe. And let's see if your sniping is good or my revolver is accurate. Chapter 7, 3 Guided Blasts to Shatter Your A.Dreams. On the other side, He Changwon just probed his head. 3 rounds of bullets sped by, but fortunately his reaction was quick, and he immediately got up to change his point. Captain, I got smoked by 3 snipes. Then fight. Don't talk to me. I'm killing crazy. At this point in the performance panel, the captain was already 78/14/22 ahead, and the points quickly came to 22,000. Mother asterisk 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 her. A bunch of mother asterisk 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 heirs just love to hunt me down. He Changwang simply redeployed and selected Old Black. Who says an at 4 isn't a sniper? It's a virtual war anyway, and you don't have to be court-martialed. Aside of the Lu fluke in the hands of the revolver constantly firing, as long as the other side of the sniper is a show as a round of bullets, although cannot be killed, but at least you can suppress the group of CS. Seeing that the number of people in the upper left corner was down to double digits, Sakura completely panicked, and what awaited them if they didn't break through point A was extremely low points, followed by being sanctioned by Havoc. SASGG. Charge me. If you can't break point A, you'll have to go back and break your belly. The eyes of the Sakura soldiers were filled with the desire for life, and for a moment they began a final counterattack. In the face of the sudden attack, the squad leader can see at a glance that the other party is making a final struggle, immediately raised his arms and shouted, "Brothers, after we beat up Sakura, I'll buy you all a drink when we get back." The crowd responded excitedly. Only Lee Ernie on the side scratched his head. "Captain, they don't allow alcohol in the army." The junior captain kicked him to the ground. Asterisk 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 you. Where's the pot calling the kettle black? Hurry up and go save my ass. At this time, Lu Fluke did not shoot the revolver at the rear point, but switched to the dragon in the front line of the fight. Although the most 1-for-1, but the fight is quite painful. 30 kills. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the bonus skill, Lucky Hand. This skill can make the probability of red amplified to 1% when the host touches the supplies. Skill restriction. A game can only be launched once. This skill used seriously. 1% probability of fooling ghosts? This skill has growth. When the host's lucky value reaches 20 points, this skill can choose the direction of evolution. It's kind of fun, and you can choose the direction of evolution, just like raising a Pokemon. Just then the buzz came. Guided missiles. Too late to retreat. Point A was crushed by Sakura's guided missiles, and for a moment the dragons suffered heavy casualties and Point A was in critical condition. Still earning. Can't stand it. The squad leader came to the rear and fired a guided shot as well, and in an instant Point A was once again cleared as Rococo quickly moved up to retake the position. Baka, you Megawa bitter T-Sun. You drop guided missiles too. Hi. Another guided A-point was once again cleared, but this time something was different. Sakura's men didn't occupy the A-point first. Ha 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 ha. Lee Ernia was lying on the ground laughing maniacally. It turned out that he was the one who had seized the moment when the other party was resurrected in large numbers, and the second guided missile directly bombed the other party's base camp. He Changwon, this last guided shot, you give it to them. I'm sure I'll make sure they don't come back. Lu received the order to retreat directly. Point A is considered to be surrendered. Kana, boom, Point A was bombed again, and at this point Sakura had no more room to fight back, and the game was over. Sakura Nation points, 1, 200 points, score below 1. 500 passing points, sanctioned by Havoc Power System. Bugger, you drops, what are you doing? You didn't even shoot down someone's point A. The Earth Emperor was enraged. This group of mealies had directly degraded Sakura back to the era of lighting candles. Private Marseille, we, and the crowd of the Dragon Kingdom is obviously high morale. Sakura as an old rival was finally decimated. And then look at the back of the arrangement. All kinds of small islands and small countries. It seems that there is no pressure at all. After 180 matches, at this time, Lu Fluke was already a little tired. He started from the beginning of the white guy. After all these experiences, he also became an expert, and the wheelchair gun also became the AK-12 in his hand. He gasped for air and rested his hands on his knees, the high intensity of the sparring making him physically unable to keep up once more. It wasn't just him either, but the sergeants around him as well, gasping for air with haggard faces. This game has been contested for a day and a night, and Lu Fluke lucky crowd also did not close their eyes for a day and a night. Come on, hold on, Fluke, you're really making me cry. Rokoku pizza, Rokoku pizza. But the next match is a tussle with Rice, which is undoubtedly a fierce and brutal matchup, and Lu Chucheng doesn't know how much longer he can hold out. Meanwhile inside the Daimula office, this one seems a bit tenacious. Yes, he's the one who led the Dragon Kingdom to first place twice. Daimula picked up the M700 with a stern look in his eyes. I'm going to be in the next match myself. Remember to help me disguise myself a little. It's out of order. In this realm, my rules are the rules. Demurin's breath exploded, and the soldiers on the sidelines cowered in fear of moving. Only the man confronting Demurin in front of him didn't move a muscle. You'll draw the company's ire if you do. Discontent? Humph. You tell them to mind the other areas and stay out of my displeasure. Demurin, I am your overseer. I am Havoc's director of security. You have no business being my overseer. If something comes up, have Havoc contact me himself. The game is about to start. Please get ready for Rice and Dragon. This game is a switch between offense and defense. Dragon represents G, T, I. At this point, the pop-ups were in an uproar. Why was Dragon suddenly switched sides at this point after playing the defending side all day? Is there an inside job? Didn't you say that the Dragon Kingdom is fighting on behalf of Havoc? We haven't changed sides all day. Why did we change sides when we played Rice? At this point the crowd didn't realize how serious things were until the map appeared climbing. Captain, we've been sanctioned. This picture. Ugh. The squad leader was speechless. This map would require a bunch of dead troops just for the landing battle, and it was undoubtedly very unfriendly to the attacking side. He Changwon, you're coming with me to the helicopter. Yes. Lu Fluke. On the other hand, led Li Ernio and Wang Yanbing to land from the right side. Watch out for the shore defense guns. These CS can hit right. Ernio, how do you know? Li Ernio scratched his head. I've been to the outer service before. Wang Yanbing on the side immediately covered his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Bang! A shot of shore defense cannon hit Lu Yueqing's carrier. The ship swayed a bit, but Lu Yueqing managed to steady himself and drive forward closer. The moment the ship docked to the shore, all the surrounding shore defense guns unexpectedly opened fire towards Lu Chuxing in unison. The moment the fire exploded, Lu Luck felt a scorching heat, and then the entire squad was wiped out. Ah, big battlefields are supposed to be protected from pain, and even if there are sensations, they're not too noticeable. So why is this game as good as literally being blown up itself? Ernio, do you have a feeling that something is wrong with this game? Li Ernio nodded. He had also felt the amazing pain when he was blown up just now. I think that the backstage is not adjusted for pain efficiency, but it's okay. This kind of thing is nothing to us. Although his mouth said it was fine, the cold sweat on his head still betrayed Li Ernio. This pain was very close to reality, but more cruel than reality. Then let's finish the fight the hard way and drop the blood and flesh. No fallout. Chapter 8, Demolin's Frustration. Far from the stars. The system has detected a data anomaly in this game. I knew something was wrong. The system is loading the hunting mode and will take over the host's right to act in 10 seconds. Dropping a substitute? At this moment, Lu Chuxing relaxed his body and prepared to watch the system operate in peace. Li Ernio, you enter the main battlefield to save the others. I'll kill the commanders on the other side. Fluke, are you serious? You just save it. After the system took over, Lu Fluke redeployed and proceeded to pull out his Luna and AWM. Hunt mode activated. Locking in, 100 meters away. The reflection of the multiplier appeared in Lu Yuchong's line of sight, and the red light was very familiar. So it's Demurin himself. Shoo! The bullet flew past Lu Yuxing's side, and the system immediately maneuvered Lu Yuxing to retrieve the probe. Li Ernio, seal my cigarettes. Okay. Lu fluked and disappeared into the smoke. Demurin lost his target and had to turn his head to hit the targets around him. Only for a split second he appeared out of the smoke and proceeded to hit Demurin in the head with a shot. What? Demula couldn't believe she'd been sniped to death. She was Havoc's director of security, the super masculine old lady of the space base, and this was the disgrace of her career. Help! The Mejis immediately went behind the bunker ready to pull Demurin up, but this bunker was short, still showing half a head. Lu fluked directly a shot to take away another one. Lu fluked open? When did he get so good at sniping? The first handgun was unstable, but now it's a very stable sniper. Lao took advantage of the opportunity to change points again, and Demula had to give up to redeploy. The attack of the Dragon Kingdom is very rapid. Point A is instantly occupied. At this time, Demurin did not choose to go to B2 to snipe, but overlooking the high platform in the sea area, looking for traces of this Lu fluke. Found you, little brat. You won't be so lucky this time. Spider sense activated. Phew. System manipulation. Lu fluke quickly crouched down to escape. Phew. After getting down, Lu dodged another bullet by fluke. Phew. Determined the position of the Demurin. Taking advantage of this gap, Lu Fluke stood up to a round of direct precision headshot. I built it. Is this still Lu Fluke? I can't believe this is happening. Instant sniper? The snipers on the other side are probably Red Worm. Demurin did Red Worm. She couldn't imagine that a Lu Fluke would be so tricky. In the time it took her to redeploy, Lu Fluke's kills kept flashing in the public screen, and by now his points had come to 8k. Okay, Lu Fluke. Did not realize you are a sniper seedling. The junior captain's adrenaline is soaring. And the rise of Lu Fluke is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the Dragon Nation team. Brothers, kill for me. Kill, kill, kill. At this point in the audience, kill. Down with the Rice Empire. Kill the White Devils. The crane-haired old man was hunched over, but his voice was still loud and calm. Seeing that he couldn't snipe against the snipers, Demurin immediately got into a main battle tank and launched a wide-ranging bombardment of the Dragon Kingdom forces. The junior captain saw this from the helicopter and a thought appeared in his mind. He Changwon, dare you jump down with me and blow up this tank? What wouldn't you dare? The rest of the team took over the maneuvering of the plane, and the squad leader in He Changwon leapt down towards the tank. No one noticed the heavenly wonders overhead, much less knew that Havoc's tanks would be drinking in the northwest 30 seconds later. Bomb me! Sticky bombs flew out in midair and stuck to the tank's hull, and although the two men fell to their deaths in droves, the satisfaction in their hearts peaked at this moment. Daemula was blown up before he could react, which deprived Havoc of his last leverage in defending the B block. So handsome, Daiwei Tianlong, I'm a heavenly warrior. Lu Fluke at this moment also transformed into a god of killing. Red Wolf opened big on the charge to B1. Not a minute B area was taken. 2 minutes of time to take the whole B area. The system has detected that the opponent's anomalies have exited the battlefield, and the hunt mode is closed. Lu luckily took back control of his body, and with the system enlightening him just now, he had an epiphany that sniping was so simple. Probe, open up and take it away in one shot. The set of movements flowed smoothly, and his choice of precise points became more and more skillful. Without Demurin's boost, Rice was losing ground, and Area C was taken in just 5 minutes. Brothers, here comes the hardest battle of all. Can you do it? It must work. Everyone was a bit tired and cold sweat was pouring out of their bodies, but perseverance was the last thing the dragon army lacked. Daemula office. Demurin, is this the sanction you were talking about? Rousseau, shut your mouth. You are nothing but a defector from Asura. Rousseau toyed with the spider in his hand. He had been very much in Havoc's good graces since his defection from the Asala Guard, and now he had long since left Demurin out of the picture. Asala? Nothing more than a tribe driven to the end of the stars. Without me, how would you have gotten the information that GTI was coveting the supercomputing unit? Rousseau paused, then said, Link, Dormammu, they lead a region that has long since completed its formation. And you, with such merciful tactics, are you waiting for GTI to make a comeback? Daemula grabbed Rousseau by the neck and said angrily, you don't understand Havoc. Invading and plundering and being unreasonable. That's not Havoc's style. Sadly, that's Havoc's way. Rousseau was thrown to the ground, his mouth still smirking playfully. This area I advise you to take as soon as possible. There's only a year left until Havoc gives you time. You'd better speed up your progress. Don't make me go to Havoc and tell on you. Demurin punched the table, and while she wanted to tease the area a bit more, it seemed that time didn't quite allow for it, so she would have to speed things up. Boom! Guided missiles landed, locking in a win for the dragons. A moment when the most powerful enemy was gone and the next few games would only get easier. I knew I hadn't misjudged anyone. Lu Fluke is a talent. Chen Sihai smiled faintly, and then the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom appeared in the conference room one after another. Guys, I assume you all got that signal? Roger that. Except, is it believable? Chen Sihai shook his head. He didn't know if the source of the signal was true or not. If it was true, it meant that there were still remnants of GTI, and if GTI still existed, then Asura might not exist either. Havoc is too bossy. This might be an opportunity to wait until Lu Fluke and the others return. Great Battlegrounds match ended. Dragon Nation points, 80,000. Gained Mandel information. The 30 nations at the end will be collected by Havoc. At this point the number of countries around the world had plummeted to 150 countries, and Demurin had widened the speed of this unification, but still had not reneged on his word, and Mandel's message was a piece of technology that had not yet been mastered by the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Fluke, come over here. We have something to talk to you about. Chen Sihai pulled back Lu Yukong, who was preparing to go rest. What's so secretive? We have received signals from the self-proclaimed GTI organization, and we are considering whether we can fight Havoc through them. Chapter 9, The World is a Giant Delta. GTI? Isn't this stuff curated nonsense? Not necessarily, since Havoc can descend to Earth. That means other organizations should exist as well. So what you're saying is that Earth is just a member of the Delta worldview? Chen Sihai nodded. He had to make a trip to the Havoc group. You're coming with me. The two walked into the Havoc Earth branch where Demurin was sitting in his seat waiting for the two. You guys are still here. That's natural. We're just trying to get some information. Daemula set down the glass in his hand and slid his fingers over the computer. Delta is not an invasion of reality, but reality has always been Delta. And your game planners are the forerunners we sent to Earth. In the last 3 years we have annexed major galaxies one after the other and banished GTI and Asala to the ends of the stars. Don't worry. When the day comes that Earth is integrated, it will be the day you fight Havoc. If you win we will withdraw our troops and go to another planet. If you lose then the whole planet will be integrated by Havoc. Lu Fluke understood the original who won and who lost does not matter. The war between the countries is just Havoc is diverting the conflict. Don't come for nothing. Here's a decompressed version of Mandel's message. Take it. I hope this bit of information will help you humble worms. Demurin waved a large hand and the two were instantly back on the street. You go back to rest first. And please make sure that the Dragon Kingdom carries the burden of Earth's independence. Don't worry, I'll do my best. The technology of the Dragon Kingdom today is like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. But once Mandel's information is utilized by the Dragon Kingdom, everyone will realize that the Dragon Kingdom at this time sees Hafk as if it were an ant seeing the sky. The host does not need to be at a loss. GTI has not been disbanded, and Asala has not died out. There are many ways to fight against Havoc, but please remember that without the host, no one can fight against Havoc. The system's prompts convinced Lu Chuxing that he was carrying a mission that no one else had. Only it was unknown what this mission actually was. Back inside the rented house, Lu Fluke lies on his bed as Demurin makes an announcement stating that the next tournament will open in 10 days, when 3 countries will be eliminated in one match, and only the winner will survive. Knock knock. Who? Lu Fluke opened the door, and the visitor turned out to be his former coach. Coach Wang, what can I do for you? I was told to give this to you. Open the box and inside is a data and a letter. Lu Fluke, I know you may have forgotten me, but this string of data you must see. After our Academy of Sciences observation, Hafker's degree of science and technology has reached the degree of can wantonly shuttle a universe. They may also be able to shuttle back and forth between the bright and dark universes. And under our observation, the entire universe is now divided into 3 parties camp territory, in which Hafker in the continuous external expansion, they threw the Delta game, and constantly annexing various planetary galaxies. A few days ago we received a message from GTI. They told us about the state of the universe today. The game ring we're playing is a planetary ring, a product of technology dependent on Havoc. But there's a communal ring in the universe, a common product of Havoc, GTI, and Asala, and in order to sanction Havoc, you have to defeat it in the interstellar ring. That's the law of this universe. The font is very clean. Lu Yuqing smiled ruefully. This is not his old lover wrote it. When she gave up Lu Yuqing for scientific research, a person to leave from the disappearance. Thanks Coach Wang. Do you know where Xiao Lu is now? I don't know about that, but I can ask for you, so just wait to hear from me. Lu Fluke put the box away, then walked to the computer and turned on the live broadcast. Families are on the air, so you can't slack off during the break. Lu Fluke, I want to give you a monkey. Fluke brother, the last 10 minutes of the assembly plant there are rats how to do wait online. Urgent, since I learned how to run a sword from you, I can't attack anymore. Woo woo. Running knife recognizes Fluke. Babies, the upper left corner of the first to give everyone a cup of milk tea. One remember to private message me I usually play games. Can I increase my luck? Yes, but half as efficient and half as profitable. There is just fine. After all, he has a dozen games in a day. Even if there are a few rollovers can add about 5 points of luck. He is still waiting to rise to 0.5% to unlock the new features of the system. I build. How did the red packet go up to 80W today? The pop-ups were all laughing maniacally, and there were so many people who followed Lu Fluke's example that the red envelopes naturally went up in price. It's okay, I have something to say. Seeing the warehouse is left with 1 point durability level 6 head. Lu Fluke directly level 6 head rainforest bag card battle ready to go in and run the knife. This is actually better. After all, the war chest is 100W and the burst rate is higher. True or false? My 1 million into the map is like picking up garbage. Yeah. I can't believe a million into the map would have a high burst rate. Fluke, you're not a trustee, are you? Upon entering the game, Lu luckily landed in the second staff lane. Woohoo! Got to eat bits. Our plan was to go to the blue room and eat, then go through the rat tunnel to the antenna room, then wait about 23 minutes to go to the dorm building to open the card. The plan was very clear, and as soon as he landed he headed straight for the blue room, passing by the second airbox and casually touching it. I build. 9 frames. I'll build it. Open. Opening lightning strike. Anchor pops? I thought it was some kind of big red, but it turned out to be a purple armor. Scared the hell out of me. I thought I'd be back in the game in the opening round. Purple armor is nice though, and you get to waste 2 more bullets on someone before you die. Still a good habit of pulling the plug before searching. Viewers. After pulling the gate he started showing off the safe straight away, all but failing to see what was behind him. Fluke, look behind you. Can't you see this? Blind. Lu Fluke looked at the pop-up screen with a confused face, and still proceeded to eat the insurance. Ahahaha, 1 times 4 is something so hard to guess. First credited a smoothbore gun, then looking behind him, a barrel of rocket fuel. I build. Let's pull out. At this point the gain is already 250W. Blood money. Helicopter evacuation point opened. God help us. Brothers, let's withdraw. Don't fight. At this point the pop-up crowd began to rise. Hide. Then fight. Don't move. Don't be a deserter. Lu Yueqing held his forehead. This group of people really didn't want to be good to themselves. Alright then, I'll go ahead and hide the two big reds. And Earthshaker Lu luckily reaches the grass around the antennae room without incident. I'll just leave these two big reds here, and if they're gone when I come back for them later, it means this one has bloodhounds. Lu squeaks out of the bushes and heads straight for the antenna room after touching nearby resource points. Knock. Chapter 10, When the Hound Meets the Magnificent Anchorwoman. A round of cruise missile landed at the feet of Lu Fluke. Good thing he ran fast, otherwise he would have retired directly on the spot, not waiting for him to hit full form. At that moment footsteps came from the rat passage behind him. Mother asterisk 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 her, a bunch of CS. Smelling it, Lu Fluke immediately picked up two big red, and then began to escape the road. Passing by the antenna room also did not forget to pick up a satellite pot cover. Smells and comes, Big Red's temptation. The rat is finished. 78 anchor sanctioned. Lu Fluke to leap into the rat-a-tat fast lane by the fence, relying on his unarmored shift advantage to put distance between him and the hounds. But soon the fantasy was shattered. At this time behind them even appeared the sound of mechanical skeleton. Lu Fluke do not even need to look back to see know that the red wolf opened big to catch people. Smoke bombs cupped in his hand and flew out quickly, followed by a big move that flew out in a long slither of smoke. The red wolf was in hot pursuit. Lu Fluke no longer had time to open the card of the west gate, and the number 1 employee channel was tightly closed. The only way to get to the main building at this point. It bypassed the number 1 post pass and proceeded to run into the black market in a single bound. Holy, don't chase it, don't chase it. Mouse knows it's wrong. It was a good thing the red wolf didn't give chase again. Maybe he lost him, or maybe it was because there was a scarier presence in the main building, following the stairs all the way up. Lu Fluke was gutted to know that the president had a team, so he had to go around him to get to the buoyancy room. Taking a quiet step and cocking his head, Lu Yuehong tried to slow himself down as much as he could, but no surprise, it was still a surprise, and the man and the president had too sharp an ear. Lu Yuxing was about to speed up and bolt when he didn't expect the president to start signaling Lu Yuxing not to be nervous. Meanwhile, on the other side of the live feed, true or false, Lu Fluke crashed with me? In the live broadcast room, a female anchor with headphones, wearing a pink leotard, and chewing bubblegum in her mouth is in the middle of the live broadcast, only to see the public screen have been shouting that the anchor crashed the Fluke brother. Ding dong, WeChat received a friend request. Lu Fluke opened his cell phone to see that it was a girl. Fluke, next door, next door, next door, I'll be damned. I want to add Satsuki's WeChat too. Fluke grabbed the opportunity. As soon as Lu Fluke threw the application, he received a satiated voice call. Hey, Fluke, wanna go out? I want to. Of course I do. Satiety opened the gate and proceeded to point 3 gun muzzles at Fluke. Lu, hand over the smoothbore and the fuel. Save one for me. I'll take a smoothbore. Lu Fluke's warehouse is almost full, and he can't put it in if he wants rocket fuel. And that's fine too. You give me the fuel and come with us to the Ascension later. Okay, you keep it. Are there any leftovers inside? I'll have some. Satiated to get out of the way, Lu Fluke rushed straight in and started licking the leftovers, not making much but getting to 200 W of earnings. Let's go. Mouse is full. That's enough for you? There's a team out there after you and you're not going to care? Lu Fluke froze for a moment. This anchor was crazy. Was this going to challenge the authority of the Bloodhound? Come on, don't worry, I'll get you justice. Lu Fluke followed behind Satiety and his group, and the 4 of them began to fill the map looking for the Bloodhound. Lu Fluke, throw your smoothbore on the ground. Come on, fishing law enforcement. Inside the dormitory building, the Bloodhound picked up the scent of a smoothbore gun. Boss, don't worry. Across the street in the blue room I went and did it for him. Good. Charge. The 3 of them were in a mad rush to get their hands on the smoothbore and fuel before Lu could get lucky enough to evacuate. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Footsteps interspersed with barking. The hound made his way to the first floor of the blue room. Boss, wait outside. We'll try the water inside. At this moment, Lu Fluke was hiding in the core of the blue room, waiting quietly for the great battle to break out, only to see the hound throw an incendiary bomb upstairs without satiating the trio's vision. Sister Satiety, iron hanging, fight. Instead of waiting for the hounds to make the first move, you should start yourself. The probe M7 went down with a single shot. The hound merely broke its leg. The other bullets hit the 6 set without any pain at all, and the position was exposed. Lu Fluke saw the situation and directly took out the August in his bag in case of emergency. The hounds weren't going to stop, one of them keeping an eye on the others down below while the other went straight up the stairs to have a hard time with Satsuki. Gunfire rang out, and the fight was so intense that Lu Yuehui couldn't help but peek out, only to see the muzzle of a gun aimed right at his head. I billed. Hurriedly shrinking back, he realized that Satsuki had fallen to the ground. He frantically ran towards the other side, with the hound in hot pursuit. but the next moment Lu Fluke unexpectedly got the go-ahead. Level 5 egg repair foot. 4 shots directly knocked down. The situation was a bit of a scorcher at this point as the hounds gave their positions to the men stationed downstairs. Boss, you hide here. I'm going to go get the guys up there. At this time satiety has been rescued. The three are playing state ready to meet the next hound attack, but Lu Fluke seems to think of what actually a flip jump to the first floor, and then triggered climbing. His movement drew the attention of the others, but the hounds were on the stairs at the moment and had no time to worry about Lu Fluke. By the time Hound reacted, he had circled back between the black and blue chambers, and his boss was in critical condition. Hound tries to go back for support, but realizes he's been racked and is in a dilemma. Lu Fluke with August straight to the location of the boss. Neat is a shuttle. At this time the hound can no longer hold back, ready to do hands first did satiate the three, in going back to kill Lu Fluke. But Lu Luck had long since emptied the boss's backpack far away to the Ascension evacuation point, and the hound was killed by a momentary distraction error. Aside, Lu Fluke is the most powerful brain. Sister Satiety quickly go after Lu Fluke. This man has earned $10 million. Sore launch area. What about protection money? Gee, here you are. Come on, take it all. Lu Fluke Xiao Jin threw them all out, and the rest of the two of them came up and started eating. Only Satiety held Lu Fluke's head at gunpoint. I want the big one in your bag. What the heck? My bag is empty. There's nothing in it. Ha. He was a little apprehensive. Had the tank in the bag been discovered? Where's the smoothbore? Hand it over. Lu Fluke had to obediently throw out the smoothbore gun. Even after losing this one big red, he still had a gain of 1 kilowatt in his bag. Sister, please save some for me. The child needs to eat. Host completes evacuation and carries more than 200 W of earnings. Lucky value +1. Host, Lu Yuehui. Lucky value, 5. Red probability increase, 0.6%. Unlocking a new feature of the system, the virtual inner world. The intra-virtual world is loading. Host, please get ready. In the next second Lu Yuxing fainted in place in the live broadcast room, and his consciousness was swept into the virtual world, where Lu Yuxing has a god's perspective, and can view the map without any detail, and can also use all kinds of firearms. Welcome the host to the virtual space. In this space, the host can freely view the map details, can also view the effect of various firearms, accessories and so on. The most important point is that the host can review the battle data, and the process, at will within this space. That's it. The host can repair the disk in this space, can repair the credits. When the credits reach a certain level can be exchanged for the golden finger. Then I'm going to review the last handful of running knives. The data of the last game is abnormal. There is no reference value. The host will not receive credit rewards if he opens the replay. Your mother. Lu Fluke exited from the virtual space, and at this time, the live broadcast room was blown up. Fluke won't die suddenly, right? Yeah. Satsuki was so scared that he went offline to find him. Lao Fluke's a little trick. Despises. At this time dressed in pink tights Satiated has arrived at the door of Lu Fluke. A look at the time, he has fainted past 15 minutes. The sound of knocking on the door came from outside, and Lu Yuqing immediately went to open the door so that others wouldn't worry. I'm going to you. What are you doing? Suddenly passing out. Lu Fluke hemmed and hawed and flirted. I didn't go to the bridge of Naiha and get kicked back again for molesting Mona. All give full gas happy. Can only helplessly smile. I live in the next neighborhood to you. Something to call me. Nothing much rest. Scared to death. Shaking his cell phone, Satiety added Lu Fluke's number, then hurried away. That family. I'm going to bed first. Off the air for now. Ow. The crowd on the live feed was shouting. Hurry up and go to sleep. Don't die on our cell phones. Chapter 11, Pure Friendship. Lying on the bed, Lu Fluke eyes empty, then once again into the virtual world. Since there is nothing to do, then repair credits. Mall loading. A wide range of goods appeared in front of Lu Fluke. From clothing, food, housing and transportation to the gold finger is very comprehensive. The more backward sliding, the more credits needed. The system recommends that hosts prioritize the purchase of goods, student ID cards, and increase the speed of repairing credits by plus 200%. The first position on the first page of the product is the student ID, which only requires a little credit. This virtual world can be connected to the Havoc network, so the host can review not only his own games, but also the excellent games selected by the system. There's still that feature, but I don't really need it. So let's start by reviewing my game of African Star from the other day. The system is unable to save pre-opening data. Your mother. Then let's look at Flying Fish's matchups. Repeaters are opening. God's perspective. Lu Fluke as God can switch perspectives at will. How come it's only 12 minutes into the game? This game replay is being projected from the broadcast booth. Great to be able to watch it live. At this moment, suddenly had an ominous premonition. It always feels like a million pairs of eyes are staring at me. This round resurrected in the launch area with no desire for insurance in his eyes, only the anticipation of 80 opponents. An earthbender was all it took to get to the black room, and the moment he opened the airbox, premium coffee beans appeared. Oops, this one's loaded. The host is invited to make a choice to select the next action based on the current situation. A. Not greedy insurance to the president to eat big insurance. B. Greedy dark room. Eat before going to the president. C. Not to eat the black room to the president's room squatting. D. Eat the black room to the president's room to eat insurance. And real-time interaction? Host to answer. 10, 9, 8. I'll go with A. Watch the VCR. Changing sides converts to a first view of flying fairy fellow. Be a man and meet him later. Go to the president first and squat rat. Ratty gear is worth a lot more than insurance. Correct answer, C. He's got squat and I don't. That can't be wrong, can it? Considering the host's strength limitations, the recommended answer is A. +1 credit for a correct answer. Selfie flew to the president's room and started to pick up the president's quests after resolving the fire-breathing soldiers outside the door with a single slash. Isn't that squatting? If you don't take the mission you will attract real rats. If you take the mission you will only attract a fully loaded team. And you won't have enough money for bullets to kill the rats. Lu Wuqing always felt that this system was scolding himself. Ouch. I can't stand it. It's all bullhorns. 1 gold coin came out after the safe was opened. And the rest were all bullhorns, which was a bit of a knockout dope. Footsteps came at breakneck speed. Then the door was opened and the tiger crouch attacked. Seeing this, Flying Fish ran towards the grass on the other side of the room with 1 jet. Question 2. How do I break out of this situation? A. Sitting ducks. Rats and mice waiting to die. B. Waiting for the jet to go out to counterattack. C. Open the president's conference hall and eat before you die. D. Shooting to signal. I'll take C. Watch the VCR. Firm Flywu burst out of the thick of it with a jet, and proceeded to steer the battlefield into the aisle. Leak on seconds. The muzzle of the gun was set up in the direction from which it came, and the other party really didn't hold back as soon as he showed his head and was knocked down by a headshot from. Then the Tiger Squad cannon was sent out, and went up and stuffed 2 big red packets. The situation is now 1 against 2, and the advantage is mine. He no longer hesitated, and after determining the position of the duo, he jet landed plus worshipped the Buddha to successfully kill all 3. Considering that the host possesses rat properties, ref, C, correct answer, B, credit +1. With a burst of licking from Firm Flyu, the game came to 600 W, and the rat finally ate his fill. Opening the map at this point the gate to the blue room has been pulled, so there's a good chance someone is squatting in that centrifuge. 78 The anchor did not hesitate, and the schemer entered the game with his body. So reckless? If I were I'd go to the perimeter and wait for the mixed smoke to evacuate. The host's thinking is correct. This game has a technical ceiling, so do all the technical support. Yeah, but any other person couldn't have played that maneuver. Inside the centrifuge room, the 3 people who are still squatting and pulling the gate are still waiting silently, unaware that is approaching. Silent steps into the first floor. The rest of the eyes captured the location of the first person, and then slowly approaching, and found another person in the safe location. At this moment do not need to hesitate. Open the mirror to take away one first. What are you looking at? The rats are here to claim their lives. The sudden sneak attack left the trio at a loss for words, but Flying Firm didn't give it a chance, and with a jet into the bottom of the building, the second man was taken down as well. At this time Firm Feiyu card angle ready to go up the stairs, but found that the other side of the Veron broke the window, a jet just in Firm Feiyu collision face. I throw. This is not to send head to Flying Fish? Host to guess the ending. A. Flying Fish kills the enemy in seconds. B. Enemy kills Flying Fish in open shot. C. Flying Fish network card now. D. Found out that the other party was a water friend. I'm going with B. I don't think I can pull back the gun at once. Watch the VCR. Only to see Firm Flying You turn around and was about to shoot, when the game suddenly dropped offline. Topped off? Selfie hadn't been confused. I couldn't imagine the captain topping the number at a time like this. An unexpected ending. The host answered incorrectly, and there is no penalty for new student enrollment. This game viewing is over. Please make a review by the host to analyze the points of error of this game of Flying Fish. Although he died, the whole game was played aggressively. The gain was high but the attrition wasn't low either. Not to mention the fact that he was directly seen on the rooftop by the top number, and his type of play is not suitable for most people. After all, his skills are not something we can learn. Review complete. Credits +1. Store open. Is it redeeming student ID? I want to redeem my student ID. Student ID card has been placed in the host's backpack. The remaining 2 credits. Lu Fluke looked at them all, seemed to have nothing suitable for the current environment. Save it up and buy some gold fingers when the time comes. Returning to reality, Lu Fluke turned around and realized that there was actually someone sitting beside him. I threw. When did you get here? Chen sat down beside Lu Fluke at this moment, with a lollipop in her mouth. Ah, She rubbed her eyes and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Ah, I've been here for 10 minutes or so, but I didn't bother you because I saw you weren't awake. More than that, I want to know how you got into my room. He remembers locking the door. Can this guy walk through walls? No, the landlord told me about your careless eyes and the key was under the carpet, so I came in. Lu Fuyao then remembered that he was prone to losing his keys before leaving them in the carpet by the door. What are you doing here? I came over to give you something. Nah, look over there. Chen satiated his fingers and pointed to the box next to the computer desk, which was filled with the flavors of Lu Fluke's hometown. It's not from my old neighborhood. Auntie told me you don't come home all year round, and now are still on the warpath for the country. So she asked me to bring these things to you so that you don't get homesick. You know my mom? It was your mother who sent me a private message in the background saying that this delivery has been sitting at the delivery station for a month and you haven't picked it up. Lu Yuqing scratched his head. It seems like he hasn't looked at the cell phone delivery software for almost a month. Then wouldn't this bottle of bean curd milk? Not surprisingly, the tofu milk turned into tofu dregs, the blackened and smelly kind. Both of them couldn't help but nearly vomit at this odor. Pour it out. It stinks. Lu Fluke immediately handed him over to the toilet to settle. After making you eat shift all your life, it's time to make you eat something harder than shift. Chapter 12 Delta 1, False. After Chen Satiety left, Lu Fluke was alone in his room. There were still 10 days before the next match started. Suddenly there was nothing to do. He was still a little uncomfortable. Grabbing his ducktail hat, he was ready to go out for a walk. The first time he'd wanted to socialize in a few years. Walking down the street, oblivious to the tension of the world being eaten up, the crowd continued to eat and drink as they should. As to why they are still living in such comfort and coziness, it may be because they also know that there is a tall man to hold the sky when it falls. Sell ice candy gourds. 993. With a free book of answers. People piled up in front of the stalls, especially college students, who seemed keen on this kind of with a touch of metaphysics, believes in science, rejects feudal superstition. Lu luckily came forward and bought 3 of them with the only $10 bills left on his body. Handsome. There's one more time for the book of answers. Oh. Think of a question you want to ask and start drawing. He was at a bit of a loss. There really wasn't anything he wanted to know yet. Do I really carry the hopes of the entire star? The question was in his heart. He didn't say it out loud. After all, this kind of question in other people's ears that is childish and impractical. One response to what you wish for is where you are today. Lu Fluke had the answer in his heart. He grew up fantasizing that he was the hero of the cool article. Now he really became the hero of the cool article. Ugh, you're not the one. An Amma pulled Lu Fluke's clothes. At this moment a gust of wind blew by, the duckweed was blown down to the ground, and his face was shown in front of the crowd. I'll go. It's Lu Fluke. Brother Fluke. Give me an autograph. Brother Fluke. You finally surpassed Hungza to become the first brother. The crowd was very enthusiastic, and this was the first time since he was a child that he had experienced the feeling of being surrounded by stars. Hi guys, I'm Fluke. I'm Brother Delta 1. Back home at night. He once again opened the live broadcast. At this time the new skin Medusa on the line as a Delta 1. Must smoke a hand. Delta 1 must use the best S. That's right, only the very best S is worthy of you. Don't yell. Fluke is poor. This sentence made sense. After all, as a little-known anchor, his daily income from live broadcasting was also very meager. Although he has now become a star-level figure in the limelight, no one has approached him to advertise until now. It's okay, I still have some spare cash. Smoke a hand. The next moment a 10 consecutive went down with 3 golden lights. 6. This too? It wouldn't be the official secret change of the explosion rate, would it? Anchor bursts. Lu Fluke himself did not expect 3 gold in one round of 10 consecutive. The first one appeared, green with rays of light all over. Excellent S. A round of 10 consecutive down has appeared to belong to his extreme S. The audience have been on the number to try, but found that time and again to eat the bottom of the guarantee. Dogs barking. The public screen is a surprisingly united front, all calling Lu Fluke a dog trust. Ahem. I'm Delta 1. What happened to a little luck? Out of the extreme S burst rate can be much higher than out of the red. Even out of the red he is handy. This out of an extreme S is not easy. What's the first thing you do when you get a Medusa? Of course I'm getting a pedicure. Delta 1 shall not go for a pedicure to take over the body and then kill through the space base? Hold your horses. I'll call someone. A call came into S cell phone. 78 anchor. Take me to hit the space base. I'm smoking the captain's Medusa. Just wait. 78 anchor linking up with another 78 anchor. These two together. Are they going to kill the game? I propose to play the longbow. Selfie you quickly entered the room. Lu Yuluk had already gotten up his equipment just waiting for him to take him flying. M7 played too much. I'm getting a pedicure today. Don't. I'm waiting for my bag. Lu Fluke was a bit scared. He had never attacked Space Hard before. Was this a bit risky? 78 Anchor, don't be afraid. CS. Seize the body and then you can kill indiscriminately. Pedicure in order to have a future. 6 sets of playing through the income is not consumed more. It's just that it's only profitable to be a CS. With a pop-up fling, the two begin their pedicure journey. Pulled a big one. Opening is jail 2. Without stopping, Jinyu Feiyu pulled directly towards Jinyu San's position. You're crazy. We get pedicures. Don't be afraid. It's the heart that's afraid. When they traveled to the jail 3 spot, at the moment they were opening the drawbridge to take advantage of this time to hurry up and take over. A smoke bomb to block the enemy's line of sight. Fairy bullet M7. Mouse is finished. Giving the M7 to flying fairy bomb, a flying fairy bomb that's not looking for death. Ruined. 78 anchors are starting to kill the game. Lu Fluke is not idle. At this time from the slope of the quiet step to touch the near point, while the other side does not pay attention to a shuttle directly put down the second. The last mouse left, by the sound of it, should be running towards the launch area, and in flying few viewpoint, a wheat mouse actually jumped off the bridge, ready to take the mouse passage into the main building, but the next second the bodies of her teammates turned into boxes. Jumped into the river? It's not a little bunny, is it? Can you even jump into the river? After the takeover, the mice have become a fully loaded team at the moment, and the two of them jumped down where McMice were, with perfect 0 misses. What are we going to do? Kill the game. Down, 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 down. The battle song rang out, and directly entered the black room. At the moment, the 3 people in the black room were licking the ground, completely unaware of the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The M7 doesn't skimp on the fairy bombs in the slightest, and the meat is a full auto hit and run. Fluke brother. High hit low. Beat the fool. Firm Feiyu was scouting the location, and Lu Yuxing took the opportunity to go up to the second floor to get a view of the mountains. At this point a ratty rat tried to climb the stairs up to the presidential aisle, but was caught in time and was decapitated by Fluke. Did you see where the last one was? Flying fellow looked around and didn't find the last person, but the body was turned into a box. There are footsteps in the rat passage. Mouse sells out teammates. Mouse run. These 278 anchors are so brutal. When did Fluke become so skilled? I can't believe these two didn't roll over and have no showmanship at all. After licking his bag, Fluke walks into the black room server, and even though it's a slugfest, you can't forget to open the room card, so you might just ship it. Good luck to us. BGM plays, and the black room server enters the room and looks first to see if there's a laptop on the floor, circles around without one, and starts opening up the server again. All violet. It's ruined. We're not going to lose money, are we? Open the computer case. 2 compartments. Have a video card. The magnifying glass turned out to really be the video card. Ha 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 ha. 78 Anchor loads him up. Suggest you give me your video card and I'll hold it for you. There's still one dress left to touch. Lu luckily opened the last piece of clothing, and the magnifying glass was slow to finish turning. East End drawbridge. Gave. Absolutely gave. I don't accept. Why can't I ship? Whoops. Please play a few games with me. I'm losing money. What question mark are you guys playing? Watching Fluke brother live is not a day or two out of a goods is not very normal. Lu Fluke began to crazy Versailles. This dress is not the first time out of the card. The last time this dress also out of a presidential parlor. This black room server is considered to earn back this. Not only out of the red, also out of the card. Remind you, do not want to gamble, cannot buy the black room. The burst rate is too touching. 3 cards of red did not come out. I've never seen a single red card in my 3 cards. And I've never been able to get a single red card in my 3 cards. Chapter 13 Warmth from the dam. All the way to the pounding without pressing the footsteps. The two walked to the president's door. The footsteps are very loud, do not need to high claws, know that inside is 3 people, and a wyvern, a red wolf. How do you fight? Feel free to fight. As soon as the Fluke brother opened the door, Firm Feiyu's Tiger Squad cannon flew towards the president's room. Seeing Lu Fluke's long smoke pulling out to divide the battlefield, Firm Feiyu directly gave my mice stuffed with a big red packet. Your left, my right. Lu Fluke went out and around the smoke, once again attacking the enemy on the other side from the right side, while Flying Firm burst out of the smoke with a single jet, locking onto his opponent's position with a mere sweep, not waiting for the opposite side to open the mirror. It has been knocked down. Lu Fluke, on the other hand, a Siberian big jump on the table, but also picked up a room card, followed by the classic high hit low, hit stupid star. Another team was taken, and at this point someone on the field picked up a flyer, meaning there was one last team left. There's another team. No information until now. Yes, why not? There isn't a team of Ascension. Flying Firm, you finished licking his bag at light speed and said that he was going to take Lu Fluke to kill the ascending team. Seriously, do you have enough sniper ammo? Ascending platforms can be tough to hit, and you can't move an inch without a sniper rifle. The two men took a detour from the antennae room to the box on which they had brushed the old woman without injury, and 2 rounds sent her to her death. Haven't seen anyone? I think it should probably be killed by the old lady? The two men looked for boxes in the launch area, and sure enough, they found 3 boxes on the platform. Holy, fragrant. Flying Fellow went to lick the box, while Fluke Lu chose to eat Demurin's box. Redhead 5 armor, full conversion M700, and to top it off, the bottom of the backpack actually has a card. Blue Room Core, 78 Anchor Man-Made African Star, 1200 W evacuation, not even loaded. Give it to me. Mouse is going broke. Receiving, hey, 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 hey. At this moment, on the side of, the moment the box was opened, 2 large 9 frames appeared. Don't with it. It's not really coming with 2 tanks, is it? When the search is complete, it is really 2 tank models. At this time also 1200 W, Artificial African Star. There wasn't enough time to do the ascension walk, and the two opted to go back and pull the gate anyway. But when they got above the evacuation point, the centrifuge's gate was pulled. It feels like there's going to be another fight. It's okay, this one has earned its numbness. Lou Fluke's bag doesn't have any big reds in it, but 2 room cards and a full set of equipment make him a solid 500 W even if he gets killed. Flying Firm also tucked the tank into the safety, at which point the pop-ups flirted. 278 anchors are organizing the last watch. Incoming, get ready to fight. Both of them dropped their bags and unloaded their loads. They couldn't afford to be a little sloppy in the face of a full complement. The first person on the other side had come downstairs, but there was no sign of the others. It took about 30 seconds before Lou Fluke saw the centrifuge room run out 2 rats. Instantaneous opening shot takes it away. A jet down the stairs. Fairy bomb takes down Luna downstairs. The last person hid in the doorway of the centrifuge, not daring to come out, and started signaling for the 3 to come together. The other party also had the good sense to make a code word. Come on, make your offerings. After the 3 rats beat the status, they dropped a portion of the small gold in their bags to be used for their offerings. You guys should be glad that the 78 anchors are full. Usually these 2 CS don't let passers-by. Nonsense. It's obvious that the passerby let the Fluke brother off the hook. Laughing, don't talk about the anchor like that. The anchor will cry. Crying? Crying counts as time. 1200 W fat withdrawal. At this time Lou Fluke directly on the body of the equipment all sold for cash. We can't forget our roots. Let's take 78 anchors to run the knife this time. Slamming can't add the lucky value. Besides, he may not be able to fully utilize this guts with technique, or go to run the knife suitable for himself. The plan for this one, go pick up a tank in the trash and stuff it in the safe, then go search the land. Maybe it'll even give me a coffee bean antennae pot Anchor hits the dam. Wants to see the dam. Dam carnival. Okay, let's hit the dam then. Who made me the most spoiled anchor in the whole network? AAA head of G18, a first-class egg and a big gold bag. 78 anchor. Just bring a gold bag. True or false? Don't get executed. I'm not a tiny bunny, so how could the dam be executed? Tiny rabbit, stop cursing. Stop cursing. The little rabbit knows it's wrong. Don't scold it. 78 anchor 80 little rabbit. At this moment Tiny Rabbit parachuted onto the air leaving a message. I'm damn Saeed. The humiliation then disappeared, leaving the broadcast room with nothing but a bunch of laughs. At this point the two enter the game. This one is the West Building number 1 position. Beware of the Barracks Pipelines group, but it stands to reason that the number 1 position is quite a bit faster than the pipeline. Firm Feiyu lightly knifed an Asura to death, then seized a handful of bison. After all, the dam is not like spaceflight. Without a gun is really hard to walk out. Lou Fluke flew to the computer. 371. Give a supercomputer okay. Joking. Can a supercomputer come out that good? Host broadcast supercomputing me washing my hair upside down. Supercomputer out of a computer. Nice niche sentence. In the next second, the Mandel supercomputer appeared in front of the crowd, and Lou Fluke shoved it directly into the safe. This one's loaded, brothers. At this point he was fearless, and a Mandel was straight up blood money. What, you guys want to see the Mandel supercomputer in review action? I'll spoil you guys. 78 anchors, 80 viewers, taken off. It's loaded again. I'm really impressed. Are we playing a game? I've never had a supercomputer in a computer in my life. Onslaught. Talking of pounding, he had in fact been leaning toward the evacuation point, passing the lift rope, when the sound of hurried footsteps came. I'll throw it. Run. Lou Fluke ate his fill and wanted to go, but Jinyuan Feiyu has not eaten enough. Take the human machine to send the bison. He is ready to challenge the team. As a result, the moment his opponent came down, was confused, and was also confused. No. 6 sets. Go. 6 sets of classified dams. The world is still full of CS. The two split up. Lu Fluke ran into the substation, retreated back to the small house next to the building, and then began to get on the 78 points. Meanwhile, on the other side of the live stream, Tiny Bunny, did you see the direction that man ran? He must have something on him. Go after him. I'll make sure the officer gets enough this time. At this time, the crowd in the live broadcast is reminding the Fluke brother, crashing Hungza and Little Rabbit. At first he did not believe it, but he turned to think, can use 6 sets of lower machine dam to send warmth? Is not left Hungza and Little Rabbit. But before he can get to the code word, Tiny Bunny is decapitated by 78 anchor. Up there, sir. Crawl over here. Before the tiny rabbit could climb behind the wall, a jet from Flying Few reached Hungza. Have a grudge against the Northwest. Oops, one step too late. It really wasn't that he didn't want to remind Flying Fellow that it was Hungza that hadn't come in time. It wasn't that he wanted to lick the bag. Really, he swore. Chapter 14, Catching Mice and Rats, after a game, went off the air, and also closed the live broadcast in the same way. In his free time he likes to sit alone on the balcony to have one, and the thought of the current crisis of situation 2 stresses him out. While he wasn't fighting alone, he was carrying a heavier burden than the others. Nothing to do. Let's see what else is in the system store. He entered within the virtual world and the store page appeared in front of him. There were more than 300 pages in total in this credit store. It was too much to read in a moment. The Firm Fuse 78-point book? This thing has it all. He was momentarily intrigued. The store's merchandise was strange, and Goldfinger was strangely out of place. Making the enemy's collective insides rush during a match? That's a good skill, huh? Once you look at the asking price, 20 credits, it's not too expensive. Lu Fluke didn't have much patience and flipped directly to the last page, only to see that on it was an expensive item that required 3 W credits. The Annihilator? This product is a stellar-class annihilator powered by the energy of the Mandel brick, built by the Cosmic Chata Military Corporation in conjunction with the Havoc Group. WDF. This thing has it all? Hopefully I won't have to go traveling in space later. The host's mission is such that this is unavoidable, but due to the expensive nature of this product, it is recommended that the host prioritize star jump ships. The system turns the screen to page 150. Products, star jump ship. Price, 5,000 credits. Purpose, traveling through the universe, jumping between stars. Built by Havoc Heavy Industries. Lu Fluke directly scratched away. Now is not the time to buy these things. He still wants to see the Goldfinger. Suggest me a Goldfinger that's a little more practical at the moment. Searching, pushed, products, Dolly 1. Price, 80 credits. Purpose, strengthen the host's perception ability and physical strength after consumption. Suitable for the Great Battlefield and Beacon Running Knife Run. Can be used twice in one game. Not evolvable. Hiss, it doesn't feel like it's worth it. 80 credits for a stamina bar? This product can restore all of the host's physical strength within 1 second, and strengthen the body, and increase the ability of perception by 50% for 5 minutes. It was okay, and I didn't bother to bring my hearing head to avoid adding to the load. I want to do a review study. Loading. White Shirt's excellent game is loading. For a day Lu Yuqing had been studying and reviewing in the virtual space, and early the next morning he received an invitation from Hungza. Hey Fluke, there's an entertainment tournament for my millions of fans with a huge prize. Do you want to come and join? I'll come if there's money. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fluke distributed the information to the fan base, and the crowd was eager to see how Lu Fluke escaped in the hands of a bunch of expert anchors and even professional players. At the same time, Hungza's assigned teammates also joined the group chat. One of them was Victor's strongest user Enemy Mouse, and the other one was Shah Hands, the king of the classified dams rags. The 3 discuss tactics in the group, but all 3 play solo. I'm fit to go alone. Why don't you 2 work together to take over? Lu Fluke will never bring someone else to run the knife in space. The target is too big. I'm also suitable for single 3 seize the body and then run. There are enemy rats who, as a raider CS anchor, have always played only single 3, occasionally taking the road to get eaten. Shah Hands, on the other hand, is the king of trash, but also has a heart to pounce, and the ultimate tactic is to have an enemy rat take Shah Hands to take over, with Lu Fluke going solo as the team's last hope. The following day at 1900 hours. Welcome to my live broadcast. Today Corporal Tiny Rabbit and I will be the commentators to analyze the situation of today's match in depth. And of course there are special bonus lucky bags to send. Sir, aren't we going to introduce the contestants? So let's have the players introduce themselves. First team please. At this time a loud voice appeared. Standing in front of you at this moment is Zero Test Kill List Top 100. Twin Test Peak Global Display Aiming Demon Tactics God Headshot Machine Invincible Single 3 Aerospace Suit Soldier God. 6 sets of Pooh Dam King Babel Tower of Supremacy Porcupine Warehouse Guardian God Black Small Shirt. This section of the self-introduction line of flow, Lu Fluke were amused. In a crowd of anchors Lu Fluke seems to be out of place. Seems to be a little nervous, even the voice is clamped up. Hello everyone, I'm Fluke Lu. I'm honored to be in Mr. Hirazawa's competition now. That's all. Enshi, you don't talk like that. Clamped up and still. Is Enshi going to bring his teammates along on a knife run? The match started soon after, and Lu Fluke's team was resurrected in Cell 2, just in time to collide with the pros team in the cell area. In the face of this situation, the gunner not carrying Lu Fluke chose to lie down at the bottom of the stairs. There are two enemy rats ready to break out of prison, but the pros didn't seem to be planning on letting the two go, and instead of swiping in jail-free position, they simply chose to counter-clear jail 2. There was an enemy rat with a victor ready to cross the point and get killed, and Sasquatch was decimated, and the three pros started frantically circling around the jail 2 position and started scraping the floor to find someone. Lu Chuxing's heart rate was skyrocketing at the moment, deeply afraid that someone would discover him. At this time the guide's camera turned to his body. The stairs, Luna looking around, blissfully unaware of the foot of the stairs gap is a rat. At this moment Lu Fluke began to take a deep breath, not panic to light a mosquito incense. Life and death have life and wealth in the sky. The crowd in the live broadcast room looked at this 78-point position and fell into contemplation. And in the future, if you go to jail 2 to find someone, you have to line up this point position. At this point the guide added the voice to Lu Fluke's cue. What to do? That place of yours won't be discovered, will it? It's okay. I'll stay down for another 5 minutes and I'll go out when they're completely gone. The live broadcast room began to burst out laughing. Worthy of being a Fluke brother. The spirit of the rat to the end. Anyway, there is no gun. Go out is looking for death. Might as well squat a squat later. Single 3 running knife may also be able to mix smoke out. After 3 minutes had passed and the pros still couldn't find anyone, the trio didn't want to waste any more time, choosing to head to the center area to fight. I throw finally gone. Not eat assembly plant? So wasteful. The 3 pros hadn't touched the assembly plant supplies at all in their search for Lu Fluke, which didn't make it any cheaper. I'll take what no one else wants. He. Passing the second floor he skillfully opened the coded room. I'm going to go ahead and not eat the code room. That's not cheap. Lu Fluke hurriedly stuffed the antenna into his bag. He didn't have a big safe due to competition restrictions. Meanwhile, the battlefield outside was very anxious after searching the cell block. He finally stepped out of the cell block with 16 minutes left in the match. This was just enough time for him to search the periphery and finally make his way to the black market to prepare for a mixed smoke evacuation. Chapter 15, No Matter with Mouse and Rat. Lu Fluke came out of the cell area and stomped quietly, walking from the sand to the center control building. Listen to the sound. There's no one there. Footsteps came from the second floor, but they were very regular, and Lu Fluke was waiting for them to speak. As long as he spoke it proved that there were only human machines here. Enemy detected. A smoke grenade came off and 2 slashes sent the AI away. When I opened the door, the items inside were neat and tidy without having been touched at all. It's a waste that these people don't even eat the center control building. Lu Fluke scraped the ground as if he had scraped the center control building all over. It's out of stock. Whatever, first swipe a center control 3rd floor. Opened the door to the 3rd floor and just went in and saw a great thing. I throw. Infantry car. If there were 9 compartments of insurance at this point he would have had to eat it, but the 2 compartments just weren't enough. After touching the center control building Lu Fluke went to the balcony to listen to the movement of the main building. At this point, there were still the last 10 minutes left on the clock, at which point there was no sound from the main building, which meant that one team had already cleared the map. Together with the team from the rocket launching area, there were now 3 teams left on the field, and he rushed to touch the dormitory building, so that he could wait for the smoke mix to withdraw. After he had done so, it's been almost a month since we've had anything out in the dorm building, so give some goods to keep the rats fed. You don't have enough rifles to eat? Though the people are fed. Don't be insatiable. Fluke brother is a real rat and feeds himself well before he dies. Opened the dormitory building room card. Lu Fluke quickly touched the end. Although no shipments, but this hand if you go out can also still earn a little. Time is running out. Go to the black room and prepare for evacuation. He made his way up the ramp from Blues to the entrance of the black room jump pad. When the last team of pros were eating supplies in the black room corridor, the sound of subtle footsteps made Lu Fluke very cautious. Hurry up. There's no time. The last minute and a half of the evacuation point. If this team does not go, Lu Fluke is likely to be unable to evacuate. But they seem to be addicted to eating the bag until the last 40 seconds left when they left from the black room. And at this time Lu Fluke to evacuate must speed up the leakage of large feet. The mixed smoke name scene is about to take place. Go Fluke. Don't die. Mr. Let the rats and mice withdraw. Bar tonic to kill the rats and mice. Lu Fluke is as skillful as ever. 10 seconds to throw a smoke bomb. 8 seconds to start running. Go mouse. Inherit my rat mouse will. Rat you tonic death. But Lu Fluke his playing style as a running knife, leading the Dragon Kingdom and winning first place twice. 7, 6. Lu managed to mix in short cigarettes by Fluke. and long cigarettes sealed out at this point. 5. 4. He prayed all the way forward that he wouldn't get caught, but a profession is a profession, and wearing smoke still took him with a pike. The first game came down to the wire, and very sadly, Mouse went to his grave. Mouse has gone to his grave. Woo-hoo-hoo, Enchi how you rat ah, tonic for rats. The second game resurrected in the launch zone, which for a normal matchup is gotta eat bits. But what's not normal is this game, where all the teams have a lot of kills. There were enemy rats and Sasquatch all the way downhill to the flower beds, and Lou Fluke was halfway there when he heard footsteps and chose to then lie down for a while. But Lou Fluke never thought in his life that he would one day be stuck in the launch area for a full 20 minutes in such a showdown. At this point the field jailed 3. There were enemy rats, and the West End Gate men fighting in the flower beds and in front of the centrifuge. And this stalemate was a full 20 minutes, with some enemy rats dead, the sappers going one after the other, leaving the two teams in a frenzy to rack up points against each other. There were people on the bridge, too, and under the bridge, and in the center flower bed, too, so Lou Fluke seemed to be a dead end. But luckily Lou's fluke of realization saved him, and by relying on the gaps between the two teams' fights he sneaked his way to the east side drawbridge. I'm lost, it's full of people, how is this going to play? Just when he thought the fiasco was going to end, he didn't expect the bridge to come down. The three of them walked straight toward the antenna room, and on this path Lou Fluke was very easy to be discovered. Don't around, I'm just here to run a knife. Luckily, the trio was extremely purposeful and brushed past Lou luckily without any conflict. Taking advantage of this gap, he jogged all the way to the canning area and started picking up trash to eat. This confrontation is a blessing and a torment for Mouse. They don't eat but fight, causing all the supplies to go untouched. But then they fight like crazy and make the rats and mice inch forward. It's safe to say that by now, it doesn't matter if it's a Daemula game or an offline game. He had never encountered such a difficult matchup before, and the only thing he could do was to rely on his awareness and do his best to survive this match. Passing by the assembly plant, still skillfully opening the code plus opening the room card. But this one has been delayed too long and is out of stock. A tonic. Mouse didn't get enough. Mouse is crying. Mouse can't get enough. Mouse must be strong. So much love for watching the roundup of rats and mice. The last two teams on the field, the final anchor team, chose to fly up, but the pros didn't seem to have any intention of letting them go. The sound of their fight reached Lou Fluke's ears, at which point he realized that no one was going to pull the gate for him. The speed has to be fast to pull the gate at the end of the day. It's not like they're going to come back and get me after hitting the launch zone, is it? Fluke, run away. They're really coming back for you. This doesn't even spare the rats and mice. The tonic drives them to extinction. Due to the last hand's mapped out playstyle, this hand Lou Fluke intends to mix smoke in the direction of the rat fast track. But a pro is a pro is a pro, with good sense. And 3 guys racking the black room, 1 racking the centerpiece flower bed, and 1 racking the rat aisle. Louis Wachin was not aware of this situation. He thought that the other party would let himself go, but he was also prepared to deal with other people's racking points. I just didn't realize I was being studied so thoroughly that the smoke mixing spots had been figured out. What about a bad feeling? It always feels like I'm being watched by countless pairs of eyes. He always had a feeling of hair on his back, always feeling like he was being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. His heart was constantly praying, don't let anyone come to catch me but the newer sites are literally the nemesis of rats and mice, and he still gets caught. 6. A sentence of 6 words all the heartache, a sentence of 6 full of melancholy. Light a mosquito incense to the disillusionment of their own. I can't withdraw 1. Then 2. 2 doesn't work. Then 3. 3 doesn't work. Then 4. 4 doesn't work. Then 5. Lou can't believe he can't get out of any of these 5. The soul of the running knife will never die. The heart of the running knife will live on. Chapter 16. Third inning. Employee passage no. 2. Gotta eat bits on this one. I'll have to cross the bridge with you guys first. Lou Fluke after opening the room card. The 3 sealed cigarettes quickly over the point, but walking up the slope away from the blue room, gunshots were surprisingly heard from the center bridge. The bullets grazed the trio, and Lou Fluke got his leg broken straight away. For good measure. I lost it. Good thing I took the painkillers ahead of time. Is it okay? Can you keep up? Some enemy rats have inquired about him, but the way things are going there's a good chance the blue room will start fighting. You guys touch it, I'm going to touch the perimeter. They might be coming after us. Although the center control 1 chose to go to the buoyancy room, it was a top matchup and he didn't dare gamble on it. Before he could take a few steps, Lou Fluke heard the sound of gunshots from the blue room, and his own teammates began to drop their status, so he guessed that the blue room would definitely fight. But the people coming are not from the center bridge, but from the launch area. At this point the rat passage and the antenna room are in a state where no one cares about them at all, and the matchup is slightly more normal. Everyone thinks about going to the main floor to fight and eat. And what about Fluke? I'll take whatever you guys don't want. Maybe out of the blue an African star can just kill the game. The fights ended up being no more than a few $1,000,000 each, and if he was allowed to touch a heart, it would be a solid second. The antenna room was still quite a disappointment to him, though. It had been almost a month since he'd seen an antenna. The same old 3 in the computer case. Who shoves a camera in their case? I'd also like to ask who the hell shoved the camera into the case. And the display. Your display is in the case? And the Mandel supercomputer. With such a big motherboard, how can such a chassis be stuffed? Shut up upstairs and don't make it sound like everyone doesn't have a supercomputer to take. No one went to the periphery, and no one cared where Lou Fluke was, searching the entire outfield by himself, and he had never fought such a rich battle. It's a good day to pick up trash, a good day. Dormitory building. Number 3 in the room. Have a non-heart. Lou Fluke kept probing, kept trying. No items on the table, non-heart, hopeless. But the moment he opened his suitcase, his eyes suddenly caught sight of the cabinet. Whoa, go, gazelle. As expected of a dormitory, it's got everything. Men's University secretly collects in the dormitory. He's got it again. The fight was intense. The main floor gunfire never stopped, and the harder they fought, the safer Fluke was. Hey, take your time fighting. I'm going to get a center control. Maybe they didn't notice the rocket fuel. He knows the game spots like the back of his hand, and in an inning like this, the more corners no one cares about, the easier it is to ship. Unsurprisingly, not only was the center not eaten, there was even a barrel of rocket fuel, and a center building came out with 200W worth of supplies, together with the red that came out earlier. Lou Fluke now had 4 reds in his backpack, and it was time to prepare to go for evacuation. He had just crossed the bridge when he realized that the main floor was quiet, and this one was cleared from the map again. It's not going to be another career living to the end, is it? Lou Fluke frowned, always feeling that the situation was not right. He dared not go toward the blue room, but could only touch up the garden with quiet steps. But this action also revealed his position. Inside the pro team. Fluke brother again. You two go rack the black room, I'll rack the rat passage. The 3 of them set up a dragon's nest and waited for Fluke to make a home delivery. It wasn't until the plane had a minute and a half left to evacuate that Lou Fluke emerged from the centrifuge. Hitting the weighted needle, he lay on his back and slowly wormed his way to the ground. The pros thought they had all the spots racked, but this position happened to be a blind spot in their field of vision. Seeing that Fluke didn't show up for a long time, the 3 started looking around and eventually found him. M7 went down with a pike and Lou Fluke to regrettable defeat. Ego, I'm going to go. It's really invincible. That's going to grab me a bit too. Mouse, why don't you let the rats go? Whoopee, and she goes all the way. At this point, the broadcast room had exploded, and they were all calling for Mouse. Hunza saw this and began to cry. I didn't see you guys feeling sorry for me when I was beaten to death. That's right, the officer has died so many times, and I haven't seen you guys feel sorry for the officer. Lou Fluke renewed a cigarette. He did not believe that he still cannot withdraw out. The game continued quickly in the 4th game, this time with the trio resurrected in the dormitory building. Should we go see if the West End gate is open? There are enemy rats, questioned. Shahan shook his head. This kind of bureau resurrected in the West Side gate must go to open the card into the city to open the fuda. How can come back to counter-clear the dormitory building? But the sound of footsteps approaching seemed to be someone from the West End gate coming over to counter-clear. I thought you said no one would come. Frog Fun, how was I supposed to know they weren't buying cards? Lou Fluke's consciousness told him that this place should not stay for a long time. And just after landing, he found a place to cat. Scared the hell out of me. I knew they were coming to get me. There was the enemy rat and Sasquatch bathing in blood on the field, living up to their reputation as Victor's strongest users, putting both men on the ground with just a single pike to fix their feet. Last one. Punch him. There was a tight pairing of enemy mouse and sharpshooter to take this one. Get lucky and come over to eat. Pick up a gun on the way, don't be there when you don't have the strength to fight back. I don't want to lose displacement and wait. I'll just come back and open a card. This time the trio changed their tactics. The 3 had never been to the main building to begin with, instead following the Fluke that had searched the perimeter all the way to the canning area. There's no information. The 2 tried to open the drawbridge but couldn't get information on the main building. Take it easy, guys. I'm going to the main floor to get the info. You guys wait a while before you open it. Lou Fluke entered the blue room alone, constantly gathering intelligence from the surrounding area. But he could hear nothing but the president's footsteps. The sound of footsteps gradually approached as they entered the black room, and Lou Fluke was about to collide with the BG warriors. Hirazawa, how so? Going to crash? Tiny Bunny, it's over. Is the Fluke going to get caught? Go, Fluke. No way. Don't do it. Enchantment. Red Wolf rushed into the darkroom just in time to brush against Fluke. Interjection of surprise. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. Interjection of surprise. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. Interjection of surprise. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. The 2 embraced back to back. neither seeing the other. Tiny Bunny, he didn't see the fluke. Hirazawa, fluke didn't see Ezo either. Your name, esports don't require eyesight. Static vision 0. Ezo, where do the footsteps come from? Fluke, there are clearly footsteps downstairs? Meanwhile, there were two enemy rats who immediately opened the drawbridge after getting the information, and the commotion drew the BG team over, and the commotion made the team on the bridge pick up the ascension straight away. But instead of choosing to cross the bridge, there were two enemy rats who circled back to the main building, leaving BG to fight the ascending pair. Not surprisingly, BG did choose to go after the ascending man. Gone? It's good to be gone. Lu Fluke starts picking up trash to eat, with enemy rats and sappers at the ready. Chapter 17, The Tower of Babel surprises Saeed. Miko and his team are being tricked and are preparing to fly up and evacuate. Coincidentally, BG is right behind them and the two teams start to fight. At this point, Lu luckily discovers the legacy BG left behind in the black chamber. Mystery playing spot. Mouse's favorite is the team that likes to lay out their loot after a fight. There's nothing left of the main floor anyway, so I might as well spend my last moments properly organizing the posthumous table. As a competent rat, optimizing your backpack is the very basics. Burp full. Meanwhile, on the other side, the captain is counting on you. BG was killed down to one man, but a double punch was not enough and BG fell for the first time of the night. Just enough time for Miko and his party to eat another box to optimize their backpacks. Some enemy rats, the moment they heard the gunshots screech to a halt, the missiles immediately flew out, who unexpectedly mishandled them and blew them up in midair, which allowed the sharpshooter, who had just been preparing for a sneak attack, to be detected by the other side. The original plan to prepare for another ascension fight could only end in failure at this moment. It took 4 full handfuls before Lu Fluke pulled out for the first time. Back to reality. Lu Fluke took off the headset. He is still too big with the professional fight gap, coupled with their own playing style as single. If they are studied in the future, they will lose their competitiveness. Detected that the host wants to become stronger. Is the Academy special training opened? Special training? What the hell is this? The host can open the Academy special training within the virtual world to refine the host's awareness and marksmanship. Then I'm going to turn it on. Loading. Host, Lu Yuehui. Average level of marksmanship, 3. Average level of consciousness, Master. Average gaming level, 4. Hey, I'm not ashamed to say that I'm fully aware. Masters are the 3rd level of the consciousness hierarchy, and the host director needs to work on it. 6. Academy special training is under construction. Please attend on time after 15 days. After coming back from the virtual world, the time had already reached the next day, and there weren't a few days left before the next national luck ring. He was anxious because his playing style would surely be figured out, and it wouldn't be so easy to mix smoke and withdraw then. What's the matter? What's got our Fluke so distressed? Chen Sihai walked in from outside the house, which really startled Lu Yueqing. Officer Chen, what brings you here? Brought you a packet about the next game. Of course. Game rules. At the start of this game, there will be 3 teams of players who will enter the game and transform into Havoc soldiers, hiding themselves and hunting players to capture resources. This is camouflage mode? Yes, this tournament is different from the past, and I want you to keep your mind steady. I'll try. The camouflage mode went live only a few days before Delta stopped serving, which certainly made Lu Chukong somewhat unfamiliar. Do your research, I have business to attend to first. HuffPost office. Rousseau, do you mean that Demurin showed mercy to the Terrans? Something like that, but not sure. Havoc took Rousseau's supervisory report with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He did hold Rousseau in high regard, but he wouldn't have questioned Daimula because of his side of the story. I see. You go out first. The match with Asura is about to start later, so you'll finalize who's going to be on the field this time. Yes, I'll make sure those barbarians have no return. Ha ha ha. A woman represents Asura in the intergalactic ring. Lu Yao, it's up to you to command this time. Don't worry, I'll do my best. This ring is in camouflage mode. Each team will have an objective mission to come to this game. Complete the mission and search for evacuation. Lu Fluke, and represent the Dragon Nation. And this time the trio turn out to be Havoc soldiers. This council's mission. Complete the wing folding mission. Search for supplies and pull out when you're done. 3 people landed is 2 head 2 armor 2nd level package. The hand of the Uzi and 2nd level bomb look want to laugh. Never fought a war so rich. Let's go ahead and take over. This outfit has enough trouble doing the folding wings quest. Firm Flyu took the brunt of the fight and directly racked the nearest resurrection point. Not surprisingly, they were coming to the Tower of Babel to stir up trouble. But there's an accident. The museum fights, and the Tower of Babel is ridiculously quiet. What to do? Never mind that. Let's find someone to take over first. This gear isn't even as good as normal AI. The trio ends the folding wings quest, which is hard but good to do with a little bit of a scare. The next step was to get into fights searching for supplies and trying to keep any team from leaving Bakshi. Really squatting at an evacuation point. Ha! Crouch down. Someone's bound to have to pull out first, and when they do, 1 kit per person. And remember to get a pedicure. Tower of Babel evacuation point is open. The trio had just formulated a tactic and the fish had taken the bait. The country that was killed would be directly wiped out by havoc. So Lou Fluke and the trio didn't intend to let anyone off the hook. Here we go. Fluke, you go hook up. His large footsteps made a sound pattern, causing all 3 of the men coming to the evacuation point to freeze. Why was the Havoc soldier at the evacuation point? But then it suddenly occurred to me that this was camouflage mode. It's the players. Quickly drop and shoot. But Firm Feiyu had already rushed out, repairing 1 man to death with a pike, and Lin Zhongyang jumped down from the container to give the other 2 a painful blow. Lou Fluke has been circling around to dodge bullets. A shuttle M7 hard not to kill him. The 3 cleaned up the battlefield and also changed from Havoc soldiers to 6 sets of warlords. It's still a 6-pack that's comfortable to wear. Yeah, Uzi beat the hell out of me. After organizing their belongings and taking inventory of their supplies, the 3 decided to go their separate ways. I'm going to run the knife out. You guys go for it. Alright, Lin Zhongyang and I will go to the Tower of Babel to take a look. Remember to pull the limit gate of the bathhouse when we get there. The 2 of them, Firm Flying You, took off, while Lu Yuxing chose to go to the Animerecap to eat garbage. Just past the camp square, 6 boxes were neatly placed. No, something's wrong. Lu Fluke immediately retreated back, counting the field carefully. 2 teams died here. We killed 1. The one we killed 1 more, plus 1 of us. 1 team left. But the fact that these 2 teams died in the Animerecap means that this last team is probably not in the Tower of Babel. Bad. The sound of footsteps approaching. Lu Fluke immediately sealed the smoke and skipped. It's disgusting. The opening rounds are hanging out without going to the Tower of Babel. Gunfire was all he could do to get to the Tower of Babel. On the other side was his teammate Miley. Help! The last team is after me. But, you run for the first floor and see if you can dodge it. We've got Saeed here. Don't be ridiculous. Where in the Tower of Babel would you get a Saeed? But PKM's voice was right. Lu Fluke was confused. There really was a Saeed in this Tower of Babel? Lin Zhongyang was killed and fell to the ground, and Firm Flying You's blood level was about to bottom out. Find a chance to drop the bag and retreat. Flying Fellow decided to fight with Side, and his last hope lay in Lu Yuqing. But at this time, there was a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him, and he was already dying. It's over. Is it really over? Chapter 18. Just as Lu Fluke was despairing, Saeed rushed straight out of the Tower of Babel, the PKM in his hand facing the players behind him with no mercy at all. A direct headlock pike went down, and the 3 men fell straight to the ground. Your turn, little worm. Saeed pulled out his claw blade after finishing off the threatening trio, and Lu Luck pulled out his Black Hawk dagger. You don't have a gun, little bug, and I'm not going to bully you. He threw the PKM on the ground, ready to have a real man-to-man showdown with Lu Fluke. But what Saeed didn't seem to realize was that the man in front of him was a good hand at Knife Machine Brotherhood. Saeed is also an AI, so to speak. Then I'm afraid you won't get out of this place today. He had absolute confidence in sparring with knives, let alone with an AI. Let's get started, little bug. He raised his sword and slashed, his clawed blade slicing through, the air being torn apart with a sonic boom. Lu Fluke didn't flinch, and jumped to utilize Blackhawk's attack range to give him a headshot. Still, the claw blade stabbed him in the leg, and Lu Fluke to the ground and hurriedly took a painkiller. Little bug, I admit you're strong, but the game of cat and mouse ends here. A succession of forehand and backhand swings has Fluke on the back foot. This isn't going to work. We have to find a way to escape. Lu Fluke kept backing up, Saeed kept chasing after him, and the 2 kept circling around in pursuit of each other. But Lu Fluke's stamina bar was soon going to bottom out. Power pills. Skill loading complete. In an instant, Lu Chuxing's stamina value returned to its peak, and at the same time the increased perception ability also allowed him to hear footsteps within the Tower of Babel. Mother asterisk. You barbarian. Come with me if you dare. He wasn't sure if there were still people inside the Tower of Babel, but what he was sure of was that Havoc's soldiers would absolutely attack Saeed. When we run to the top floor, you'll see if I get you. The 2 chase each other, and Saeed is trapped and reaches the top of the Tower of Babel as well. The golden tree grows in the middle of the hall, and the Spitfire and Crocodile unsurprisingly attack towards Saeed. The loud commotion sent a wave of fear through Dr. Romesius in the conference room. Zoya, what's that noise downstairs? I'll go check it out and see. You wait here. She had just made it to the stairway when she saw Saeed making his way up, but she couldn't seem to see Lao Fluke. Saeed saw Zoya too, and stopped in his tracks momentarily. I'm going? Where is everyone? Relieved that Saeed had disappeared, he rushed upstairs for more food. Opening the door to the conference room, he bumped into Romesius. Who? I'll be damned. Who the hell are you and why are you in the conference room? I am the master of the Tower of Babel. Who do you think I am? Lu Fluke rubbed his head and thought about it. The owner of the Tower of Babel seems to be a doctor named Romesius. Shouldn't you be in G.T.I.? How come you're in the Tower of Babel? G.T.I. You're from G.T.I. I'm not. I'm just here for the insurance. Lou Fluke, regardless of the side of the doctor, straight towards the big insurance walkover. The doctor saw the situation, also did not block. I built this safe. You can't open it. He said it with such certainty, but the next second the safe opened. I threw the main battle tank model. Hey, gotta eat. Romesius was dumbfounded. How could this man open a safe of his own making? The other side. Zoya, I advise you to mind your own business. Saeed, I came here today to take away Romesius. So hurry up, Havoc's soldiers will be here soon. He helped Havoc work on the brain machine. Come on, don't dwell on these things here. Hurrying back to Asura is what you should do. Zoya tried to use her mouth to get Saeed to back off, but at this point Saeed was just killing it. Asterisk off. There was an error in the game. The system is being repaired. Demurin was still well on his way to monitoring the game, but the game was suddenly lost when Flying Few entered the Tower of Babel, at which point the crowd was on edge. Something won't happen to Lou Fluke, will it? No way. Look, it's the Firm Few. They're coming out. Both came out looking a little down. Well, where's Lou Fluke? Chen Satiety pulled Jin Yufeiyu to ask, but Jin Yufeiyu shook his head, knowing that Lou Fluke was probably dying. He's being double-teamed, so he's probably in a bad way. It had been a while since the big screen had disappeared, and at the moment most of the countries had been thrown out of the tournament, with only Fluke still unheard of. Saeed, Havoc is coming. Do you think you can withstand Havoc's wrath? Zoya discovers that Havoc is invading the Tower of Babel in large numbers, and seeing this he has to retreat and leap from the Tower of Babel out of the way. By the time Zoya returned to the conference room, the doctor was gone. Where's the doctor? I don't know. He disappeared in a flash. The lights wavered, time shifted, and Romesius was pulled back into the conference room, suddenly appearing on the conference room table. Zoya, you're back. What's with all the footsteps downstairs? Never mind all that. Follow me first. The compass flew off with the doctor in a single leap, and Lou Fluke looked back to find that Romesius had disappeared. Oddly enough, regardless of all that, let's retreat first. Back outside the Tower of Babel, he picked up 2 random dog tags and proceeded to put on his glider for a successful 500W evacuation. The game system is back to normal and is recording data. Dragon Nation 603W evacuated to win this game, and the rest of the countries will be taken in. At that moment the big screen reappeared and the crowd saw Lou Fluke leaping down from the Tower of Babel wearing a glider. He's even alive. Chen Saturated jumped up in excitement. Everyone didn't think he would succeed in evacuating, but he did. What happened just now? The host has just experienced temporal and spatial turbulence, so do not tell the truth. Ahahaha, I hid just now, and when I came out I saw the machine gunners kill all 3 of those guys. Flying Fellow seemed to have forgotten something. He didn't seem to remember how he was eliminated. Ugh, how did I die? You weren't sanctioned by crocodiles and fire breathers. So, I thought. By the end of the inning, only Lou was lucky enough to know what he had been through, with Feiyu Li and Zhangyan Lin apparently losing that memory. Returning to the rental house, Lou Fluke entered the virtual world, and had already gained many credits through the study review in the past few days. Oops, what's the change? System selection. Goldfinger class, hearing perception. 36 ways to die, running knife. Know your enemy, all bands. Items, a commercial house, a German car, 300W in savings, a set of intergalactic war armor. Intelligence class, Havoc Intelligence Overview, Asala Intelligence Overview, G.T.I. Intelligence Overview, Neuron's Little Secret. I'm going to learn hearing perception in full banning. Collections, 60 credits. Host's remaining deposit, 70 credits. The priority at the moment is to prepare for the competition. As for the material and intelligence categories, we'll talk about them then. He's not getting married anyway, so what's the point of having a house and car? Chapter 19, You Betrayed Havoc. Feel that? The timeline is starting to disorganize. Reese sat back in his chair. For a moment just now Saeed had a headache that seemed to go back to his time at the Tower of Babel. Feel it? Havoc affects the laws of the universe. What the hell are they working on? Reese pulled out a report, a piece of information that Rousseau had passed back. They're working on a weapon called the Mandel Band Ray, which doesn't directly injure people, but resets them to any timeline. Inside Havoc's lab. Demurin, you're loyal to the Havoc group, right? That's natural. Havoc's hand touched the Ray machine. He needed live subjects. Then come and try it. This machine will take you back to your youngest days. Rousseau watched from the sidelines, the spider in his hand circling constantly, as if sensing danger. I'm willing to give it a shot. Powerful bursts of energy erupted as Demurin withstood the press of the machine. Soon his mechanical vocal cords fell off, and with them the mechanical skull on his head. Ha 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 ha. It worked. I really did it. Rousseau had fear in his eyes. He couldn't believe that Havoc's technology had reached the point where it could alter the timeline. The spider in his hand witnessed the whole process and the packaged documents were sent to Asala NG.TI. With it. But the subtle fluctuation of information startled Havoc, and he came to Rousseau in a single, athletic stride. You betrayed Havoc. I've never been loyal to Havoc, but you won't be until I'm dead. The mechanical spider made a flying hug on the Mandel Band Ray, followed by a shower of sparks, and the lab instantly transformed into pieces. It's a good thing the guards on Havoc and Demurin spared them, or the explosion could have turned both of them straight into barbecue. Stupid. If I can build it once, I can build it again. You're blowing up nothing more than a cold machine, and my data will never be erased. Havoc turned away, lamenting the bug's ignorance. The rejuvenated Demurin felt like his body had inexhaustible strength at the moment. Ha! Earth Ring. This match is restricted to bolt snipers and no repeating firearms may be used. Firm Feiyu, look at you. Lu Fluke won't be on the field in this game. Too many rats and the bolt sniper will make it easy to hide nowhere. Okay, just settle down and watch work. Chen Sihai's expression was heavy. He always felt that this match was not ordinary. What's the matter, Officer Chen? Is it because you don't believe in firm flying use strength? Naturally, I believe it, but I'm still a little worried. It was only when the contestants entered the arena that Lu Fluke realized that Chen Sihai's worries were not unwarranted. Simple. Firm Few is in trouble. Although Chen Sihai didn't know much about esports, Simple's name was kind of like a thunderclap. It's okay to see Jinyu play. Both are ex-professionals. One a top sniper in CS and the other a nightmare at the top of his profession in OW. Both are old for gaming and it's up to whoever can prove in this match that veterans don't die. They just fade away. This time, Firm Flying You landed in the launch area. The M700 in his hand was still a fairy bullet. Even if he faced 6 heads it was a matter of 2 shots. Mambo, love sweet candy canes. It's done. Let's go into town and eat. This game isn't what it used to be, though, and it's going to take a successful withdrawal to get out of there, or Dragon Nation will be reeled in. Gee, doesn't the president have anyone to eat? Firm Feiyu didn't know what was going on outside, and didn't care so much about the people's food. The outfield at this point. Jail 2, Jail 3, Jail Big is racking each other. Post Pass is racking the center control bridge, and the center control building's going to counter clear the dormitory building. What kind of godly matchup is that? Lu Fluke is very puzzled. This group of people, why not into the infield? Only in the blocking people grab on? On the contrary, the main building. 1-5. Why does it feel like no one is there? Flying Fellow came to the bridge and the old lady in the launch area came up with a shot. Don't scare me. I'll throw. Flying Fellow sent the old woman away with 2 shots. When footsteps finally rang out under his feet, Jailbait and Jailbait died in the launch area, and Post Pass was taken down by the center control team coming back from the dormitory building, leaving 3 teams on the field, and Sniper Simple's team was at the feet of Firm Flying Wu at the moment. Selfeiyu was bound to collide with them and took the initiative. Seeing his position, he plastered a C4 on my Xiaowen, and Simple's team was the first to lose a man. Learning that someone over his head hit the Simple and had no intention of letting Jail Flyer go straight to the ropes, followed by a jet to make Jail Flyer lose his pre-sighting point. I build. Run. Selfeiyu made a jump from the bridge into the rat passage, passing by my Xiaowen's corpse without forgetting to lick it twice. I can't believe there's an AWM. I built it. The two racked up points on each other, and Flying Firm only had a 5-shot chance, as Simple also had an AWM in his hand, and it was up to whoever got who first. On and off the bridge, the two try back and forth, with Simple's other teammate being taken down by Flying Firm, and the scene says it's already 1v1. 78 Anchor, go for it. 78 Anchor, I don't want to turn into a Havoc soldier. Attack! The pop-ups continued to motivate Flying Fish, and he wasn't going to stay stagnant, talking about probing to trick the gun into retracting and jetting open the mirror to aim a shot. Sit the down. Unfortunately, it didn't kill, and Simple still had a sliver of blood left. Don't! Flying Fellow lands a backswing that catches Simple in action and misses with a shot to the head. Both of them still have a sliver of blood left. Simple wanted to retreat. Firm Feiyu surprisingly pulled out a dagger a jet directly in front of him. Seeing that Simple's gun was about to fire, Selfeiyu knew that this was his last chance. Blow your head off. A knife down, Simple fell to the ground. Thuff abdomen shot, state dissatisfaction. Good and save a dog life. I build. It scared the hell out of me. For 7 long minutes Firm Flyo had been optimizing his backpack, and the other team wasn't going to tangle with him directly. The helicopter evacuated away, and Firm Flyo flew straight up. The results of the tournament appeared. Dragon Country gained 1300 W and came in first. The rest of the countries were taken in. With this tournament format, the world was down to the final 6 countries in 3 days. Tomorrow is the final, and we and Rice are undoubtedly the biggest enemy rivals. Luke, are you sure about this? Don't worry, the package is there. This tournament is a 2 out of 3 game series. Dragon Nation is sending out the following team: Flying Fish, Fluke, Ezo, Team Rice, TENZ, Miller, Elledge. There's a bit of a disparity in strength in this one. Yeah, I don't know if Lu Fluke will survive. At the moment, she was a little worried inside. The intensity of this game was even greater than the Hongza Cup, and the opposing players were not proficient in Delta, but they were top-notch in other areas. Flying Fish, 80 of them. Fluke brother, survive. Ezo, show them the difference between the pros. At the moment, Lu Chuck Luck's palms were sweating. The pressure of this match was just too much. It's okay, take it easy even if you can't get out. I'll move your box to the evacuation point with firm few. Is that comforting? Chapter 20, The Running Knife, but the Sharpshooter. Landing in the cell 3 position. Jail Feiyu and Ezio intend to swipe the card to rack the launch area. Jail Feiyu does not intend to make a move. Even if he opens the bridge, he will still be on the ground for 10 minutes. Then you stay on your back while Ezio and I go and block the one-handed launch area. Come on you two. Don't die. I can't save you. Don't gaslight us. The drawbridge slowly landed. Firm Feiyu's arm has called out. Seeing people will shoot. At the same time behind surprisingly also came to the footsteps. Firm 2 chose 2 and Firm Feiyu 3 people dead to the end. What a life-threatening thing to do. This dare to chase the drawbridge? Lu Fluke all felt sorry for the jailed second team as they were going to get killed soon. Only to see one shot at a time. 3 accurate shots sent 3 people to their deaths. While Ezio on the side also put down 1 person in the launch zone at the first time. The 2 were so perfectly matched that Lu Fluke exclaimed, "The 3 of us are amazing." With Jail 2 dead he had no worries. And after licking a mouthful of the bag he began searching for the assembly plant. Jail Big had indeed escaped, and a bite of the assembly plant had not been eaten. Ezio and I are going to lick the bag in the launch area. Be careful, I don't think Jailbait has gotten far yet. That one sentence reminded Lu of Fluke, and he held back from shooting the AI with his gun. At this moment, the large screen in the virtual space displayed the gains and survival status of each team. Total revenue of Dragon Kingdom, 585W. Total rice gain, 544W. Total gross profit for Gross Bear Country, 51W. Total gain for Maple Leaf Country, 22W. Sun Country total gain, 20W. Monk's Country total gain, 11W. Sun Country, Maple Leaf Country and Mongoose Country have been eliminated. 3 teams were left on the field just after the opening round, and the crowd in the gallery felt that Dragon Country was stable, but it doesn't last long, as the gameplay footage shows Flying Firm passing by the Black Room and being put down by a shot from the Rice Captain. Ezio's position is also not good. Can't save Flying Firm at all. The 2 of them are racked to death. It just so happens that Lu Fluke passed by the entrance of the Black Room to see the scene. Want me to seal a cigarette for you? Don't expose it. It's okay, I have a way to run. Lu Fluke's long smoke flew out of the bridge isolating the battlefield, giving Ezio time to get Flying Few up. However, this move also allowed the Rice team to discover the presence of Lu Fluke, and although they didn't go after him, it also made Lu Fluke's mixed smoke evacuation more difficult. Thanks a lot. We'll try to clear the map. It's okay, I'll go first. The Rice team was ready to go into the Blue Room to start eating when they didn't get a hit, and Lu luckily chose to go to the antenna room to bump into it. Firm Feiyu, I'm out of red. Stuff the insurance. 12 frames. Lu Fluke Bird's Nest out of the Blade server. This thing is not only heavy to take up space but also cannot plug the insurance. Then you put it there, I'll get it later. Feiyu and Ezio immediately reversed direction to the antenna room to pick up the blades, and Lu Fluke didn't stop to head all the way north from the rat passage. Dormitory building, here I come. Although out of the blade bullet is not good red if you cannot stuff the insurance. Currently his hands on a gold bullet MP7 worth money. The rest is basically not much money. Dormitory building, how long has it been since you've given me a heart? If not, I'm really going to denigrate you. Lu Fluke almost a year has not touched the African star in the dormitory building. The burst rate of this place can be called the most fan of spaceflight. Heavenly Spirit, a non-heart will do. Whether or not to use skills to increase the probability of getting red. It's time to shock the audience by using the skill to make the probability of red coming out of the house in the dormitory building increase. Tampering with data in progress. Tampering successful. This tampering not blocked by firewall. Turn on the room card. The BGM plays, and a room card is reflected on the table to the left. The transporter conference room? 50W is okay. Open the hiking bag for another bottle of champagne. The cabinet to the right held the coffee maker. In the last piece of clothing. Any chance? The president's parlor. The manager's room in the east building. The blue room core will work, and so will the drone platform. The magnifying glass was still spinning, and Lu Fluke finally got a good look. Hotel King's room. 6. Our dormitory building is not a dormitory building. Open it. This burst rate is not high. How so much red? Bird's nest out of blades isn't enough for the big red? Ha, 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 ha. a dormitory building, nearly 500 W of supplies, and that's when the earnings scrolling on the big screen made the crowd's jaws drop. In a split-second Long Wei is at 1 kilowatt gain? The top brass of Rice couldn't believe his eyes. In less than a minute Dragon's total earnings went on a 450 W rampage. Something's wrong. Something's definitely wrong. And I'm going to sue Havoc. The Rice executives left virtual space directly for the Havoc building. I want to report it. I want to report it. Newlander turned his head, and his clean-cut features caused a moment of weakness in the MIB executives. What are you going to report? Dragon Country player Lu Fluke must have tampered with the explosion rate. How could a dormitory building house produce 500 W of supplies? Demurin smiled contemptuously. Are you questioning Havoc's system? Do you think the Dragon Kingdom has the strength to hack into Havoc's system? The high level of the Rice Country was speechless. He had concerns, but it was clear that the current Dragon Kingdom, although powerful, was not so powerful that it could shake Havoc to the point of fighting. Go back to your game. Don't come back and bother me with such childish questions. The Havoc soldiers racked up the Rice senior and proceeded to fling him right out of the building. Exasperated, he contacted the Rice crew on a private call. Dragon Nation's running knife boy shipped out after him. He's in the dormitory building. Got it, old man. No need for you to nag. At this time is searching for the president's room of the Migwa reverse direction towards the dormitory building sped. Along the way also encountered Li Feiyu duo. They saw the Migwa trio's movements, and then immediately reminded Lu Chuxing fast run. It's okay, let them come. At this point Lu Fluke has no worries. All his earnings are stuffed in the safe. Even if he dies he still has 450 W of earnings. At this moment he is fearless. The trio of Migwa arrived at the dormitory building, and Speed Grab's big move swept up the general location of level 6 Lu Fluke. But they didn't spot him. Hey, bunch of blind guys, let me show you how to line up points. The three Migwa went up to the second building to prepare for the arrest of Lu Fluke. They were completely unaware that at this time Lu Fluke was watching them from the eaves of the entrance of the third building. It wasn't until just before the last person entered the second building that Lu Fluke made his move. Sit the down. The MP7 pike connected with a shot, and the Rice team members who heard the gunshot immediately went downstairs to prepare for the arrest. But Lu Fluke changed his position again. He hunkered down at the corner of the third building, a place that was obvious, but no one would look closely at it. Hey, the fish is on the hook. Chapter 21, The Last Battle. The other party entered the third building, at the corner of the stairs really did not check, and when the first person out of the third floor platform, Lu Fluke decisively opened fire to kill the second person. Help! The second teammate also fell, though U.S. Rice captain panicked. This Lu Fluke is not just a running knife boy. How to know so many 78 points? By the time he made his way back, the two flying firms had already arrived at the western gate, and his position was passed on to Fluke Lu. He's on the platform getting ready to go into the third floor to save the day. You two don't have to come over here to leave it to me. Drop by drop, drop by drop. The sound of rescuing people rang out, and at that moment, Lu Fluke had already touched the man's back with a quiet step. Kana, and execution. 3 people from Rice were eliminated, and Lu Fluke immediately called the 2 flying fish to come and eat. Currently there are still Hairy Bears in Dragon Kingdom left on the field. Hairy Bears know that they cannot afford to mess with Lu Fluke. 3 people had to fly up and withdraw. To chase or not to chase? They may not be low yielding either. I'm not going to chase it. I can't even walk. At this time Lu Fluke on the body of the red bag and chest hangings are stuffed. He can no longer walk. Tell you what, we'll give you both of our bags. You'll help us carry them to the evacuation point, and Ezio and I will go after Ascension. Okay, I'll go ahead and pull the gate. The trio split up, and at this point, Lu Fluke was still a little apprehensive. Not sure there were any rats left on the field, but a few minutes passed, still no one's footsteps. Oops, really clearing the map. Then it's okay. He was able to spend the rest of the day frantically cracking up, moving his bag to the evacuation point in the process. At the same time the sound of gunfire from the launch area came. But time didn't allow them to tangle any longer and they had to fall back to the helicopter extraction point. It was also because of the meddling of the 2 flying fishers that the one person from the Manhwa Kingdom was unable to evacuate. The first game is over, and Dragon Nation is in first place for the time being. In the second game, Li Feiyu was forced off the court by a single kill from Guoqiao takeout, and Lu was targeted in the opening game with a hateful return to the west. It's over. Now we've been overtaken by Rice. What about the third hand? Lu Fluke shook his head. This situation was really killing him. Don't rush the Fluke. Believe in yourself. Chen Sihai came to his side. This was the last handful of matches, and the crowd of the Dragon Nation were pinning their hopes on the 3. Still running knives? Although Flying Fellow's stomach was upset, this match had to be his. No more running. I've been running all my life. I won't run this time. Then, pounce. All 3 buy on the smoothest weapons they can find, and the trio don't even carry 6 sets. Mainlining a glass cannon. Is the ASH-12 holding down the fort? EZO begins to question Lu Fluke. After all, this is a man he's watched all the way through the years and has never seen him play arrows. Don't worry, I may be pretending to be a vegetable, but I can't be a real one. After experiencing the replay in the virtual world, today's Lu Chuxing was not as proficient in understanding firearms as Jin Yufeiyu and EZO though. But it's not as if you're afraid to shoot at all against a gun as you were before. The map for this game has been temporarily changed to Confidential Dam. 6. What the hell? Isn't this helping Rice against us? Rice led Dragon by 700W at the end of the last hand, which means that unless Rice is destroyed by the opening hand, it will be very difficult for Dragon to get on top this hand. Then open the game and go after Rice. We don't know which team that one is either, so how are we going to chase it down? Lu Fluke gave a crooked smile. G18 is them, don't even need to look. Are you so sure? Definitely Other countries know that they have no chance, certainly not up very good equipment to let go of the fight, but as of now, using the G18 to reduce costs by a small amount is the best way for them to play. But this is just Lu's Fluke inference. As for what the Mizuno thinks, he is just guessing. This time, the trio landed in the first seat of the East building, and didn't even have to think about the people's food. But as soon as they entered the building, the trio immediately realized something was wrong. This music, that feels, this foreboding, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Run! The trio burst into the manager's room in a rush to sit and wait for Saeed to open the door. The death of the knife? I don't know. I'm just afraid that when the time comes, we'll be down for the count if we get seconded. Never mind. Eat first. Lu Fluke touched the end of the East floor manager's office. Confidentiality really no goods. Is there red? 2 gold cups, not even much of a violet. At that moment Saeed's footsteps were getting closer and closer, and soon he was at the door. It's time to close the net. Saeed didn't open the door, though. The sound of gunfire outside drew his attention. Enjoy my wrath. He walked away, without looking back, and everything seemed like it had never happened. To the relief of the half-prepared trio, let's hope he kills a few more teams. I really don't want to beat him. Ugh, keep squatting. It went on like that until the last just 9 minutes when the administration building went quiet, and just as the trio was about to go out and make a break for it with Saeed, Speed Grip's big move locked onto the trio. It could be the Rice team coming to pick up the pieces. What to do? Fight? It's not easy to say. I'm just afraid that Saeed will become an accomplice. The three were still hesitating when in the next second Saeed went down, and it looked like Team Rice had killed him. No need to hesitate. Go get them. They must be in bad shape since Saeed just died. A big move from EZO detects the location of the MIB trio, and Lu flukes down the stairs without forgetting to lick a set of 6. Go kill this game. EZO just went down to the G18 and repaired to his feet with a pike. Good thing EZO reacted fast and didn't get smoked out. The pedicure was definitely Rice. Punch, you go to the first floor and I'll jump from the balcony. The two of them went forward and backward to compress the active positions of the 3 MiGs, and EZO hit a good state and quickly followed Lu Fluke. The big battle is imminent. All kinds of throwing objects are endless. Way long a tiger squatting cannon into it, but directly blew down a person. The big red bag stuffed into the mouth of the Rice players. Let him act as an accomplice. Come on, don't lose to them. Kill the game. Come on, you yuck you. Don't lose to them. Flying fish. Kill. The final charge horn sounded. Lu Fluke's shot did not live up to his hard training. Although there is just a trace of blood, skin is good to change away from one person. Run! Rice's last man was ready to escape, but when he reached the container, the sniper ended the match with a headlock. Woohoo! Eat! Lu Fluke, all kinds of skills are no longer convergence. Saeed's bag is surprisingly straight out of the room card of the manager's room in the East building. Blood money 400W, just 3 million short of pulling back the gap between the two. But the last 3 million is an insurmountable floodgate, despite the best efforts to optimize the backpack. But it is not enough to come up with the last 300W. Chapter 22, after scraping the ground, you and I are both possible. What do? We have 6 minutes left before the evacuation fails. Looking at the clock, the trio didn't stand a chance unless another big red appeared now. Why don't you and EZO evacuate and take whatever's valuable in my bag? What about you? I'm not evacuating. I'm going to open a rune card and scrape the floor. Maybe I can bet on a non-heart or a drone platform. EZO and Flying Fellow Firm flew out of the room, leaving only Lu Fluke to start opening cards. Won't he withdraw? The gains were not enough, and Fluke began to gamble. It's over. Fluke isn't going to stop gambling here, is he? Believe in him. Hasn't he performed fewer miracles? West building monitoring. Equipment claiming the entire administration building room cards were opened, but just no items of value. He began searching for birds' nests along the way, hoping that the gods of Africa would favor him. But no goods for this map's pop is no goods. Do I have any more skills? Host skills have been used up. The system has disappeared. Lu Fluke does not even have skills left, not to mention the African star. The room card may not even be available. When I walked into the cement factory office, I was surprised to see the room card refreshed on the desk, but this one East End drawbridge couldn't take such a big revenue shortfall. Mother asterisk 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 her, can we get a red card? I'd be happy if I got the East Side drawbridge in a normal game. There's no way a Fluke brother is going to take 500W in the last 5 minutes. This East End really isn't worth it anymore. Is it going to lose? Rice has begun to celebrate the victory in advance. Although the crowd of the Dragon Nation poses no small threat, but this game, the last 5 minutes, Lu Fluke want to get in 5 minutes to be able to stuff the supplies in the insurance, which is tantamount to a fool's errand. Ha 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 ha. Chun, your players don't seem to have much luck. Chen Si-hai listened to the West Coast accent. His face was a little ugly. Now this kind of situation Lu Fluke has been exhausted. Despite the small loss of house cards, Dragon will definitely lose at this rate. McPherson, don't get too excited. The game isn't over yet. Time passed by. Lu Fluke all the way from the administrative building to the cement factory, and now to the small substation. There was 1 last minute left on the clock, and now he had 2 choices. One was to go to the big substation and gamble on non-hearts, and the other was to gamble on house cards at the small substation. There wasn't enough time for him to open 2 cards, and at this point Lu Fluke needed to make a choice. Open substation tech room. The probability of opening a red card is a bit higher, I guess. I think the substation dormitory is a little better. There was no more time for him to think. The final countdown was 30 seconds, and at this juncture he had no time to go to the big transformer station. Drive me. The moment he opened the door, the room card on the table finally appeared and approached. Drone platform. Just in. Ha 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 ha. I'm going. That's so cool. Jedi killing. Let them open the champagne halfway. Just over 10W of Rice's earnings. This game was too extreme to win. The 4 big words failure to evacuate appeared in front of Lu Fluke, who had succeeded in turning the tide of battle once again. Lu Fluke. Lu Fluke. Lu Fluke. Everyone in the entire race space was chanting for him. He stepped out of virtual space and raised his hands above his head. The heavens do not beget my Fluke brother. Running knife vanguard. As long night. At the end of the tournament, Dragon Nation won first place in the Earth region. Lu Fluke was named MVP player. Flying Firm was named top 1 player, and EZO was named top 2 player. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are asked to prepare for the match with the Havoc Elite Group, which will determine whether Havoc stays or goes on Earth. Inside Demula office. Demurin, you're being a little cautious calling us over for such a small planetary race, aren't you? What do you know? There's a knife runner in this division with good sense and even more unbelievable luck. If we don't let you guys come, I can't even guarantee that this planet will be collected by us. The 3 people who came, 2 men and 1 woman, were the famous team of the Havoc Elite Group, the Rat Extermination Purge. Running knives? That's even better. It just happens to match our specialty. He. Lorna, don't be careless. Maybe this rat can do some shooting. Rona was disliked and immediately retorted. How can that be? How can a rat be right with a gun? Don't they all run away at the sight of people with their little daggers? I think it's you who are too cautious. Stinking Roan. Slightly. Okay Lorna, stop disliking your brother and watch the video to study the rat first. When the video was put to the moment Lu Fluke threw the 3-meter national team to become the dormitory building's shadow war god. Roan slapped Rona on the thigh. Look what I'm saying. It's a man-eater. Asterisk 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 you. You scared? How can that be? I'm more excited. Rats that fight back. I like it more. Jia. Standing aside, Bisalal held his forehead. These 2 were as perverted as ever. Not only killing rats but also trying to abuse them. On the day of the match, Lu was confident on the stage, and it was clear that this one-game set was going to be a lot less stressful. We're 3 teams here, and our mission is to escort the team with the highest earnings out. Got it? That's considered an illegal group, isn't it? It's fine. We can't normally encounter our 3 fighting styles, so don't worry. Chen sir. Lu Fluke had long ago planned the route for each team. Lu Fluke followed Tiny Bunny and Hungza to the bottom to run the knife, while Firm Flying You took the 2 pros to clear the main building. Nika takes the others to be wall breakers. Then Firm Few pulls the plug on them and withdraws. Now the 3 teams had clear routes. No one could touch anyone, and the evacuation points were different. At the start of the game, instead of grabbing the insurance, Mouse Exterminating Net went straight for Lu Fluke's route. Roan, are you sure they're here? Don't worry, the running knife can only be here. Bishop Lori isn't too convinced and chooses to pick up garbage at the cement factory, while Roan and Lorna keep catching Lu Fluke. Nope, there are footsteps. Really? I didn't hear that? Little Rabbit wearing a hearing head. He did not hear. Lu Fluke, this old man actually heard. It's not a man machine. Someone's coming to get us. Hurry up and search. Go to the main building afterward. What's the point of going to the main building? To die? We're really dead if we don't go to the main floor. On the other side of the cement factory, Bisalal met up with Havoc's other team, and he took this one straight up on a 1-2-3, bringing the match proceeds to 300W. And Jin Yufei's side also killed a team and now has 300W in earnings. At this point, Longboy and Havoc can be considered indistinguishable from each other for a moment. They seem to be fighting amongst themselves. It's the game they can't go 3 routes like we do, and it's not unusual to have an inside game. Lu Fluke did not dare to stay at the substation and immediately went to the main building to prepare to open the card. But Ron and Rona chased them all the way to the main building, with no intention of letting the 3 of them go. Just as Lu Fluke was on the verge of colliding with, Lu Fluke chose to turn his head and go to the damn top evacuation point, which caused Luoan and Luona, who were chasing the trio, to lose them. Still, the sound of the zipline revealed the trio's location. Just squat here. Come up here and shoot for a pedicure. The 3 men crouched back against the ropes, unaware that the cautious Ron has long since begun to circle. Chapter 24 Joining G.T.I. The sound of footsteps behind him approached extremely fast, and by the time Lu Fuyun reacted, the M7's bullets had mercilessly struck his body. The regiment is dead. How is this possible? Lu Fluke surprisingly, lost? It's okay, there's still flying fish. At this time in the main building, Bishop Lore had blocked the 3 people of Firm Flying You in the manager's room and didn't dare to go out. This was the gap of strength. While Bishop Lore's side traps Jail Feiyu, Rona enters the interior of the dam, and the 3 Nikos, who were slow to wait for Jail Feiyu to pull the gate, were just about to leave when they met up with Rona. Another sadistic, hopelessly one-sided crush. Lost. Dragon Nation lost the match with Havoc, and the earth is about to fall. Little bugs, don't be sad. It's an honor to be Havoc's soldiers. Everyone is about to be assimilated into the data. Lu luckily gets up from the ground and prepares for the arrival of Destiny, but it's not Destiny that arrives, it's the Annihilator. Cannon fire shatters Havoc's fleet, and Lu is lucky to be taken off the planet in time. Phew, the Annihilator disappeared, and Demuran's eyes were stern. G.T.I. Give chase. All of the Havoc fleet set out towards the edge of the stars. At this time Lu Luck hadn't reacted yet, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Chen Luyo sitting right in front of him. Lu, don't talk, this is an urgent situation. You only need to answer me one question. Say, would you like to join G.T.I.? Yes. The commander got out of the driver's seat and pushed up his glasses. You'll appreciate your decision. Welcome to G.T.I. At the same time behind them came out and the game's cadre. Wang Yuhao went forward as a bear hug. Welcome, you are the 4th comrade from the Dragon Kingdom to join G.T.I. Through the other door came Dr. Romesius. Haven't we met somewhere before? Romesius always had a familiar feeling when he saw Lu Yuqing. Yes, we met at the Tower of Babel. Oh, I remember. I was dreaming about the Tower of Babel the other day and I saw you in the conference hall. The event was metaphysical and bizarre, but the crowd around them didn't seem too surprised. There is no need to be surprised. This is the effect of Havoc's time weapon, but luckily Rousseau has blown him up. But in less than a year this weapon will reappear. The commander pulls up the video, which shows Rousseau at the time of his sacrifice, and while he was an Asura, he was also very emotionally involved with the G.T.I. Now that Havoc is all alone is a good time for G.T.I. and Asala to strike an alliance. What about Earth? There's nothing we can do about it, unless Havoc disappears. This assimilation is very difficult to reverse. The Reling commander brings Lu back to the base, which is filled with all sorts of cutting-edge technology, but compared to the information on Mandel that he spied on at the time, these are still somewhat inadequate. I know that you and Shen Luya are old acquaintances, so let him take you to familiarize yourself with the environment. Our fight with Havoc is about to begin, and you'll have to work hard if you want to restore the Earth to its original state. Chen Luya wrapped her arms around him from behind, and the tears in her eyes couldn't stop flowing. Luckily you're still around. Lu Fluke turned to face her, his emotions unspeakably complex. It's a little awkward, isn't it, after we've been apart for so long? Lu Fluke was a bit embarrassed, although he never forgot this old lover who left without saying a word, but it was a bit awkward to cuddle with her now. I know, I didn't actually mean to leave you no messages, it's just that the string was most likely intercepted. Interception? A farewell message needs to be intercepted? Lu Fluke laughed, without saying a word to go, turned back to say goodbye to the message was actually intercepted. Who is a good person so idle nothing to do to intercept this kind of information? I was in a hurry to leave and used the Mandel information system and the lab to transmit it, but the message was intercepted by Havoc's firewall, so it's only natural that you didn't see it. Never mind, past all that, why don't you take me to dinner first? I'm hungry. The two of them came to the cafeteria. Lu Fluke specially asked for a bowl of white wine. He knelt down towards the direction of the earth and poured the wine on the ground. Firm Feiyu. Hung za. Little bunny. I'll definitely go back to save you guys, so you guys have a hard time and endure for a while. When I succeed someday, I'll find you guys for a drink. The white wine spilled onto the floor and slammed the bowl down like that again. Young man, 4W havoc for a bowl. Pay up front. The chef tapped him on the shoulder, and Lu Fluke backhanded him and threw 5W at him. No need to look. After leaving Earth, the universal currency of the universe was changed to the Hafu coin, and today Lu Fluke counts himself as a billionaire. So, for now, I'm wondering how we're going to beat Havoc, defeat him with the will of the universe. Chen Luyao took Lu Fuyao back to his dormitory, and he opened his computer, on which was the homepage of Cosmic Star Corporation. Havoc is the current asset of our universe, and in order to curb his growth, Cosmic Star Corporation has set up the Cosmic Star Ring in the M87 Nebula. Hit the Delta too? Right, but it's not just our fight with Havoc. It's also our fight with the rest of the multidimensional universe. This sentence Lu Fluke could be understood as saying that this universe was nothing more than a small universe, and that Cosmic Star Corporation's platform could string together players from various universes to spar online. So we can only defeat Havoc but not destroy it. Once Havoc disappears, our universe will probably be annexed. What we have to do is to make Havoc hand over the technology, so that we can increase our strength and Asala's strength. Up to this point our three-dimensional universe will have a foothold. It's ridiculous to say that on one side you have to be at war with Havoc and count each other out, and on the other side your own universe is a piece of fish meat to be slaughtered if you don't have Havoc. The next game is tomorrow, and I want you to be able to play with me on the field. I'm used to single threes. He lit a mosquito incense. If he didn't have a trustworthy companion like Firm Flying You, he'd rather be single three. I'm afraid not. You're too weak. Cough, 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 cough. He was still disliking Chen Luyao and questioning her strength. Who would have thought that it would be Chen Luyao's turn to dislike him at this point? No, why not? How can you tell I'm too weak? Universe Star Corporation's ring isn't like Havoc's little ring tournament. Everyone here possesses special skills. Not only do you need to guard against the skills of your cadre, you also need to guard against personal special skills. You don't even have personal special skills. It's easy to get caught. System explanation: Cosmic Star Corporation's ring. Everyone can carry a golden finger into the game. The host does not have to worry. This system's golden finger is better and more practical than the one developed by Cosmic Star Corporation. So how do I get special skills? Obtained with in-game probability. It is divided into 4 grades: white, blue, purple and gold. To fight against Havoc's team, not having a gold special skill is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Lu Fluke fortunates suddenly feel the road blocked and long. This road is really difficult to go ha. Everyone has a golden finger. That is not the twilight of the gods? Chapter 25. Where did he get 7C for? Granted, but he was still a bit unconvinced. Special skills that were too perverse would likely affect game balance. So what's your special skill? I won't tell you. You'll know tomorrow. See you later. I'm off to rest. Returning to his dormitory, Lu Fluke connects to the interbrain network, and after entering he realizes that there are not only humans but also tens of thousands of aliens here. They are long, 7-legged, up and down. But here's a weird thing: why is the whole world speaking Dragonese? Here Lu Fluke can enter the game to have a good time, or you can party with others online. In short, it is very suitable for geeks. Snap! A big hand sneaked up on Lu Fluke's ass, and turned around to see that it was actually Wang Yuhao. Are you looking for the interface to enter the game? No, I'm just checking it out. This place is pretty amazing, haha, that's for sure. Virtual worlds produced by Cosmic Star Corporation are bound to be among the best. That said, do you want to play a hand? I went bankrupt yesterday with my spaceflight top secret fight. Do you want to go run a knife together? Lu Fluke froze for a moment. Running knives? Running top secret spaceflight with him? You want to run top secret spaceflight with me? That's definitely not it. I'll run the POBA, touch the insurance and evacuate. A scheme came to mind. Lu Fluke decided to urge him to follow him to run top secret spaceflight. Come on, run top secret spaceflight with me. I don't want it. That fight of yours is too exciting. It's okay. You're carrying a gun as a single triple play. I'm broke. I'll bring you. Lu Fluke to the bag stuffed AM-14 and 5 groups of gold bullets. The two entered the game after Lu Fluke to the head armor all throw gun also threw on the ground. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to fight back if you meet someone like that? There's something to it. You'll see. He was on fire past the Point West gate, and no one from the dormitory building bothered to rack him. When you enter the centrifuge you don't even touch the airbox at the bottom of the building. You go straight upstairs for the insurance. There's no triple phantom god on the first floor, you eat first. I'll go up there and knife the triple phantom god. Remember, don't shoot. Wang Yuhao nodded his head, and in his heart he thought, why should I listen to his command? How's it going? Did it come out yet? Is this still top secret? Not even little Kim. On the contrary, Wang Yuhao here, the airbox came out with a bag of premium coffee beans. He wouldn't even take this for a fluke. It's useless. After touching the centrifuge, the two of them touched the rat passage at a quiet pace, and the centrifuge came to a man just as they were leaving the front foot and the back foot. That was close. Almost got caught. Panic. I've got a gun. Lufluk is used to single three. All forget that there is a Wang Yuhao around. Are you going to fight? It's not a lot of pressure to fight 3 in 1. A man can't say no. But since we're here, then we'll eat first. After all, people eat. The two of them cooperated to search for supplies just as fast as they could. And as soon as Lu Yuchong entered the antenna room, he saw the small white pot on the table. Hey, how long has it been, babe? At this point in time, Lufluk's love for Red had become far greater than his love for the opposite sex. Ha, kind of sick, isn't it? It's fine. Let's go to the dormitory building. Knock knock. Shoo shoo shoo. The bullets were whizzing by, and the men in the launch area were surprised to still be on the bridge. You run, I'll fight. Lufluk consciously looked for a place to hide. Wang Yuhao a jet first to take away A, then a tiger squatting cannon shot down a person. The refreshed jet shifted direction again, firing 3 headshots to take the next one, the last one hiding in a rat hole. Eat my sticky explosives. By the time the enemy came out of the rat hole, Lu Yuxian looked dumbfounded. This where there is still the appearance of a person. The body is full of C4, full of 7. Do not know also thought that the C4 into the essence. Where did you get so much C4? Ugh, didn't Xiao Luyao tell you? This is my special skill. 7 C4 2 rounds of tiger squat cannon. Lufluk speechless. This skill is a bit perverted. It 7 C4 to the space base to blow up all. Then what is Chen Luyao's special skill? That one of hers? Ah, it's kind of the very best in gold. Bullet change speed increased by 50%. Magazine capacity increased by 30%. Every bullet fired has a 60% probability of being upgraded to a higher level, and a 20% probability of being upgraded by 2 levels. What's even better is that the first 2 can be increased to a random teammate. 666,666. What's the difference between that and being open? Wang Yuhao pondered for a moment. Actually, there are still some differences. For example, there is no lock. Didn't you say that Cosmic Star's Goldfinger is not as good as yours? Why do I think this Goldfinger is much better than mine? This system's golden fingers are sold at different prices according to their quality, and the host's golden fingers are all of the lowest grade. Don't blame others if the host is poor. My password. But think about it, Lulux's golden finger is quite good, at least for running knives. After all, can instantly return to full strength, can also increase the ability to sense. This has been very perverted. Only he needed a more powerful golden finger, and that alone wasn't enough to satisfy him. After you're done licking, let's go to the dormitory building first. There shouldn't be time to go to the cell block. The licking of the bag took so long that the two almost had to be caught by the trio that picked up the ascension. But the good thing is that those 3 people don't even want to care about Lufluk. They may be out of a big shipment, just want to run. Dormitory 3, inner room. Simon du Mayu. The music played and Lufluk opened the door to his eyes. Capsule coffee maker. Use of skills. Used up. Lufluk touched a handful of hiking bags with 2 compartments. No surprise, it must be champagne. High second red. Another casual touch of clothing, a buoyant infirmary. Simply a small 80W. And only 60W for the 3rd dormer room. Touch it yet. Someone's coming. Wang Yuhao saw that someone was following him at the west gate, and he immediately flew towards the center control bridge with Lu Yuxing. Not going to the cell block, that should be all that's left. Let's pull the plug and squat them. Okay, I'll stop by the black room and open a card. Mouse's bag isn't full yet, and he's still trying to be greedy. By the time the helicopter had 2 minutes left to leave, the 3 rats were finally ready to come to blows. Look at the gear they're carrying. 6 heads and 6 armored red bags in each hand, 2 guns each. At this time, Lufluk is hiding on the bridge, and this side will be handed over to Wang Yuhao. Originally, he thought it would be a good fight, but it turned out that Wang Yuhao sent the trio back to the warehouse with 5 C4s. It's a bit weak, isn't it? Not like that. It's not a ring match. It's normal for the players to have mixed strengths. Wait until tomorrow and you'll see what strengths are there. Confirmation that the package is on its way. Welcome home. Host, Lu Yuehui. Lucky value, 7. Red probability increase, 0. 84%. The special training system has been built. Please go to the special training as soon as possible. After coming out from the brain machine virtual world, Lufluk drilled into the system's virtual world again without saying a word. Start special training. Chapter 26, Evolutionary Essence. Countless models of Havoc soldiers appeared in the special training space just as they landed. Detected the host's gunnery skills are sparse. Prioritize gunnery training. Please kill the Havoc soldier with a headshot. Isn't that a bit of a stretch for me? I usually get a pedicure, you're making me explode my head? Fixing the feet with a small amount of money is certainly good, but the training is the quality of the host's onslaught, and hitting the head is undoubtedly the most practical. Never mind, I'll try it then. Lu Fluke just wanted to open the mirror, found that this gun has no multiplier at all. Even the machine sights have been deducted. Just a laser. This is to train Lu Fluke to pull the headline. After all, 5 bullets to hit 6 heads also only need 4 to 5 shots, the caliber of the big 3 shots down. But the Havoc Shield soldier was also going for headshots, which made it a little hard to fight. What are you doing, hey yo? He kept firing, kept trying to headshot the shield soldier, but this one couldn't hit it at all with a shaky hand. Why are there more and more soldiers here? The host's bullets will add 3 random Havoc soldiers once they land on any other part of the body, so please hone in on it, and the special training cannot be paused once it begins. The system then disappeared, leaving Lu Fluke alone to play in it. Looking at the increasing number of Havoc soldiers, he was about to collapse. Mother asterisk 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 I'll fight you. 12 hours later, Lu Fluke violently got up from his bed. It was already the next day. 2 hours left before the start of the interstellar ring, just as Wang Yuhao came to tell him to get up. I was thinking you weren't up yet. Hurry up, you're about to go to the star ring. Got it. Host, Lu Yuehui. Average rating of marksmanship, 4. Average level of consciousness, master. Average gaming level, 4. Hey, practiced headshots all night and feel like I can do it again. Space base. Launch area. How? To the centrifuge or to the president? Lu Fluke chose to lie down for a while first, letting Wang Yuhao and Old Black go poking around for information on their own. But it didn't take long for the Old Black man to walk out before he went down with a shot from AWM. I throw. Want me to come to the rescue? No, he has a self-rescuer. But Lu Fluke still sealed a long cigarette. The people in jail 3 had to choose to jump off the bridge. The 2 of them, Wang Yuhao, also turned their heads to the centrifuge. Lu Fluke saw no one, immediately went to the antenna room to open the food. Although there is no pot cover, 2 small gold he can accept. Geez, it still has to be this kind of match. They're all fighting and I get to eat cool again. He turned his head on the east end drawbridge and didn't have to worry about anyone at the assembly plant at all. The hearing head Lu Fluke brought with him plus the system attributes. Now Lu Fluke's hearing perception ability is an astonishing 200%. If there was anyone left at the assembly plant, he would have heard footsteps on the bridge. Goo, I really didn't eat it. It's cheaper for mouse. Meanwhile in Havoc's office, Demurin, is this the running knife boy you said was rescued by G.T.I.? Yes, it's just a rat. Notify the rat extermination and purification squad to come over and watch the live stream. The man's playing style is very singular, study it and you'll understand it all. Havoc smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth, daring to let running knife boy on the field for this kind of match. Isn't this looking for death? In the center control building, Bularu launched the roving missiles straight towards the assembly plant. That viewpoint was just in time to see Lu Fluke, who was about to break out of prison. Done exposed. He scurried towards the drawbridge, and the team from the center control building came to get him. As expected, Kampasala. Isn't there something strange about G.T.I.'s team today? How come there are only 2 of them? Reyes sat on the couch, white smoke billowing from the cigar in his hand. Sir, look at the assembly plant and what looks like a knife runner. Reese fixed his eyes on a mouse, but off to the side. Syed rubbed his head. I think I've seen this man before. Oh, where did you meet him? Saeed couldn't think of anything, just always felt a familiarity with the man, as if he had played with him with a knife. Don't remember, but he was strong. That's the only thing I remember. Reese laughed out loud. There was no way he could believe that the rat in front of him was a strong man. How could he be if he didn't even carry a gun? Sir, look, he's running back again. Anyone who was even scared out of his wits must be a loser. Reese turned off the live feed. All he cared about was whether or not the Mandalorian brick he'd captured was deciphered properly or not. Saeed, you come with me. Maybe you have some new gear to use. In the G.T.I. headquarters, Chen Luyao was by the commander's side, watching Lu Yueching's performance. Why was he found out? This Ularu was the ace of Universe 65, and others speculate that his special skill is comparable to perspective. The commander pulled up all of his data, which showed that his evacuation rate was a staggering 95.8%. The KD is even higher. The top secret mode KD is 8, and the other modes are even more staggeringly in the double digits. He's not an alien, is he? I think so. He's more fluid than the others, and probably has multiple tentacles, or arms. Lu Fluke luckily ran all the way back to the launch area, but the footsteps still did not stop. This situation is afraid to run away. Can only call for support. Wang Yuhao, help! Wang Yuhao directly rushed out of the black room and collided with the Ularu squad on the drawbridge. In the midst of the gunfire, Lu Fluke quickly ran into the black room seeking to rely on his teammates. How about I told you it's hard to run a knife in a race like this? It's a little difficult, so this one will go with you for now. Passing by the suitcase and opening it casually with golden light, What's this? It's the golden special skill. Hurry up and load it. Lu Fluke immediately picked it up, only to see his original B-Doctor character wearing skin, and the smoke grenade in his hand turned into a gas grenade. The Blackhawk dagger in his hand unexpectedly turned into a scalpel. This? What's this? Wang Yuhao was dumbfounded. This is character evolution essence. Old Black admitted that he was red-eyed. He still wanted to evolve into a Viking warrior, but he didn't expect Lu to be lucky enough to pick up the evolutionary essence first. This can only be used once per game, and lasts a full game at a time. This allows the original character skills to be altered and the strength to be drastically increased, but the burst rate of this thing is only 0.0000001%, and those who can pick it up are dog luck brothers. I didn't realize that Lao Fluke opened the box with a gift. Wang Yuhao is still shooting against that Uluru. Lu Fluke a long smoke directly sealed to the bridge. The gas bomb is surprisingly directly put down one person. Holy, that's really good. Take him while he's sick. The three of them fire up the bridge, and the proud alien Uluru has to resign himself to his fate. If I had an evolutionary essence like you, I wouldn't have been pressed into service. Old Black's KD is only 1. 1 for 1 is already his limit. Usually come out is to give Wang Yuhao and Red Wolf to play auxiliary. Don't worry, it'll all be there. Chapter 27, The Iron Flood Squad. By the time Wang Yuhao had finished clearing the map, Lu Fluke had also successfully evacuated. This evolutionary essence was simply made for him. Running Knife is afraid of being chased by others, with gas bombs who still dares to chase him. As soon as he enters the smoke, he will lose blood, and the end of a long string of smoke should also fall to the ground. Host, Lu Yuehui. Lucky value, 9. Red probability increase, 1. 8%. Unlocking the golden finger, manipulating Shunyata. The effect of this skill is that it is possible to manually intervene in the skill drop and travel path of the cadre. WDF there is this good thing did not come out early. This passive skill was unlimited, so wouldn't he be able to surround his enemies in a piggy bank with smoke? After exiting the game, Lu Fluke eyes confused. This Universe Interstellar company is not a little too hard ouch, my old back. After playing so many matches the only one that could make Lu Fluke exhausted like that was the 32v32 that lasted all day. Early the next morning, the door to the dormitory was opened by the commander, and today's match was a 32v32 flood of steel. Wang Yuhao went crazy. What he was laughing at needless to say. As the top 1 player of the Steel Torrent points, his favorite thing is to blow up tanks in the Steel Torrent mode crazy. Uluru, let's go. The two men hit it off right away. There was no need to hesitate in this match. These two were absolute ace fighters. Are you going to join us, Lu Fluke? We're one scouting bit short of our plan. May I? With a big wave of the commander's hand he was pulled straight up, then away. The playing field was a change from yesterday's coldness. Not only was it filled with spectators today, Lu Fluke realized that he even had fans. Although there were less than 1W followers of Lu Fluke in this live broadcast room that could hold hundreds of millions of people, this amount of attention was clearly not something that a running knife boy would have after only showing his face once. You kid opened up the evolutionary essence yesterday. Everyone's focus is on you today. Is that thing really that rare? The commander patted him on the back and spoke. Don't Versailles your boy. Rare or not, don't you know yourself? Evolutionary essence is not going to take up a special skill slot. It's another type of golden handshake that gets ranked separately. As of now there are only 3 skills that are the same as evolutionary essence, and of those, evolutionary essence is the rarest and most useful. Well, it's time for you to get on the field. This game is 5k points. Once we win we'll be tied with Havoc in points. Teams for this game, Universe 3G, T.I. vs. Universe 67 1 Sishi Zone. Points for both sides, 13667, 236666. Betting odds, 1-7 for G.T.I. 1-1. 5 for 1 Sishi Zone. Everyone started placing bets on Mutual Brain Online, clear bets on 1 Sishi Zone to win, and the commander bought G.T.I. to win with 1 kilowatt of Hafu coins. Come on, I don't wanna go broke. Chen Luyao rolled her eyes. This commander is good at everything but loves to gamble. The race began with the trio driving their infantry vehicles across the country looking around for signs of local tanks. Lu Fluke strokes to put a little brighter. Give me a look at the direct action. I try. On the hillside of Point E, the enemy's main battle tanks were on the hillside shelling Point E. Lu Fluke and the 3 of them got out of the car directly, handed the infantry fighting vehicle to another teammate, and the 3 of them opened up all their firepower. The darts disable the ads. Uluru goes over with a cannon to draw attention, and Wang Yuhao takes the opportunity to feel his way up and stick a ticket. There was a flurry of fire and turrets flying. Then the trio redeployed directly to the next round of offense. Who would have guessed that the enemy would have discarded Point E and started to move on to other points, trying to utilize their infantry superiority? How? Then fight. the ace pilot is in position. Wang Yuhao took Lu Chuxing and Ularu on the helicopter gunship, and the three of them began to frantically output at the position below, facing the incoming patrol missiles, only to see Wang Yuhao easily avoiding them with a roll. Don't underestimate me. I'm an ace pilot too. The helicopter was locked on just after dodging the roving bombs. Withdraw. The decoy rounds were not ready, only to jump out of the plane and go down to the infantry. After training, Lu Fluke is not the same. The hands of the Uzi out of the decisive gunshot head. The marksmanship has improved so much in the last few days? That's right. I'm a FPS boy genius. Lu Fluke lucked to reveal a long-lost smile. This is not the same as a cheap smile. This is really from the heart of the smile. This kind of smile with a sense of accomplishment was the missing part of his life. You two stop chatting. Come to life. A main battle tank surprisingly entered at point A. The three of them looked at each other in close cooperation. In the eyes of the pilot of the main battle tank, the three men were no different from the Grim Reaper. The only difference being that the Grim Reaper wouldn't let him die with such despair. Don't come over here. The driver's screams resounded through the sky. This was simply the most desperate time in his life. Watching the tank being blown up, and there was nothing he could do about it. Hacking Claw's flying daggers made it so that he couldn't even open the active defense. There was a loud boom and the world went quiet. The final match also ended with Lu's Fluke side winning, and the commander who had just bet 1 kilowatt had a smile on his face. I should have known. I should have borrowed someone else's Hafu coins to put together 100 million before placing my bet. 6. Do you believe if you bet $100 million, they have to lose? How? Chen Luyao didn't even want to talk through him. Whenever he bet big on a match I never won, but it's okay to win. Now Havoc will have to weigh our position. Do they really care about that? They want to win as easy as drinking water. The commander was also helpless. The first organization to reach 200,000 points would receive technological support from Cosmic Star Corporation. Right now Havoc was on par with GTI but might be overtaken again someday. Lu Fluke, who had come out of the virtual world, clearly saw the gravity on the faces of the commander and Chen Luya. Lost? What's with the sad face? We just got word that Havoc Tour is 1W points higher than us. The commander opened the ranking, and at this point Havoc was up to 25,000 points. How the hell does Havoc do that? Wins almost every single one of them. Lu Fluke has seen the strength of the Rat Extermination Net Squad. A person can put the Self-AU 3 people professional players team pressed to kill. This kind of strength is too horrible. We're bumping heads with Havoc in the next game. Let's try to vaporize them in the opener so we can still deduct 2k points from them. To put it simply, the probability that we can actually beat them is small in itself. Yeah, so what do we do? Lu Fluke suddenly shook, and the crowd thought he had a solution. What do you have in mind, Lu Fluke? Speak up. Me, I think we'll eat first. Chapter 28, Let's Eat First. He was exhausted after a game, and his kidneys were sometimes weak because he felt his body had been emptied after overworking. Well, let's not think about that. Let's go eat first. Wang Yuhao hooked on Lu's shoulders. The two fire speed toward the interstellar jump ship on the fly. Not to say that this Havoc has high technology. From the three-way intersection of the ring back to the base is also just a jump thing. The whole process took no more than 30s to complete the jump, and with the cafeteria doors open, the crowd was already salivating. Looks like there's a new dish today. Ha! The black brick-like thing was placed in the main food area. Lu Fluke smelled the flavor was not bad, just not very good. You want to try a piece of this, young man? Is it good this? I haven't seen it before. The chef cleared his throat. Delicious protein blocks, preferred natural ingredients to supplement daily needs. Don't look at his appearance, but it is healthy and nutritious. Give me a piece of that then. I'll taste it. Then I'll give you a suggestion. Don't eat anything else. This brick piece goes down to cover you for half a day without hunger. Lu Fluke did not believe in this evil, and took a bite in front of the cook. It's not bad. It tastes like chicken. Sound of escaping laughter. Chen Luya, who was on the side, burst out laughing, followed by the other cadres who couldn't help but laugh as well. Eating a mouthful of crumbs, Lu Fluke also froze. What are they laughing at? I'll go. Uncle, you're making protein blocks again today and trying to hurt people? Wang Yuhao, don't slander me. I'm using limited materials to make the most meaningful food. What do you know? Look at that young man eating happily. Wang Yuhao's eyes finally caught sight of Lu Fluke, who was sitting in his seat and nibbling on a protein block. Is it good? It was okay. Crunchy chicken flavor. Can it not be chicken flavor? After all, it's made of cockroaches. Put. Lu Fluke immediately began to vomit, and the scene was so spectacular that the crowd in the cafeteria was not in the mood to eat. No? Cockroaches? You have not seen the Snow Country train. This thing is not just cockroaches made, but there is not much harm. The energy to give quite a lot in it. And what? It's a kidney tonic. Lu Fluke regretted it, and suddenly felt that the protein chunks in his hand weren't so disgusting. Told you so. The remaining half of the piece he swallowed in one gulp. A bit of physiological regurgitation. But this stuff tonifies the kidneys. Chen Luyo brought a broom and a rag to clean up Lu Yueching's place for him. Move over, you're puking on the floor. The stomach acid mixed with the bricks gave off a pungent odor. But Chen Luyao didn't mind it at all. But only Lu Fluke knew that she was a person with no sense of smell. You still can't smell it? Yeah, even G.T.I.'s technology couldn't help me regain my sense of smell. I'm afraid I'll never smell again in my life. As she cleaned, she lamented the loss of her sense of smell as a child, as if the world was a shade less colorful. After dinner, Lu Fluke lying on the bed, one side to review the other side of the brain or Chen Luyao knows thing. She guessed that havoc should have been able to cure it, and that the reason it wasn't treated was probably because G.T.I. wasn't skilled enough. How are the medical conditions in havoc? According to Cosmic Star Corporation's census, there are a total of 586 public hospitals in Havoc, of which the hospital famous for treating the mouth and nose is in the Saturn III campus Havoc Medical College affiliated hospital No. 3. The host should prioritize the purchase of a star jump ship if he wants to go there. How many credits are required? 12. 12 discount, only 4,500 credits. Original price 7,000, now price 4,500. You got a discount? You're going to play the e-commerce game, aren't you? Isn't the original price 5,000? You think I'm cute? What? Systematic marketing model derived from contact with the people of the earth. Please correct any errors. You're supposed to be selling it for 5,500. Price revision in progress. Don't. I'll take it. Insufficient balance. 6. I had no choice but to frantically review and finally saved up 5,500 credits in one night. Payment with one hand and delivery with the other. Airborne to the platform outside the host's dormitory building. At the same time, the dormitory building alarm went off. Alert! Havoc jump ships are invading the dormitory. Lu Fluke immediately ran to the outside of the building, deeply afraid that if he was late, he would be smashed by others. Everyone go back to sleep. This is my jump fleet. Lu was lucky enough to calm the crowd, which saved the jump ship he had worked so hard to buy. Frog Fun too big to be true. It's so damn handsome. Body black and gold. Everywhere highlights the noble identity. The hatcho open inside the decoration is simply luxurious to the extreme. Even the connecting lines are made of gold as a conductor. The operating table is more intimate. There are tutorials for novices to use. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A night's effort was not in vain. Lu Yueching was too happy. The jump ship bought by his own hard-earned credits is not the same. The sense of achievement is full of awe. The commander also came immediately when he heard that a Havoc jump ship had arrived here. Lu Fluke, where did you buy it? You kid is rich enough. The commander also wanted the Havoc-style jump ship, but unfortunately it was too expensive for him, an iron cock, to want to pay for it. I bought it on the official website. Ha ha ha. That's 3 kilowatts of $50 for this one. You've really put your money where your mouth is. How much? It's 3 kilowatts. You think it's expensive too? I do. Lu Fluke looked at his account balance. The whole $600 million $50. Usually eat a meal to buy something a month, cannot spend 100 W. This frame jump ship even as long as 3 kilowatts. I'm not going to change it. Returns. No returns. Lu Fluke cannot cry. This 5,000 points to exchange for other bad? Does Goldfinger not smell good? Or is the 78-point book not practical? And why would he trade 5,500 credits for 2 kilowatts? Woo woo, he cried. He cried so hard that even the commander was confused. It's a good thing you bought a jump ship. We're getting married here in 3 pieces. Survival base, jump ship, and savings. You're just missing the survival base. I'm happy woo. The commander patted him on the shoulder. Men, it's normal to cry when you're excited. In the evening, Lu Fluke took Chen Luyao on board the jump ship, intending to take her to the hospital on Saturn for medical treatment. We're from G.T.I. Will they treat us? I checked. The public hospital serves the entire universe, so don't worry about that. But before we do, we're going to get a Havoc pass. Otherwise it will be destroyed by the Annihilator halfway. And then there will be no one and no money. Where are we going to do it? It seems to be the M78 Nebula, a place called the Land of Light. And I've heard that aliens from there have visited Earth before. Really? What do they look like? Looks like a silver body wearing red pants. Chapter 29 AUV. Manku 1st Batulu. M78 Nebula. Kingdom of Light. Happy Tunnel. What are you doing here? Did you come to rob our plasma spark tower? No, I'm looking for a Shafran. Upon hearing that someone was looking for Shafran, the people chattering and stoned around him instantly gathered around. You're one of Havoc's? I'm from G.T.I. The crowd dispersed, and it turned out to be someone from G.T.I., the fallen organization. Okay, you come with me. The 3 of them walked towards the village committee, and all the way, Lu Chuxing was observing the humanities here, and found that it was not too different from Earth. I even heard the familiar words, if you don't study hard, you won't even get a wife in the future. Fluke. Why does this place look so much like Earth? It's probably the culture they brought with them from Earth. As soon as I entered the village council, the door was opened with the following words, of, look who's here, isn't that Mr. My at the entrance of the village? You two don't know him, but he used to be the fastest and strongest bachelor in Mangquang. Lu Fluke, this is what cultural dross has been learned. Chen Luyao, after all, when learning a culture, the dregs tend to be more memorable. Old Mac quickly opened his mouth, go your bar, that has to be how long things, now I just a hotong cook, not a climate, you just give me some skin, don't say everything to the outside. He could panic. Back when Havoc attacked this place, the old Mac triple electro cannon, known to be the fastest and strongest, was knocked to the ground. Come on, what are you two doing here? Let's see, Havoc passes? Yeah, let's get a pass so we can go to the doctor. Shafuli nodded and pulled out a pair of old glasses from his shirt pocket. The black frames were yellowed and he didn't bother to change them. Another pen was pulled from the drawer. Holy, that retro? Dreaming back to when I was a kid. That's what my dad used to do when he led the certification. Shafran dabbed at his saliva with his index finger and proceeded to turn the pages of that entire book. Well, let's see. Names. Lu Fluke. Shafulin raised his eyes and pointed at Chen Luyao beside him again. Where is this girl doll? Chen Luyao. Well, you guys want a pass to see a doctor, right? Right. Alright, take it. He casually threw what had been a tattered slip of paper turned into 2 metallic cards. This is renewed after 3 years, then 5 years, and finally a permanent pass. Ooh, it's the same as an ID card. That's different. You're G.T.I.S. You don't qualify for Havoc ID. Then the door was closed, and it was done. Both of you. Then please return. I won't see you off. Thanks for today. Take this. Lu Fluke pulled out a bag of synthetic world from the crotch of his pants. Boutique Big Fruit. You keep it. You Manko should love this too, right? Old Mac was that quick, instantly tucking the synthetic world into his clothes. This is a good thing. I'll just keep it for now. I'm going home full of pints. Sending old Mac away, the two finally boarded the jump ship, which now allowed them to travel unimpeded in Havoc's territory. Jump prep in progress. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. With a swoosh the two reached Saturn in a single twinkling of an eye. In the first years of Earth's existence, it was assumed that life was only on Earth and the galaxy. It wasn't until later that Rice was the first to discover Saturn's native individuals, who looked similar to humans, but had 8 eyes on their bodies, on their chests, faces, foreheads, and hands. They didn't have a high level of tech, but all of a sudden they went from the Stone Age to the top tech level when they were taken over by Havoc. This one jump in tech level took them away from farming in an instant, and most chose to lie flat and accept Havoc's acceptance. Here it is. This is it. The third hospital affiliated with Havoc Medical College. People came and went in the huge high-rise building. People from different planets, different races, and different powers were here for medical treatment. Hello, the two of you this way to register. A lizard nurse lady guided the two all the way to handle the registration fee. Today Lu Fluke also had the luxury to hang up a specialist number. Spend $30 Patient no. 07. Chen Luya. Please go to clinic no. 23. Lu Fluke followed her into the consulting room, and the one sitting in the seat was surprisingly also AM78 Nebula Doctor. AUVC. It's rare that a G.T.I. comes to see us. Let's start with what symptoms. I can't smell. Haven't had a sense of smell since I was a kid. The doctor raised his glasses and looked serious. This is not a small disease. Treatment will cost a lot of money. How much? That's a conservative estimate of $1 kilowatt. Lu Fluke directly took out his bank card. Brush. Dropping. Payment successful. As expected of a G.T.I. That's bold. We'll schedule the surgery right away. No? So soon? I am minimally invasive surgery. Today after the night can be discharged. Half an hour later Chen Luya was kicked out of the operating room by the attending physician. It's going pretty well. We'll be ready to go at 3 a.m. Remember to call me if you need anything in the middle of the day. That fast? Not only is it fast, but it doesn't hurt at all. Chen Luya didn't even get anesthesia, and the whole operation was operated by a robot. Suddenly I don't think it's out of the question for Havoc to rule the universe. Don't get messed up in the Dawa Lu Fluke. You're right. I'm going to stand firm in my convictions and not accept Havoc's sugarcoating. The jump ship successfully landed on the base at dawn. Chen Luyao's disease was thus cured, and in just one day they were able to give back the sense of smell to a person who had no sense of smell since childhood. I also wonder how firm Flyu and the others are doing on Earth. It must be exhausting to be a Havoc soldier. The Earth. Havok Gangnam Base. Welcome Chief Flying Ujia to our Jiangnan base. A table full of Havoc's middle and high-level executives in Jiangnan was seated, and they cheered together, welcoming Firm Feiyu to Jiangnan. I came to Jiangnan this time to do 3 things. Fairness. Fair. Still ing fair. Good. Good. Very good. Ahahaha. Okay, everybody take a seat. We're on course for the future. On the other side of the base, Lu Yuehui was still hesitant to go back to Earth to take a look. Commander, why are you hiding in the corner? I found something fun. What is it? Lu Fluke immediately came up to look. What's this? Look at this frog. It won't stop jumping as long as it's wound up. 6. Isn't this something I used to play with when I was a kid? Haven't you ever seen it? No, my home is on the Mississippi River where there are mountains of soybeans and potatoes. See, you still know this. All are Earthlings. It's normal to know a little. You go to bed early. There's a competition tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow's match was a sword fight, and there was no doubt that Lu Fluke was definitely going to participate. Inside Demula office, the 3 of you will be going to the sword fighting tournament tomorrow, and you might even run into your old friend Lu Fluke. Can we not participate? Miku is now the squad leader, and they are taken in by Havoc to become the next generation of the rat extermination squad. No, if you show any mercy, don't blame me for experimenting on you biologically. Chapter 30, Good friends should give each other bells. Welcome, everyone, to the intergalactic whole living ring every Friday night. This program is exclusively sponsored by Yummy Yummy Really Yummy Idiot Brand Chocolate. I am today's host, Choi Shu Kuan. I love you, Mr. Kai Shu Kuan. I love you, Mr. Choi. I can't believe I hired Kai Shu Kuan to be the host. No wonder the idiot company is rich. MS. Sigh. You've been hosting for 2.5 years and you're still not considering a debut? Right. We've felt the enthusiasm of the crowd. So let me introduce you to today's teams. The first team to appear is the 34th Universe's Seth team from the M78 Nebula. I heard that their captain, Sailor Moon, is a master of sword fighting. The second team to come out is Team Fairy from Universe 12. Their slogan is, so what? The third team out is Team 78 Properties from Universe 5. Aminos. We see that their captain is also very enthusiastic. Came up to show their slogan. The fourth team is a team of neighborhood owners from Universe 6. And the captain's nickname is Papa Jiu. They are old rivals with the 78 Property team. There's going to be a good show today, followed by the final 2 teams. The fifth team from the third universe, the G.T.I. Agents. Heaven does not give birth to my G.T.I. The beacon is as long as the night. The 3 men shouted their slogans in unison, but the scene didn't seem to move at all. Ahahahaha. You may not be familiar with this team. They are the ace team of the third universe, and I heard that one of their team members has already saved a whopping $600 million by running knives. The whole room exploded at this statement. Surprisingly, someone can hold back from attacking fiercely. This person has quit drugs, right? The last team, the Rat Extermination Squad from the third universe Havoc, are new and are led by third universe Earthlings. Miko on the stage when Lu Fluke are stupid. The 2 looked at each other are helpless. Obviously once was a former teammate, but now can only meet in battle. Mika, do you really want to make an enemy of me? Yes, if I don't defeat you, we're going to be made into bioweapons. Lu Fluke, fight me to the death. Miku, Fluke Lu, private fights are prohibited in the arena. If not, the players will be disqualified. Okay, we see that the contestants can't wait, so let's get this match started quickly. Oh sorry, I forgot to read the rules. In this game, the use of any heat weapons is not allowed, nor is the use of man-machine guns. If not, the game will be disqualified. The team with the most kills will be the winner. The exciting match will start soon. The crowd successfully entered the match. Lu Fluke still skillfully took out the bee-doctor. This also brought the evolution essence. If the knife but also can throw gas bomb. The map appeared. This was born in the launch area. Because it was a knife fight, all the staff access and drawbridge were opened. That cannot be avoided in Jail 3 Big Battle. How does Fluke play this one? Neither Wang Yuhao nor Old Black had any experience in knife fighting. And only Lu was lucky enough to run the knife every day and use it a little more skillfully. Go straight to Jail 3 and explode with them. Can we see the current G.T.I. agents are crossing the east side drawbridge, already about to collide with the little fairy team? As the 2 teams met, Lu Fluke actually pulled out his smoothbore gun directly from his pants to inspect it. A scene that made the crowd almost think he was going to shoot. The Xiao Xian team saw the smoothbore gun and thought it was a shotgun and twisted their heads to run. This chaos also let Wang Yuhao seize the opportunity. 7C4 sealed their way. Unavoidable. So what? My goodness, this is like noise pollution. But it's quite effective. The game was on all mics and everyone could hear the roar of the little immortals. Aminos, shout your ass off. The captain of the 78th Property team couldn't stand it anymore and opened his mouth to curse directly. Announcer shuts down. The world is clearing up. Lu Fluke finally can't hear the noise anymore. and also peacefully taken the little fairy team first. After packing up the jail 3, Lu fluked 3 people directly up to the president, and Miku just happened to bump into each other. Fluke Lu, Miku, the two big battle is imminent, but Lu fluke is a good idea. Immediately use the essence followed by a long smoke to seal the corridor. Mika's blood bar in the crazy fall. You mother, you can't afford to play. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You've been playing with me for so long and you still don't know what I am? There was no way Miku could do anything but avoid the battle pulling into the president's room, where Black Koshi and Sasha hands stopped him in his tracks. Lu fluke, fight us first. Lu fluke a short smoke sealed at the bottom of the foot. The other two were also hung up on the poisoning. Wang Yuhao took the opportunity to throw C4 sticking to the head of the Sha hand. There was a loud boom and sparks flew. At this time Miku also played well to be towards Lu fluke again attack. The two people cut each other. Lu fluke directly give himself a needle blood back to full again. Come on, come and hurt each other. Let's see who wears out who. Your mother. At this time, the old Black released a small plane. Miku 3 knife by Lu fluke put down. Black small shirt with the hope of the whole village is ready to escape. But just come up to Shiyu father a knife sent away. Lu fluke pulled out 2 more apples and a clock from the insurance and placed them in front of Miku's box to worship. Ooh, our G.T.I. agents are quite the camaraderie, and know how to give bells to their opponents. But what next? The neighborhood homeowners team is already watching. Aminos, get out of my way. Only to see the security chief of the 78 property team directly bypassing the G.T.I. agents and charging towards Jiwoo's dad at a fiery speed. Aminos knows. 3 daggers, 5 knives, 10 knives. The two fought back and forth, delaying the victory and defeat. Even Lu fluke, who was watching from the sidelines, and the M78 Nebula Sate team got sleepy. Way to go, Captain Aminos. Way to go, Jiwoo dad. The two sides became a cheering section to watch the knife fight with its personal vendetta. Neither side was willing to fall into the wind. Papa Jiwoo even used a special skill, instantly recovering his blood ready to fight the blood difference. But Captain Arminus also opened a special skill, the Peerless mode, which lasted for tens of invincibility, and would directly fall to the ground when it burned out. 10. Papa Jiwoo comes in at a distance ready to stall. 9. Captain Aminos approached with a jet and slashed at Shiyu's dad's head. 8. Papa Jiwoo gave himself a shot, his blood was almost back up again. 7. Captain Aminos shoved a C4 straight into Jiyu's dad's mouth. You don't speak of martial virtues. What do you care if I speak of martial virtues? Aminos, just tell me if you're dead or not. Papa Jiwoo was the first to fall to the ground before Captain Aminos burned out. The final showdown came down to the battle between Team Setter and G.T.I. Cha. Chapter 31. Hey! Psylocke raised his sword and slashed. Lu luckily dodged with a sidestep, and then a poisonous smoke was thrown out. Into Lutoyo. He quickly circled the corridor, but the thoughtful Psylocke did not give chase, knowing that Lu fluke was baiting himself. I'm not going over there. If you want to win, come out and fight how you want to fight in a dignified manner. He urged Lu Yueqing not to play any dirty tricks while he was administering the medicine to hurry up and come out to finish the fight. Build. I can't stand it. Let's stop cowering and go out and blast him. Old Black tries to get on when he's skilled, but is stopped by a handful. Don't worry, there's still the last 5 minutes left on the clock. If they don't take the initiative, then don't even fight. We already have 5 lives here anyway. Psylocke's team had 2 heads so far, and the only way to make a draw was to wipe out Lu fluke's team as much as possible. And if they weren't even eliminated, then they would have to come in second. Come here you. You have the balls to go into the hallway. You've got the guts to go one-on-one. You have the guts to eat my poisonous smoke. Both sides are provoking each other to test each other like crazy. Now the scene is very anxious. Has developed to put hard words in the link? Are you sure you don't want to fight? There's only 2 minutes left. While Psylocke was cracking up, Lu fluke a poisonous smoke to seal the connection. You, what are you doing? I hereby fulfill your request. Start the fight. Don't you want to fight? Is it finally going to start? Let's just see who the final winner is. It actually ended the moment my smoke sealed out. Old Black had a big move to open the shock. Wang Yuhao's tiger crouching cannon directly knocked down 3 people, and Lu fluke went up and wiped Psylocke's neck. You mother, it's too brutal. This isn't a knife fight. It's like a prop fight. The audience was dumbfounded that a knife fight could even be fought like this in such an enclosed space. A sword fight is not about strength. It's about wisdom. It's so shameless. Won't you feel ashamed if you win like this? Shame on you. If everyone were to be like this, wouldn't it be 3 wyverns dominating the world? Although Lu won the first game by fluke, he was scolded by the audience for being all doggerel. And this kind of person is a complete villain in the eyes of the audience. I build. This can also be scolded. We do seem to be playing a bit obscenely. Just tell me if you won. Well, win. Winning is not enough. What do you care? Face is for others to see. From ancient times those who want face have died. Old Black tapped his head. Right, people who want to save face are dead. You rammer, do not want a face not also have to die. Ah, it was a win, but not a very honorable one. And this piece of cursing immediately circulated through the interbrain network. Of course there are voices to the contrary. Isn't it enough to win? Saying you can't use a gun doesn't let you use your skills? Is our win not on the line? Where to so much nonsense? Can win not on the line? I'm rooting for Lu Fluke. Have the balls to open me. Upstairs, kid luck you ho, your homeroom teacher is going to talk to you tomorrow. Seeing that things weren't going well, Kaishukuan immediately began to clean up the mess. That everyone, let's watch the game in a civilized manner and not argue. It's true that the rules don't say that you're not allowed to use skills, so there's nothing wrong with Agent G.T.I. He's fine, let me just say it. There's nothing wrong with us. Don't talk about others being dishonorable here all day long. How come I don't see you reflecting on yourselves when you're rats? What talent is upstairs? Your father I usually attack hard. Who is a rat? Usually slugging it out? I don't believe it. Send me your ID and I'll take a look. Ha 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 ha. I told you so. Our play, it's not wrong. Yeah, it's all about winning and not making mistakes. Okay, the points are in for our first game. G.T.I. agents are in the lead with 500 points. And the excitement continues. We take a break. I'll be right back. Back in the ready room, Lu Fluke took a bite of the Snickers clip he had brought with him to replenish his strength. Would you like a bite? Lu Fluke handed the chocolates to Wang Yuhao and Old Black. I don't eat. I've been losing fat lately. You're still losing fat. Why did I spy someone sneaking fried chicken last night? Ghost. Where did I eat fried chicken? Aha, you didn't eat it. The dog ate the fried chicken takeout I ordered. Lu Yuqing really convinced these two talents, pitting each other against each other all day long. Almost time for a drink and then it's time to go on. Dear viewers, our contest begins immediately. This program is sponsored exclusively by Tasty Idiot Chocolate. The second match began with the trio of Lu Fluke landing on the second post pass. How? Where to hit? Straight to the cell block Dosa La. Jailbait is the first to break out of jail, and it's another fantasy opening for the fairies to beat the G.T.I. agents. So what? All you up? You said that what? Lu Fluke to two-blade headlock their captain was the first to fall. So what? What do you say to that? The second man had his throat slashed again by Lu Fluke. Then what? The third man remained down and the minor immortals were taken down again. Great. No noise pollution when you sand this team. At the same time Jail 2 also want to escape. Wang Yuhao 7C4 blood wash 2 pass under the dog hole. Once inside the fall 2 disabled 1. I've already determined the location of cell 3. Jail 2 returned in full force and Jail 3 returned strong with 3 smoothbore guns. You have such sharp ears. The packs I don't have sharp ears. How can I run a knife? The 200% hearing perception bonus wasn't a blowout. And Lu Fluke had already locked on to their location when cell 3 was in the assembly plant. But now he heard another team's footsteps. Here comes the center control building. Get ready for a 1-2 punch. For real, a big melee like this? These two teams are 78 property and neighborhood owners, respectively. It's a narrow gap between the wrong people. Aminos, my boy. Aminos, my boy. Enemies were red in the face. And by now Lu Fluke had led the other two to watch the show on the bridge. Who do you think will win? I'm betting on the owner. I'm betting on the property. The two teams began to kill each other. Skills directly throwing, blowing up who counts who is unlucky. The scene was so chaotic at one point that it was impossible to tell who was who. Looks like the property won. Captain Aminos stands. Lu Fluke honors him as a man directly a poisonous smoke him home. In front of the blue room. It's time for the final showdown. G.T.I. versus Miku. Lu Fluke, dare to have a real man's duel with me one-on-one this time. I'll fight as much as I like. Stay out of it. The six-man melee began to hack and slash, with the Miku trio not having any advantage in Lu Fluke's poisonous smoke. Lu Fluke, Miku. Chapter 32, hurting each other. Originally thought that among the poisonous smoke Lu Fluke will take advantage of the time, but now the situation seems to be a bit special. Miku not only not disturbed by the poisonous smoke, but also more and more courageous battle. The two hurt each other, dodging back and forth to avoid dosing. Damn you, after chopping you a dozen times how come you're still alive? Hey, if I was so easy to deal with do you think I could have survived this long? Instead of being injured in the viewer's perspective Miku is moving faster and faster. His blood level is jumping slightly but is largely harmless. Goo, this is a great skill to have. This skill is practically tailor-made for knife fighting. I can't believe that this person has such a buggy skill. Suddenly I feel that Lu Fluke isn't really a loser. The Miku's skill is very special. He can use his blood to transform into special armor. This layer of armor can't hurt him at all and melee combat can only use a gun or a skill to deal damage. It's not Miku who's so contrary. Lu Fluke lucky is the most heavenly one. Right, with this Bugto fight a dozen round trip and still not alive. Both are monsters I can see. Offbeat's mom opens the door for Offbeat. At this time, Wang Yuhao and old black resolved Sha hands in black little shirt. There's something odd about their captain. Yeah, no drugs so far. Cut him a dozen times and he won't die. Lu Fluke spat. This kind of monster was really against the odds. Miku, what's your bug skill? Guess. After 3 minutes of stalemate, Mika's blood had been depleted to half-blood, and there was no way to stop this skill once it was turned on until it was worn down. La Fluke should stall for time now. Stall until Nico dies. But he doesn't know any of that yet. Come on. Keep fighting. Slow down. I'm not fighting. I'm leaving. The three of them immediately took off running, leaving Miku alone and confused in place. Why are we running? Old Black looked puzzled. Wasn't this a good time to beat them up? Do not run and wait for death? Such a buggy skill. Besides, we are so ahead of the points, why do we have to fight with them? Use your brain. The three split up. Lao Hei went to the bag-dropping evacuation point to choose to evacuate the battlefield, and Lu Yuchong and Wang Yuhao were ready to go after pulling the gate. It's worthy of Yu's reputation to utilize the competition mechanism in this way. Real men will only be hacked to death, and villains will live to tell the tale. Actually, I think Wang Yuhao's 7 C4s were enough to kill Miku several times already. G's won easily. I really don't know how I'm going to lose this one. Forgive him. Miku, even if he came, also cannot get dead himself. In the end, still have to watch their own evacuation. Don't run. The Miku is on fire at the moment. His blood is about to bottom out, and he's going to kill Fluke Lu before that happens. However, Lu Chuckluck kept traveling back and forth between the garden and the bridge, not giving him a chance at all. Don't you run away. I'm begging you. Don't you run. You chase me. If you chase me, I'll let you. He fled. He chased him. He couldn't get his wings to fly, but Lu got away with it and flew a long way. The movement of the two on the bridge angered Daemula, and a bullet came over to hit the Miku accurately. Game over. The winners of this knife fight match have been crowned. They are the G.T.I. agents from the third universe. Demurin slammed the table. He had spent such a large amount of resources to cultivate a new rat extermination squad, but he had been played by Lu Fluke. What's even more hateful is that Lu Fluke has no information about the skills of the Miko trio at all, and relies on lewdness to drag Miko to death in a hard way. It's a shame. It's a strange shame. Admin, when these three losers come back, make them into bioweapons for me. Daemula burst into a rage. Being played like that by a running knife boy was a career stain. It's over. Mika, they got away. What? Are the troops overseeing them fed? They were all given by G.T.I. The security camera panned out, and Demurin saw a group of Havoc soldiers all knocked to the ground, with a man standing in front of them. My name is Lu Sa, is the officer of the Havoc Shield Soldier Concentration Camp. Welcome to G.T.I. The commander stretched out his dark hands, and this Lu Za was considered to be taken in. Demulin didn't even think that she would be betrayed by Lu Za, who was clearly the most valued crony following her around, but would temporarily turn against her. Now immediately. Bring me these traitors. Sir, they're gone. We don't have permission to go directly into G.T.I. territory unless we're going to break the agreement to live in peace. Demurin calmed down. She shook her head helplessly. The PDA was signed by Cosmos as an arbitration. Once broken, Havoc would become an enemy of Cosmos. Next time I catch you in the act. G.T.I. base. Welcome our new teammate Lu Sa. Welcome. I'm Yu Fluke. We have the same family name. My last name is Za, and on our planet, the names are reversed. 6. Miko hooked Lu Za's shoulder and said to Lu Fluke, thanks to the good idea this dude came up with. Otherwise we'd really have to hammer you guys on the ground today. That's not a good way to say it without thinking I won because you let it go, isn't it? You can win if I don't let go? Do I need you to let go? Don't make excuses when you lose. Your mother. Both of them often tear each other down like this practically without getting angry. They just don't want to fall in line than the other. Alright. Since we have 3 new members in G.T.I., let's have Uncle Zheng cook another delicious meal tonight and let's welcome the new cadres. G.T.I. cafeteria. Come on, I made a new dish today. You must try it. Wang Yuhao immediately ran to the grocery window. What dark cuisine is it again? Quickly show me. Go. You, what dark cuisine? This is a new flavor of protein block I've been working on intensely. Lu Yuqing was the first to come forward. What's the new flavor? Know your stuff. It's orange juice flavored, so I'll give you a piece for knowing your stuff. Lu Fluke picks it up and nibbles on it. As long as he doesn't want it to be something made of cockroaches, it's not disgusting. Wang Yuhao gave him a disgusted look, then sat back in his seat. Lu Sa, are you eating it or not? I'll get you a piece if you want. I'm good, thanks. Lu Za is very cold. He does not say much, looks uninviting, but Miku was very shameless toward the Lu Fluke shouted, child smash. How not to ask father what? Get out. Okay. Miku flopped down aggrievedly at the commander's side, looking at him with 2 teary eyes. Commander, Look at Lu Fuyuki. He's being mean to me again. That's right, Fluke. He's a new comrade. Why are you being mean to him? Come on, just him? Shame on you. Do I have to care for him properly if I'm not going to be mean to him? Chapter 33, Tearing Up. Hi-ya. Here comes the chicken soup. Uncle Zhang came frantically from the back kitchen with freshly simmered chicken soup. Hey, everyone, drink it while it's hot. I've added meteorite to this chicken soup. It's iron replenishing. Meteorites? I's eat pretty wild. I only saw Lu Sa take a stone out of the chicken soup and put it in his mouth and shivered. By the look of the texture it would be a meteorite from a satellite of Super-Earth in the M65 nebula. Yo, there's still a master here who knows what he's doing. Lu Fluke lucky confused. Are not all meteorites? Where does it come from and where does it come from? I wouldn't dare. When we were in Havoc, we ate M75 nebulas. And it's really rare to get a high-grade item like M65. Looks like you're not a big official over there. I only got this thing through the commander's service. Geez, don't say that. Ahahahahahaha. The crowd was speechless. The commander really did get carried away too easily. Okay, the back is basically full. So let's eat. Come on, let's all toast to the new comrades. Lu Fluke looked at the black drink in his hand for a moment, did not dare to put his mouth. Until Chen Luyo also drank down when he dared to put his mouth. Put. A mouthful of drink sprayed directly into the rice. Lu Yuqing had never tasted something so bad in his life. What's wrong with you, Fluke? What the hell is this? A dark, sticky, asphalt-like drink. And even more unbelievably, someone else was enjoying it. It's 100 change water. Rex brought it over the other day. He said it tastes different to everyone. Something to do with a person's personality. So, you all have good personalities. Am I the only one with a bad personality? Chen Luyo heatedly smiled and explained. On the contrary, this drink will bully the soft and fear the hard. You feel hard to drink because he thinks you are very good to bully. I'm so bullied. I'm a bully. While cursing Lu Fluke and slapping the wine glass with his palm. It went on like this for 30 seconds before he took another sip in disbelief. Now the drink is honest. And for a change from the unpleasant ammonia smell, it's now peachy. Well, that's more like it, but it's still a little sweet, because I added saccharin. Uncle Zhang took out a yellowed cloth from his pocket, which was filled with saccharin. Anyone who thinks it's not sweet enough can just add a little bit themselves. This saccharin is much better than white sugar. A little bit can sweeten the flavor. Is it possible? It's industrial saccharin. You can't give it to people. Impossible. There's no such thing as not being able to eat saccharin. You see, I eat it every day and I don't see. Lulu. Uncle Zhang started foaming at the mouth halfway through his sentence, and the commander panicked. Call a doctor. Lu Fluke shook his head and fainted with it. It's not saccharin. Someone poisoned it. When the group woke up again, they found themselves in the middle of a dungeon. I knew Lu Zhao wouldn't betray me for no reason. Demurin walked up to the cell and looked at the struggling crowd. Ha. I knew you'd be furious. So that wasn't even Lu Zhao. The commander shouted towards Demurin. And in the next second the original Liuza took off his mask to reveal his original face. Ularu. Ha. I knew you'd pull this trick. So I wasn't even there. Demurin's face began to melt. And through it was just a robot. With a big wave of the robot's hand the Havoc soldiers upstairs came to the dungeon in full force, ready to strike down the crowd. Ha. I knew you weren't in person. Look behind you. A red line of laser appeared in the back of Demurin's head on the surveillance screen. And the only person not present, Speed Claw, was now behind Demurin. Let them go and I'll spare your life. Oomph. I knew you'd send someone. At this point Speed Claw took off his mask to reveal his original face. The Havoc sniper. Where's my Xiaowen? You mean that little ninny? I guess she was destroyed on the way here. I knew you would infiltrate our plans. I didn't even go over there. Uncle Zhang tore off his mask and underneath it was the clean-cut my Xiaowen. What about Uncle Chang? Lu Fu Luck was confused. Who is this and who is this? Is there a real person beside him? Enough. Show yourselves, all of you. Now all in the cell. Except for Lu Fluke and Miku, 3 people. The rest of the people are not themselves. Big brother, why are you guys so messed up? What was originally a pot of several people has now turned into a cell holding the Miku trio and Lu Fluke, as well as Demurin inside. And the situation outside the cell remained complicated, with the commander and Reese looking at each other in disbelief. Lu Sa and Wang Yuhao almost fighting. Old Black holding Ularu's hand, and the B-Doctor and Compass watching the show from the sidelines. The next moment Demurin's chariot rushed in to pick her up, leaving the crowd in a daze. So, who's going to tell me what's going on? We didn't know. We just planned a plan to kidnap Demurin. Who knew it would turn out like this now? I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Okay, let's get back to smoothing things over. In front of the round table. So someone tell me how our plan was exposed. I think there's a mole among us, Old Black said with great certainty. but Lu Fuyue did not dare to agree. That's not necessarily true. Maybe Havoc's firewall intercepted our message? So, what do we do next? It's all torn up anyway. Just wait to be sanctioned by Cosmic Star. Not surprisingly, the next day Cosmos sent someone to take the commander and Havoc away, and Demurin was forcibly removed. According to our investigation, it ended up being a violation of the PDA because of this man, who had a conflict with this lady's affair. Commander and Demurin? Yes, there's a story between them. Could it be? No way. Ha, I shouldn't have. I didn't hear that from the commander. With Cosmos gone, Lu fluked into interim command. The next game is about to start and the commander disappears? So how do we organize our tactics? Whatever, it's what it is. Calm down. Lu Fluke stepped forward. I have a suggestion. We can't get enough people together for the next 32v32. It's time to go recruiting. Recruiting? Where are you going to buy them? He suddenly gave a cheap laugh. Wasn't Demurin taken too? It's still you. What delta do you play without ing? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 34, The Return of the Originals. Shoo away. The roar of the engines landed on Earth. According to my observation, Jin Yufeiyu is now a high-ranking executive and is living a prosperous life. Thud, who was brushing his teeth and getting ready for bed when he opened the door and saw Lu Yukong standing in the doorway. Holy, why are you here? Get out of here. It'll be over if the Havoc soldiers find us later. Hey, don't worry. Just those few watchers around you won't be able to stop me. Walking into the hall of Flying Yu Li's house, HuffPost's uniforms were on the shelves, and a video of HuffPost's corporate culture was playing on the computer. And you just adapted? What else can you do if you don't fit in? If you don't fit in, you're going to die. Firm Feiyu is really temperless, talking and doing things softly. A little bit of young middle-aged look. Come on, follow me to G.T.I. No kidding, if Demurin finds out, he'll be hunted down. Lu Fluke didn't hold back a snort of laughter. She's been arrested. What are you still worrying about here? Busted? This can't be explained in a moment. Just come with me. Earth, Havoc Lake West Base, Hirazawa. Fluke, what are you doing back here? I've come to pick you guys up for G.T.I. Where's Tiny Bunny? Hongza's eyes dodged. Little bunny don't scare me. What happened to him? Hirazawa kept his head down and didn't say a word. He won't. He's been singled out by National Wave Takeout. In the restroom on the other side of the room. Sir, there's no paper in the toilet. I made. You guys don't want to do this, okay? I can't stand it. By the time Lu Fluke pulled Tiny Bunny onto the jump ship, he went straight into the restroom again. Finding it interesting, he elbowed Selfeiyu again. Just like you did back in the day. Getting one-upped by National Wave Takeout. Ah. Che, a good man is not a good man. Although it was single-killed by the National Tide Takeout, but is still the first main force in the team that year. The strength is here. As for Tiny Bunny, it's still inconceivable that Tiny Bunny is even a human being, not an AI croupier. Do you know where Nambawan and the others are? I can't search for their location. Flying Fellow shook his head and said, there's no need to look for them. They've already been made into bioweapons, and they're probably on a business trip on another planet right now. Isn't that a sad thing? Why do you say it so easily? Hongzhou waved his hand with a relaxed face. It is said that biological weapons, in reality, it is installed a bit of mechanical arm or what? They were transformed at the time after also came to show off in front of us. Asterisk. Mechanical ascension. Lu Luck thought that the Earth colonized by Havoc was in deep water, but he didn't expect it to be peaceful. Has there been no resistance since Havoc ruled here? Which is true. 8 hours of work every day, and a guaranteed base salary and 6 insurance and 2 gold, but also allocated housing, but also mandatory enterprises to give employees medical checkups, but also promote the Earth's science and technology, where there are still people complaining. Selfeiyu feet on the table. If Lu Fluke does not come, in fact, he is not unable to continue to be an executive. After all, leisurely in wages to take such gorgeous days who do not like. But the only annoying point about Havoc is also the deadliest. Their conscription is too strict, and they go to war everywhere from time to time, killing and wounding people. Yes, and I've heard that they've recently fallen out with G.T.I. and Asura. Yeah, Demurin got into a fight with our commander and straight up tore the PDA apart. Wang Yuhao felt a little hard at the thought of starting another offline opening fight. Alas, it's the populace that suffers when they fight, and the area under our G.T.I. control is starting to get a big draft, as well as hammocks. Come on, don't be morose. Let's go find the last team. Havoc training base. How do you play this spot? I think I can lie down on the ladder opening frame. Chen satiated pointed to the 2 rats at the bottom of the black room, which could just be racked from the mouth of the ladder. It's possible to frame it that way, but it's also easy to smoke. Is there a better answer? Hyde pointed to the ladder. You can just get on the ladder. Don't be ridiculous. How is it possible to get on a ladder? Chen Satiety is not going to believe it. Lying on the ladder, this is too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Exactly right. Worthy of being a soldier brought up by General Flying Fellowship. I testify that it's true. In the training room, Firm Feiyu breaks in, and the trainer immediately stands up to greet him when he sees it's Firm Feiyu. No need to be polite. I've come to fetch the three of them away. I didn't get a notice? The trainer was half convinced. After all, Firm Feiyu was still a native of the earth. He couldn't be fully convinced. This is a notice from Demurin. A piece of ephemera covered the trainer's face, and Tiny Bunny took the opportunity to stun him with a mallet. Okay, let's go. The next second the alarm went off and Havoc's soldiers flooded into the training base in large numbers to begin the alert. It's ruined. Run. The crowd immediately pulled their legs and ran. Chen Luyo pulled Luo Qing and left. This scene happened to be seen by Chen Satiety. No, who are you? I built it. You two stop talking for a moment. Go back and talk. But it was still a step too slow, and Dormammu blocked the crowd's path. Guys, where are you planning to go? Dormammu is not human. His face is composed of black and gold liquid and his body is a collection of meteorites and dust. Dormammu, Demurin told me to come and get the man. Are you going to stop me? Take someone? Take who? Take Lu Fluke or Chen Luyo or these wanted criminals? Firm Feiyu cold sweat. This is trouble. This Dormammu was not a normal human thinking caught by him that would be a disaster. Tie them up for me and shoot them if they try to resist. Slow down. If you're a man, come with me for a gentleman's duel. Lu Sa stepped forward. He knew all of Havoc's rules. You want to issue a royal duel against me? Exactly. Sadly, I don't have a gender. It's broken. Can't lock. This. Lu Sa CPU are burning. Havoc's rules are a real man's game. Nay, Dormammu has no gender at all. It's over. Let's admit it. Fluke, do something. Chen Satiety pulled on his sleeve. Don't pull me. There's nothing I can do. Just hang on a little longer. Well, cut the crap and arrest them. As soon as Dormammu gave the order, the surrounding Havoc soldiers gathered towards a few of them. It has come to the moment of life and death. Lu Fluke brain burned, or cannot break the game. Falling into a trap. Saeed descended from the sky with the Asala guard, and Hammock's tanks crashed through the surrounding fence. Move. Go. The crowd escaped under the cover of Saeed, who also managed to retreat with his guards. Only Dormammu was left with a confused look on his face that I had allied with Asura. Damn it. Report this to the company. Go. Chapter 35 Return to the Ashes 32v32 Ultra. Armageddon. Early the next morning, the ring was about to open again, and Lu Fluke led the team to the ring, standing across from none other than the 32 elite players from Havoc. Yale. See that group of bugs? Today our task is to wipe them out. The thought of them kneeling and begging for mercy later makes me a little hot. Lu Fluke was upset in his heart, but he absolutely did not dare to underestimate these 32 people, as the elite players that Havoc had spent millions of supplies to train up. No matter whether it was special skills or gun sense, they were all top-notch. That being said, I assume you all have your special skills Havoc set up. Flying Fellow nodded. His special skill was also hand-picked by Demurin, jumping ability max. Alright then, get ready to start. This map is trying to blow up C1 with 2 guided shots. War never ends. Havoc pinched the throat of this desert with an armory, sparking a war that turned the city into ruins. Negotiations failed. Managed to use skills to break through the sentry barricade right at the entrance. An advance force of armor and fighters was about to launch an assault. The orders were clear. Make these bandits disappear forever. Not good. Incoming missiles. Find favorable terrain to counterattack immediately. Once in the game, Lu fluked a long cigarette to split Havoc's gun line, and everyone arrived at their familiar spots without any danger. Miku, let me get stuck in this spot. Position across the street is not wasted. Just leak half ahead to hit the whole stronghold. Black shirt, don't get sniped to death. You can still snipe from that position. Miku, don't curse me. I'll wash my hair upside down if this hits me. Phew. A bullet to the head and Miku falls to the ground. Luckily Lu is lucky to be around. I made it. What kind of eyes does this person have? This can spot me too. Come on. I told you the opposite side is elite. You might as well take an honest shot at a different spot. Flying Few leapt back and forth in the position with his AKM, jetting in for a kill and jumping onto the roof with a single jump. And it had to be said that Havoc's skills were just going to be right on the money. The current killing god descended, jumping back and forth and jetting. This extremely fast speed made Havoc's opponents have no way to follow the gun. I'm going. Is this guy a fairy? Jumping around? Can't catch him. Luo Jieshur, as the captain of Havoc, couldn't do anything about flying firmament. I'll do it. A woman stepped up to the plate, and from 100 meters away she predicted the landing point of Flying Firm's jump and collected him with a headshot. I'll go. This entry is Katsura. He was jumping around like that and it was a pipe dream that anyone could headshot him. But someone did. All be careful. The sniper on the other side is strong. Luke immediately reminded the crowd that he was still frantically saving people at the front line. I found her. Watch me snipe at her. Old Black stood on the edge of the cliff, and the at-4 missile flew straight towards the sniper with a single shot. Corpsman, bomb the infantry with missiles. Captain, court-martial him. Luo Jiesher, ************ Q. This is a game, not a war. Where is the court-martial? Next time hide yourself better. For the rest of the day Old Black sent her a missile every time he saw her. A missile when he saw her show her head, and machine gun fire to suppress her when the missiles were gone. Ha 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 ha, come, pair guns with your grandpa. The M250 in Old Black's hands is as good as having no back seat. Hitting a spot everywhere. The other side of the hill. Tiny Bunny, here, prepare the self-destruct soldiers. Roger that. 3, 2, 1, go. Tiny Rabbit with a C4 towards the A point of the bunker wildly. The firelight a bomb Hongzhe may collected 4 heads. A point at the moment no one occupies the point. Jail Feiyu see the situation immediately into the fence. To one person into the A point he will kill. Kill the end of the get down. So that the opposite side of the snipers is very difficult. Rogues, Cuenca, send that Tigger some grenades. Captain of the pack. I have to send him if you don't say so. Anti-personnel grenades directly triple shot fell at the feet of Firm Feiyu. Good thing he reacted quickly with a jump to avoid most of the damage. But the next second is another headshot. Firm Feiyu again drink hate northwest. Mother *********. Did the sniper on the other side turn it on? So accurate? Firm Feiyu. You're at least a general trained by Havoc. You can't beat a sniper juggler, right? Luke covered his mouth and taunted. And immediately, was in high spirits. He was actually taunted by Luke. A running knife boy. Build. Mouse turns on the battle mode and the BGM comes straight up on its own. Down, 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 down. Luke is in 3rd place on the scoreboard at the moment, and on top of him are 2 killers. Eat me C4 old man. I, Luo Jiesher, will never lose to a G.T.I. mole. The 2 frantically fought back and forth in their positions, one breaking out into a bloody path. Their strengths were neck and neck. Mai took out a bubblegum and stuffed it into her mouth. The sniper scope aimed straight at the opponent's sniping spot. Seconds if it leaks. After 10 minutes of time had passed, point A was still taken by Luke's side, and at this point, there were still 278 troops left. There's still so much left, and I didn't save many people, did I? Lu Yuqing was still puzzled, but the next second he saw Li Ernio weaving back and forth in his position. Ernio? When did you come along? I followed Flying Fellow with me. He sent me a message before he left and I was picked up. Luke was originally scheduled to be G.T.I.'s guards on the field, but now look at this 32 people in the basically all the teams on Earth. Fine, you go. I'll save the day with you. Today's match is still live throughout, except that G.T.I. and Havoc dish chicken to each other to see a lot fewer people, but Luke because of obscenity has a lot of fans. These fans were also very self-conscious about coming out to cheer him on. Fluke, you're my god. Be obscene. Don't die too many deaths. I'll change my face when the time comes. Go G.T.I. Havoc. Hammock lands an elbow strike on Saeed. Go out and look good. Ahem. Got it sir. Under the brilliant leadership of Lu Yuqing, G.T.I. was as powerful as it was open. And Firm Feiyu also managed to top the points first, and by the time they reached the C area, Firm Feiyu and Lu Yuqing leveled the C1 with 2 guided explosions. I'll go. Isn't this harder to fight? It's over. This one's going to turn into a meat grinder. Wang Yuhao, you go open the way. Gotcha. Luke and Ernie's long smoke blocked Wang Yuhao's gun line twice, and Luna marked everyone's position with a probing arrow. Next up is the hit feast. Firm Feiyu made a jump to the roof of the C2 room. The 78-point position is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is a good position for clearing the platoon points. All on. Try not to give up if you die. Ernio and I will come to your rescue. Charge. Chapter 36, Super the 6 Brothers of the Ashes District. 32v32 Duel. Meat Grinder. After a wave of fierce offense, Havoc not only did not dismay but struggled more and more strongly. Roan, kill out with me. Gotcha. Luo Jiesher first sent Jinyu Feiyu and Wang Yuhao back to bed with a shuttle, and then threw out C4 to blow up a large group of people. G.T.I.'s offense is falling apart at the seams. Intergalactic Cell. See, that's what Havoc is capable of. Che, still strength. Really strength can still let us play to C area? Demurin smiled contemptuously. Do you really think they came to C because they couldn't fight? The commander's brain exploded. Bad trick. You guys, aren't you afraid to roll over? Why be afraid? We have absolute confidence. Just wait and see. On the battlefield, G.T.I.'s troop strength continued to dwindle. and the situation became progressively more dire. The air defense sirens began to sound. The first of Havoc's guided had descended, and Lu Chuxing immediately began to direct the crowd to retreat. Run! Run! Despite this, there were still quite a few teammates who died in C2. This one knew that the missile ate 20 troops directly. The crowd resurrected and still rushed towards C2 without any hesitation. Don't be afraid. Keep fighting. The last 100 troop chances. G.T.I. success or failure depends on these last 10 minutes. Firm Feiyu. Follow me. Wang Yuhao and Flying Firm were united in their thoughts and jumped into the enemy's position as if they were Pacific Rim operators. Mother asterisk 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 kill me. The two of them opened up a vacuum while Mai and Luna cleared the hexes around them in the back. Found it. A scout arrow. C2 is a meat grinder right now. 64 men, each one charging. None wanting to lose this game. This fatal matchup. Erniu. Seal the smoke. Quickly save. Lu Luck and Li Ernio kept rescuing at the back, trying their best to minimize the damage. The air defense sirens sounded again. This time it was Wang Yuhao's guided missile. It's over. The last missile. Shoo away. The stronghold was cleared and everyone in G.T.I. stepped forward ready to end the battle. But the next second the air raid sirens went off again. And the masters. Withdrawal of. Time is running out for the missile to hit right in the center of C2. The G.T.I. is taken down again and the force is about to burn out. Is it still going to lose? It won't. Try again. Cosmic Star Corporation executive level. There's something about this G.T.I. command staff. Yeah, why didn't I see that? No, it's just a regular guy. Zhao Chuanxian would be interested in Lu Fluke. How a knife runner could get these people to listen to him like that. Obviously, he doesn't even fire a gun and still manages to lead his team to victory gradually. Have you noticed that Havoc's side is a little out of step? Yeah, some people are already backing off. That's not a good sign. This G.T.I.'s playing is so crazy. It doesn't care about troop losses. It looks like it's going to go to overtime. Intergalactic Cell. How about that? I told you we have absolute confidence. That's not necessarily true. You see, it's going into overtime. Demula was dumbfounded. Overtime? G.T.I. actually made it to overtime. What are they doing for food? Where's Jinyu? Are you talking about the General Flying Few that you promised an official position? Paid him a salary of 1 kilowatt half dollars per month, and spent a lot of money to train? How do you know? He's a G.T.I. man now. Along with your exterminator squad and the other teams at the training base, they're all G.T.I. men. Demurin was dumbfounded, or else she hadn't seen the people she'd trained on Earth, so they'd all been scooped up. Damn it! I'll kill them! Ha 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 ha! Still killing them? Think about how you're going to get out first. With that said, the guards came and opened the cell where the commander was being held. According to our investigation, you are not primarily responsible for this incident. You may leave. Thanks a lot. The commander made a face at Demurin as soon as he turned back. It's the last minute. They can't hold out much longer. Come on. Lu Fluke kept boosting his morale, and now with unlimited troops, it was G.T.I.'s turn to counterattack. Kill me. The crowd swarmed and finally took C2 in the last 5 seconds. Winning. 1. Phew, scared the hell out of me. Almost thought I lost. Ah ha 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 ha, it's okay. It's not a win. This was the first time G.T.I. had a higher ring score than Havoc. Woohoo! Hey, win! It's good to win! It's good to win! Lu fluked the crowd to get on the star jump ship and immediately evacuate, leaving the Havoc crowd in place. Demurin in the dungeon smashes the wooden table in anger. Not only did she get robbed but she lost the game. Now Havoc is going to have a good talk with her. Back in the G.T.I. base, the commander had long since eaten Uncle Chang's protein nuggets and waited for the group's triumphant return. Exuyo, you're back. Eat a piece to replenish your strength. Never mind, you keep it for your own enjoyment. Chen Luyao returned the protein block in his hand to Uncle Zhang, and the commander clapped his hands. That I have news for all of you. The offline battles will begin soon. Do we have to be on the field when the line kicks off? Naturally, we don't have to. We have arrangements. But it does mean that the frequency of your participation in competitions is about to increase dramatically. The only way to end this war is to reach 20 W points right away and get support from Cosmic Star Corporation. For the rest of the game, I want you guys to not lose a single round. Can you do it, Lao Fluke? Shouldn't we ask everyone about this? The commander patted Lu Fluke on the back. You haven't recognized your own position. Ask everyone. They all believe you. Get real. I'll be a running knife boy. You're a general. You may not know it yourself, but you command the game well when you play it, and people are happy to listen to you. The commander signaled Lu Fluke that he didn't need to say any more. No need to push. My position will be yours from now on. I have to go support the offline matches. Good. Then I'll take the position of commander for now. Chen Luyao smiled slightly. Lu Fluke finally recognized his position and accepted his destiny. Havoc's foreign expansion is bound to lead to a lot of trouble, and all we have to do is stop them and stop sacrificing innocent people. Lu Fluke, lead G.T. Ion, and together we will join forces to extinguish Havoc's tyranny in the cradle. The commander put on his ducktail and proceeded to leave the base and run to Havoc's allied command site with G.T. Ion Asala. All. Meeting. Chapter 37, Special Training opens. Lu Fluke appeared in the conference room with all of G.T. I's cadres. Everyone listen to me? Flying Firm has brought all of Havoc's training materials. Starting today. Special training. Move it. Move. Lu Fluke left and directly lay back on the bed. He wanted to improve, that would be too easy. Chen Luyao, don't let anyone enter my room these days. Ha, what are you doing? I specialize. Lu Fluke directly locked the door. Directly began to brush the credits to do special training. Woke up live running knife to accumulate the lucky value. Sleep on special training. 7 days down the line. He did not go out one step in his room. Chen Luyao began to worry about whether Lu Chuxing was dead inside. If not for the warm water bottle sent out every day to prove that he was still alive. Host, Lu Yuehui. Lucky value, 23. Red probability increase, 2, 76%. Host, Lu Yuehui. Average level of marksmanship, 6. Average level of consciousness, patriarchal. Average gaming level, 5. Woohoo! That's quite a catch. By the time Lu Fluke walked out the door, he saw that it had already started to snow at the base. At this moment, Chen Luyao was walking over with a warm water bottle. Yikes, why are you out? Is the retreat over? Yeah, I got the news that the competition is the day after tomorrow, and I was thinking it's time to get out and get active. He opened his arms in a chest-expanding motion, the first time he'd fully moved his muscles in the last 7 days. Ugh, where's Satsuki? You call her Satsuki? So familiar. Chen Luyao was obviously a bit jealous. No, just asking. She's in the kitchen, preparing lunch for everyone. Chen Luyao led Lu Yuxing to the cafeteria, where a wide array of dishes were placed in the window, and Uncle Zhang ate his meal and greeted Lu Yuxing to come and try it. Come on, Fullness cooks much better than I do. Chen Luyao faced disdain. Not just cooking, who does not know yummy. Xiaowen, when are you going to learn from Chen satiation? You're cooking that's really not complimentary, and you're sick of it. My Xiaowen pulled Wang Yuhao's ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lu Fluke secretly smiled. Not bad for rake ears. Yikes, lucky you got out. Come on, I made you chicken soup. Chen satiated himself and handed him a bowl from the casserole on the side. Ah, good. In one bite, it was silky smooth and savory. It's so comforting to have this bowl after 7 days of eating instant noodles. Soup warms the heart and the soul. Seeing Lu Yuqing drinking happily, Chen satiated unexpectedly smiled as if he was doting on him. Whatever you think tastes good. Hey. At this moment a sour smell came from the house. Whose vinegar has overturned? What a strong sour flavor. Lu Sa passed by from the side, not forgetting to flirt with a sentence. Get out. Chen Luyao let out a roar. Quite like Zhang Fei at the Dangyang Bridge. Chen Satiety also snorted contemptuously when she heard her jealousy, which made Lu Fluke, who was caught in the middle, very embarrassed. That, you too. Go, let's eat. Satisfaction still has to go to the back kitchen to wash the dishes. Fluke, I even made you several dishes. Come to the kitchen and I'll feed you. Oops, what a dilemma. Both of them are top beauties, and Lu Chukhong really doesn't know who to go with. Hello, Commander Luyao has something for you. Chen Luyao had no choice but to leave. Lu Fluke was pulled into the back kitchen by a handful of Chen Satiety. I thought you said there were a few dishes. Where is it? Come with me and you'll see. Walking to the back kitchen, Chen Satiety closed the door. The lights around were dim, and for a moment the atmosphere was ambiguous to the extreme. Chen Satiety took off her own jacket, revealing her proud figure. Lu Fluke's throat knots moved. This feeling, he was afraid that he was going to be eaten. The food. It's here. Only to see Chen's Satisfaction lifted off the white cloth on the table, and underneath was a large table of food made by Chen Satisfaction. How am I supposed to eat all the food you make? It's okay. I can still feed it to the dog if I can't finish it. The dog was also accented. The implication was all too clear. Ahem. I try. When Chen Luyao came back, Lu Fluke or dizzy carbon fainted. You fed him sleeping pills. Which is not. I just made him eat more. He's all carbonized. Waking up again, it was already nighttime. Chen Luyao and Lu Fuyun were left in the kitchen. The raging cold wind blew him a little stinging. Wake up. The game is tomorrow. Get some early rest. Well, you go back to bed early too. The next day. Welcome to the Intergalactic Tournament. Today's match continues to be our most brutal map yet. Space Base, top secret. Let's invite the contestants in. Lu Fluke once again on the march. The first battle of the new era he wants to win beautifully. Everyone from G.T.I. wait for me to come back. Go Fluke, go for it. No havoc in this game means no one knows about the Fluke play. The running knife. This time, the location was very awkward. Cell 2 location. This location would be hard to run out of even if a god came. Gee, I'll see you at the usual place then. Inside the small, closed space under the stairs. Fluke kept squirming and squirming. This place was just so good that no one would have guessed there was a rat under the stairs. Knock, knock, knock. Unsurprisingly it's cell 3 on his way over. But no sound patterns are present, which means it's still in the canning area. Footsteps also appeared in front of his co-workers, and it looked like Jail Big was going to collide with Jail 3 and Jail 2. Sit back and watch the tigers fight. Why is this man's fighting style so familiar? This 78 points. Is it not that man's disciple? Maybe that's the one. Earth is finally connected to the Interbrain network and can also watch the interstellar ring match. Fluke's view of the two teams gaming back and forth in the print room. It was a thrilling experience. By the time Fluke got here the picture was completely different. Ah, so sleepy. When will you finish playing Nah? This process went on for a good 6 minutes, and Firm 3 had no choice but to be taken down. Fluke secretly practiced hope Jail Big hurry away not search assembly plant. But JD was also very obedient and was ready to leave after finishing his bag. But it's a fake out. They're tricking Jailbait into coming out. Oops, still trying to trick me. Lou with 200 plus hearing Fluke knew they were racking the boxes at the jailbreak and he was never going to come out without waiting for them to leave. Anyone? Cell 2 probably didn't brush anyone off. Let's hurry up. We'll be in trouble if we get centerfold later. Jailbait is gone, leaving the assembly plant and 3 boxes for Lou to suck on. That's so extravagant. You don't want any of the semi-durable 5 heads. Ha. Load up. I haven't even started eating the assembly plant yet, and the gain has already come to 80W. I shudder to think how much gain I'll get after licking the assembly plant. With a brisk pace Fluke began to lick the assembly plant. This place is not much resource points, but the burst rate of rocket fuel is really high. Yo, you're not picking this up? Jail 3 was in a hurry to fight, didn't even look to see if the rocket fuel was brushed or not. 6. This doesn't even pick up. I can see it's him. You Fluke. It's still a Fluke brother. Running knife on the stars are. Running until one's bent waist finally straightens up. There are people running knives to the stars. So can I be far away from running knives to heaven? Chapter 38, Running Knives on the Stars. We're Jedi Knife Runners. At the moment Fluke's earnings came to 230W. As long as it is the assembly plant workshop again out of a red. Then the bottom of this guaranteed also have a third place. 200's hearing showed that the blue room was fighting at this point and the president had 3 teams fighting and couldn't believe how lively it was. But as far as I can tell, the center and dormitory buildings should be empty. Which is good. It's a clear route. And it's a clear thought process. Hey. Unfortunately there were just 6 little golds on the assembly plant floor. Not enough to feed him and open the coded door. The ground seems to brush something. I throw. Graphics card. Ha. This place can still swipe a video card? I haven't even read this room. The video card is too much of a pain in the ass. I thought only the antennae would come out. After these 7 days of grinding, the 2% plus probability bonus makes getting out of the red no longer difficult. And almost every hand is a big red game. 15 minutes into the game, a video card and a fuel, and licking the rest of someone's box. There's no better way to start a game. Then he made an earth escape to the center control building, and sure enough it was searched clean, but the 3rd floor of the center control was still open. This place hasn't given me food for a while. Can we get a tank? A rifle truck? Open the door. BGM plays. Simon, are you? I build 2 bullhorns. That's the right burst rate. Dog luck will always be sanctioned. It always feels like there's a statement. Is the dress the ambush? Fluke never knew to touch the clothes. Waiting to finish the other supplies he opened the clothes. A card, please. Ding. Hotel Spade Room. Ha. It's not a red card, but that's not cheap either. 130W is kind of expensive, and it's only 40W cheaper than the East End drawbridge. Oops, gotta eat it. Hey. At this moment, Hungza and Little Bunny outside the field were dumbfounded. Sir, what do you think about how Fluke's explosion rate is so high? We have not also encountered a big red game. A hand of 5 red and with the African star. But Fluke seems to have all the big red innings. Fluke's explosion rate with other players is simply 2 worlds. Where he touched the container, there is a high probability of red. Flying Fellow was all but contemplating whether or not he could bring a Fluke with him when he pummeled. His own fight let him touch the resource point. So out of the red 2 people share a point. Think about it, is beautiful. The central control building was a decent haul. And the next step was the dormitory building's inner room. I lost. Where did the footsteps come from? Fluke heard 3 footsteps in the dormitory building, which were very chaotic and did not sound like AI. There are still masters? Still coming to the dormitory building at this hour? In the dormitory building. Captain, this blade must be saved. When it's about time, we'll go mix smoke evacuation. This pickup trash are 1 kilowatt. Too good. The guide's camera pulls back and realizes that none of the 3 men in the dormitory building are armed. A total fluke of a fellow traveler. A fluke is about to collide with a peer? It's not so bad, is it, that there can be a peer? 3 people running knives is so unprofessional. When Lu Fluke arrived at Building 3, he was greeted by 3 knife boys. The 3 of them pulled their legs and ran when they saw Lu Yuxing, and Lu Yuxing also took off running. Both parties fell into deep thought as they listened to the fading footsteps across the room. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? So, you're a knife runner too. But adhering to the principle that rats don't disgust each other, those 3 went to the center control building. Lu Fluke was satisfied to eat on the dormitory building in the house. Use skills. Skills have been turned on. As soon as Lu Fluke entered the door, there was an extra bottle of champagne on the shelf, and another bottle inside the open hiking bag. Geez, this is coming to make me want to take a sip. Ha. 2 bottles of champagne have just gone down. This now the safe is stuffed to the gills. And looking at the time, it's time to head to the main floor for a bite to eat. The centrifuge gates have been pulled. 90% are safe at this time. And as for the remaining 10%, don't ask. Ask and you've been caught. The gunfire on the main floor had stopped. The fights were over. So go over there now and you might get some leftovers and a couple of good guns. Silent Step Mouse was online again, and he reached the centrifuge with a single earthbound move. Wait, this didn't see it? Just walked in and the antennae pot was sitting on the floor, surrounded by computer cases that had been flipped over, leaving a pot. No, something's wrong. Cautious Fluke suspected someone was fishing, sealed off with a long puff of smoke, grabbed his pot and ran toward the perimeter. Gunshots did ring out behind them. Holy, these CS. They're fishing here. Almost Fluke was about to be caught, but the other side was also holding a grudge and chased Lu Fluke to the center control building. It's broken. Do we have to do it again? I remember that team just now was heading toward bug control, right? Lucky you're really CS. To the center control building, Lu Fluke without stopping immediately ran to the sand, and later followed the team and the Blades team collided. Shots rang out from the center control building and Fluke to the roundstaff passed back to the main building again. Scared the hell out of me. Luckily I had someone to cover for me. Walked up to the president. Lu Fluke found that there are 12 boxes here, together with the death of 4 teams here. That puts the game plus the Fluke that's 7 teams, which is a lot of fun. Now that we're left with Romy Universe Inc. from Universe 6, and Fluke Lu from Universe 3's G.T.I. battle team. We don't know how this rat is going to face 6 full sets at this point. The moderator's commentary would be amateurish, and the real insiders are already guessing where Lu Chuxing should mix smoke evacuation this time. Is it a black chamber? Is it a centrifuge? Or a rat tunnel? But surprisingly Lu Fluke chose the most dangerous bridge. The second rung of the ladder gets down to be able to evacuate. But it's very risky, and if the enemy catches you it's a 9-way street. Firm Feiyu often come to this point, because he often clear the map to come to this point alone. But Lu Fluke a running knife boy. Others use their feet to know he will lie there. 3 minutes later the last team came to the helicopter evacuation point. Lu Fluke heart rate wildly soared to 140. Surprisingly, it's not 150 or more. So sure? It looks like he's confident. Wouldn't he blow up if there was a Mai Xiaowen on this team? Lu Fluke heartbeat accelerated. This point is the last 3 seconds just in time. Just afraid of this team, someone guilty of cheap up to take a look. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Long smoke allay Lu Fluke position exposed each other immediately shot toward him. 3. The head is pierced and a healing needle is immediately renewed. 2. Get down and use the railing for cover and crawl towards the evacuation point. 1. Climb up to the designated spot and wait for Lady Luck. 0. Confirmation of package on the way. Welcome home. Lu fluked out and withdrew. 10:55 evacuation, placing him firmly in second place for the game. On the other side of the Havoc, they are also solidly in second place, with both sides chasing each other on points. Chapter 39, Longbow Creek Valley, transforming into a swimming dragon among the snipers. The standings were announced in G.T. I was always half a head above Havoc, which gave Havoc a sense of crisis and forced him to take the next race seriously. On the other side of the battlefield, the interstellar arms race has begun, and although G.T.'s technology level is nowhere near Havoc's, with the addition of Asura it's barely able to compete with it. Griffin, still resisting? I don't understand what they're holding out for. Dormammu was furious at the thought of Lu Fluke's crowd slipping away under his nose, and he really couldn't figure out why he froze in place at that moment without any movement at all. Dormammu, they pressed through a line of defense, prepared to close the net. Sir, I think we can wait a little longer. There's no way to do it now and get them all. Well then just wait. They can't win. Ha. the other side. The next match will begin this afternoon, so please get ready. The next race was Longbow Creek Valley, a map he wasn't very familiar with. Fluke, are you going to run next hand? Run. I'm not familiar with the map, but it should be a little safer to be a rat on a map this big. Flying Fellow laughed. Safe? Longbow should be the least safe map. Fluke, don't be careless. Longbows can be sniper elites. Rats basically can't live out. I'm sure, but I'll need 2 people to get into the game together. After all, I can't eat much of a map this big by myself, without even having to look. The only person in the group of anchors who was slightly more familiar with Stream Valley was Flying Few. Fei you pick another one. Come along then. Hide. Little 78 Hide, who was hiding in the corner, was suddenly called by name, and the sesame seed cake in his hand fell to the floor without holding it. Ouch. What? Call me? Come on. Shoot the longbow with me. Flying Fellow hooked his shoulder, a cheap grin on his face. Ha? Me? I haven't forgotten the 78 points I taught you, have I? How could I forget? The pack remembers. But what sniper are we playing? I want to play now. Without saying a word, said, I'll bring it to you. Okay, then I'll go with you guys. The final team was the one consisting of the big 78 with the little 78 and a mouse. Although this team is unreliable in any way, it seems to be quite strong on its own. Chen Luyao analyzed the stats of the 3 people: a top secret war god, a top secret running knife king, and a top secret little war god. Pulled out individually one is strong, but together they are a pile. These 3, like void ties, have a way of dispersing a sky full of stars and gathering a heap of times. You 2 attack hard. I'll run the knife. We all have a bright future. We all have a bright future. By the time we've had lunch it's time for the race. This time with the resurrection point at substation 1. You guys hit the radar station. I'm going to go eat ratty lines. Oh 78K, be careful on the road. Your route is pretty crowded too. It's okay, you guys still don't trust me? Lu lucked out by killing a cute Asura soldier first, then went straight to the crash site. There's no planes down here, and there shouldn't be many people in the area. Take a shallow taste of the safe first. 6 frames appeared in the small insurance, and the pop-ups started to bet on it. 1 kilowatt half coins, dagger, 20 W half coins, infantry vehicle, 2 kilowatts of half dollars, infantry vehicle. After the turn, the large dagger arrived, albeit late. 1 on the rooftop, add 1 2, I'm coming. 2, add another 1, oops, it's another scam. Is this one in stock? Opened up Operation Iron Dome and it showed that the best item was quantum storage plus fuel. Looks like a land scraping bureau. Passing the wooden boat with a lemon tea on it, it suddenly lit up with a hint of red just as Fluke was ready to go. Something's wrong. He went back to the boat, but didn't see the red color. Not right? By the time he tried to get off the ship once more, the color red reappeared. This time he learned to make a sharp stop and it was the Hotel King room. WDF? What anticlimactic thing? This place can even swipe your room card. There's even a room card here. I've never seen a room card in this place before in my life. Is the room card that good? 300 what? Lu Fluke, how can not think of this place, can let himself directly earn over. Although he brought our top secret running knife red packet hearing head, but this one card even if he died is also worth it. Phew, the sniper's bullet brushes against Fluke Lu. There can be no more stopping here. The men from the hotel come out and they spot Fluke. Throw. I'll go first. No need to see me off. Lu fluked back to the ranch. The good thing about this place is that no one has searched it, but it's really poor, and the bird's nest is only a small gold after eating it. I want to go back to space. This place is really poor. Give Lu Fluke remembered even Blue Sister-in-Law book is not spared. This longbow do not come also stop. Forget it, just eat your trash and get out of here. Confidentiality's burst rate was too low. He didn't dare to bet on it, and he would probably die violently when he entered the hotel. Rather than die here he would pick up a red packet of garbage. Different from Lu Fluke cozy, is in the radar station of V and Hyde, in front of Reese behind 2 teams of enemies. The second floor platform seems to have become the burial place of the 2 people. What to do? Fiyu brother, what to do? Just kill the 2 teams downstairs. 1 for you and 1 for me. Why don't you kill Reyes? I'm afraid he'll give me away at the elbow. It's just a matter of playing real people. If you meet a human machine won't you blow up? Rex cheering, elbow jail Feiyu. 78 anchors will just play real people. Not as good as people. The radar standing fight was intense. The hotel was playing each other internally, and there were just 3 teams left on the outside at this point. Checkpoints. On a wooden crate next to a fancy suitcase on the 2nd floor. I'm going. Radar station drone platform. Enough to sell 600 W of God cards. Lu Fluke's earnings directly dried up to 900 W. This one would really be a man-made African star if it came out with a big red. Drops. Checkpoint depot. This room card is not useful but you should bring it. Gee, which one should I drive first? Preferring premium storage boxes, Fluke immediately flipped open a box. Is it still classified? Classic trifecta of blue, but that's classified and not picked. Another premium storage box was opened. Still 3 blues. No picky eaters. Really hungry and crazy. Eat this too. Eat. The last piece of clothing. Luck has not reported too much hope. Only hope to come to a cell phone to support the scene. I build. Inside the shirt was clearly an East Building manager's room, which was the third room card of the match, and the earnings went straight through 1100W. The room card bureau. I don't know how firm flying you and the others are doing. At this time the Self-AU has already cleared the radar station. Reese was sent away by the small 78 Hyde. The two people violently dazzle a wave of radar station. Came out of the timer waited. Brother, will we be sniped to death if we walk so slowly? No, go to the La Havre train. We'll make the train and go. At this point Fluke finally got through to the team mic. Fluke, how are you going to withdraw? Are you guys going to pull the plug? Why don't I just pull out after you guys? Okay, then pull out. And grab your ass over here. Flying fellow pulled the train's gate, and Fluke ran around the hotel and up to the top. Permanent evacuation point at this time. Big brother, will that man come? I'm sure it will. Just wait, he's got enough bags for the 3 of us on his own. How can these 3 CS not think that Fluke has 2 good teammates? Squatting cannot cluck. Okay, prepare for evacuation. The countdown ended and the trio managed to leave. The 3 combined are up to 2200W. Solidly first in the tournament with plus 2,000 points. On the other side of the Huffba field, the Rat-Out Net squad has been eliminated early due to their mistakes, and is in 4th place in the field, almost putting to be deducted points. Chapter 40 Samsung Memory Stick. For the next match, it will still be space top secret, but this time only Sandhawk pistols will be allowed, with a limit of 4 sets of equipment. This kind of whole life game Fluke is sure to be on the field. Running the knife is simply not too easy. I'll follow up this one with a single 3. You guys don't need to be on the field. Opened the system panel. It had to be the tournament that added more attribute values. 2 points of attribute values in one game. The system issued a task, surrender memory sticks X9. Limited to surrender within a single game. BER. What kind of mission is this? I can't surrender a Samsung memory stick to you for a game? The game began. The landing is the dormitory building. This one definitely has a claim. Not even touching the 3rd building. The airbox appeared in a high-grade coffee beans. Landing the door openers. It's on, isn't it? Open the door? You know what you're getting into. Ha ha ha, when are you going to add a check action to coffee bean? For goodness sake, it's a red. Entering the 3rd building, there was basically nothing underneath, and 2 bottles of lemon tea were the limit. It was about time he stood at the window to check on the West End gate, which put was normal. No one from the West End had come to rack the dormitory building. Safe. Entering the 2nd building, which is supposed to be the poorest of the poorest in the entire dormitory area. 2 dresses don't ship at all, and there's not much in the delivery box. Can only put their hopes in the 1st building? Fluke anxious to open the card. A door into the left side of the stage flashed a flash of white. The audience of the live broadcast frantically cue him, but unfortunately in the game he cannot see the reminder. Opening the inner room of dormitory number 3. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the coffee maker on the counter, which was heavy and cheap. Even if I ran fu damn, I had to think about whether to take it or not. The hiking bag didn't disappoint though, and a 6-frame appeared straight away. But sadly it's ceremonial daggers again. Back downstairs. As soon as his eyes missed the antennae pot on the table, he skipped right over there to search the computer bag. Blind man. Don't mess with the program effects after all the competition. Suspicion of Fluke is blinded. It wasn't until the moment he was out the door that he reacted to the question of whether there was something on the table earlier. I throw. Antenna pot. This one is beautifully fed again. So hurry up and hit the evolutionary essence to improve your survival rate a bit before entering the center control building. With a prick of the hearing perception needle, all the commotion in the main building was audible, and now there were at least 4 teams fighting inside. Listened sideways to the center building again and it was fine. No sound. Now he could take it in stride. But don't forget the manhole cover on the side of the road. 1 + 1 + 4 as soon as the manhole cover is lifted. This configuration was supposedly out of stock, but the first one came out with a memory stick. 1/9 of the way through the task. The second grid comes straight out with a Saeed's pocket watch. Mouse is trying too hard, all but bringing out Saeed's pocket watch. Just 1 4-frame left. Fluke actually want to go. After all, do not dare to ask for a well out of 2 red. But that magnifying glass still turned for a long time. It can't be a gazelle, can it? For real, gazelles can come out of here? Out I eat. Is upstairs here to cheat on food and drink? It proved to be unlikely that a second red would come out. But military explosives aren't so bad. A manhole cover gains plus 39W directly. Don't look out for the 3 reds, but you haven't actually made your money back yet. Coffee beans and antennae pots are non-sale items with inflated prices, and the pocket watch hangs on the trading house for 23W at most. Whatever, let's go to the center control building and eat first. There might be leftovers. He came to the second floor with an earth escape and found that no one had taken the insurance, so it seems that the center control building was not swiped. Open the safety and it's still a steady play of bullhorn daggers. If insurance can be shipped, sows can get up trees. Insurance stabilizes play. Suspicious safe pretending to be a safe. Playing steadily, can't even a fluke brother escape being sanctioned by a bullhorn? Slowly groping, constantly listening to the sound of gunfire in the building. It seems that this game is a whole live but the various teams are still playing very cautiously. Passing by the second floor suitcase. Once opened it was a 6-pocket. It's not going to be the ceremonial dagger again, is it? It feels like it's going to ship out. I don't want to see him have to eat. Big red innings. An absolute big red game. Inside the suitcase was a 500W laptop, and at this point the earnings plummeted past 700W. This can come out too. I doubt I gave it away. The pop-ups had gone silent, except for a screen full of question marks. Then he came to the print room with another Earthbound. It was familiar. No one was searching at all. Open the weapon box. 2 purple accessories, make a small 6W, and come back to the point where the rocket fuel will be refreshed. Gee, I'm surprised the big red bureau doesn't have any rocket fuel. Or did they take it? Came to the broken leg room. Lou Fluke constantly rubbing the edge, and when he stood up a jump to catch a flip over and landed without injury. Stay with 1. If he wasn't in a race he really had to light a mosquito coils. Unfortunately you can't do that in virtual space. Feeling for clothes? No goods. So turn around and jump the other leg breaker room. And just as he was about to do so, the footsteps of the second member of the past drew nearer. Hiss. This can come over and get me? Lou Fluke immediately turned his head to open the assembly plant workshop, and immediately went to the canning area to open the drawbridge after the extremely fast search. The sound of the drawbridge opening attracted the enemies of the black market. Lou Fluke quickly leaned to the left and crouched and walked over, and the people of the black market were going to come to catch him immediately moved to prepare for the interception in the antenna room. Lou Fluke gives the footsteps to the antenna room, followed by a quiet step back to the drawbridge, and a high landing manages to get into the main building. Hey, black market server, here I come. As a man who has been out of 3 rune cards in here and maintains absolute loyalty to the black market server, the man in the aisle above his head has gone to the president, and can now open the food in peace. Open the starter chassis. Memory stick X1, task 2 of 9. Open the server on the side. Memory stick Re X1, task 3 of 9, and then open the server on the side. Memory sticks again X1, task 4 of 9. BER, to really? Don't mess with a small gold no. Pure memory sticks and hard disk meeting By the time I finished searching the black market servers, I was 1 memory stick away from completing the task given by the system. Shizuku made an earthbound trip to the blue room. No one was open in the data center, and opened the first server. Memory stick X2. Not only did you complete the system quest for the Samsung memory stick achievement, but you even got an extra 1. 10 out of 10. It's hard to be taught. I've seen a bullhorn king, but it's the first time I've seen a memory stick king. Congratulations to the anchor for synthesizing a 3-star memory stick, equivalent to a 3-star for FIA. In fact, there are some times, right, he is not this no burst rate, because the revenue cap of this is distributed too evenly, resulting in a small gold or not. There are some valuable small purple left. Good in the memory stick is still worth a little money. If 10 bullhorns, he is positively cursed. Chapter 41-3 Hanging Play Feiyu. Once I saw that it was about time, it was time to evacuate. And there was the familiar dark room, the familiar big red bag, and the familiar doorway of shattered glass. Still fighting on the bridge? This reassures Lou Fluke. No one cares about him at all. Directly strutting to the front of the steps ready to throw smoke. It's still safe to run a knife in a race like this, and no fire control can be too friendly for rats. Just 10 seconds left. Fluke are starting to seal the smoke. The bridge is still fighting. It's their turn to seal the smoke and evacuate. Lou Fluke is not much psychological burden. Shrink in the corner on the line. Confirmation of package on the way. Welcome home. This one also took first place, as the inflated value of no equipment left the crowd to make money on supplies. No pressure. The GT. I crowd swarmed the first day of the tournament and Lou got off to a real good start by winning 3 out of 3. But on the other side, Havoc was miserable, coming in second twice and fourth once, forking out a 3k point gap over the course of the day. Guess what Demurin's face looks like now? Little 78 Hyde was the first to speak up. I reckon same expression as 700W evacuation being squatted by a rat. Ha 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 ha. It's okay, we'll just call over and find out. A video hit Demurin's Love Crazy 688, and at a glance it was a call from Lu Fluke, which she had no intention of answering. Not picking up. Looks like it's already fainted with anger? Mai Xiaowen added. I'd be dizzy if I were her. Spending several $100 million to cultivate a team's talent to be brushed by another team as a human machine. In contrast, Lu Fluke here was lucky. There are quite a few strong teams in the universe, and it just so happens that Fluke didn't meet any of them. At night in the base, Broadside is to open the live broadcast. He has not opened the broadcast for a long time. The captain is almost starving. Fluke, ask Uncle Zhang for me to order some food, okay? I'm hungry. Okay, I'll go get some for you. It's been hard on you these past 2 days. Opened the first one. Landed in the center control building just over the bridge, and was put down by 5 shots from the second staff channel. At this point, the loopy teammates immediately jumped back and forth and pulled, while the other person saw the opportunity to seal the smoke to help firm flying you up. Geez, it's been a while since I've had a teammate like that. This one has to take them have to eat well, I guess. Just as was preparing to go head to head with that team in the blue room. At that moment the Red Wolf and the team came and said, the parameters are open higher than me, so CS. At this point, the pop-ups had already reacted to the fact that the Red Wolf was also a GUE, but Jin Yufeiyu didn't notice it in the slightest. Why don't you two pull back? I can take him in seconds. Flying Fellow was confidently trying to face off with his opponent, when another team came from below the blue room, and Red Wolf was killed by a headlock just as he went out to face off. GUE, it's Katsura. The compulsion immediately sealed the smoke to rescue, when the team of GUE, which had just started, happened to run into this team. Taking advantage of the fight between the two sides, immediately took his teammates to the black room to get on the president. Throw hit so hard. I'll try it later against the gun. While the president was driving the insurance, the system suggested that someone had been kicked out of the game for driving, but the man who knocked out Flying Fish is still in the bureau. After 3 minutes, the president came in. Let me finish with them. It was the same 3 who had knocked down Flying Fellow in the opening round, and this time there was still no surprise as he was seconded as soon as he showed his head. It was only at this moment that finally realized that there was something wrong with the other party, immediately uploading the opponent's data to the cloud. All 3 of the enemy were kicked out of the match in less than 30 seconds. Are all hangs so rampant now? Not even acting. Flying Fish has been sanctioned. Brother GUE is great. He made Flying Fish red warm. I'm skeptical that there's more than just these 2 teams hanging this one. After a few moments of tranquility, the sound of footsteps came from the buoyancy room again, and Firm Flyu decided to go and meet them for a while, only to have his opponent send Firm Flyu away with 3 shots to the head, and fall to the ground for the 3rd time. He was just about to report it when a Red Wolf teammate slid out for a 3-shot header, followed by 2 hand cannons to send the opposite side home. Mother asterisk 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 her, who doesn't know strip parameters anymore. The next second the system pops up with 4 direct kicks out of the game. Ha, what happened to the team? Nothing? Oh, said this Red Wolf is also hanging Shocker. Tech anchors make trailers to help the poor. Fayugo. Ha, is he hanging too? Lu Fluke walked in from outside just at that moment, patting the snow off his body and placing the hot protein block in his hand on his table. As he chewed, he said, yeah, he opened with that, and the parameters are open higher than he is, so I can see that it's hanging too. I see. I don't think I heard that, but thanks. Picking up the protein block took a bite and exploded with spice. Holy, that's hot. This is the Wang's duck neck flavor that Uncle Zhang researched. I think it's okay. Can't you eat spicy? Flying Fellow shook his head. He could eat spicy food, but this was a little too perverted and spicy. It's okay, I'll soak the noodles and eat. The captain is starving. Titus is starving too. The governor is hungry too. Don't be hungry. I'll eat first. Lu Fluke ate protein blocks while watching Jin Yufeiyu live. This person is also powerful. Where to come so many 78 points? How do you know so much about 78 points? Is it possible that I had a hand in making this map? What? What the hell? Lonely, right? I already knew that. Having been involved in the making of the map back in the early days of Delta on Earth's production, Flying Fellow Cell knew the map like the back of his hand. As far as these 78 points are concerned, they are actually hit in real life. Coupled with the buggy holy body that Veron was born with, it was normal to find some nasty spots. So you're not coming out with a 78-point book? Not out. If I'm out, won't they line up their spots more carefully? Who's talking? Sounds like a Fluke brother. Word spreads that Fluke and Jin Yufeiyu are living together. No, you're fruitless. Looking to link up. The pop-up says let's link up. Sure, when I get back on the horn. Lu Fluke quickly ran back to the room, turned on the 22-degree air conditioning, and then opened the Operation Delta, and brought a big red bag of hearing head ready to go. Sure you don't want to bring a gun and slug it out with me? No fighting. The art of the art. It's really about trying to accumulate luck. The opening landed in the dormitory building, With the escort of Firm Feiyu, he did not have to be afraid of being killed at all, and directly rest assured and boldly began to eat the dormitory building. The big thing is to give him a little something to share before leaving. However, this burst rate is really low. After touching all the resource points, the best is the small purple. The whole dormitory building did not ship. The last hope is pinned on the third Ria. Come on, give me an African star. If you can't have a gazelle, you can have a gazelle. Gazelle or champagne. As soon as he walked in, a dark mass on the table caught his attention. What? Out of stock? Flying Fellow was curious, and at this point he had the west side gate jammed to death. Hey. Hey President's conference room. The opening blood earns 400W. Lu Fluke mouth is almost smile crack. It always feels like people who run knives have a high shipping rate. I feel the same way. I'm not tall. I'm not that tall. I'm not that tall. Running knife is about to go bankrupt. Look out. I'm going to go ahead and start eating at the West End gate, so be careful on your own. It's okay. Go ahead and clear the map. I'll wait for you to walk me out. Chapter 42 Special Events. How should this point go? The safest way was to go around the center control to search the assembly plant, but the center control sniper hadn't been ringing his gun, so he didn't dare come over. Adhering to the principle that rats and mice have no fear of life and death and suck at life, Lu Fluke decided to feel his way all the way to the outside of the center control. He had just opened the door when he was elbow broken by a Havoc soldier, an elbow with 80 drops of blood, and no one else. Hurry up and seal the cigarettes and hit the drugs, and take over the man machine in the process. He was already exposed anyway, so he simply started searching the first floor. A bottle of champagne was surprisingly swiped in front of the sofa table on the left, which was fine. A quick glance at the podium showed no African star, then a glance at the rocket fuel refresh points, and still nothing. It counts. Go check out the second floor. As soon as I got to the second floor, I ended up seeing a Mandel supercomputer on the table and no one eating from the safe. This center control didn't swipe anyone, so it's not cheap. Lu luckily opens the safe, which contains 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 6. You have to give a red for so much stuff. Woman, binoculars, gold chalice, ceremonial dagger, invincible. Lu Fluke do not even want to curse. This safe in the end to protect a what? The Mandel supercomputer was left outside in the open air to be admired, and ended up stuffing the lady's telescope into the safe. Whoever runs this center control building has no taste at all. That's it. No taste at all. Suggesting that an avatar be stuffed in every safe. Not because I want it, but because it's classy. It's known to ship everywhere except safes. The center control building is considered to be finished searching. At this point the assembly plant should also be no one. But the sound of footsteps coming from the Lu Fluke had to turn around and then return to the dormitory building. There are still Masters Holy. Just got out of the cell block at this point. It seems to be Jail 3's not ready to fight directly trying to rub the airplane to evacuate. Lu Fluke immediately reminded Firm Flying You that there was still one team left, so he absolutely could not let it go. Sure, why don't you come over and go ahead and pull the gate? I'll bridge them in the center. Lu Fluke pulled on the airplane gate, and then began to eat the leftovers but the leftovers are not good cannot satisfy his appetite. One can only see if there are any rune cards that have not been swiped. So rich, not a single rune card is spared. It's all open definitely. They had someone order an escort. I killed their boss, and those two were just locksmiths. Just finished. The center controls over the point. After a while it became clear that these three seemed to be people who hadn't played before and were playing too abstractly. The man machine step took or the man machine gun, and he moved to take the lead in the code word. Da. Timely feedback from the other side as well. Da. Know the code word. Not a newbie. Douche up. You're a real CS. 78 anchor. 80 novice. There are no water friends on the battlefield. With the previous example of Zhao's orphans, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are concerned with cutting off the roots. Now that's a really clear picture. The two get off the air at light speed to rest and start preparing to play tomorrow. In the middle of the night, Lu Fluke pulled the alarm and all the cadres were woken up. Commander, what's the matter? Calling us up in the middle of the night. Lu Fluke put out an announcement that tomorrow's tournament was cancelled in favor of a limited time event ranking. Starting tomorrow through today of next month, Cosmic Star has distributed 1W copies of the Hacking Claw beauty figure, 5K copies of the Velociraptor hand-me-downs, 20 copies of Demurin's stockings, and 1 copy of Ularu's superb portraits in the game. These props will eventually count for points. The crowd gathered their eyes on Ularu. Look, what are you looking at people for? You guys found out about their hobbies and interests. It's okay, Understand. Uluru face flushed. Really nasty. Is a cosmic interstellar company where his photo album shy dead people then all of you will have to be diligent starting tomorrow. This is still a rare quantity. Understood. With a wave of Lu Fluke's hand, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep and start preparing for the battle. Lu Fluke's idea was to split everyone into 3 groups and rotate the gold touching every day. Feiyu, why don't you come with me? We're sort of doing a one-off. You're also dark enough to make me liver with you for 24 hours. I just started getting into live streaming on hard work. The two hit it off. Early the next morning, Lu Fluke jailed Feiyu. Shark hands on the formation of a 3-person team to take the lead in the game. I don't know if this Uluru photo book is any good. Sharkhand is curious as to what Uluru's portrait actually looks like. A little heavy on the flavors Hey, I'm not curious. After all, this one book can be worth 3 W points, and my Xiaowen's beautiful picture is only 10 points each. Even if 1 W sheets are in our hands, it's only 10 W points. With everyone evenly distributed to the point supplies, Uluru's portrait does have the power to turn the tide. So which map are we going to run? Longbow it is. There are more resource points. The burst rate of all these special items is unknown. It would be too risky to go spacefaring. Entering the Longbow Creek Valley, the trio landed on the small estate that was the starting point for the running knife to scrape the trash. Now with a goal that's clear, search for point supplies and just stuff the insurance. Not even the West Building surveillance room touched in his clothes could make Lu Fluke out a hey freak out. Feiyu put out a route scout to see if the ranch is occupied. Firmfly shot out an arrow, and all 3 of the ranch men's positions were revealed. So spread out just enough to draw from one to the other. Longbow is good at everything. It's just that this map is so big and wide open that many people don't know where people are coming from until they die. Flying Fellow Firm told Fluke and Sharkhand to go to the crash site first, and he collected the 3 dog heads in a back and forth point change. These 3 rats have a book of maps. Hey, can't you stuff the insurance? 3x4s. Lu Fluke speechless. Who is the beauty of the picture so big? Sister-in-law book can be stuffed into the insurance. This beauty of the picture hard to become a half poster. That being said, it does look good. My Xiaowen, who was washing up at this time, received a message from Lu Fluke. Lu Fluke, comrade my Xiaowen, this is a beautiful picture of you sent by Cosmic Star Corporation. My spat out a mouthful of water. When had she ever dressed so cool? My Xiaowen, AI. It's definitely AI. Angry, JPG, Lu Fluke laughed indulgently. I did not expect the Cosmic Star Corporation has this kind of hobby. Good living when the reward He was also getting more and more excited about what that Uluru figure of beauty was going to look like. Ugh, this one doesn't have much. It's okay to be able to touch this. After all, it's limited to 1 W copies. The probability of being able to touch it is too small. I hear only had 100 or so people at full strength. And the hundreds of thousands of soldiers on Havoc's side only came out with 3 copies of my Xiaowen's beautiful pictures in a whole day. Chapter 43, Good Things Come in Pairs. Being given 2 bells for your birthday. The second day of the special event, again by the National Tide Canteen single. Lu Fluke can only single 3 spacefly top secret, to see if the high explosive rate can be out of the point supplies. This time landed in the center control building. No gun in hand, then honestly licked the center control building. This one doesn't seem to have a high pop rate, with no rocket fuel seen at either spot. But the center podium gives a solid quantum storage. It's a shame it's not the Star of Africa. The official pop rate list is down, and the Uluru portrait collection has a pop rate 3 times lower than the Star of Africa, and will only refresh outside, not inside the container. It's tricky, there's no way to open it in a safe, and that pop rate is even lower. Arriving on the 3rd floor of the center control, 3 bullhorns were brushed on the table, and he'd seen it all before. Operation Bullhorn wasn't called Operation Bullhorn for nothing. Blood loss, not even a gold. It's barely a 40 W gain to search an entire dorm building. And it's an awkward time of year, with fights still going on in the cell block, the dormitory building still being searched, and the residential building winding down. There was no way out for Lu Fluke now. He could only ride the rope to the bridge and proceed to touch the rat hole. Out. Today's rats are trying too hard to be not only red or even purple. Ugh, let's go to the antennae room first. When there's nowhere else to go, Lu Fluke chooses to visit the antenna room. Although the probability of saying antennae is not very high, it's always good to have the probability of them coming out. At this time, the rat passage came footsteps. Lu Fluke instant panic. The chest of drawers cannot wait to search. Directly run to the direction of the centrifuge. The opponent's footsteps were too fast. It was a good thing he hadn't been spotted, or he would have had to drink the Northwest again. I'll build it. It's disgusting to come and block the bridge so soon. Unsurprisingly, Uluru's roving missiles collided directly with Blackroom's, and the battle was on, with the bridge becoming a no-go zone. Having just killed a little time, this was just the right time to go to the dormitory building. Dormitory 3 inner room. Lu Fluke directly used the skill, and the BGM played again. Simon Doom you, Simon Doan, I build. A white thing appeared on the cabinet. Lu Fluke heartbeat accelerated. Is this going to be he got to eat? Come closer. 6. That's a white poker. But when he turned around, a black rune card was swiped on the table. No surprises, none whatsoever. Now that the president's parlor was no longer enough for him. Ugh, take it for what it's worth. Open the hiking bag, the ritual dagger online scam, and finally a fancy suitcase. Have a book. The 3x4 appears to be, most likely, a poster of my Xiaowen's artwork. It's the Veron bust. 50 points worth of Veron artifacts appeared, and this one was worth more than a day's worth of Havoc's efforts yesterday, but only if it's brought out. At this point Lu Fluke has come full circle. He no longer ventures to the assembly plant, but quietly waits for the next wave of helicopters on the eaves of the dormitory building. It's a good day to touch gold, good day, but with 15 minutes left on the clock, he felt bad if he didn't do something. Never mind, put the bag here. Lu Fluke threw the bag at 78 points, with a big bullet hanging on it, is ready to enter the main building to fight. Greedy hand to try otherwise the heart is too much. Touching all the way to the president's room with quiet steps, he found no one to open the card, and he was relieved to do so after making sure the other man was fighting in the centrifuge. The first insurance popped a gold bar, which was counted as a payback for this opening, and the second insurance turned out to be 2 4 frames. It's not 2 gazelles, is it? For real? It was Fluke's birthday, and a little luck should be normal, but the next moment he couldn't stop laughing. It's over. The first 4 frames are mouth bells, at which point the buoyancy chamber surprisingly comes to its feet. Have a gazelle to wash it down. Ding! Another mouthful of bells, and Fluke had been honest enough to immediately spread his legs. By now, a big move from my Xiaowen had tracked down Fluke, and he had no choice but to make a big circle and return to the dormitory building once again. It's going to be difficult to mix cigarettes now that this last team has learned of Fluke's existence. Gotta find a point to withdraw. Lu Fluke pondered for a moment. With today's advanced network, he had no more than a few evacuation points left. There could be people on the bridge staring at the black chamber, or there could be people staring at the rat tunnel and the centrifuge. That leaves few options for Flukes then. When the environment reaches a kind of limit, people can go back to the basics. After all these years, that spot is still his best bet. Rat passage out and turn under the bridge to the crate to the left of the rat hole. As dangerous as this place looks, it's actually not safe at all. But for a while a couple years ago this was the point where he had the highest withdrawal rate. The plane was about to be evacuated when footsteps came overhead. The group was really blocking the black room. Luckily, he didn't go to the dark room, which made him secretly glad. With a minute left on the clock, the opposing Speed Claw opens up on the bridge. The spot was just stuck at the limit, and Speed Claw didn't even sweep it. But coincidentally a Fluke missed a footstep. The opposing Red Wolf immediately came to grab it. Fluke could only walk quietly to get down on the east end drawbridge. I thought I was going to be spotted, but instead I saw a wyvern running towards the pack drop evacuation point as Red Wolf eviscerated it. Luckily, I was surprised to have a master convicted for me. Red Wolf finished filling the pack, which then went back in peace. Lu Fluke again quietly stepped to touch the closer point. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The short smoke flew out, and the long smoke followed suit. 4. As the artillery fire came in, Lu got lucky and went all the way to the right. 3. Run closer to the crate and just get down and squirm. 2, 1, 0. Confirmation of package on the way. Welcome home. It's been a while since this spot has been here, and it was a near miss. That distance is easy to get caught if you don't climb over it, and he just almost got caught. Thrilling, exciting, OMG so emotional. I was a 24-year-old lad the last time I came to this spot. Host, Lu Yuehui. Lucky value, 27. Red probability increase, 3. 24%. Unlock new system, Godhead. The Godhead? What's this? There are countless outer gods in the universe, and every heavenly destined person possesses a Godhead. And the host, as a heavenly destined person of the third universe, will naturally possess a Godhead as well. What's the use of the sigil then? Divine lattices are different and serve different purposes. Please awaken the lattice first. Then start the awakening. Awakening. He was controlled by the system to return to his bed and slept for 2 days. By the time he woke up again, the Godhead had finished awakening. The host's Godhead has been awakened. Jug. Sotos. The host will possess all the wisdom of the world. So what's the point in the game? The map will display danger zones. The higher the number of enemies, the higher the level of the danger zone. This skill is linked to the average level of the host's consciousness. The higher the average level, the more accurate it is. Isn't that perspective? Not the same. The level assessment is based on the host's subjective consciousness rating. If the host has the emotion of fear, it will lead to errors in judgment. It's as good as nothing. It's not much use. Passive skill, gain the favor of Judge Sotos. Sotos's favor. Luck increases to 200%. Chapter 44, Opening for Stockings. Who dares to kill me? What man can kill me? When he had adjusted himself, Lufluk once again returned to touching the supplies, and by now, they had burned out. 3 whole days he what point supplies did not come out. The black circles on his face are turning into pure black. Ouch me. I robbed Basho? Where did the panda man come from? The crowd around them couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just because he can't touch one of the supplies. It's been 3 days since the fight, and he still hasn't come out. Chen Luyo had observed for 3 whole days, and the more he fought, the more he got on top, and the more he fought, the more he got red warm. I can't, I'm going to go back and rest. You guys go for it. A stagger along the way, Iously returned to the dormitory and fell asleep. Lufluk shook his head and took over his station. Alright, hold on to your hats. I'm going to start too. The landing is the center control building, which is not a good place to open up and see if you have any rocket fuel first. It's been a long time since I brushed. Opening the map, the danger level area did appear, and at this time, the cell area was crimson all over the place. It seems that this brushes the cell zone 3 teams full. Employee access is past the point and the west end gate is open for cards. Only the dormitory buildings surprisingly not searching straight to the center control building. Bad. There's CSA. Hurry up and finish touching and go. Lufluk at the moment went straight to the podium of the center control building. There is no quantum storage on the podium and no African star. Only a stocking. WDF. Demurin stockings. This thing is even rarer than a Veron hand puppet. One of these is 500 points. One look at the number of squares and it only takes up 3 squares. Lufluk hurriedly stuffed the insurance. He has been consummated. With this stocking, he will not lose money in any way. This one didn't even have time to open the card on the 3rd floor of the center control, and immediately took the rope across the bridge in preparation for the antenna room. At this time the dormitory buildings also came to the center control, looking at the touched 1st floor and the unopened insurance into contemplation. The rats in center control shipped. Then hurry up and finish licking and go after them. Lufluk as soon as he passed the ropes to find the machine brother borrowed a head armor and gun. This put if he was being chased, he also wanted to still counterattack. I was just trying to get out through the rat tunnel when I saw the roving missile coming from the antenna room. What the hell is the opening doing here? There was no choice but to go around first, and he opened the east zone drawbridge. The commotion obviously disturbed Uluru, who directly raised his M7 and was ready to pummel Lufluk. But when he got to the east end drawbridge he was nowhere to be seen. By the time he tried to get back to the antenna room, goes, I'll make you squat. A Fluke brother is surprised in the bushes, and the bison fixes his feet and takes it straight away with a pike. Switch to 6 sets of M7s, at which point the god of war returns. All 6 sets of M7s. Won't you have the capital to fight back if you get chased next? He's got 6 sets of M7s, and he's still got running knives on his mind. Is this the god of running knives? He immediately crossed the bridge to the assembly plant, where 6 boxes foreshadowed what had just happened. Char, it's so delicious. It's no more lucrative than touching supplies. As good as it is, you can't eat it all the time. If you're carrying weight, you might as well not eat it. Picking and choosing, taking random accessories that weren't too heavy. The gain had come to 400W at this point. Drops. Assembly plant workshop. This rune card has a really fanatical burst rate. As long as you want computer cases and lab coats and a premium storage box to ship. Lufluk came to the advanced storage box, which hadn't given him a big shipment for a long time. Have one. Have one. Dakin will do. Ding. Military satellite communicator. See, sometimes you just have to ask him for it, and if you don't want it, he won't give it. 4 frames of Dakin for 40W is comparable in price to Big Red and will always be needed to upgrade the Secret Service. Touch of advice to keep for yourself. Leaving the cell block, he went back to the center control building. I didn't get a chance to open the card just now, but now I'll be able to check it out. That's rich. It's all been driven over. And then he thought that just now the dormitory building came to catch him without touching. So now the dormitory building is likely not touched. With trepidation Lufluk still slowly touched. The airbox was touched, and the door of the first building room was opened. But the machine brother is still there. Not groped. First, I used the knife on machine brother, then went straight to building 1 to open the card, which was unfortunately not available. At this point center control comes to his feet and Lufluk tries to slip away. I don't even want to touch him in this second building, poor as it is, but those 2 dresses he wanted to covet again. Oops. Greedy. Lufluk went upstairs and drove straight to touch, spinning for so long. Ding. The old bathhouse restaurant. WDF. This stuff is good. This stuff is worth money. Stick it in your pants. This stuff is more expensive than military satellites. Slip away and hurry. The center control building's chasing it back. Captain, is he really in the dormitory building? For sure, we didn't even touch it earlier. When the three of them reached the dormitory building, they found that the room cards had been opened, and when they took a look through the scope, Lufluk had already rushed out of the west gate. It's not good when you get to the main floor and chase it down. A look at the time lasts 10 minutes. The map shows that the centrifuge is slightly yellow. The president is not responding, and there are gunshots in the blue room. Look, no need to see in a fight. Lufluk directly around the buoyancy chamber on the president. At this point the chase to the team came to the centrifuge. Just in time to run into the centrifuge, three gods of war in the same frame. The killing intent struck. New was 3 down, 2 to go, and one with his leg swept off by a machine gun brother who dragged his body behind a fence to pull in the hate. Who expected a rat upstairs? A gift from above. A level 1 bullet hits Uzi 3 times and sends this team straight away. Mouse immediately went downstairs and started eating, sending the machine gun away with 3 cuts, sealing the Spitfire with 1 cut, and then doing away with shield with 3 more cuts. As he waited to lick the bag, footsteps suddenly attacked behind him. Finished. There are still experts. A centrifugal harmed the 4 sages with the screams of the rats and mice. OMG, so many packs. Mouse is going to have to add to his diet again. He. Lufluk never dreamed that the seemingly peaceful main building would have 2 rats in a flash. But it's a good thing they don't know Lufluk's location. Drops. President's Lounge. Open the small safe. The classic 6-frame scam, followed by the 2 large safeties. I always have a bad feeling about this. 1 seat clock, 2 seat clocks, 3 seat clocks. Nuwa. Run. The seat clock just came out. The black room aisle came footsteps. Lufluk hurriedly stuffed the seat clock back into the safety. The footsteps have definitely gotten farther away, so I'll wait to take it on again. The footsteps approached again once more. Weighing the pros and cons, he chose not to be greedy. Living was most important. Put the apple in your pants directly in the first position of your pocket. Keep the peace. Let me get out alive. The men in the black room returned to the blue room to pull the plug, and Lufluk had no choice but to go to the centrifuge to mix the smoke. This position, this angle, such a familiar scene. Lufluk kept squirming in the doorway of the centrifuge, not panicking at all in the face of the other side of the shotgun line. With 30 seconds left on the clock, he slowly climbed into the pool. Mentally read the time. This place 5 seconds to throw smoke, 3 seconds to rush, certainly enough, depending on whether the other side has a fire control scope. 5. Short cigarettes seal the view. 4. Long cigarettes attract attention. The other side really started strafing. 3. 2. Get up and start punching. 1. Get right down and squirm when you get to the near point. 0. Extreme evacuation. Confirmation of package on the way. Welcome home. Exhale. He breathed a long sigh of relief. It was a good thing he didn't have a fire control scope or he would have been pressed to death at the evacuation point. Guys, I got Demurin stockings. Wahahahaha. The people around him cast contemptuous glances. What are you guys looking at me like that for? Ha. Chapter 45, Eggs, the Reyes photo book. Ahem. Alright. All proceed to fight. Lu Yuqing was a little embarrassed. Was he a little too excited? Firm Feiyu lay in the house. His eyes were empty and lifeless. Why did he fight for so long without shipping? Feiyu, you just hit a little too hard. If you are willing to be quiet and scrape the ground, wouldn't it be much better? Lufluk walks into the room with a screenshot of Demurin stockings in his hand. You got it? Nonsense. Sure, you see what this is? It's a Demurin point to send baby 500 points. New was. Ghost. Flying Fellow kicks him off, and the two men play a different game. Flying Firm has been fighting for so long to make money basically by hitting, and Fluklu has been fighting for so long to make money basically by touching. The two different paths formed two different styles, but once these two merged, then they could reign supreme in the space base. One person to scrape the ground and one person to clear the map to ensure that both of them can be evacuated. At this time, there is also a need for a key person who can inspire the fighting spirit of Firm Few. Look, that's the chaperone I found for you, Feiyu-chan. As soon as he heard someone call him Brother Feiyu, Firm Feiyu's whole body tingled and vowed to take her to have to eat. Okay, then I'll play another hand. The trio landed on the center control building. Feiyu brother, you eat insurance, haha. I'm not eating, I'm going to set up the center bridge. Hey you eat. Lufluk a little want to laugh. Now the cell Feiyu a little like a little tiny rabbit. Passing by the center podium, Lufluk directly got a quantum storage, and then glanced at the table next to the large model appeared. What's this? Approach the heater. I thought what could? Really? At this point the crowd can't even look at the 9 frames of Big Red. Nothing but point props. Pick up? Not picking it up. Adding weights. No fun. Think of it as feeding the rats something to eat. While Flywing and his chaperone backhanded into the main building, Lufluk left down the aisle next to the blue room to the antenna room. Remember to say hello when you touch a point item. Come on, You might as well worry about surviving the evacuation. The two rolled their eyes at each other and have since gone their separate ways. But within a few minutes, Lu Fluke was being targeted. Yummy butterfly! Yummy butterfly! Stop chasing! On that side, Firm Feiyu was still leading his sister in a fierce attack, and Lu Fluke was living and dying in the assembly plant. The drawbridge is not open. The sky collapsed. He had nowhere to run. And just as he was about to be caught, there was a sudden movement on the drawbridge, and the other team heard the movement just in time to collide with the one chasing him. Yeah, hurry back to jail too. Taking advantage of the fight between the two teams, Lu squeaks back into the assembly plant to open his card, and just as he enters the door, he sees a 3x4 on the table for good measure. I touched speed Clawmito. 6. Hurry up and come to the main building. It's been emptied. He still had the good sense to just leave his card open on the main floor, and immediately crossed the point from the center control to the president's office. Okay, this card. Who's going to open it? Hey, she was the first to go up and open the card. Of course I'll open it. Then go in and touch it. And remember to say when you have something. Hey's been in there less than half a minute. What is this? She pointed to the book on the table that read Rei's portrait book. Reese? Not Uluru? He and Feiyu looked at each other face to face. But it looked pretty interesting stuffing his pants first. It's about time to evacuate. After hitting the team from the assembly plant picked up the ascension, Lu Fluke's side also planned to stay out of each other's way with them. When it was withdrawn, he took a screenshot of Rei's photo album and sent it to Cosmic Star's customer service. This gentleman, congratulations, you touch our activity's hidden money. This site can choose to exchange points or get the physical book. Oh, how many points do I get for that? Only 100 points. Oh, Lu Fluke thought about it. This 100 gap is not too big. Or not. I want the physical book. The next morning Rei's physical book appeared on the screen in the base hall playing back and forth, and the crowd looked at Rei's in cat ears and a swimsuit and called out that it was hot. Lu Fluke also took pictures and sent them to the old commander, and Reese, who was at the front line, almost lifted the table when he saw his portrait. New was, dare to play me like this? I can't tell, sir. You still have that fetish. Saeed fills in with a flurry of punches and Reese connects directly with a jab to both of Saeed's temples. Gives you face? Doesn't it? Aha! Wrong. The crowd was able to experience a rare moment of leisure in the midst of the hectic war effort. How's Fluke's game going now? Lu Fluke told the commander all about the recent events. Ugh, it's a bit difficult, la. All of our annihilator ships here have been battle damaged and repairs will take a long time. If only we had a Havoc class annihilator ship. If you want to put it that way, I really do. It's just going to take you guys a little longer to hold out. I'm guessing half a month. You have an annihilator? I'll see you at the front in half a month. Lu Fluke handed over his right to call the game to Flying Fish for the time being, and was going to go review the game to save up his credits. Shows the current price of points for the Annihilator. In system inquiry, priced at 12,000 credits today. How soon can I save up 12,000? The system projects that the host will need 5 days at the earliest. Collapsing into sleep, he closed again during these 5 days. Bound to take 12,000 in 5 days. The other side. Lu Yao, where's the Fluke? Going on a retreat. Chen satiated with chicken soup in her hand. She was still looking to give Lu Fluke a tonic. And this soup of mine? Give it to Firm Few. He needs it more than Fluke. Feiyu turned around. At this moment, he was no different from a starving man. His face was yellow and thin, and his eyes were filled with fatigue. There is only the desire for food and rest. Come on, let me have a sip. Ghost. Chen Luyo snorted coldly, making a fuss. It wasn't the first day that Firm Feiyu had been like this. This body of his was too frail, and he had been single-handedly killed by the food every day. It's so good. It's the first time since I left Earth that I've wanted chicken soup so badly. Drink slowly. Lu Fluke is closed. No one is robbing you, brother Feiyu. That's right, Feiyu-chan. Feiyu-chan blankly glanced at them and squatted at the door with the chicken soup in his hand and drank it to himself. The snow that filled the sky fell on top of his head, and he had a sense of immediacy of the martial arts scholar Su Bayer. Earth should be snowing heavily by now, too. No, it's summer on Earth. Now, I shouldn't be. I've only been here a couple days? Time is the last thing you can trust in this universe, and by the time you get to G.T.I.'s base, 1 day for us here is 6 months for Earth. Amazing. According to Earth's time, it's actually been less than a year since I came here. Chen Luya was lamenting the fact that she was a year older than Lu Yuxing, but the age difference between the two had been made up since they came to G.T.I. Now the two are the same age. Chapter 46, Who's Jagdpanther? The Fluke family. Time passed very quickly. Lu Chuxing soon ended his seclusion, and the moment he came out again, a vision fell from the sky. G.T.I.'s headquarters building is surprised by the appearance of Havoc's annihilator ship. Air defense sirens go off in full force, and the soldiers stationed at the headquarters immediately send a message to the commanders on the front lines. Jingle bells. Lu Fluke, how is our headquarters? Where did you get the annihilator? Commander, I think you're senile. Isn't that my annihilator? Just wait, I'll send it to the front line for you soon. Opening the door of the annihilator, the intelligent beings in the annihilator showed up to greet their master as soon as Lu Chuxing entered the interior. Welcome, master. I am an intelligent being from a Caribbean ship, and my name is CC. CC? That's a bad name. I'll change it for you. CC flew to Lu Fluke's shoulder and sat down. Then, master, please give me a new name. You'll be called Tiny Swallow from now on. Does the name have any deep meaning? Lu Fluke hemmed and hawed. You're an AI, right? AI is a human machine, right? So Xiao Yen, you're a human machine. So that's how it's converted? Then Tiny Yen is a human machine. Hey. That's how I like my man machines. Then Tiny Yen, let's hurry up and run to the front. Lu luckily opened up location sharing. The commander had the coordinates as soon as he joined Tiny Yen, and arriving at the battlefield was just a matter of moments. At this point in time, the front lines were fighting a war of landings, with both sides fighting a landing battle on a planet called Auditorium. How about it, Commander? Isn't this annihilator grand? Reese's eyes went straight. This annihilator he had only seen on the homepage of Havoc's research center, priced at a full 600 million Havoc dollars. He couldn't afford it. What's more, it was unlikely that Havoc would sell such a strategic weapon to Aseret and GTI. Where did you get this? Bought it from Cosmic Star. How about it cost me a whole 700 million half dollars? You contacted Cosmic Star directly? They're willing to sell it to us? It wasn't as if Reese hadn't been contacted, but Cosmic Star didn't give a damn. Or what if I spent an extra 100 million? If I bought it directly from Havoc, wouldn't it only cost 600 million? He had done his homework before coming here this time, and now the commander and Reese were sort of convinced of the origin of the annihilator. Tiny Yen, come out. The man mashing Tiny Swallow appeared on Lu Fluke's shoulder, his eyes staring stupidly at the two black men in front of him. Alas, master, have we arrived in Guangbei province? Why are there so many black people? Ahem, presumptuous, ha. These two are your future comrades in arms. This is Commander GTI, and this is Asura's boss Reese. Greetings, I am the human machine Xiao Yen. This is the name given to me by my master O. At this time, the little tiny rabbit that followed Lu Fluke had already cried. Lu Fluke was really bullying. Good. Then good luck with our cooperation, human machine Tiny Swallow. Just call me Tiny Swallow. Man machines are my race. Alright, Xiao Yen is in your hands. Take care of her. We have to go back and continue saving points. A jump ship detached from the annihilator and the group returned to the GTI base. Everyone, there will be a new event going live tomorrow. Don't forget to touch some apples while you're touching the point items today. The blind box in tomorrow's event can also open up event items, haha. Roger that. Lu Fluke then proceeded to start scavenging for point supplies. Still familiar with running knives. Still familiar. Classified longbow, arch. Lu Fluke landed in the first seat of the hotel. This location is really wise not to go to the hotel. The hotel is known to be easy to get in and hard to get out, so it's better to go to Amia town and touch it, then turn around and go to the storage station. However, this hand comes does not seem to be right. Just open the town restaurant. Both ends of the footsteps came. Lu Fluke fire skipped. Within half a minute, the two teams were battling it out in Amia. I Lu a bean. This is to put me to death, ah. Good thing he ran fast, then bypassed the team in front of him, all the way to the storage station. This place is a really mysterious hit point, although it is very remote, but the material burst rate is ridiculously high. Like Lu Fluke usually run longbow. Love to come to the storage station to touch the experimental clothing. This clothing has been out of several rune cards, and even a gold bar. Hopefully, this time, the owner of the dress is a BT and might have a private collection of Ularu's photoshoots. Sadly, it looks like the owner of this dress loves money and stuffs 2 gold bars in one dress. Ugh, take it. You can't come for nothing. The warehouse was filling up fast, just in time to take Red and slip him in to fill in the gaps. Open the storage station's manhole cover and 9 frames appear. Does it? Sweeper. Lu Fluke hemmed and hawed. Although the big red more than piled up a warehouse, but the sweeping robot is only ever picked up a, and so go back to sell some quantum storage. The sweeping robot stuffed in. Not a wasted trip. No, something's wrong. At this time a missile flew over. A look at the map, someone wants to do the Iron Dome operation. Lu Fluke immediately turned around and ran, passing through the waterfall cave before the figure was caught by the other side. The patrol missile attacked. Lu Fluke immediately sealed the smoke to hide in the cave. Good thing only blew off a hand. He immediately skipped. Constructed Ularu. You'll see I'll make it public all over the world directly after I get your photo album. Back to the town of Ania. Found 3 wild boxes. After observing no one around, Lu Fluke directly open licking. Woohoo! There's another sniper. Pretty good to take with you first. This map cannot have anything. Only sniper rifle absolutely cannot have. Do not learn Lu Fluke only with a knife in, or very easy to die violently. He made his way south, away from the world of people, and he said he was so tired he could never love Birdseye again. Frog fun. 3 greens, is that classified? Today's bird is just not trying as hard as Mouse is trying to give a bad review. Checkpoints. It's been a long time since we've had peace. Sort of homesick. My house is gone. Just as he entered the checkpoint, he heard some of Asala's soldiers chatting. Yeah, the Asala soldiers are family people too. Too bad they must have gold rings on them. Lu Fluke 4 knife to send the 2 home. Open the box. There is really a gold ring. Hey, 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 hey. This is the first time I've picked this up in all this time playing. Such items can be given to the system for recycling to increase the luck value. How much can I add? The host can choose to increase his luck value by 5 points, or he can choose to awaken the godhead twice, plus lucky value. Host, Lu Yuehui. Lucky value, 32. Increase in probability of producing red, 6. 4%. Get comfortable and it's about time to evacuate first. Havoc Batter's office. Sir, traces of Lu Fluke were found during the match. No head, no armor and a sword? Yes. Is it purged? It's better to kill than to let go. Chapter 47, Speed of Life and Death. At this time, Lu Fluke is still joyfully eating the place of the crash, not realizing that he has been surrounded. The Havoc teams that had been planning to storm the radar station were now gathered around the crash site. It looks like Lu Chuck Luck is going to die here. I'll be damned. My Xiaowen's beautiful figure. Too bad I can't stuff the insurance. Let's evacuate quickly. We'll have to eat this one. At this moment, the sound of footsteps gathered around him, and in an instant he realized that something was wrong. What's with all the footsteps? These footsteps were disorganized, not at all like those of a human machine. But why would so many people gather around themselves? Is it hard to believe that they're all here to get me? Come to think of it, it's not possible, and I haven't messed with anyone else across the board. The next moment 3 rounds of roving missiles entered the airplane at the place of the crash from all sides. Lu Fluke instantly became an ant on a cannonball and had no choice but to walk to the airplane. Just after showing his head, he saw several reflections pointed at him. I build. A smoke grenade sealed his position, and the next second long smoke flew out as he jumped straight out of the plane and temporarily ducked into a dead end over by the hotel. Now it's time to figure out how to get to the evacuation point in a hurry. Mother asterisk 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 her. Where did all these people come from? At this point is already a situation of certain death. There is no way to escape around. Avoiding the sniper, there are countless M7 against him. Whether or not the host activates the Godhead skill. Does it work? Detecting that the host still has a glimmer of life, the Godhead is plotting a course. At this moment, a portrait floated up behind Lu Chuxing, as big as a main battle tank. What's that? Haven't seen it before? Could it be evolutionary essence? No, I have not seen. This thing is really rare. Hurry to take pictures to the officer to see. The imaginary figure behind Lu Fluke gradually materialized. It was a lump of sarcoma, pink with a hint of blood-colored romance. It is ethereal, visible and inaccessible, and he symbolizes all the intelligence of the universe. The dominator of time and space, Jug. Sotos. The main god has planned a route for the host. Please follow the route. Figuring out an escape route from a crowded space in just under a minute was something no one could do. Lu Fluke opened the evolution essence. Then long smoke flew out to disrupt the vision of the enemy in the direction of the evacuation point. The enemy in front of the hotel immediately began to chase. Give chase. He's getting away. Lu luckily used Powerball to pull away a large distance, and the pursuers behind him began to set up strikes. The roving missiles came again, this time unavoidable in such an open location. However, Lu Chuxing's body seemed to be vaporized, and he even dodged this fatal blow. Am I okay? This is the blessing of the Godhead. The Lord God loves the host, and this is a reward for the host. Lu Fluke a little regret. This God frame turned out to be so useful. If there is no protection of the God frame, he is designated to die here at the river bank this time. After the evacuation, Havoc's group had to call it a day, and he blew up when the news reached Dormammu's ears. Bunch of losers. What did I usually teach you guys? Make sure you don't leave any dead ends. And you guys? It's full of breaks. The crowd was scolded until one of the soldiers pulled out a photo. It's this that saved him. It's not that we're too weak. How could a normal person calculate their dead-end routes in such a short period of time? What's this? So abstract. We don't know. Lord Demurin is very knowledgeable. Why don't we ask her? Send it directly to HQ. Demurin, shrew of a woman who stays at the space base every day, has long since stopped asking questions. Havoc, who was in the process of remodeling his time weapon at that moment, received a picture from Dormammu. Ha 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 ha. Found it finally. It's the power over time. He backhanded his time weapon with a wrench. Demurin, find a chance to bring this man to Havoc. I want to study him. At this time Lu Fluke is at the front line debugging the configuration of the tiny swallow. I heard that she could not order an attack on Havoc's fleet, and could only bring Speedclaw to debug the debugging equipment. She's got a command implanted in her data not to attack Havoc units. Just delete that message. Speedclaw connected to Tiny Swallow's terminal, looking for that one rule, line by line. Lou Fluke, on the other hand, took the binoculars to check out the details of the battlefield in the auditorium. Although it had reached the point of interstellar war, the land battle was still the main battlefield. Asura is significantly worse equipped here, and GTI is no better. In contrast to Havoc, with all sorts of EM guns, drones, and mechanical hounds, the entire battlefield was almost invisible, but managed to fight the Union army back and forth, and there was almost no loss of personnel on Havoc's side. Seeing the scene, Lu Chushing could only sigh. The gap in the level of technology. But a figure on the battlefield caught his attention, a cadre in a technological exoskeleton sliding back and forth, weaving back and forth between the enemy lines, dry humping the Havoc mechanical dog pack directly under the cover of the machine guns. Retreat! Havoc called for a retreat, and GTI took the opportunity to begin digging deep trenches that would not only block the air units, but also make it more difficult for the mechanical dogs to move. How about a Fluke? Any interest in touching a real gun? Forget it. I still think I've lived too short a life. I'll pass, ha ha, it's okay, as long as you don't die. We at GTI can help you mechanically ascend. Even if your heart is pierced, we can still repair it. And the one just now? He's Red Wolf, blew up his leg on an earlier mission. We formulated a mechanical exoskeleton for him, and now he's also our vanguard leader. Lu Yuqing was interested in mechanical exoskeletons, if only he had a pair. During this time he always felt that someone was watching him, and when the time came, if he was offline for real, he could run faster with a mechanical exoskeleton. Is it okay if I want an exoskeleton? But Commander was a little surprised what a man who wasn't going to war would need an exoskeleton for. What do you want this for? If it gets real down the line, I can run faster. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I'll have the R&D department customize a set for you. Only this exoskeleton is very expensive. This money, I'll just pay for the ingredients. Alright, it's settled then. On the way back to the base, during the Dark Universe jump, Lu Yuqing always felt panicky in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, a stealth battleship was following him behind. Warning, unidentified object approaching jumpship. Are we changing destinations? Tiny Yen sends a warning. And sure enough, someone wants to be true to themselves offline. Locate the coordinates to the Chaoyang sector of the M78 Nebula. Changing destinations. Phew. Lu Fluke's jumpship landed at M78, and the stealth battleships behind it followed to the Chaoyang sector of the M78 Nebula. Alarm! Alarm! Intruder! The fish-headed hot moms who were dancing at that moment quickly gathered around Lu Fluke, all of them posing to fire lasers. Don't kill me! I'm being tracked! Chapter 48 M78 Declaration of Independence. Stalking? Who's stalking you? At that moment the stealthy battleship behind him was revealed, and the exclusive logo of Demurin appeared. Kid, do you realize that this is Havoc's territory? And you have the audacity to come to us after being tracked down by Havoc. At this time, Lao Mai walked out from among the crowd. He pulled over Lu Yuchong's arm, and the two of them flew towards the basement. What are you boys doing here? Good luck to you. This is no time for snark. Tell me what's wrong with you? Lu Fluke pondered for a moment, then sent the coordinates to Tiny Yen. Do you want to be independent? The question went straight to old Mac's heart. He'd long since lost his dignity as a fish-headed hot mama during the years he'd been colonized by Havoc, and the desire to be independent was strong. You have an idea? Of course. As soon as I sink this Demurin battleship, you can immediately declare your independence. Only what? Except that your second war with Havoc is about to begin. But you're lucky that Havoc is now suffering from the onslaught of Asurat and GTI. Now that you've declared your independence, it's kind of a three-engine war. Old Mac turned his back, and then the basement wall was lifted. Come in and talk. He pulled the alarm, and in an instant tens of thousands of fish-headed hot moms entered the small space of the basement from all directions. Anyone? Wants total war? Anyone? Wish I could take the plasma spark tower back from Havoc. Must win. Lu Fluke always felt something familiar. Always felt like I had seen it somewhere, but I didn't dare to say it. Then the crowd broke through the ground and flew towards the battleship, and Tiny Yen arrived in time to fire a Star Annihilator cannon right at the Demulin's battleship. The Demurin warships didn't struggle much, and were beaten to death in just an instant. At this point Havoc's surveillance force arrived at breakneck speed, ready to arrest the rowdy fishhead hot mama. Catch them! Don't let them get away! But this scene had long been foreseen by Shafurin, sitting in the village council, and he connected directly telepathically to Lao Mai. Not a single one. Not a single one. In a flash, the entire M78 Nebula glowed crimson. Blood and sweat filled the air. An hour later, Shafurin, as the first leader of the M78 Nebula, declared his freedom from Havoc's control and founded the Kingdom of Light. From then on, the M78 Nebula was independent, no longer oppressed by anyone, and threatened Havoc to hand over the Plasma Spark Tower. I was never expecting that the plot I had planned for so long would have to be opened early because of your arrival. Sha Fulin walked up to Lu Yukong, and the two shook hands cordially. I didn't think I'd be hunted down today either. He was still quite sweaty. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing as being hunted down and killed himself, and it was a good thing he hadn't been backstabbed by the fish-headed hot mommies of the M78 Nebula. Alright, I'll head back. You guys speed up and open the fortifications. Havoc will be back soon. In less than 3 hours, the news of the M78 Nebula's independence spread throughout the universe, and for a while there was turmoil in all directions. Havoc, who received the news of Lu's lucky escape, was furious. Dormammu, hurry up and send me someone to quell the riot. Boss, there's no manpower left. At this time, the entire third universe was rioting, and Havoc didn't have so much energy to care about these people. Then transfer from the front. Boss, I can't. Transferring from the front line will affect the progress of our attack. Havoc slammed the table. You're the boss? Do what I tell you to do. Don't nag. I'd rather have the front line give up 10 miles than let there be internal fluctuations. Dormammu could only do as he was told, but there was some resentment in his heart towards Havoc. The other side. I'm coming back. The crowd didn't have time to give a damn about him. The explosion rate had been quite high lately. I hear had already collected 50 copies of the Hacking Claw artwork, 12 Velociraptor artifacts, and 2 stockings of Demurin, as well as a book of Reese portraits. Ugh, I'm being hunted down. Can't anyone come and comfort me a little? Comforting my ass. Hurry up and come to touch the gold. The explosive rate is high lately. At this point, Havoc had no time for tournament activity, and with Mugen's numbers dwindling heavily, this was the time for GTI to overtake them. Okay, I'll touch it. Thinking about it, it's really a loser. Having become the acting commander of GTI, he still has to look at the face of this group of people. I'm so miserable. Woo. Tick-tock. The commander sent a message, angrily scolding Lu Fluke why he transferred Tiny Yen from the front line in a flash. What if Havoc attacked? Just don't worry about it. The current Havoc doesn't have time to care about the front line. The rear are already revolting. Reese immediately came over upon hearing the news. Kid, are you saying that Havoc is now quelling the rebellion? That's what it means. So get yourselves ready. I expect Havoc to be reunited in 3 days. Okay, we'll try. After hanging up, the commander and Reese each had their own agenda, neither wanting to get their battleships on the field so soon, and instead of patching them up quickly, they were delaying the work. On the other hand, surprisingly searched the identity file of Havoc machine gunnery. Another hidden paragraph, only it wasn't worth many points. 1 point with Speed Claw Mito. It's amazing that there are so many hidden models, and I suspect that one of them could sway the battle. More expensive than Uluru portraits? Flying Fellow nodded. This situation may not be impossible. After all, hidden models can be worth much more than you are when opening a blind box. Keep an eye out for more, and have a loose sort out the current points situation later. We don't know what's going on with Havoc, so we'll just have to do our best to round up as many points as we can. With half a month left until the end of the race, time is running out. Guys, for the last half of the month, let's search for Uluru's portrait even if we work overtime. The crowd was exhausted, but there was no way around it. Who let Cosmic Star have a brain fart releasing this kind of event? At night time, Lu Fluke is still struggling in front of the screen, running knives and breaking legs. Mother asterisk. It's been a day. Just one book of Mito. Leaning north. La really? Fluke, first come to eat a late night snack. Full made barbecue. Tiny Bunny called out to Lu Fluke to come over and eat as he ate, but Lu Fluke fired another classified longbow straight away. You guys just eat well. I'll run another handful. He played a day warehouse in the Big Red. More cannot be more. The lucky value is also soaring state. Just one daytime 30 successful evacuation point running knife. Put to have to eat more than 100 W. The Big Red out and out. Just did not see the real set of hair. Overtime again. Ugh. Chapter 49 Uluru Portrait. Present. A fierce fight. Time flew by, and the last 3 days were left until the end of the competition, at which point Cosmic Star had sent down the details of the points. GTI has a narrow, temporary 300-point lead over Havoc. At this point there is still one stocking of Demurin, 3 copies of the Veron artifacts, and the only copy of Uluru's portrait that hasn't shown up. At the same time Cosmic Star has made an announcement of hidden money. There are 5 hidden items. The ones that have already appeared are information on the Havoc machine gunners and a collection of Reyes portraits. There are 3 hidden items left to appear, each of which could potentially be able to sway the standings. Fluke, open up the space base? Flying Fellow sent out an invitation to hack, and Lu Fluke just happened to want to take his chances in space as well. Okay, the usual, you clear the map and I'll touch the resources. Just don't die halfway. Just don't you die main floor. The two men smiled at each other and touched fists. After joining the game and landing in the launch area, Jifu chose the president to open the food, while Lu Fluke went to the antenna room. I wonder if I can open the door and deliver a surprise. As soon as he enters, he sees Demure in stockings brushed on a chair, and the wave is sort of hollowed out. Firmfly's side was already coming before he could even start eating the buoyancy room. There's no choice but to fight first. A clip of M14 full auto went down and the charging wyvern was the first to go down. Havoc squad? That's a bump. Go for it. At this time, the other party instantly recognized Jifu when he was on his own number. This wave of struggle has been about dignity, and no one wants to let the other get out alive. But the other two of Havoc's men twisted their heads and ran, and Willow went straight to the box. Not good. They may have shipped out. Firmfyu couldn't care less about the president's room and hurriedly chased after him. The three fought all the way from the buoyancy room to the west gate, and people from the dormitory building tried to come and talk them out of it. The west end gate was hunted down to. That team looks familiar. Looks like it's from the Valley Rain squad. Did they ship out? The Mouse Extermination Purification squad is also in this game, and Roan takes the two of them and prepares to go help out the Grain Rain squad a bit. At that moment the killcast came on again, and Valley Rain squad Speedclaw was knocked to the ground. Lu Fluke is currently eating in the center control building, and he heard the footsteps of the dormitory building from a long distance. Immediately reminded, Fei Yu, be careful, the dormitory building is here to talk you out of it. Knowing that Havoc was shipping out, Lu luckily looked for shield to pick up a bison, and also quickly leaned towards the west gate. If Firmfly was killed, it would be hard to save himself. Phew! The M700 in Roan's hand shoots towards Jifu, and Uluru, the last of the Grain Rain squad, takes the opportunity to open up and prepare to combine with Mouse Extinguishing Net to kill Jifu, but a flurry of sweeps from Lao Fluke just happened to knock the patrol missiles out of the air, and the masters. At this time, the Rat Extermination Purification squad immediately turned back. They also heard Lu Luck's footsteps. Without their racking guns, the last person in the Guyu squad could only drink hate in the northwest. Flying Fellow quickly opened Ularu's box, and inside there was a large 4x4 shipment of the very same Ularu photo book that the crowd was going crazy for. Fluke, Ularu Portrait Collection. What? Take it on. Hurry up and pull the gate. This side of the Lu Fluke has come to 78 points. At this time, turn around and want to run. Phew, another golden bullet. Firm few painkillers just out of time. Can't walk away. The situation is critical. Lu luckily jumps off the roof and shoots, successfully defeating Rona by sneak attack. Lorna, why are you down? Don't bother with me. Go after that wyvern. Grain Rain squad is out of the Ularu Portrait Collection. What? Bishop Lori, give chase. I'll save it. Are you kidding me? You save me first and I'll rack your gun. Firm Feiyu Wanago can only pick up the Ascension and pull the gate. At this time, the Ascension still has 5 minutes left to open. If he wants to go, must pull the gate. Now save Rona 3 people. There is still a possibility of intercepting Firm Feiyu. If Bishop Lori had gone, Rona would probably have been pressed to death in the dormitory building by Lu Fluke. The sixth son. What was it that Lorna just defeated you with? Don't recognize it, but that's gotta be a bison he's got there, hitting 3 stage bullets. Ron's brain swerved. It's that rat. Ha! Bishop Lori, let's go, don't worry about the rat. At this point, Lu Fluke was already in the buoyancy room and another team dry. He was intentionally shot twice, then ran directly towards the west gate. Make sure you come after them. Unsurprisingly, the other side thought that Lu had luckily shipped out and immediately chased after him. The rat exterminating net that had just hit the right state collided with Lu Fluke, and just when he wanted to shoot, he saw 6 sets of full formations behind him. This CS even came with a hand of woe. News of the Grain Rain squad's appearance out of the Ularu Portrait Collection immediately spread through Havoc and G.T.I. Demurin immediately watched the battle through the perspective of the rat exterminating net squad. Never let G.T.I. get it. But Commander couldn't help but also sweat when he saw his backpack. This thing could be given to anyone, but it definitely couldn't fall into Havoc's hands. Lu Fluke sighed of a long smoke to flee the scene. The team behind them had to stop. The vision turned to see the rat extinguishing net that was frothing. Shoot! What are you waiting for? Ron immediately alerted Bisalal as the two teams passionately tore into each other. Havoc's office assistant immediately notified the Overlander squad at the station that the rat extermination net is blocked, and tell them to rush to the centrifuge to capture Feiyu. Sir, transit squad. What's wrong? Are they dead? No, they're racked up in the cell block. They can't get out. The Ascension quests are almost out, and the Overlander squad is still in the cell block being racked by Asura's team. What? Are they losers? It can't be helped. This squad is new. There's no cooperation to be had. No money to be had. and they don't have a single East End drawbridge. Demuren's flesh reddened. Was he really going to watch Jin Yufeiyu bring out the Uluru photobook and then I angrily eat the first place points? But there's a guy in this passing squad who's pretty good on his own, so we can do this. Yes, just give notice. Even if you can't get this photo book, you definitely can't let I get it. Prison 3 squatting so far overstaying squad has finally made a move. Red Wolf and B-Doctor laying smoke in preparation for a jailbreak as they cut off the line of sight from Asura's team. At this point in the procession, Speedclaw took the opportunity to break out of jail, while the remaining two were left behind. After passing over the center bridge, she went straight to the centrifuge where Feiyu Li was. Just as the gate point was being pulled up, helicopter evacuation point opened. Feiyu didn't dare to relax for fear that he would be caught by the rats. Lu Fluke's side immediately reminded after watching the sitting mountain and watching the tigers. Feiyu, that team from the dormitory building is going your way. Be careful, they're strong. 6 sets per capita now. Got it. Can you stall them for me? I'm coming to my feet on my side. It's a little difficult, but I'll try. Lu squeaked out the sniper kill and loaded up the 12x he touched again, then started pumping points in the direction of the center bridge. I'll hold them off. You kill them. This one's a tough one, so help me through a little while longer. Ta-da-da-da. Overkill Squad Speedclaw's M249 in his hand was firing gold bullets as frantically as if he didn't need any money, directly transforming into a spacefaring side, forcing Flying Firmament to not dare to raise his head. Chapter 50, so transparent? The other party shot as they walked, and swept wildly as soon as they saw that was about to show his head. Mother asterisk 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 her. This is crazy. Lu Fluke's side knocked down Rona, and the 3-man squad turned into 2 in seconds. The remaining 2 tried to take advantage of the opportunity to grab Jin Yufeiyu, and Fluke went straight for a flip off the bridge and chased after the 2 with a bison. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's the doggy plaster? Can't shake it off. Roan, there's M249 fire in there. At the door they were afraid to go in, and they didn't know who was shooting inside. At this time, Lu Fluke had finished Rona's bag, and the bison in his hand had turned into an M7, and the lousy 4 sets on his body had become 6 sets. I build. Hypermasculinity is off the charts and I'm going to kill someone. Into the game, please never give Lu Fluke to wear 6 sets. He is really will be guilty of super xiong. As soon as you get 6 sets of gold bullet M7, the whole person is like a killer bee. Come out and die. Firm Feiyu ran upstairs just in time to collide with Luoan, with a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. Firm Feiyu seemed to have no escape. What's worse is that his armor was dry humped by the M249. At this point, if Roan shoots him, he'll die for sure. Could only retreat, but the M249 behind him clearly had no intention of letting him go. Hang on. I'm coming. Lu Fluke long smoke split the battlefield. A big jump dry pull to the front of the M249. 3 shots had directly let her sit down, followed by a short smoke to seal the stairway, and then a Siberian big jump. 4 rounds of body Roan. The last person just wanted to go downstairs to go around the point. Lu Fluke directly followed by jumping down. The hand of the M7, no bullets on Mini 14. Crazy. Broke his leg, but at least he did away with the rat extermination purification squad. Ha, are you still Lu Fluke? Xing Tu. At this time, he heard the president's footsteps again. His head did not return, directly rushed to the black room. Never seen such a Lu Fluke, with a mad dog like crazy tearing. Flying Firmament wasn't going to take any chances, and simply ate and evacuated, while Lu Fluke transformed into a dry pulling boy, and did all sorts of uncovered dry pulling until the 6 armors shattered. There's no manicure kit. There was no way to retreat first, back to the black room to lick the box and weapons, just to think about pulling the next wave of gates. But when I got to the blue room, I was surprised to see footsteps coming from above my head again. Did I let you guys eat? Did you guys hit the bag? Just eat it. Lu Fluke directly fierce men charge. Siberian bison big jump. Emperor dry pull 64 rounds of magazine's crazy sweep legs. Sit the down. Game over, except for the team that flew away and cleared the map straight away. Is this the mad dog power? Suddenly it feels like Donk is just that. Okay, fat evacuation. Confirmation of package on the way. Welcome home. Lu Fluke the 700W evacuation and brought out a stocking in the process. Now that the win is basically locked in, Lu Fluke told the crowd to hurry up and rest and relax. Yay! Finally won. I was really getting sleepy. My Xiaowen lay on Wang Yuhao's shoulder. She hadn't slept for 3 days. On the contrary, Wang Yuhao had already fallen asleep. Everyone has worked hard, but there are 2 more days starting tomorrow, and you can't carry them. Try to find hidden money, but based on previous experience, the remaining hidden money is not expected to be exchanged for many points. But no surprise, it was still a surprise. In the early hours of the last day, Havoc's points were actually directly equal to GTI. the last 3 hidden pieces were found by Havoc, and the last oversized hidden model became the key to locking up the success or failure of the battle. Mother asterisk 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 or read the info. This hidden model takes up 21 squares. What's so big? Outside air conditioning unit? Not sure. It looks pretty valuable. According to the data given by Cosmic Star, the current outside point items have been cleared out, leaving this 21 compartment super hidden model undiscovered. I think Cosmic Star is doing it on purpose, just to make us work overtime. It's the last day, and I don't know if I'll find it. The modeling of something this big should be big too, so maybe it will be waiting for the crowd at one of the tables. Our plan is to each go to one took a battle ready running knife. No problem. I'm just afraid that this thing will take up a lot of space and modeling. Whatever. It's the last day to start looking. The crowd returned to their workstations, and Lu Fluke still opened the familiar top secret spaceflight. This time landed in the jail big. Just afraid of the jail 2 pumped through the point. Lu Fluke sealed smoke hurried to run, but the body is still hit by a shot. It's a good thing I brought a shattered level 5 armor, or I would have been dragged down in progress again. Walking up to the post pass point, I noticed that there was no one under the center bridge, so it looks like the second post pass didn't swipe anyone. After having a good time eating a wave of blue chambers, Lu Fluke decided to venture out and search the black chambers and proceeded to the president. Knock, knock, passing by the black room just in time to run into a team. What the hell? The launch zone is just now arriving? Lu Fluke lying down to look out. It turned out to be Jail 3 open bridge over the point. It was impossible to stay in the black room, so he had to find a chance to bolt for the antenna room. This 21 grams of raising compulsion big hidden also do not know where it will be brushed. Lu Fluke fortunate can only one a material point brush past, which is slower than the usual running knife do not know how much. Soon there are footsteps came. Good thing this 200% hearing is considered a smooth ear. Immediately skipped to the dormitory building. On the way by the way to another shot of evolutionary essence. This is even a bit of security. Dormitory building seems to be no one touch. As soon as you open the door, you see the pot. Come cannot be in vain to come first to the pot to plug the insurance before. Don't come red I really don't want to organize the warehouse. The antennae pots can't be sold. They are useless. The value is still inflated. And the explosion rate is still high. There are at least 30 antennae pots in an entire red warehouse. But something is better than nothing. Maybe an event to trade red for room cards. Open the third dormitory inside the room. Lu Fluke found that the bed even brushed something. What's this? Approach and take up 21 squares of the grid. Ha! I build. I'm out. Surprisingly, it's a ticket to the Cosmic Star Corporation tech show. He let out a throaty cry that drew everyone around him except Flying Fellow, who was still teasing everyone else. I build. To withdraw. Lu Fluke hurriedly skipped to the rat passage. I build. I build. Don't die. Don't die. He panicked. Too much. And this 21 gauge hidden model ticket was imperative to him. After waiting quietly for 10 minutes someone finally pulled the switch. He was ready to mix smoke and withdraw, when a big move from Speedclaw, who had picked up soaring on the bridge, swept into him. Ularus roving missiles immediately attacked, and Lu Fluke could only be forced to leave the rat passage and hide in the pool. But someone is coming out of the centrifuge behind us too. Is it really going to die here? Is a near victory to be buried? No, I don't want it. Lu Fluke took the bison ready to fight the 3 men behind him, and stood straight up and performed a bison dry pull. Die for me. Chapter 51 New Map, Star Overlook. This space base is like a compulsion to fight one team you have to fight 5 more and only the last one gets out alive. Normally, Lu Yuqing didn't raise parasites easily, but now he had to accept this fact. Everyone was watching him operate. It's a fluke. Tiny Bunny couldn't help but marvel at the fact that a knife runner could be so bold. The Bison AP bomb was the first to take down one person, and Lu was lucky enough to throw a long smoke around the area, transforming into an evil spirit of smoke, along with the continued infestation of poisonous smoke to tire out the remaining 2. But it's not that simple. The gunfire here attracts the last team, and the raising begins. The first moment he heard the footsteps Lu fled the scene. Whatever, let them play first, I have to get out of this one. After the toxic smoke dispersed, centrifuge 2 people face his 3 gun muzzle. A burst of gunfire after Lu Fluke in the rat passage probe to observe the situation. Centrifuge those 2 actually started saving their teammates. WDF? Can't even beat this? It's a waste. The trio of centrifuges quickly hit full status and started to eat their packs. At this point, there were still 30 seconds before the helicopter was evacuated, and they knew that Lu Fluke was still around, so there was absolutely no way they could let him off so easily. Speedclaw approached the evacuation point and immediately opened up. Good thing he changed his position early. Now he was back where the dream started. Favors me once more. 8. Long smoke cuts the battlefield at a 45-degree angle. 7, 6, 5. Short smoke seals the view and creates body position. 4, 3, Start into the evacuation point and run all the way towards the upper right corner. 2. Crouch down close to the box and walk slowly. 1. 0. Confirmation that the package is on its way. Welcome home. Lou fluked it, and the last hidden payment was successfully taken away. I made it. I did it. Interstellar immediately declared the contest over. The final hidden payment was only enough to redeem 3,000 points, but those 3,000 points were enough to make Havoc taste defeat. We won. Lou Fluke once again led G.T.I. to win the current stage, and the points gap between Havoc and G.T.I. grew wider and wider. Just follow up and stabilize. Guys, don't give them a chance. The crowd knows that it's been a hard-earned month of tournament victories, and all they can do is hold steady. Hold steady and hold steady. Reminder from Cosmic Interstellar, subsequent stages of the tournament have been scheduled and the new map has been edited. Starting tomorrow, players can enter the new map, Star Overlook, to familiarize themselves with the map. Yikes, there's a new map. It looks like an indoor map. This kind is the worst to fight. Firm Feiyu knows that the indoor upper and lower floors are the most difficult to get, and if the evacuation point is a little bit more sinister, then it will really become a holy place for raising parasites. Hong Za, Tiny Rabbit, Firm Few, Sha Hands, Mouse JK. Everyone go in 3x3 tomorrow to familiarize yourselves with the map. I still have to see if I can run a knife on this new map. Selfeiyu collapsed his face. This person really, running knives for life. The next day, the Star Overlook opens with only 5 teams on one map, but 3 evacuation points. It doesn't look like a map for raising parasites. Tiny Bunny looks and feels pretty normal. Too naive. 6 floors above and 3 floors below, adding up to 9 floors, but the evacuation points can all be on the top floor. This meant that what appeared to be 3 evacuation points, in reality, unless staggered, only 1 team could go. And this map Netherworld on Netherworld Inn, he did not have a floor map, only the general location, and the birth point is not fixed. Sometimes there will even appear 5 teams are resurrected in a floor situation. I don't want to fight. The art has gone crazy, going in 3x3 and getting muslined, walking everywhere and not being able to get anywhere, and getting squatted on the elevator. This map is a jail map. It has the feel of a jail zone expansion. This map's staircase is divided into layers. -3 floor staircases straight to the 4th floor. 5 floor staircase can only go down to the 1st floor. -1 floor can only go down by elevator. -2 floors have vertical ladders straight up to the 3rd floor, but they are easy to get smoked. And the middle of the 1st floor elevator stops at the 3rd, 5th, and 6th floors. The left and right ones go down and up to the 4th floor. The evacuation points all require pulling gates. The left gate point is on the 1st floor. The right gate point is on the 1st floor compartment. You need to go to the 3rd floor first before taking the cul-de-sac. The middle evacuation point pulling gates is on the top floor next to the helicopter, but there's 3 fire breathers and 6 machine gunners and a new boss to fight. There was a burst of Firm Few, and everyone was confused. This is not an interstellar observatory. It's a 9-layer demon tower. It's really raising parasites. There's only one way up the stairs at all 3 pull points. You're going to be blocked everywhere you go. And after a general glance, there's a lot of exemptions on this map, but they're all pretty netherworldly. You can't eat them at all without walking 3 miles. By a fluke you came to see this exemption. You have to go to -1 then to level 3 and finally take the leg breaker room and the cul-de-sac and then back to level 2. The leg breaker room goes to the 2nd floor. So how do we get back? The only way back is to climb that extra long ladder. This map is like a sanctuary for parasites. There are people wherever you go, and you get caught wherever you go. The evacuation has people squatting, and the helicopter evacuation that goes down the center has to hit the articulated snake. Mother ******* her. I can't really beat this map. Shahand is going crazy. Even if there is Jin Yufei's map markers are useless, simply do not know where to come to people. Coupled with the sound of this damned footsteps in the delta, it is impossible to distinguish the other side in the several floors. The 1st floor can be heard on the top floor of the footsteps. I think it's pretty smooth. It's not that hard. 78 Firm Few new charts just came out half an hour ago and he already has 78 pips. Look at this safe supplies on the 4th floor. It's up here climbing up to the tool cabinet to eat. You're a real 6. How do you memorize so many points? This Star Overlook was as big as it was small, and the further up you went the less space you could move around in, except for the apron on the top floor. I thought spaceflight was enough to raise compulsion, but I didn't realize there were masters. Don't worry, there's a new map tomorrow. What's your hurry? Lou Fluke took out another notice that the prison map Valkyrie goes on sale tomorrow, with full area signal coverage and only 1 evacuation point. I don't want to play the new map. Black Shirt fell to his knees, having burned out, and the thought that there was still a signal shielding map made him want to cry. It took me 3 days to familiarize myself with the main space building, and 2 days to familiarize myself with the radar station. And those are fine, at least it's still just one area. Full map coverage? It's killing me. Lu Fluke said there is no way. Raising compulsion. Always have to be disgusting. Or raise out of the compulsion king are not strong. Okay guys, listen to me for a second. Everyone one counts as a top Earth Delta combatant, with the exception of Tiny Bunny. No matter how complicated the new map is, it's still just a map. We have 3 days to familiarize ourselves with it. It's definitely enough time. And if we don't familiarize ourselves with it, others won't either. Havoc Base. Well, the floor maps are all scanned, right? Report sir, it's been made and will be released later. Great. This is the power of technology. I really don't know how those G.T.I. barbarians can compete with us. Ha ha. Chapter 52. Hand-painted intergalactic overlooks. 1 day passed. The crowd simply could not survive more than 3 minutes in the map. Not to mention familiarizing themselves with the map. The crowd had sort of died in every corner once. Even if they had cleared the map, it was easy to evacuate and not go out. What to do? It's really hard without a map. Tiny Rabbit don't even know how he died. It's not easy to clear a handful of charts with the chief somehow, but he fell to his death. And Hongza couldn't find the way, didn't go out. Bankruptcy is really going to be bankrupt. If we keep fighting, we're really going to embezzle public funds. Black small shirt straight pain. Put walking big red into his to send. Not to mention withdrawing out. He has not even found the stairs. What to do, Fluke? We're really going to rat if this keeps up. Take it easy. I'll think of something. Lu Fluke and Jail Feiyu exchanged a glance. Jail Feiyu knew what he was going to do immediately. His eyes dodged. Humph. What do you think, Feiyu? Look at me for what? You want to draw, you draw. Lu Yuaching took his arm and shook it. Feiyu brother. Don't gross me out. I'll draw. Flywing relaying on his memory and Lu Fluke running the map on the spot. The two of them playing one and drawing the other. The 4 layers are painted, so you go to the layer below. That fast? I haven't finished running yet. There's a mission on the 4th floor. I'm most familiar with it. Had already memorized the 4th-floor map in his head. This map was actually very easy to remember except for a little more routes. It was just an administrative building that had been enlarged. There's a cubicle on the 2nd floor. Just head west and see a sealed window and break it with your gun. That you know. Nonsense. I've been here for 6 dead teams. The 2 of them worked very well together. And in less than half a day the map of the entire interstellar overlook appeared in front of everyone. From the subdivided maps of each level to the general main map, and the routes that were often to be traveled, all of which were recorded on it. This map is special in that human machines don't attack players, so hearing the sound of running must be a player. I'm telling you, I haven't even seen a man machine today, because this building is a Cosmic Star Corporation building. There are no Havoc or Asura soldiers in it at all, and as for the boss at the evacuation point, it's Cosmic Star Corporation's own employees. The people took the map and entered the game again, which was much more permeable, and half a day was enough time to memorize it. Woohoo! Gotta eat. This boss even popped me a red card. Yoo-hoo. Overlook storage. This card is worth 800 WA piece now. Lu luckily touched one today, and this room has 4 big safes, 2 small safes, and 3 dresses and the table that can brush everything. Where is this swipe location? Let me see what the pop rate is like. Flying Few pointed to the -3 RD floor. I've drawn it all out. Just follow it. Black Shirt did what he said he was going to do. And after opening a card a day, the final return on the 800W card was pegged at 2100W, with big reds on almost every insurance policy. For safeties, a big red doesn't come out just once. Black Shirt lost a day's worth of cash, and this card made it back in a day. The new maps all have high burst rates. Take advantage of this to familiarize yourself with the maps and also earn a little more funds. Don't use my public account every day. Lu Fluke's assets of more than 900 million whole, he usually do not use. Everyone does not know how much money he actually has. How much money do you have, Fluke? Counting shared accounts. Everyone wondered just how rich he was to have the free money to buy annihilators and jump ships. I won't tell you. Go and familiarize yourselves with the map. Don't speculate on these things every day. Shay, if you don't say it, don't say it. The crowd dispersed. It was no fun. You guys? Hyo both gave him an exasperated laugh. The following morning, the Valkyrie prison map came online. Another signal-shielded map. What a big cemetery. What a depressing environment. The Valkyrie is huge. Big enough to hold 10 administrative buildings. The inside area is all but unknown. But the prison cells are not only airy but also pure white and transparent up and down. Isn't this a living target? It's the sanctuary of composting again. The upstairs beats the downstairs like a sun. This place has a ridiculous amount of supply points. But I'm noticing a serious problem. 1 exemption for a map this big? This means that the 4 teams that refresh in Valkyrie have to grab an exemption. And there's a definite advantage to resurrecting upstairs. If you resurrect near the warden's office to start the game, you'll be under siege. Is this right? just play and see. This map is nothing more than a few areas: cell block, warden's office, cafeteria area, commissary, family visiting area, playground training area, study room, and work area. There's signal coverage on the periphery too. It's tougher than space. Yeah, I don't know how a kiosk can have a signal blocker. Lou Fluke face unpleasant. This map evacuation is still disgusting. Can only run through the huge playground to the fence and then turn in supplies to evacuate. You have to turn in supplies with a market price of 30W before you can evacuate. That means if I evacuate for 600W, I'll only end up with 570W in my hands. And minus the attrition, that's a lot of money for me to make. Firm Feiyu cried to death. Originally rats and mice are hungry. Now it's good not only can't eat, but also have to pay taxes after eating. Lou Fluke is even more speechless. Running the knife would not have been profitable, and as a result, to evacuate also have to turn in 1.5 of the experimental data. The cell phone suddenly rang. It was Demurin calling. The new map is out. This is our Havoc territory. I know you guys are unfamiliar with it, so let our guys fight your guys as a way to familiarize yourself with the map. Okay, if you lose, don't say I didn't put in water. Everyone is on alert for the friendly match with Havoc to begin. Firm Few, CI, Ezo, over to you guys. Gee, I don't want to fight. Flying Fellow has no energy at all. Ezo, you don't have to go on. Hey, Feiyu-chan. I build, I fight. 4 teams on one map, 1 team each from Havoc and G, T, I, and 2 teams from nowhere. Where is the resurrection? Take a look. With a slide of the map, the trio landed in the kiosk, which was on the periphery and was sure to take a beating going in. What to do? Go in? Firm Feiyu was puzzled. It is easy to go in and take a beating, but it is not impossible for this technique of his own to hit a high 80 others low. Don't go in. Brother Feiyu, I'm so scared. Good. Not going in. Not going in. The 3 men began searching the perimeter at ease, and within half a minute gunshots were heard from the warden's office. Sure enough, the fight was intense. Quantum storage? Yummy. Here. Hey, you take it. Thank you Feiyu brother. At this time, the little rabbit in front of the screen had a small red face. Was this Jinyu Feiyu sure he wasn't mocking himself? Little bunny, are you jealous? Lou Fluke had a wicked grin on his face. How? Chapter 53, 78 to everywhere. The outer perimeter was sort of searched, and it was always time to go in and face reality, and the trio entered through the cafeteria window, when there was a team outside the cafeteria taking a beating. Listening to the gunfire, they were getting beaten up pretty bad. 3 PKMs can be a lot of firepower in a place like this where there's basically no cover. Within moments 3 boxes appeared in the doorway. Don't move. Wait for them to eat the bag. Unsurprisingly 6 full sets will soon be coming to eat the bag. The footsteps gradually approaching, but halfway there, the gun went off again, and by the sound of it, it was a shot from cell block number 1 on the east side, which just happened to be in the same direction as the warden's office. I wonder which pair is Havoc. They won't die before they meet us. Will they? Why is it silent? The gunshots came to an abrupt halt, causing him to panic a bit and look around him. Red dots waving back and forth. It is? Boom. Smoke sealed out. Immediately pulled back. Good thing he didn't get shot. Holy, that scared me lol. This type of play with playfulness is Havoc without a doubt. Bad. We're in a bad position. Do we have to go back to the periphery again? The 3 are still thinking about how to fight, when gunshots suddenly come from behind them. Shishi and Zhongyi drink the northwest, and Firm Feiyu a jet into the smoke. At this time, the 3 parties attack the jail. Feiyu cannot avoid. Quickly take over the head of the armor. Secretly hide in the key room. Phew. Good thing I brought this key or I'd really be dead. The key room gave him a cushion, and he was a good man again when his status was pulled, just ready to rush out. As soon as he opened the door, a big red bag almost pasted on his face. Good thing the jet flew fast or really have to die. Rolled over and jumped straight down the stairs despite the risk of breaking his leg, disappearing from Havoc's sight immediately afterward. When Havoc's trio chased them down, there was still no sign of Firm Few, but it was the safe recognition mission that was picked up. It's a trap, isn't it? He's all alone. Is it possible that he can still second the 3 of us in an instant? So what if it's a trap? He's only 4 heads and 4 armor. He'll die in 3 shots from me. The trio rushed towards the mission site without hesitation. Falling into a trap, the 3 of them checked under the table, checked behind the cabinets, and killed themselves, not thinking that Cell Feiyu would be on the ceiling. Garner. C4 sticks to one person and all 3 start to panic. To the point of death, they don't know where Firm Few is. After blowing up 2 people, Firm Few goes to another pillar in one jet. It's not a good job to raise your head since the old days of the cadre. Goodbye everyone. Jail Feiyu cleared the map again, and although Hey and Zhongyi didn't pull out, the last 15 minutes of Jail Feiyu was enough to eat the entire map. Hey, Havoc lost again. What's to smile about? It's Demurin getting free coaching for the new team. Halfway through the game Chuck Luck realized that Havoc's team had no coordination, no awareness, and was purely relying on recklessness. At this moment, Demurin on the other side of the computer revealed a smile. Assistant, write this point down, then upload the data of this match to the AI. I want firm flying use combat data. Still, sir is considerate. Havoc's AI added combat models to all G.T.I. cadres, analyzing their combat abilities in 6 panels: marksmanship, awareness, reaction speed, stance, map awareness, and luck. Of the bunch of cadres, the most well-rounded one is Zhengyi, and as for the AI algorithm counts 6 question marks. Even the AI couldn't guess where the man's limits really were. As for Lu Fluke's model, it is a serious bias. Basically, do not stand out. There is only one piece of data. Luck directly pull full. As for the stance is even more concave in the existence. However, AI's evaluation of Lu Fluke was very high, especially once the 21-frame hidden money game was over. AI's evaluation changed again. A FPS genius full of plasticity. A dog luck brother who pulls all the luck. Luckily, in the Mad Dog state strength was straight out of Zhengyi, and with the addition of 200% hearing and evolutionary essence, his single combat ability was no less than that of Flying Firmament. But this state is so consuming that it may only be energized once every few months, and the data is very unstable. Havoc technology is powerful, and AI is powerful, but to really see a person, machinery can never reach that level. G.T.I. cafeteria. 78 anchors are worthy of being 78 anchors. They can find this kind of 78 spots on the spur of the moment. Lu Fluke sat down with his arm around his shoulders, and faced with the compliments only smiled faintly and blushed badly. What's wrong? You look pale, sleepy or tired? Just feeling a little chesty. Flying Fellow was doing his best to hold on, but finally he couldn't hold on and actually spat jelly like gel out of his throat. Hey me, did you steal the fresh orange flavored energy gel? How do you know? Fresh orange flavored energy gel. Take him when you're tired and sleepy. Go go go. What's wrong with you? What's this? Fellow Fei, you coughed and thought carefully. I remember. I ordered a cosmic takeout before the game called something like duck blood and tofu soup, and I ended up regurgitating it as soon as the game was over. Uncle Zhang came over to take a look. Goo, you're experiencing a national wave takeout. Ah, this stuff is all pre-made dishes. You eat it must be disgusting. Look at it all, so we quickly eat a piece of my protein block. Flying Fellow looked up and saw that there were cockroach tentacles on the protein block in Uncle Zhang's hand, instantly becoming even more disgusted. Uncle Zhang, you today, you lazy and didn't juice the cockroaches. How do you know? Is it obvious? Come on Uncle Zhang, he's already poor enough. Don't bear stones for him. Uncle Zhang had to leave in the dark. You too, eat takeout every day. Be careful of getting poisoned one day, but he's cheap. You can put together a good meal for $300. 66,666. Lu Fluke has nothing to say but to walk a single 6. At night, after a busy day, Master Lu came to the dormitory floor. Chen Luya was memorizing the map on the windowsill, just in time to see Lu Fluke under the dormitory building did not know what to fiddle with. Fluke, what are you doing? She rested her hands on her cheeks and looked at Lu Yuqing with a playful face. I'm trying to figure out who's going to be good in the game the day after tomorrow. Stranded here pinching pedals. Would you say it's okay to put me on? You? Seriously, you can only win and not lose. How do you know if you haven't tried it? Don't you trust me? Chen Luyo is a little angry all these years old partner. He even still does not know his own strength. That's fine, but I'll have to arrange 2 powerful teammates for you. What do you think about Flying Firm? Forget it, let him rest. He's becoming a laborer. Chapter 54, The Corporal's Revenge. On the day of the match, Lu Fluke matched Chen Luyo with an officer and corporal as requested by her. As of now he doesn't see a win. Sir, you don't think they're going to press us? Tiny bunny, you wimped out before we even fought, and you're not allowed to go out and say I led the troops. No, I'm just saying it off the top of my head. This game marks the debut of the Star Overlook map in the tournament, so let's invite the players in. 5 teams have stepped inside the virtual space of Cosmic Star Corporation, and the team configurations are clear to the audience. It's the UI team from Universe 7. The corporal is going to suffer old age in this one. How do you know? Uncle Zhang opened his mouth very rarely and said something, or something to cheer others up. Recognize at that time I also placed a bet on them, just by 30 W half coins. The result is not favored, they clear the map in 10 minutes. I blood profit 300 W Looks like a tough fight. 10 minutes to clear the map. Either someone else comes looking for a fight or they chase someone else. Looks like this one has met its match. In Havoc's office, Demurin would smile when he saw Team UI appear. This was some trouble for G.T.I. On the contrary, Havoc's field was full of small, unknown teams. Corporal, don't be a wimp. There's a very strong opponent in this one. You play with a level head and just hold steady for a second. Lu Fluke's voice reached Tiny Rabbit's ears, and he wimped out 3 more times at the sound of a strong enemy. The match starts quickly, with the trio landing on the -3 floor, where they can dazzle the house cards first. Come on, let's go upstairs and show off the room cards first. The map was not really complicated to say the least, and it was good to be familiar with it. The trio had just reached the first floor when they heard the sound of the elevator room arriving. Coming out of it with dual scouts and doctors, this team configuration has a high evacuation rate, and you can tell it's going to be played. Both sides immediately started to fight, and Tiny Rabbit was put down just before he saw the man with his gun out. Hongza immediately threw out his C4 to press his position, and Chen Luyao opened her skills to speed up Hongza's opening. Relying on Hongza and Chen Luyao's unremitting efforts finally let the other party run away. But the first life of the little Tiny Rabbit is also gone. Sir, help, coming. By the time he got up, the head armor on his body was all shattered and the negative statuses on his body were pulled full and a bit uncomfortable. Can't stand it, sir? I'm going to kill them. Really? Tiny Bunny? Really? Come with me. Watching the elevator, the other side went to the bottom 3 floors. It looked like they were going to grab the key room. At this point Hongza was about to press the elevator to go down but was stopped by Tiny Bunny. Sir, they must be squatting us. We can take the stairs. The stairs go in a big circle, are you sure? Follow me. The trio went up to the 4th floor and then all the way down the stairs. A distance of 7 floors, no less dangerous than an elevator ride. But at least there was plenty of room for interaction. It was a good thing that the other teams were fighting upstairs at this point, and no one was even bothering with the G.T.I. trio. When they reached the -2 level platform, through Chen Luyao's increased hearing of 50, all 3 of them heard the sound of opening the safety. There's one eating, go check it out. Tiny Rabbit, although alive but still walk in front to explore the road. Hongza good and bad talk did not move him. Sir, I want revenge. The doorway of the storage room at the bottom was really squatting with 2 people racking their guns. Little Bunny saw the M14 that was dry crushing his whole body and didn't care about Hongza and Chen Luyao's dissuasion. Take your life. The victor in his hand is a pike aimed at the foot. So big a commotion so that the people inside the open food also immediately stopped and came out to set up the gun. Hongza and Chen Luyao immediately joined the battlefield. 3 for 2 advantage to me. Chen Luyao took the M7 behind Hongza and framed the person in the key room, and Little Bunny and the person outside the door tried back and forth. Out of bullets. This time of year is a beautiful moment for the big magazines. His M7 is out of ammo and the victor in Tiny Rabbit's hand has 45 rounds left. This man had no choice but to go home with a grudge. Tiny Bunny seized his 5 heads and 5 armor at light speed, followed by the loading of M7 gold bullets. Despite experiencing a wave of nerfs, the M7 has the advantage in these tight distances. Tiny Bunny didn't say a word, and now it's hunt mode. The small plane flew, and 5 seconds later he made a big jump into the key room, locking on to the target within a second, and the laser tactical stance immediately opened up and took it away. Exterminate the team. Great gun. Universe 2. GTY organization eliminated. The pop-ups broadcast that the first team to die had appeared, and the 3 players had no choice but to call it a day. At this point there are 4 teams left on the field, and the camera pans to the 5th floor, where the UI team is now chasing after the Cosmic Star Corporation trainees. Help! Help! Milk! It's a mad dog, chasing us. The 3 didn't dare to turn back at all. Daring to fight back was death, and stopping was timing. We saw that the UI team was chasing after our company's trainees. Really unusually ferocious. I think they are fierce. After all, the 5th floor is very special. Downstairs upstairs is a dead end. Not half a minute. Cosmic Star Corporation team, eliminated from the tournament. The trio encountered this mad dog team in their first practice match after training. Like a Delta matchmaking mechanic, there are still 3 teams left on the field, but they're all far away. G.T.I. is on the -3 floor, UI is on the 5th floor, and there's another team that's already on the top floor fighting the boss and preparing to evacuate. The commentators saw the 3 people on the top floor struggling to kill the boss, but this boss was a special creature with 2 lives. The finance manager of the Cosmic Star Corporation, number 34 to 88. Hitting him with less than purple bullets did no damage at all. The trio on the 3rd floor are on an insurance eating spree eating bags, while UI on the 5th floor is looking for a chance to take out the guys upstairs. Upstairs, find another chance to knife the boss. Everyone's busy. Tiny Bunny proposes to eat his way up layer by layer, stopping by -1 to pull a gate. I think it's okay. I heard the shots and they're all on the top floor. Chen Luyao always pay attention to the movements of the people upstairs. Do not dare to be sloppy for a moment. The slightest mistake with this kind of map can be fatal. The 3 of them slowly felt their way up to the 1st floor when there was suddenly no sound overhead. Looks like they killed the boss. Nope, something's wrong with this footwork. There was another fight upstairs. The boss just died and UI went after him. and the two teams went straight for it. What do you say we still go up? The roof evacuation point is 5 minutes away from evacuation. The gate we pulled takes 8 minutes, so the timing should fork, but the first one is probably out of the question. Hongza and Shan Luyao opted for a steady hand, but Tiny Bunny had already hit the top. Take the elevator straight up without saying a word. Tiny Bunny, what are you doing? Vengeance. Chapter 55, The Corporal's Little Universe. I want revenge, sir. I can't be treated as a joke for the rest of my life. I'm going to break the rumors that have been carried on my back. The elevator had just reached the top floor when a shot of C4 was plastered directly on Tiny Bunny's body. With a boom, Little Bunny fell to the ground again. Shen Luyao immediately carried him behind cover, and Hongza could only go out alone to fight hard. A few moments later, Hongza's prompt message of falling to the ground came. Little Bunny had only just hit the right state, and at this moment, facing 3 simultaneous attacks, everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Team UI chooses to charge from 3 sides, leaving their opponents with nowhere to hide. Let's congratulate Team UI in advance and take the victory of this game. But there's definitely something to be said for popping champagne halfway through. Tiny Bunny, it's up to you. The officer crawls in front of Tiny Bunny to block the last of the bullets for him, and Tiny Bunny takes the opportunity to pull out his victor's fixed foot to knock down the enemy in front of him, and the enemy above his head catches him timing the moment he turns around. One left. Shen Luyao was a step slow to fire, crippling the enemy and being knocked down herself. At this point the field becomes 1v1. What? Surprisingly, it came to a tense 1v1 session, facing such a powerful offense from UI. I even carried the pressure and dragged it hard to the end of the game. Tiny Bunny save first. The corporal was just about to save Chen Luyao when Wei Long's Tiger Squad cannon on the other side of the room reached the bottom of his foot, and Tiny Bunny rolled over and left the cover just in time to crash into the muzzle of his gun. This scene would have been a foregone conclusion for a normal player. Tiny Bunny, you're the officer's best soldier. Tiny Bunny takes a big jump and connects with a bayonetta to complete the kill with precise blood control. 1 drop of blood. Counter kill. Good job, Tiny Bunny. Worthy of being my best soldier. What's going on here? The UI team has lost. The whole field is cold. Lu Fluke is laughing like crazy. Just used the public money to bet on their first. Originally thought to go to run the knife. The results of cold wild profits. Sir, am I handsome today? My corporal is always the best looking. The first match ended in a blowout victory for G.T.I. Damula sat in her office with a frown on her face, a situation she hadn't seen coming. The UI team had brutally beaten up the rat exterminating pure team and the clear win team a few days ago, and now they had been one-upped by Tiny Rabbit. Romies, Tiny Bunny's AI model is ready to be updated. Yes, master, it's loading. Tiny Rabbit, the most death-fearing existence among the G.T.I. cadres, but in extremely dangerous situations he will explode with a strength that does not lose to Roan, especially when it comes to the life and death of his officer. He will stand up for himself without leaving any stone unturned. According to the Earth Information Platform summary, the root cause of this abnormal data is known as cohesion. Kind of interesting. Cohesion? If a rat's cohesion is cohesion. When he returned to the base, Lu had asked Uncle Zhang to prepare a table full of good food to celebrate our little rabbit cadre's superb performance today. I've asked Uncle Zhang to prepare some good dishes, so everyone eat and drink well. The table at this point was filled with a variety of dishes, but there was still an empty piece in the center. Here's the other big dish, sir. What is it? Uncle Zhang walked over with a copper pot, and the moment it was uncovered, the aroma was overflowing. Is it lamb? That's something you don't see much of in G.T.I. lamb. It's lamb and it's not lamb. It's a combination of my 30 years of cooking, fused with the protein block process to create fake lamb. Lu Fluke could not stand the smell, immediately clamped a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. That's the flavor. It's called an authentic. Real or fake lamb made with cockroaches? Wang Yuhao also obediently caught a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Aha! That's the flavor. It's still Uncle Zhang. Flying Yuli disbelief also clip a piece to eat. Always feel that this flavor is somewhat familiar. I think that's what the takeout I ordered the other day tasted like. At this moment, Uncle Zhang pulled out a jar of something from behind him that said lamb bao. This is good stuff. I specially entrusted someone to buy it back from Earth. I heard that just 1 drop can fill a dish with the flavor of mutton. It seems that the shopkeeper honestly didn't deceive me. At this point, Selfayu's stomach had begun to cramp. If you'll excuse me, Fluke let out a loud laugh. This Selfayu's gut is just lame. After eating, Lu Yuqing began to think about who should be on the next Valkyrie game. This kind of map is not good to run the knife themselves on the field, is too risky. Flying Firm has just been killed by a single kill, is also no way to go on the field. Can you single 3 Valkyries? Me? Sure, but there are definitely risks. Think about it. Okay, I'll think about it. Lu Fluke returned to his room, opened the virtual world of Havoc. This map cannot really run the knife? He had been relying on online knife tapping to save up his luck value every day for the past few days, and the efficiency was too slow. It was better to add up a bit more for the mall matches. The system reminds you that you have a divine character and also have skills that others don't have. Running a sword is easy for you. As long as you practice diligently you can reach a point that ordinary people can't reach. Lu Fluke this just remembered that he still has a system he still has a god frame he still has so many BT skills, why can't you try it? Without further ado, let's get started. There are a total of 4 teams on this map. Only one of these teams will be placed on the perimeter. And if it's a slugging player surely they'll choose to go straight into the main building and steal their guns, but like the rats, they'll surely eat the perimeter honestly. Lu Fluke thought about wanting to be resurrected in the periphery. He honestly ate the periphery. Open 2 rune cards and prepare to evacuate. If the resurrection was on the field. Help! Don't hit me A red packet of 40W is expensive. Resurrection in the field opening will be chased and beaten. Good luck to meet another team will step in to help him escape. Bad luck is the 2 sides of the attack. First kill Lu Fluke the rat before. Oh, is there really no way out for Mouse? Of course not. A whisper appeared in his head. Using my run live. This is not the voice of the system, who is following the invasion of Lu Yueching's brain. Help! Escape! Route! Power! Lu Luck vaguely remembers that the system said that the main god likes himself a lot. So could this voice be the main god prompting himself? Help! Escape! Route! Strength! Lu Fluke correlates the 4 words and the meaning could be, use my power to plan a route to help you escape. And this is such a good thing. How am I supposed to use it? Sacrifice. Life. Blood. Change. Power. Holy. Trade your life for it. Then I won't trade it. I want to live longer. Lu Fluke is a man who is going to live to be 100 years old. How could he possibly sell his lifespan for such a thing? Blood. 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 Chapter 56. Never been so clear. Lu Fluke suddenly lost control of his body, only to see him stand up and walk to the toilet, take out a razor blade for shaving, and gently make a cut on his finger. This is also mandatory for me? Then he sat back down at his computer desk and drew an unnameable formation on the paper with his blood. Then the palms of the hands were coated with blood, and then a language unintelligible to mankind kept coming out of the mouths of the joined hands. When the chant ended, a large amount of black and gold liquid emerged from the formation. A piece of sarcoma then appeared to pounce directly on Lu Fluke's face. He soon lost consciousness, and when he woke up it was 3 in the morning. Ghostly-like, Lu Fluke opened another Valkyrie. At this time, he not only skillfully used the skills to run the knife, and even encountered danger when the route guidance will appear. I'm hanging on? The host has successfully signed a contract with the main god. From this moment onwards the host shares life and wisdom with the main god. Shared lifespan? He's not going to let me die young, is he? He doesn't want to die now. He hasn't lived long enough. Quality need not worry. The main god lives with the universe. As long as the universe does not explode, the host will not die. Long life? Lu Fluke woke up to find himself living forever, and that he wouldn't die if the universe didn't explode, so to speak. What would happen if you went up to the front line and took the annihilation cannons hard? Death? Well, it looks like that idea is better left to think about. From the beginning of having the skill Lu Fluke had relied on the passive lucky value bonus and his peak awareness all the way through the game since the beginning. But after making a pact with the Lord God this night, he became very permeable and used all his skills in just the right way. I wasn't in the habit of looking at maps to sort out danger zones, but now I can barely get away from them. Originally, he hadn't been in the habit of relying on the Godhead to escape, but now the moment he encountered danger the Godhead jumped out on its own to plan a route. It was the first time he had experienced running a knife with so little effort. However, he firmly believed that the system and the Godhead were always just aids, and if his consciousness slipped badly, he certainly wouldn't be able to survive. So try not to rely on this multi-dimensional power. It's not too early. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'm telling Chen Luyao to get up and eat. Sheep laugh. Bang! Chen Luyao room door was kicked open. At this time she is still asleep. Although Lu Fluke kicked the door so much noise she remained unmoved. African star. Had ha. Yummy. Walking up to her Fluke also heard her talking in her sleep immediately playful. Where did the star of Africa come out? The tech room. So it's the tech room. Is there anything else then? Room cards. Much better. Room cards. Manager's office. Lu Fluke fast laugh spray. Dreaming of touching gold. Too dedicated. The original plan to call her for breakfast was also cancelled temporarily, so she wouldn't be bothered to touch gold in her dreams. Walking to the cafeteria. At this time, Uncle Zhang had already begun to make dumplings, and today was already the winter solstice according to Earth's time. Yo, up so early today. What's up? Couldn't sleep. Yeah, knowing that Uncle Zhang is definitely going to make dumplings today, I'll come for the first pot. Ha 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 ha. Just you kid poor mouth. Wait, I'll right out of the pot. Uncle Zhang riveted the first pot of dumplings onto the leaky board, and the heat instantly exploded, mesmerizing his presbyopic glasses. Ouch! This steam is annoying. Ugh. Come on, Fluke. First bowl for you. Lu Fluke took it and was ready to stuff it into his mouth. What's the hurry? There's still salami here. A clear jar full of garlic, still glowing green. One dumpling, one bite of garlic, and then you dip it in the juice of this labna garlic when you're done. And it's beautiful. Okay, I'll eat first then. Haha, they'll probably be up soon. You work hard. It's fine. Just be happy you're eating. After eating breakfast, Lu Fluke walked into the command room, above the real-time broadcast of the front line. But today is the winter solstice. Both sides of the soldiers unexpectedly did not start the fight, but instead, they are all eating dumplings. Yo Fluke, how come you have time to watch us fight? Got up early today to see how things are going over there with you guys. I see it's all eaten up. Winter solstice is like a new year. It's time to eat, drink and fight. So let's call it a day. But the games won't stop, so go for it you guys. Yeah, it's almost time for the game. And so far no one has been confirmed for the battle. So it's hard to really let yourself run the knife? Cosmic Star Corporation sends out a good news. In order to celebrate the winter solstice, today's race has been changed to an entertainment race. No points will be set, but a prize system will be used instead. In today's race course, Cosmic Star Corporation has put in a large number of dumplings. Dumplings can be put in the safe. Different fillings represent different scores. The higher the score, the better the reward. A whole living contest, then I'll have to get on it. Lu Fluke, fortunate corner of the mouth. In accordance with the consistent urine, this competition reward is no better than where to go. Just give yourself a try hand. The tournament officially started at 10 a.m. The map for the tournament was still Valkyrie. A total of 30 dumplings have been placed in this game, of which the leek and egg-filled dumplings are worth 5 points, and the rest are worth 1 point. Without further ado, let's have a good time. Landed in the warden's office door. Lu Fluke know this but to have to eat. Without saying anything, advanced to open Dazzle again. Feed yourself before you die. Just as he entered, he saw an extra bowl on the warden's desk where his room card had been swiped. There was a noodle soup and a dumpling floating in the bowl, and Lu Yuchong immediately picked it up and stuffed it into the safe. What kind of filling is this? Click on it. Stuffed cabbage and tofu. What kind of weird filling? Anyone eat cabbage and tofu filling? Doesn't it drip? But it was too late to think. Footsteps came at the door. At this time, the god Grid appeared to help Lu Chuxing plan his route. Just in time, a cigarette seals the doorway. Then a man rolls over and falls out of the sky. Good thing he took painkillers ahead of time or he would have died. Walk to the perimeter and hit your form and have fun. I just don't know where this leek and egg one was actually placed. We see Lu Fluke from G.T.I. coming to the periphery at the moment. He doesn't even seem to have a gun with him, but there aren't a lot of resource points on the periphery of this map. Playground, training ground. At this time the building to fight intense at all. No one noticed Lu Fluke in the playground digging sand. I threw in here and there are dumplings. In the sand Lu luckily digs out a celery and pork-filled dumpling. Another point. It's really good luck that Lu Fluke found dumplings in the sandpit of the playground. It's a rare sight, and I don't know who stuffed the dumplings into the sandpit. It's such a waste. At this time the building was slightly quiet for a while. One person looked out the window and saw Fluke running in the playground, and immediately took out his sniper rifle and aimed it at him. Sniper scope reflections alarmed Lu Fluke. He immediately pulled a long smoke to withdraw from the playground. Really, if you're going to fight, fight properly. Don't come and make things difficult for Mouse. Chapter 57, 7 Days of Travel. Running to the kiosk, Lu Fluke pulled out the room card, is ready to open food. But the sound of footsteps gradually approaching from the main building. According to theory, the 3 teens should be all still alive. That is, who will be so idle and bored to look for a rat. But things have come to this point, to run is certainly not. Since come are here, start to eat a bite first. Maybe pick up the dumplings with leeks and eggs themselves will be able to stabilize a second. Just walked into the room. Opened a premium travel case first. Opening storm. Only one item, but it's a 6 compartment. This isn't going to give me a notebook back, is it? Time passed several seconds. Lu Fluke is a little anxious. Turned so long and still not come out. Is it touching the shares of Cosmic Star Corporation? Ding. Santa's hat. Ha, what's this new Big Red? Never seen it before. Allow me to introduce you to this Big Red. After the last month of change, we added a lot of new Big Red and Gold items in the game. You can go to explore. But in front of you, this Santa's hat is what we deliberately added for Christmas. Is the event special Big Red? And so on the Christmas season, this Big Red can be temporarily out of print. Have to wait until next year. Oh, this thing does not count as points. Lu Fluke can only be stuffed in the bag to see again. Those 3 people to the commissary. Lu Fluke just good front foot left into the cafeteria. And now there is still a team left in the main building. And the periphery is still a team left. It was dangerous. But he was only one person with a small target, not very easy to be spotted. and with a head of 1 armor plus ammo hanging on that he borrowed from the pawns. He looked like a man machine with a big red bag on his back. The search through the main building had gone surprisingly well. He'd been intentionally walking around the other side through his skills and hearing, opening several cards along the way. Oops, last card. Give me a leek and egg. Lu Fluke as soon as he entered the door to see the table to brush the bowl. The bowl is actually an unprecedented 2 dumplings, a shredded pork with fish flavor filling. The other surprisingly really chives and eggs. Woohoo! Wow! The first dumpling with leeks and eggs in the whole game has appeared. And surprisingly, the G.T.I. player got it, which is just dog luck. Let's take a look at this G.T.I. player's hexagonal analysis legend. Lu Fluke's data appeared in front of the crowd. 5 of the 6 aspects are considered to be fast concave and the existence of only 1 luck. This column is directly pulled full. It looks like this is the limit of the legend is not the limit of Lu Fluke. This contestant is really seriously off. But this panel seems to work really well in this mode. Have you all had any lucky moments like him? We've started a thread at the link below the live stream to share your own lucky moments, after which we'll randomly select 6 lucky viewers to give away a year-long supply of 6 safes. In a flash, the entire live stream spiked, and even the next universe was watching. In the G.T.I. base, this kind of people gather around the table to watch you yuck match. He really loves to run the knife and the show effect is straight up pulling full stops. Showmanship like this really suits him too well. On the side, Little Bunny ate the dumplings and watched Lu Fluke's route, and he suddenly realized that Fluke's consciousness was simply comparable to that of a god. Sir, have you noticed that the Fluke is as good as turned on, and keeps going around with the other side? It seems to be true. There's really no one else he's aware of. It's so transparent, isn't it? The crowd pulled back to watch the replay again. It is really like this. As long as the other side moves, Lu Fluke knows where the opposite side is. It will always go vision blind, and so on the other side as soon as he stops he will hide in the room. Simply do not give them the opportunity to scout. I thought running a knife was pretty easy. I didn't realize it took so much skill. He's not your average knife running kid. He'd probably be more confident than you guys if he got 6 sets of M7s. The hands of the self-AU take hot water bag to cover the stomach. While explaining to this group of people Lu Fluke is not ordinary. Normal running knife boy simply will not go up big red bag running knife. By big red bag of risk is too big as well as going to lose the bag to withdraw a steady profit. But it is because he has this kind of consciousness. So he dared to play so aggressive. You start a big red packet. It may take 40W. Cannot run out. That is a loss of a red packet. With this red packet opposite can eat much more. Without absolute confidence running knife boy will certainly take the gun to make up the war chest. He will not be like this to risk mixing cigarettes. The failure rate is too high. But Lu Fluke it, put the big red bag. The land scraped and still can ensure that they have a high probability of being able to evacuate, which is what others cannot do. Because of this requires a lot of experience running knives and in-bureau awareness or it will just be given for nothing. On the other side, the Fluke finally made it through the last team, with 7 minutes left on the clock and 5 minutes left before the extreme evacuation. And there was still time to eat the leftovers and open the key room on the top floor that hadn't been opened a while ago. Penthouse conference room, open. There are 2 big safes in this room, so maybe something good will come out of it. Let me feel. What could these 2 1 grams be? The first frame is a gold cup. Home run. The second frame keeps spinning. Could it be the African star? Ding. Chives and egg dumplings. Everyone did not expect that the big insurance will also be out of the dumplings. This time Lu Fluke directly took 13 points. Those who were watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded, originally thinking that the 12 points of the first place had been untouchable, but it turned out that in the last few minutes Lu Fluke was able to overtake the game by 1 point. The second safe, which holds a 3x3 item directly in it. Ding. Meteorites. Gee, the new 9-gauge Big Red. That'll do. Our player Lu Fluke is really lucky. Not only did he overtake KFJ team in points, but also touched our new Big Red, which is a necessary item for upgrading the level 20 warehouse and is worth a lot of money. Lu Fluke also saw yesterday that his level 19 warehouse was just a new item away from being upgraded, and he didn't expect it to be this iron lump. None were on sale at the market yesterday. I didn't think I'd touch them for my own race. It's time for the exciting awards, and first place goes to Team G.T.I. of the third universe, with 13 points taking the game by 1 point. Lu was forced to stand on the podium by Fluke, and at that moment, countless people were admiring the stunning face of this earthling. The prize for first place in this contest is Universe number 34, a 7-day trip to the Garden Island of Gloria. Everyone sighed in awe at these words. The Garden Island of Gloria was known as a once-in-a-lifetime must-visit tourist mecca by the Cosmic Star Corporation, and everyone yearned for this magical place. But this place is famous for much more than that, and I've heard that anyone who arrives here has access to the very essence of the universe. But Lu Fluke is a person who does not love to surf the internet, naturally do not know what is special about this place. Why the audience at the bottom of the audience have issued this kind of exclamation of surprise. In his eyes this reward is not as good as the reward for the second place. At least the ultrasonic toothbrush can still be used for several years, but the tour of the 7 days is not gone. Chapter 58, The Secret of Garden Island. Early in the morning of the next day, Lu Chuxing and Chen Luya boarded the Cosmic Star Corporation's star train, and were about to travel across N universes to the 34th universe's Groland Garden Island for a 7-day vacation. Originally, he was planning to go to Garden Island alone to take a rest and relax, and leave this side to be managed by. Who knew that once Chen Luya heard that he was going to Garden Island, he immediately came over shyly and begged for Lu Yuexiang. Take me there, please, I've always wanted to go there. Long so big Lu Fluke fortunate or the first time to see Chen Luya pampered. This impact is really too strong. No way can only agree. It might be nothing to bring one person over for a trip here in Lu Yuehong, but in the eyes of the other cadres, sir, they're off on their honeymoon. What about the game? There's still us. The old Feiyu leisurely sitting in a rocking chair. Lu Fluke gone better. This time do not have to work overtime to play the game. Finally can rest, but also as a commander. Chen's satiety was full of jealousy. Her mind had already begun to imagine the scene of Fluke and Chen Luyao's honeymoon on the island. Thinking about it gave her goosebumps. In truth, Chen Luyao's purpose this time was very clear. She wanted to know what this Garden Island's unnameable cosmic origin really was. When she first came to GTI, she had heard the commander talk about the Garden Island, and as she gradually found out, she realized that anyone who had come into contact with the Soros Cave on the Garden Island had invariably never come out of the Garden Island again, and that the cave could very well be the key piece of information to accessing the origin of the universe. Distinguished travelers, we are about to embark on our journey. This time the Star Dome train will pass through Universe 12, Universe 78, Universe 80, Universe 33, and finally arrive at the beautiful Garden Island of Gloria after 3 Earth days. But I still want to remind you, although the Garden Island is beautiful, we are responsible for enjoying it. Just don't touch the taboos there. If you tourists get into an accident because of this, we, Cosmic Star Corporation, will not be responsible for it. At this moment, the tour guide came to Chen Luyao's side. This young lady, I've seen you reading information about Garden Island since I got on the bus. It seems like you like this place a lot. She froze. Had her purpose been revealed so soon? You know what the taboo is. You know yourself. It's good that you came out. If you didn't then you won't be able to come out for the rest of your life. The tour guide reminded Chen Luyao. But how could she die? Years ago her parents joined GT. I also had the honor of traveling to the Garden Island, but after entering the Soros Cave, they never came out again. In order to travel to the Garden Island to find out what was going on, she begged for mercy several times with the commander, but the commander beat her to death and was unwilling to let Chen Luyao go to the Garden Island. Taking advantage of the front line is now tight. The commander has no time to care about the time. She asked Lu Fluke Fortunate to take themselves over. If you can find the truth, that is naturally very good. If the force cannot be reached, then pull back to save the life is more important than anything else. Dear tourists, we have arrived at Cosmic Station 12. Please hurry if you want to use the restroom and get off the bus for some fresh air. At this time Lu Fluke only woke up from sleep. See outside the sale of food to get off the car to buy some. Boss, how much is this yam? 3W for 1, 5W for 2. How much? 3W? You're robbing money. On Earth, a yam is only sold for 3K havoc. And here it's 3W in a second? Boss, this is the station. I have to pay the stall fee. If I don't sell you for 30,000, do I sell you for 3K? But he was really hungry, so he simply bought 2 and brought them back to the train to give Chen Luya 1. Nah, help yourself. At this time, Chen Luya was still looking at the information on Soros Cave, and as soon as Lu Luck opened his mouth she thought it was the tour guide coming to warn her again. Ah, good. The two men said nothing more the whole way, waiting in silence to reach the island of Glorantha Gardens. 3 days later, Outside has reached the final destination, Universe 34, the island of Glorantha Gardens. Sitting on the hard seat for 3 days, Lu Fluke's ass is almost blossoming. This is finally the station. I'll go. Lu Fluke, how to see this kind of scene. The mountains are full of all kinds of flowers. The air is wafting a small fragrant wind. Hello, Mr. Lu Fluke. I am your guide for this 7-day trip. An alien with 4 hands came to the two. No, we're done with the strategy. You go back. Wizard a little confused. This is not right. They still have to earn a salary, and now go back shall not be scolded to death by the boss. This is my job. Please understand. Let me give you my contact information. If you have any questions you can ask me online. It's okay. The two exchanged contact information and waited for the aliens to leave before Lao Fluke spat out. I have a feeling of weightlessness. This alien's account is actually called God Eagle Black Hand Brother. Is this stunt even on fire? The two of them checked into the hotel after Lu Fluke the first time and reported peace. Is it necessary to tell me when you arrive? It's not to put your minds at ease a bit. I think I'm quite relieved. After all, it's not like you're going there alone. Lu Fluke this just remembered. Just to the hotel Chen Luyao disappeared. This child and where to die. Alright, I'll hang up first. I have to go look for Chen Luyao when she's missing. Unbeknownst to the period of the phone call, Chen Luyao had already arrived through the map to the perimeter of the Soros cave, which was heavily guarded and did not allow anyone to approach. It seemed like a long shot to get into this place, but right now there were only 7 days left, and she had to make a move tomorrow and the night after. Why did you come here? Why are you strolling around here at night instead of eating some snacks? Lu Yueqing's voice attracted the soldiers watching around him, and Chen Luyao immediately fled with him. The soldier squad leader at this moment spoke into the walkie-talkie about the current situation. Sir, this is Squad 08. We found a suspicious person tonight. Are we stepping up our guard in the next few days? Just tourists. There's no need to get all haywire. How long has it been since the last batch of people who went in the Soros caves? People have long since forgotten about this place. And you guys don't always get on your nerves. Who's going to come to this hole? Snack Street. What were you doing there just now? It's dark and there's no light at all. It's out of your hands. You think I want to take care of you? If I lose you, my aunt and uncle will scold me to death. Lu Fluke's mouth was still full of starchy sausage, and although his words were vague, they undoubtedly made Chen Luyao even more certain of her determination to go to the Soros cave. They won't scold you. Well, I hope so. Next time you go out, say hi to me. Don't just leave without saying anything. I'm worried too. Chapter 59, The Strange Story of Dam Zero. At night when you sleep, Lu Fluke always feel itchy. A moment of cold and hot, cold sweat. As time passed, he gradually lost his ability to resist and his consciousness faded. What am I? Where am I? When he opened his eyes he was already inside a building, a Uzi still in his hand and the red tie on his chest fluttering in the wind. Junior, what are you waiting for? It's our turn on duty tonight. The machine gunner in the heavy armor threw his helmet into Lu Yueqing's hand. Oh, good. At this time Lu Fluke sat up from the ground and found a note stuck to the back of his ass. 1. Can't trust Soros. He's dirty. He'll eat you once he patrols the visitors center. 2. The little barracks is a safe area where the Lord God is blessed and all the filth can't get near there. 3. Saeed is crazy. He kills people on sight in the main building, but he tells the truth. 4. The inside of the dam isn't the inside of the dam at all. That's. Lu Fluke finished reading the page, then slowly stuffed the paper into his pants as he looked at the machine gunner in front of him and slowly spoke. Soros. At this moment, the machine gun soldier turned back. The corners of his mouth gradually rose. His smile was a bit oozing. He didn't answer Lu Fluke. He just looked at him eerily. Soros, where are we going to patrol? At this time Lu Fluke in the hands of the Uzi has been loaded. As long as it is determined that the machine gun soldier in front of him is Soros he will immediately shoot to kill. Soros? We don't have that guy on our team. What are you screaming about? Lu Fluke lowered the gun in his hand, put on his helmet, and then signaled the machine gunner to walk in front. Your armor is thick. You go ahead. Ha 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 ha. Junior, you coward. I'll go in front, I'll go in front. The two made their way to the visitor center, passing the small substation halfway through, and it would have been faster to head for the small barracks, but the machine gunnery in front of them took a surprising detour. Why don't we head for the barracks? Junior, you're confused. Our patrol route is to the top of the dam and then around to the visitor center. Passing by the bird's nest, Lu Fluke casually pulled out. There was a map inside. The map was drawn on the patrol route. From the starting point is Lu Fluke this route, but the route clearly goes through the small military camp. So why did the machine gunners in front of them refuse to go through the small military camp? I'm going toward the barracks. If you want to go, you go ahead. That's fine, but you won't be able to leave. The machine gunner took off his helmet, and the next moment his otherwise normal human face was in pieces, transformed into countless sharp tentacles. Lu Yuhong immediately raised his gun and shot, the bullets mercilessly hitting the machine gunners. He fought his way to the vicinity of the small military camp. Conning, do you think I really can't go near this place? The tentacles turned to ash the moment they entered the small barracks, and the intense pain brought the machine gunner to his knees with his head in his hands. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At that moment footsteps approached on the right. The patrol team from the visitor center immediately rushed over, and the moment the alien creature was spotted the crowd immediately informed Captain Soros. Captain Soros, alien creatures have been spotted in the small barracks. Within moments a shield trooper arrived with a silver-white M7 in his hand. 3 rounds sent the machine gunner to his death. Are you okay? Thuras inquired about him, but at the moment he just wanted to know how this Thuras had gotten into the small army camp. He was supposed to be a filthy creature by the rules as well. It's fine, just a little scraped skin. Well, it's good that it's okay, so you'll come with us. The dam hasn't been peaceful lately. Actually, Fluke didn't want to go with him at all, but there was no better option at the moment. When he walks around the visitors center, Lufluk excuses himself to go to the bathroom and prepares to leave, and Soros has one of his men follow him. I'll go alone. I don't need to send anyone to look after me. Don't relax. It's a little safer to have two people together at this point in time when the aliens are flooding the area. Soros also tossed the silver-white M7 to his men in passing and instructed, shoot the aliens when you come across them, but save your bullets. This batch is running low and you'll have to borrow a little more from Officer Say when the time comes. Okay, shall see, let's go. Lufluk can only unlock a small hand under the watchful eyes of others. The cold wind is a little bit harsh. The quiet surroundings make him a little uncomfortable. In addition to the sound of the dam releasing water is the sound of his own water release. Ugh, haven't asked yet. What's your name? Lufluk took the opportunity to get close to this soldier and see if he could ask something. My name is Harry, and I am the junior captain of Lord Seed's guard. I see. So what's Officer Soros' position? He's the strongest fighter under Lord Seed, and this M7 is a symbol of his status. Lu Yuxing was too lazy to make any more small talk and went straight to the point. Harry, haven't you noticed anything different about Captain Soros lately? Hiss, if you want to put it that way. I've got an idea. He hasn't been going out on missions with us much lately. He's always locking himself in the center VIP room, and there's the sound of grinding his teeth not knowing what he's doing. Hearing here, Lufluk mouth slightly curled up. This Soros certainly has a problem, but at present is not sure. Maybe people are just playing inside the old Peking chicken rolls. And have any of you gone missing recently? That's too much. It's too normal for patrol squads to disappear every night. The aliens are hard to deal with. People are being sacrificed every day, and there's no telling when this place will return to normal. The two of them chatted and walked all the way to the visitors center, where Amao went to return the M7. Lufluk was arranged to rest on one of the makeshift sofas. In the latter part of the night, Fluke heard a creaking noise upstairs, and curiosity made him take one step towards the stairs up to the door of the center VIP room. The thick smell of blood wafted from inside, and he fished his room card out of his bag, opening the door slightly to take a look. Not good, Lufluk heart secretly said. This is if it is found not the end of the calf. He ran toward the glass on the second floor. Soros picked up the head in his hand and threw it toward Lufluk. It was a good thing the night didn't allow Soros to see Fluke lose face, but Fluke saw Harry's half-chewed head. This place absolutely can't be stayed, or sooner or later he will die here. He jogged all the way to the top of the dam and found a small room to take a long breath. Grandma, what the hell? How did I get here? Lufluk casually touched his hand and saw the note on the table again. 1. Saeed is normal during the day, but he is full of lies, and only late at night does he tell the truth. 2. Do not touch the dam if there is abnormal mucus appearing inside it. 3. 3 to 1, 6 to 3, 2 to 2, 1 to 2. The top ones are readable. Only the bottom string of numbers seems a bit puzzling. God, hurry up and let me wake up. Chapter 60, Inside the Dam. Early in the morning, Lufluk wakes up on a container at the top of the dam, and countless filthy creatures go up in smoke as soon as the sun rises. The danger of last night was still fresh in his mind, and if he hadn't grown up watching horror movies, he would have been scared half to death last night. Rope Ride Lufluk arrives at the administration building, where Saeed is taking stock of last night's loot. Junior, aren't you stationed at the cement factory office? How come you have time to come over? A hint of displeasure drifted from Saeed's eyes when he saw that Fluke was surprisingly absent from his post. Lufluk immediately told the whole story of last night, except for the Soros mutation. I see. I didn't realize that Soros had become an alien as well. Ha? Soros? The machine gunner who took you is named Soros. I just told you that the day before yesterday. You can't have forgotten. It was at this point that Fluke remembered that Saeed had been full of lies during the day, so he stopped pestering him to prepare to come back at night to take a look. That's it. Then, Junior, you'll help me count the finances in the vault and turn in your statement on top of my desk at night. Take this. You can't get into the vault without it. After leaving the administration building, Lufluk followed the trend into the interior of the dam, and as soon as he entered, he smelled a fishy odor. Hey, what's going on? The shield soldier called out to Lufluk. This place was now fully sealed off. Absolutely no one else was allowed to enter. It was Lord Seed who sent me, and with that he pulled Seed's crossbow out of his pouch. Oh, sorry for the offense. This place is fully sealed now, so it's heavily guarded. And it's weird. There are 3 set times of the day when a whole lot of slime comes out of here. Is there anything special about this slime? That's not true. It just stinks. Led by the shield soldiers, Lufluk made his way to the vault. This vault was supposed to be guarded by Soros. And who would have guessed that last night he went to bring in a new man, only to have the man disappear today. Combined with the shield soldier in the game, Lufluk's brain froze. How come this shield brother also said that person's name was Soros? Do you know the name of the brigadier at the visitors center? It's the guy with the frozen M7. His name is Lombas, a priest transferred from Longbow. and I've heard that only he and Lord Syed are capable of fighting the aliens. Rumbus? Why is he impersonating Soros, and what is the relationship between these two? Last night Lu Fluke saw the first sight of Lumbus a bit of a trance, because he looks too abstract. Half of his face has disappeared. The wrinkles on his hands do not look like a middle-aged man at all. However, his voice was young, and coupled with the fact that he could come and go from the small military camp at will, Lu Fluke concluded that he was definitely not an alien but definitely not human either. Inside the vault. Then you take an inventory of the finances here, and I'll go outside and keep watch for you, remembering that you must be out of the vault by 12 noon. Don't worry, the vault door was closed. Lu Fluke again remembered those numbers arranged. Could it be talking about the safe here? We're here. Let's give it a try. Lu Fluke opened 3 to 1, 6 to 3, 1 to 2 one by one. In the 3 safes were 3 keys, which he immediately slipped into his pocket, before locking the safes. At 11:30 in the middle of the day Lu Fluke walked out of the vault, and the shield soldier who was on sentry duty outside had fallen asleep. He woke up immediately when he heard the sound of a fluke and looked at the time. It was 11:30 noon. Yikes! You go on up. I'll lock the door. By now the Asura soldiers upstairs had put on their steel helmets and seemed to be on guard against something. Okay, go when you're done counting. This place really can't stay at noon. Why? Didn't I tell you there would be slime at noon? Doesn't slime have no other effect? It doesn't just stink. Lu Fluke twisted his head and walked away. He already knew what these slimes were. Stomach acid. Back in the administration building, he slipped the statement in Syed's desk. At that moment a note appeared out of thin air on the desktop. 1. Syed's safe has something important. 2. Open it, but don't take away the contents. 3. The key can only be used 3 times. Lu Fluke immediately went into the next room. There was a small safe inside. He took out the key and opened the small safe. Inside was a kill list. Yesterday and the night before Syed killed close to 70 soldiers and aliens. This includes Lumbus. Lumbus is dead. Soros is dead. So who the hell is Soros in the visitors center now? On the back of the paper, it was written that the aliens possessed the ability to tamper with other people's memories. Things have come to a head. Lu Fluke already knew what was going on. Without delay he put on his red bandana mask and headed straight for the visitors center. Here as always there are still a few people stationed. Came to the VIP room. Lu Fluke knocked on the door. Who? I'm Junior. Soros opened the door and was actually relieved to see that it was Lu Yuqing. Come in. What's the matter? Sir, Harry disappeared last night. Did he return your M7? You say this. There is. It's just that the kid died somewhere again. His expression was tense, and Lu Fluke took the opportunity to approach him. Something stinks? Fluke's nose picked up the stench the moment he was close enough to smell him, and it was a very strong corpse odor. This Soros in front of me is a dead man, no doubt. I've heard that when a man doesn't realize he's dead, he'll keep going through the motions as usual. Lu Fluke directly with a red bandana to plug his mouth, followed by peeling off his clothes. What are you doing? Lumbus, you're dead. His heart was gone, a large hole in his shirt, and his skin had begun to shrivel. Only Lumbus hadn't realized it yet. What are you talking about? I'm not properly here? When Fluke pressed his head to his chest, what he realized was that he no longer had a heart. Am I really dead? Dead, and killed by Soros. The aliens have tampered with his perceptions to make him think he's Soros, and he's surviving on the meager energy the aliens replenish him with. If I'm right, Harry got eaten by you. Don't be ridiculous. The alien's energy is hard to control. It's not your fault he's controlling you to eat people when he realizes the Matrix is dying. Lu Fluke was guessing so, but he wasn't sure exactly how. Is that so? Rumbus started rubbing his back. His heart was gone and his back was full of bullet holes. And all those bullet holes were caused by PKM bullets. Not only is he dead, but he's being controlled by the aliens to try and kill Syed. It was a good thing that his weak body couldn't do anything with Syed. You were a priest once. You know what to do. I know. Chapter 61, Starfighter Armor. Ensemble. The sight of Rumbus digging his knife into his chest, the alien debris still writhing in his chest, was too disgusting. His mouth mumbled the dialect of Asura. Then he gave himself one last hit with a bullet from an iced M7. You take this gun. After that, Lumbus was completely destroyed, and the alien Soros finally died. Lu Fluke wrapped the frozen M7 in a cloth, then went back to the container outside the dam and he fired a shot at the top of the dam. Then the dam began to vibrate violently, and the pile of stomach acid, which was still just inside the dam, now flew towards Lu Chuxing. He dodged the deadly stomach acid with a jump, and the container he had just landed on was instantly dissolved. It's so big, how can I kill it? Fluke is back in the administration building with 3 keys facing 3 safes, 1 now discovered and 2 left. He began to wander through the east and west buildings, finding no additional key safeties besides the 2 big ones. Hiss, where is it? Syed appeared before him at this point. I've seen the vault statements. You can go back to the cement factory office. Oh, good. Lu Fluke grayed out and ran away, sensing the murderous aura between Side's words. As night fell, he put on the advanced bulletproof suit from his airbox and prepared to check out the main building. The host can purchase starfighter armor. Advanced body armor can't stop the bullets of a mat inside. ********. You remembered me as a host. Why don't you wake me up? Force majeure factors. Then redeem it. It's a shame I'm out of credits. Starfighter. Merge. Battle armor ensemble. Black and gold in color throughout, with hand-sculpted scales of guilt, and the highest level of powered exoskeleton construction in the universe. I've never felt so relaxed. At this time, Lu Fluke lucky step like flying. Speed is comparable to F1 car, and there is power behind the propulsion. Just a thought. The back of the Lightwing spread directly dry ground pulling green onion type takeoff. Good. Ever since he was a kid he had a dream of flying, and he didn't expect it to come true now. Under the mask was a smile he couldn't hide. Landing on the roof of the administration building, the loud commotion caused the surrounding aliens to begin closing in on him. Take out the frozen M7 and one purple egg each, then jumped into the West Wing just in time to collide with Saeed. A power jet pulls away before he can lock in a foe. Lu Fluke has arrived at the East Building. I knew the time difference would cause the insurance to change position. There were 2 keys left to ensure, one was in the manager's room on the east floor and the other was in the equipment claim room. Good thing he usually liked to stock up on room cards when he didn't have anything else to do. One was a special report in which Asura reminded the crowd that the alien leader had invaded the dam and disappeared without a trace, and the other held a pocket watch in its safe, which Lu luckily pulled out the picture inside and slipped the pocket watch back in. That wouldn't be breaking the rules. Chen Luya? The photo showed Chen Luyao standing in the center with the 2 creatures around her kissing her cheeks very gently. Only they weren't human, more like aliens, tucking the clues into the safe. It was time to finish with Saeed. Saeed, why didn't you let them evacuate the dam, knowing that it was overrun by aliens? Why are we pulling back? To give this place up to havoc. After saying that, Seed turned straight into an alien, which was even more horrifying than Thura's, pus constantly flowing out of his wounds, and his hands transforming into sheepish, weak sarcomas. Way off, Lu Fluke retreated as he fought, the bullets from the Ice M7 constantly striking his body. But what kind of character is Seed? This kind of human and alien fusion turned into something dirty is simply the existence of the chief boss. Without a way out, Lu Chuxing could only rely on the star battle armor to travel back and forth in the main building. As more and more aliens gathered, he had no choice but to fly out the window, followed by a climb to the top of the dam. He guesses that in order to break this dream he must kill the monster that the dam incarnates. That frozen M7 bullet definitely doesn't have that kind of power. Fluke thought about it, and simply snapped off the M7's bullets, stuffing all the special substance inside into a strip of paper and wrapping it up. Time to wake up. In one leap he leapt off the top of the dam, then grounded himself and unfurled his light wings to soar directly to the top of the dam. Ow! The alien matrix sensed the presence of danger and immediately issued a call to arms. And aliens also appeared in the sky ready to intercept Lu Fluke. Activate combustion mode. Burning mode has been activated. When it burns out, the host will die too. It's just a dream. What are you afraid of? The fluke of self-immolation ignited the gunpowder, and an icy blue flame crashed straight toward the head of the dam-topped alien female. The moment he touched the starfighter armor bounced him off the ground and landed comfortably by a fluke. Sparks flying from the top of the dam. Boom! Fu was back, finally woke up and looked in his pants pocket. The picture was still there. What the hell is this? Early the next morning Lu Fluke realized that Chen Luya was lost and immediately got up to look for her. The search led to the place where he had almost been arrested the day before. By now the garrison outside was already strewn with corpses, and blood flowed down to Lu Lux's feet. He had a strong premonition that Chen Luyao had gone into this cave. But the way these garrison men died didn't look like Chen Luyao could have done it. Starfighter, merge! It was very humid inside the Soros cave, and according to the footprints on the ground it looked like someone had gone in. But whether it was Chen Luyao or not was uncertain. The other side. Hurry up and report, sir. Someone has entered the Thuras caves and killed the garrison. Chief, it doesn't look like the garrison was killed artificially. Lu fluked back and forth through the cavern, but no matter how he went, it was a dead end. The ground collapsed the moment he landed, and he fell from the sky to land in front of a shrine. Holy, it still hurts this much with battle armor on. It is the monarch of endless space, capable of manipulating planets, symbolizing the rule of solidity and earthquakes. It is the conqueror of fear and the creator of pain and destruction, shining with the light of victory. As the scion of chaos and the void, it guards the mysteries of the abyss, lord of the original darkness and dimension, wise in solving riddles, guardian of labyrinths, and master of angles. Its power transcends that of the Nighthawk and sits at the final tip, the opener of gates and the ancient being that leads to omnipotent immortality. The call of Umariat Tabar and Iaxathoth shows homage to this deity known as Nafl Thane. Your servant hereby calls out to you and looks forward to the response. At this moment, Chen Luya was kneeling in front of the temple not knowing what she was chanting, and she fainted to the ground just as Lu Luk touched her. At that moment the doors to the temple opened and a tentacle swept the two into the temple. Tiny human, you've come after all. You are? Who is it? My name is Shave. You can also call me Jugsotos. I'm your main god, and this is my doppelganger. Lu Fluke confused. What he saw was clearly a sarcoma. Can be said to be a pile of things? Now how to have a human form. I know what you're thinking, but it doesn't matter, kid. The pursuers outside are coming soon, so I'll make it short. This girl's parents used to be my followers, and now they have become part of the pantheon, reaching another level. Let her not have to search anymore. Lu Luk then remembered the two humanoid creatures in that picture. Hopefully, it's not human anymore. A servant of the dominion of old, a devotee of mine, a blower at the side of Lord Azathoth, the origin of the universe. What the hell? You don't need to know so much. You'll naturally understand when you get to this level, but I'll remind you to be more careful of the Cosmic Star Corporation compared to a Ico-like power like Havoc. The power they have backed up is indescribable. Sheaf disappeared with the wind, and Lu Fuya walked out of the temple with the unconscious Chen Luya. At this moment, outside the temple, the people from Cosmic Star Corporation had guns aimed at the two men. You are trespassing in the Soros cave. Return with us for investigation. Without waiting for Fluke to open his mouth to explain, countless monsters appeared inside the temple, and none of the soldiers at the entrance survived, leaving only their officers Ting in pissing. Don't kill me. I'll give you everything. You don't have to give me anything. Just go back now and remember not to say you've seen me, or believe me, I'll pull your family out of your safe. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. The two could no longer stay on Garden Island and had to go back immediately lest they be suspected by Cosmos. As soon as I returned to the ground I saw 4 black goat cubs making a killing on Garden Island. You may go, but there must be absolutely no survivors on this planet. So brutal. Does the life of an ant count as a life? Chapter 62, The Battle of Return. G.T.I. Base. A tonic. How did you guys get back so fast? Fellow Feiyu was a bit speechless. How could this person be talking about the promised 7 days? You're still not happy that I'm back. It's a lot of pressure not to have you all to yourself. It's good you're not coming back. And we're pretty stable. One look at the race record, 3 firsts and 1 second. It's okay. How's it going with Havoc? Flying Fellow directly took out Cosmic Star Corporation's list. G.T.I. Organization points, 18,500. Havoc points, 17,690. Not by much. They're putting up firsts like a charm these days. Did you have any encounters with them while I was gone? Flying Fellow shook his head. Both sides had never encountered each other, but through the records of the match, one of Havoc's squads had not only hung UI up and hammered them, but also teased the other power's ace battle groups. That's going to be tough. Bring me the schedule for tomorrow's game. Flying Fellow's eyes fluttered as he took it out, his heart worried. See for yourself. It's good that you're back, so I don't have to be the villain. Tomorrow's schedule: Havoc Clearwind Squad, G.T.I. Agents, UI Team, Universe 23 Ace of Aces Team, Universe 1 Sook Team, Universe 6 Magic King Team, Universe 7 Mile Team. One look at the stats metrics of these teams crushed G.T.I. stats in both combat and survival. The win rate was even higher. Team Sook, a veteran team, has an evacuation rate of 76%, combat score of 98 and a survival score of 99. Such numbers are no different than if they were on. And the most surprising of the bunch of teams to Lu Chuchun was this Qingfeng squad, with a total of 20 fights to date, a 100% evacuation rate, and perfect scores in all other stats. It's a proper hexagonal warrior. Hiss, that's a little hard to do. Yeah, now that you're back you can be the villain. I'll just go back and rest, lest I doze off again tomorrow on the field. Flying Fellow didn't even have to think about who else would be able to withstand this kind of pressure at a time like this if he wasn't on the field. Get some rest. You don't have to play tomorrow. Ha, are you for real? Flying Fairy Fellow folded back and he couldn't believe that Lu Fluke wasn't letting himself in the ring. Tomorrow my single 3 will be enough. BER? Are you serious? How can it be fake? This kind of masters gathered in the match. Lu Fluke is the happiest. They are all racking points with each other. He will be able to eat with pleasure. During the next day's match, the Clear Wind Squad received orders from Demurin to make sure to completely crush G.T.I. by eliminating them first. Unbeknownst to them, the Clear Wind Warriors had no chance of seeing G.T.I. this time around. The start of the match landing is the West End Gate, a Fluke cooler eating connection and centrifuge. Listen to the sound. Jail 3 release bridge and the launch area is fighting. This time really no one can care. Lu Fluke eat centrifuge. Opened the air box. 3 hanging ear coffee. This thing can be worth a lot of money. Market price 14 WAPs. Help them finish pulling the gate first, then start the centrifuge officially. Corner of the first floor. Just saw a tripod white pot on the ground. Too like it was a satellite dish. Ha 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 ha. This thing is worthless but has been a super high premium 47.7W product. Then casually open the computer case. The military information terminal. Holy, the burst rate is so high. Landing 2 reds without even taking insurance. Wouldn't this one be a biggie? Without delay, after touching the downstairs, immediately go upstairs to open the insurance. By the sound of it, that team in the launch area should have been taken down. He'd have to eat quickly. Daggers in insurance. Bullhorns. Ladies. Lou Fluke is too lazy to curse. Just as he turned to leave, he always felt something in that lab coat calling to him. Touch it. Hiss. Better not touch it before it gets you killed. But it's not in character for him to be greedy if he doesn't touch it. On the other side of the bridge, the clearance squad handily sent the aces away. And after licking their bags, they headed straight for the centrifuge. At the moment, Lou Fluke was still touching the lab coat. I'm going. Radar station drones. 600W of red card. At this time, Lou Fluke lucky 9 frame insurance and the value has reached 700W. Even if the death is also stable insurance third. But at the moment, the sound of footsteps reminded him that someone was coming. And if he didn't leave, he would really be wrapped in dumplings. He immediately got up and was ready to head for the ramp. But thinking that someone was sure to come to this place, he decided to take a chance and head for the buoyancy chamber. Although the footsteps of the buoyancy chamber had been obvious, he'd bet on the other man not being able to see him. Lu Yuehong sneakily touched through the stairs. At this time, the people on sentry duty upstairs were attracted by the footsteps of the Qingfeng battle team. Didn't even look at Lu Yuehong. With a short cigarette thrown, he finally escaped from the main floor. No sooner had he left than the buoyancy room broke out into a fight, with the Seabay warriors biting people on sight as if they were mad. But this time they met an even crazier presence. Both Ui and Qingfeng played aggressively, with no desire to rack up points, only absolute trust in their dry pulling skills and reflexes. But the only difference between the two sides is that Ui has flopped, while Clearwater is undefeated so far. Under the center control bridge. My god, is the fight so intense? It was at this point that he strutted off towards the antenna room after confirming that no one was in the center control. But as soon as he got to the rat passage, he realized something was wrong. How there were still footsteps on the east end drawbridge. It looked like Prisoner 2 had come to block the bridge after searching the assembly plant. There's CS everywhere. The antennae room is out of the question this time, only to quickly go to the rat and mouse fast track to see if there is anything left to eat in the dormitory building. Passing by the centrifuge again, Lou Fluke saw a team of people in the centrifuge slope to listen to the message. Look at them, per capita 2 guns, look like they killed a team of, however not sure. He left quickly with quiet steps and heard another fight still going on in the buoyancy room. It looked like those 2 teams had just fought to a standstill. Passing by the west gate, he found that the number 1 staff access had been brushed open, and it looked like the dormitory building was deserted. But he couldn't be so sure. After all, he could fake open the drawbridge himself, so why couldn't they fake open the staff to trick people in and kill them? It's a good thing the group isn't so quick-witted and there's no such thing as tricking someone in to kill them. But there's nothing else in this dormitory building, except for a key room that's still standing. Drops. Senior card. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the sugar-free energy bar on the table, which was really sweet, knowing that Lu Yuxing was hungry and giving him something to eat. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw the ultra-rare Big Red, a sweeper he had only touched 2 of so far, sitting on the counter. WDF come true. But it's embarrassing that this sweeper doesn't come with an insurance yet and has to stay in the bag. At this time, the earnings had already come to 900W, even if the Qingfeng battle team could clear the map. According to the size of those 3 people's backpacks, even if they also had a big red per capita, it would still be close to 1,800W of earnings. But Lu Fluke lucky backpack still left 31 frame. Chest hang is as high as 22 frame space. Is not 9 million, well, may not be loaded. Chapter 63. What little red can compare to the African star? After leaving the dormitory building, Lu Fluke came to the center control building. Now everyone should be fighting in the center area, except for the team of CS on the bridge. Just a few minutes ago, he hadn't known how many Uluru moves he'd heard flying from the bridge to the black chamber. Just as he entered the center control building, he realized that the group hadn't eaten clean, so he guessed that they had taken an insurance policy and left, which made him a running knife boy. But there wasn't much available, just 5 small golds. So I had to pin my hopes on the 3rd floor of the center control. Drops. To the old man's card. Just as I entered, I saw 2 bullhorns on the table. Can you delete this thing or not? Hey, what's the point? Another small gold came out of the advanced storage box, and went back to touching the clothes and designing the drawings. He didn't bother touching the last tool cabinet to put it in the usual way, and he hadn't dared to underestimate the container since the last time he'd been out on a respirator. 4 frames. No way. Does that mean You fraud. The good news is that it is indeed a 4-compartment Big Red. The bad news is that it is a big red gas can. Your sister walked downstairs to the podium to see if there were any African stars that someone else had missed, but unfortunately there was nothing and I had to head to the cell block with a grudge. But this jailer is also really starving. Except for the room card, this also did not stay. Ugh, these guys are, like, starving mad. Drop. Student card. He no longer knew how many cards this was for this hand, only that his consumption was still rising. What the hell is this? A small red was painted on the table, which Lufluk had never seen before, and it looked like a new item. Top secret information? Having said that, a small red is also certainly more expensive than a hanging ear coffee, and as soon as I put it on insurance I saw my earnings surprisingly jump to 2100 W. Ha! What the hell? At this moment, everyone in the audience stood up and looked at Lu Yuqing incredulously. BER. Ha! The host are silly. Top secret intelligence. This thing is officially placed in the game against the African star items, and as intelligence items his burst rate is even lower than the African star. The panel in front of the luck pool full of people so watery out? WDF? Worth 1100 W. What the hell is this? Against the African star. Leaderboard. Originally ranked second, Lufluk instantly beyond the Qingfeng battle team. In the Qingfeng battle team is still in the smoothbore gun and happy when, unbeknownst to the cell area, there has been an extreme dog luck. Brother earnings exceeded 2100 W, and backpack left a large number of positions, and may even be artificial to African star. Demure and eyes lost in thought. He has a sense of powerlessness, a deep sense of powerlessness. If everyone is so who still go to the fierce attack, all run knife, forget it. This dog luck, right? Lufluk came to the prison 3 position bridge, still have CS in blocking the bridge, and with the black room fight is quite intense. Lufluk ard Highman courage directly jump bridge back to the blue room to open the card. First, I looked to see if the blue room glass room had been swiped, and jumped on the box just to glance at the room card. Not sure what quality it is though. Open it up first and see. 6. Checkpoint Depot. Although it's a blue card, it's also the most expensive blue card in existence, worth 24 W. Suddenly there were footsteps from behind them, and it looked like the Black Chamber's men were preparing to retreat when they couldn't beat the bridge. Lufluk this called a fast evacuation, directly around the core of the blue room upstairs. While the 3 did not go on the second floor of the meaning of straight to the centrifuge to go on the other side of the president's room. How many more teams? 1 team on the bridge, 1 team in the black room. Zhao Dahai, the captain of the Qingfeng battle team, was optimizing the backpacks for the others. 2 of the 7 battle teams had been knocked out by them, and the ones on the bridge had gotten 1 more team killed. So now there were only 3 teams on the field for sure, and as for the 7th team, they weren't sure where it was and if it was dead or not. Just be careful. And later when they're done pulling the gates they'll go to the black room and force the bridge to pick up the ascension. Roger that. At this time, Lufluk has finished touching the core of the blue room. The burst rate is still touching, on a piece of old stuffed pocket watch. Unconvinced, he opened another data center. Opened the first weapon box. Advanced coffee beans appeared in front of the crowd. The 6th red. Others are in the warehouse to build a pure red warehouse. Fluke is in the bureau to build a pure red backpack. Open the server with 1 video card and 2 CPUs. WDF. I told you so. The Blue Room data center has a much higher burst rate than the Blue Room core. He opened another server and was shocked to see 29 frames. Ha? No way? Come on, for real? Ha 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 ha. The server's 9 grams wasn't scamming. It was a solid 2 Mandel supercalculus, and it's a good thing he brought a big red packet with him or he wouldn't have lost his money. At this time the president's footsteps came. Fluke speed touch finish leaving the Blue Room. The gate point has been opened. The bridge also picked up the ascension. At this time a gate 4 teams. Who can go, who will die here depends on this last wave. Lufluk knew that the president's team must go to the black room to fight on the bridge, so he moved directly to the buoyancy room on the president to open the card. There's something to be said for this one, and heaven forbid we don't open the president. Turns out 2 big insurance is as good as a fart. Luckily a hotel spade room came out of his shirt to get his blood back. Lufluk stood in front of the president's glass, sneakily looking at the situation below. A team on the bridge in and inside the gate point of the Qingfeng war team mutual strangulation. Centrifuge outside the rat and mouse channel there is a team seems to be to mix the ascension. That is now the black room is safe. Lufluk directly go to open the black room server. At this time, his value has come to 2585 W. If this wave is withdrawn, it can be higher than the Qingfeng battle team. Even if you subtract the consumed there is still about 2300 W left. Even if he dies, there is still 1800 W in the safe. It can also be almost equal to the Qingfeng battle team, not Lufluk's prediction. At this time, the team of the rat and mouse channel has arrived at the soaring evacuation point began to draw the team on the bridge. In the fierce attack of the two teams, the team on the bridge can only drink hate northwest. At this moment, the Qingfeng battle team, they were considering whether to chase down the ascending team or stay in the helicopter. Any sign of the G.T.I.'s? No, the dog tags say another team. Looks like G.T.I.'s still in the field, confident that G.T.I. must still be alive. Zhao Dahai begins to keep a close eye on the direction of the black chamber, and Lu Yueshua clearly sees their intentions and doesn't intend to evacuate the plane. At this time, the helicopter has 1 minute left to evacuate, and the ascension is still 4 minutes short. At this time the Qingfeng team delayed to wait for Lu Fluke to show up to start. They began to panic. Big brother, they wouldn't have already static stepped and touched the ascension evacuation point to prepare for a mixed ascension evacuation, right? Wait a little longer. If they don't show up in 30 seconds, we'll go catch the ascension. At this time, Zhao Dahai panicked. He was thinking about how to play with Lu Fluke, whether he was going to take the ascension or the helicopter. But on the contrary, Lu Fluke's side, always in the black room, cat snooping the situation. 30 seconds left when he saw the bridge team left. He was ready to quietly step to touch closer, out of caution. At this time, he changed his usual sealed smoke withdrawal. Instead, he chose to touch the grass under the bridge at a quiet pace to lie down in the bushes, and on top of him, there were the men that Zhao Dahai had left behind to guard the helicopter evacuation point. But Lu Fluke did not miss a single footstep, and the people upstairs did not react at all. Captain, there's 10 seconds left and they're still not here. At this point, Zhao Dahai had already knocked out one person from the soaring evacuation point, and it wasn't even one of G.T.I.'s people. We don't have any G.T.I.'s here either, so you evacuate with the helicopter and we'll do the ascension. At this time the upstairs Wei Long sat telescopic down. Just hit Lu Fluke Lucky Uzi's gun. Go up as a set of even hit with Phil. It's over. They're under the bridge. What? At the last second Lu was lucky enough to make a solid withdrawal, and the Qingfeng warriors couldn't save Wei Long, who he had knocked down, because of the lack of time. The race is over and the earnings rankings have been posted. First place, G.T.I. Agents, 2500W. Second place, Magic King Warriors, 1360W. Third place, HuffPost Clearwinds, 1290W. Lu Chuxing, who came out and saw the announcement, was also confused for a moment. Wasn't it just Havoc and himself who withdrew? How is this Magic King battle team earnings higher than Havoc? They came out with a heart. So, it's a good thing it's 1 and not 2 or I would have lost. At this moment, Shan Luya walked over to Lu Fuyun and wrapped her arms around him. Losing is still better than letting Havoc win. Yeah, but well, they don't stand a chance. This match directly established G.T.I. as the winner of the battle between the two jousting sides. And from this moment on there was no way that Havoc would ever receive technical support from Cosmic Star. Points ranking, G.T.I. 19,990, Havoc, 18,870, 10 points away from a final victory, as long as they get a third place or more in tomorrow's race. Chapter 64 10-Year Veterans. Just when Lu Fluke thought that tomorrow's match would not go wrong again, an official announcement directly shattered his fantasy. Tomorrow's match teams, G.T.I. Agents, Master of Aces, UI Battle Team, SUK Battle Team, Universe 5 Chaotic Adulterers, Universe 9 Pingon Shen Sword, Universe 89 Jinshur Security Team, and Universe 22. Then I'm asking you. Lu Fluke took out the file to check. Every team is the top of the existence. Even the UI team has become the existence of the penultimate. What's worse is that all of these teams have very good sniper position. And tomorrow's game map is the top secret Longbow Creek Valley, being the largest map. Top secret Longbow Creek Valley only has 2 evacuation points. One superstar station Pull Gate, which you only get 1 chance at for the entire game. The other is the Pull Gate evacuation point at the Diamond Queen Hotel, which is pulled at the Diamond Queen Hotel but requires a run to the crash site to evacuate. That's some nasty map. Here's the thing. The crash site evacuation, that's not a live target to be sniped and smoked. At this time Lu Fluke fortunate have a kind of N years ago to play the immediate sense of the watchtower. A basin inside the face of the 2 banks of sniper rifles, which is undoubtedly the line of death. But this is also a side note that Universe Stardom only wants the 2 teams to withdraw to control their winning percentage. And Universe Stardom doesn't expect G.T.I. to come out on top in this match. Who's playing tomorrow? At this point the crowd is looking at each other in disbelief at how intense tomorrow's game will be. I'll go. Corner with loose hair and a pudgy face. According to what Uncle Cho said, this man escaped from Earth hanging on to Havoc's annihilator along the way, and is considered a man of God. What's your name? Zhang San. Good popular name, but Lu Fluke dare not take this person lightly. Just now the opponent data and win rate he should have heard, but still have the courage to go to war, indicating that this person has absolute confidence. Why do you dare to go to war? CF 10-year veteran. Is that enough? The crowd froze. CF 10-year veterans? But this is Delta. Ha, have you ever played Delta? Zhang San took out the OPPAA-5 from his pocket and said that he had played it on his cell phone and the people in it were unbearable. This? Why don't you go up to the terminal and fight a handful of times and we'll see how strong you are? Zhang San directly agreed without the slightest hesitation. On the brain terminal after he relied on 30 minutes to familiarize himself with the operation. Immediately after, he was all kinds of instantaneous sniping in the administration building. When mounted on the 6 times the mirror is even more legendary descending. Inferior to 3 points. But tomorrow's game is outdoors, so still let Zhang San go to the top secret longbow valley to try to see. The night of the top secret longbow all kinds of sniper god descends. As long as the people found 800 meters away is a shot, simply no chance to react. But a professional sniper needs 5 seconds. Zhang San only needs 3 seconds. He ran back and forth against the 2 banks of sniper rifles on the ground in the crash site to stop sharply. Never been hit by a shot. And even find the right time to draw off a team. He played too permeable. Permeable to just a glance at the afterglow. You can determine the enemy's position in a split second, can be set up to pre-sighted point. Just to turn around the work of a shot, he can be a shot instantaneous sniper headshot. WTF. Is this human? Lu Fluke had never seen such a talented player, and couldn't imagine how much easier it would be for him to join GTI. If he could join GTI, it would be a lot easier for Li Feiyu to compete in future matches. Just as he was about to throw out an olive branch, Zhang San was the first to speak. Joining you won't be necessary. My wish is to roam the universe, and tomorrow's match will pay for the meal. Early the next morning, brought Zhang San and Zhang Yao to battle, and according to Zhang San, having one of his snipers on the team was enough. The trio landed at a checkpoint where they could go straight to the Queen's Hotel for insurance, and Flying Firm and Zhoni were the first to enter the hotel while Zhang San recalled the resurrection point in his head and set up a spot on the fence, sniping down one person in less than a minute of the opening round. Incoming? Feiyu's nerves were taut, and he didn't dare to slack off at all at a time like this. No, it's a long way off. They're going to save the day. I'll see if I can smoke out another one. At this time, the team from Ania Town had also discovered Zhang San, and the scope had just been opened in preparation for a sneak attack when he was shot in the head. Still trying to snipe me? Out of your depth. The audience was dumbfounded at this point, having never seen a player react so quickly in their lives. According to GTI's official reply, this player is a temp. I can't believe their temps are this strong. How sick would the official team be? Could it be that GTI has been pretending to be a pig in a poke? Seeing that the situation is almost the same, Zhang San jumped off the fence. This time the people in the north will not have any more thoughts about the hotel. The reason why the longbow is good for running knives is because there are many resource points. Everywhere you go there is something to eat, and the top secret longbow, in order to control the value of the item, so cut the evacuation method. This is the one who want to fight. Don't want to fight will have to go to the hotel to walk around. And it's a person who will have to go to the place of the crash site to crouch a hand. Opened the hotel king room. Just went in and swiped a personal avatar. The opening frame has not yet played. 3 people's earnings first came to 300W. This map may be lucrative, but as the top secret with the cheapest entrance fee, the burst rate is naturally not as high as other top secrets. Not to mention big red. Small red is rare. The biggest difference against the classified mode is that the burst rate is much higher for small and large gold. Team UI is searching for supplies at the checkpoint at the moment. We saw their captain swipe the checkpoint depot. What goodies will come out? Just to see the door into the ground brushed to 5-level head. The boxes directly burst a SLR camera and a military explosives. This looks like a big gold game. Let's see who can bring home all these supplies. At this moment, Feiyu opened the second safety of the king's room and directly came out with an infantry fighting vehicle. Just as the crowd was getting ready to go out and fight, an array server was even swiped on a table on the first floor. Ha, this Dakin Bureau? It feels more like the big red board to me. The footsteps outside the hotel were gradually intensifying, and as the minutes ticked by, a team was already sinking in and preparing to pull the plug and evacuate. Team UI deadlocked an entrance, and as the poorest team on the field, fighting was definitely the preferred option. On the other hand, here on the other side of the room, Feiyu had already locked eyes with the enemy. Zhang San put down one with a shot and realized that the other side was the Ace of War team, but his 2 teammates didn't care about him at all and directly just ran. It seems to be out of a big shipment. Chase or not, there's no need to chase them. They're useless even if they run. They'll all die in the crash site. Firmly Feiyu had all calculated that the most likely place for them to go now was the river in front of the Blue Harbor Pier, where it was impervious to the wind on all sides, and no one would be idle enough to search there. This side had just fought off one team when another team came in from the north, but the scene was caught by the UI team. How could they let them go? But the fierce attack was dismantled in less than 3 minutes, at which point UI was like a rat to be slaughtered, with no strength to fight back. What the hell? Captain, help me. They rushed out for less than a second before the two came crawling back. The other team's reaction was surprisingly fast, and the shot was still a red bullet that melted them in 0-2s. Ugh. A long sigh ended the journey of this match for the UI team. Team UI, the first to be eliminated from the tournament. Can't believe that Agent G.T.I., the team with the lowest win percentage and the worst performance in history, is taking complete control of the hotel at this moment. Chapter 65, The Feast. And the best part of this match wasn't the spectacle of the various sniper gods sniping against each other, but the fact that they all had rare skills. So far, no contestants have used their special skills, and our G.T.I. Agent team's contestant Flying Firm has taken Evolution Essence. Manhwa Essence appeared the moment the whole field exploded. The small G.T.I. counted Lu Fluke. There have been 2 evolutionary essence. Wei Long directly transformed into a judge. Whether it is the speed or jet distance has been greatly improved. At this time his mobility has been no less than the Red Wolf. As long as the other side in the near-point jail Feiyu is invincible existence. At this time, Pingon Shen's sword trio was preparing to enter the hotel. Wang Airdog, you go and touch the bird's egg. I'll go and see what's going on in the hotel. Captain Lao Chen directly transformed into a butterfly and flew into the hotel. In this state he couldn't attack others and wouldn't be attacked by others. When the state was over he would return to his initial position, which could be described as a powerful scouting skill. The person named Wang Airdog's skills were even more perverted. He could weaken the sound of his footsteps for a minute and increase his movement speed by 12%, and he could also actively choose to scale down his skill status by 10s to throw a smoke bomb with a duration of 30s. The last man in the team remained beyond the fence, his shotgun in hand ready for melee combat. We see that Pingon Shen's sword is ready to enter the hotel and pull the plug. So let's see what kind of goods they've come out with. The guide opens their backpacks, and the blade server appears in Wang Airdog's big red bag. And what's worse is that old Shen has a Mandel supercomputer in his safe. At this time, not good. 2 dogs retreat. Old Shen's main body still stayed in place. He flew back and just wanted to shoot before he had already been stuffed with a big red packet BY. While Zhang San was already on top of the fence at the moment and saw the shotgun master who was preparing to enter the field outside of the fence. It was a pity that he was put down by a shot from Zhang San before he could even fire his gun. At this point, Pingon Shen's sword was left to Wang Ergu, who immediately threw smoke in preparation to leave, but Zhongyi's skill just restrained him. Exoskeleton activated. Infrared activated. It's almost like a man-made 30s bloodhound. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's an infrared skill. Why is this extremely rare type of skill appearing in the G.T.I. agents? Their resources are frighteningly strong. Demurin was about to spurt blood. All of these skills were set up for them by Havoc, and at this point they were being used to compete with Havoc. Pingon Shen's sword surprisingly appeared as the second team to be eliminated, or the one that was exterminated by G.T.I. There's a huge uproar. Everyone hasn't bet on G.T.I. But so far it looks like they're really likely to take the number 1 spot. At this point in the Havoc radar station, the SUK Warriors and the Gone with the Wind fought, and one of the 2 teams was bound to die here. And there are already people squatting at the pull point at the Havoc radar station. Everyone else is fighting. Our That I Ask You squad directly chooses to squat at the Superstar station. At this point on the map, there are 3 teams in the first half, and 3 teams left in the second half as well. Goldstone Security chose to go straight backhanded to the old site to scrape the floor after defeating UI, and they were in no hurry to evacuate before it was too late anyway, and the Aces division was by now so frightened that they trembled at the mere sound of gunfire around them. Firm Feiyu's side was really bored of waiting for people, so he simply began to brush the small video. Hey, where's the game? Zhongyi reminded Jifu, who waved his hand and said, there's still 21 minutes left, and guess what they're doing? All of the images were already in Firm Fly's head. The scrapers were there. The radar station was probably still fighting. The team that had just had 1 person killed should be hiding at the moment. And there were definitely CS squatting at the Superstar station. It must be said that his consciousness was really a bit too good to be true. Zhang San also followed the customs of the country. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well do a travel guide. I heard that the Garden Island of Gloria was quite beautiful. Should we go there next? At this time Lu Fluke sneezed, always feeling that someone was cricketing himself behind his back. Chen Luya watched the game and got sleepy. This map is really a bit boring. Not much fun at all until the final exit point. What? Our G.T.I. trio actually hung up and scrubbed up videos during the match. Everyone was impressed by their looseness. Even during the game they dared to hang out and brush up their videos. Is there anything they wouldn't dare to do? But they weren't the only ones in this situation either. As the Ace of Aces at the Blue Harbor Marina also swiped up a video from behind a rock, the game was uninteresting, but the players' performances made it interesting, and there's been a bit of people passing. With that I Ask You squad squatting at Superstar Station swiping up the video as well. except for the two teams at the radar station in Havoc, which were still racking up points against each other. The rest of the teams were slacking off a bunch. It's so quiet, such a quiet game. Even the gunfire from the radar station has stopped. The two teams are testing each other. At this time the audience was infected by this atmosphere. Some people appeared to be sleepy and yawned, and this spread to everyone who wanted to sleep. Even the commentator yawned. His mouth was so idle. It had never been so idle. Time passed by. The SUK in the radar station finally couldn't resist and prepared to charge the point. But the chaotic traitor didn't give a chance and continued to pull back to set up the point. And at the moment there was another stalemate. And the Goldstone security team, which had been searching the periphery, came to the top of the crash site, ready to crouch the evacuation point people. How about 10 minutes left? Pull the gate. It's time for the game to end. The first wave of gate points pulled up. 3 minutes time. The whole game is advancing the climax. This move also stimulates the SUK in the radar station. They are ready to break out to pull the train gate. But just out of the door was crouching outside the radar station door of the chaotic treachery pumped down one person. The captain rushed to open the side door of the card. Who expected the door just opened was stuffed with a mouthful of C4. Is it finally time to break the ice? The match is entering the white-hot stage. Wake up, viewers! The crowd was instantly energized that it had finally come to this. The Aces Warriors took the lead, feeling their way all the way to the checkpoint and starting to set up their snipers. A move that just happened to be eye-to-eye with the Kinshasa security guards on the periphery. Shoo! A bullet hit the chest of Jinshire's security chief, and the three of them immediately sealed off the smoke. The Aces are worthy of being a veteran team. The overall strength of the players is still strong. At this time, the three of them inside the hotel were also ready to go out and join in the fun. Zhang San was the first to shoot down one of the Aces at the checkpoint. Egu! It's that team of rats from earlier. Let's go there and catch them first. Firm Feiyu immediately acted. He did not bring snipers. Directly in Zhang no covered dry pullover. It's a good thing that Goldstone Security isn't going to put up a fight. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And they've chosen to help G.T. I rack up a handful of aces for the time being. What? Facing a dry pull from a G.T.I player. Jinxia's security was not even chosen to draw points, but instead chose to help G.T.I prioritize the ace in the hole. Chapter 66, I'm just a wanderer. A jet up the stairs from Flying Fellow gives Team Ace of Aces a final drubbing, followed by a war between Goldstone Security and G.T.I. I'll set up my sniper here. You two find a chance to go around the back. Zhang San kept probing and testing the location of the place, choosing to strike decisively after determining the location. The sniper of the opponent's one position was knocked down, and at this time, Firm Feiyu and Zhongyi were already on their way, and it looked like Jinshire's security was about to be destroyed by the regiment. But a bullet from nowhere accurately exploded Firm Feiyu's head. Zhang San's reaction was quick, immediately getting down to avoid the fatal blow. There were people coming from the direction of Superstar Station as well, and it looked like they weren't satisfied with eating SUK and the chaotic adulterer and wanted to come along for the ride. Guide, why then I ask you to appear here? What just happened? 2 minutes ago, Chaos Adept had just arrived at the Superstar Station when a sniper position far away in Amia Town knocked one person down, and then the remaining two members of the team appeared to kill Chaos Adept in seconds in just a split second. After eating the big insurance policy they traveled all the way south again just in time to meet the three of them. Flying firm, sniping against the Jinshire security guards. At this time the situation is very unfriendly to G.T.I. The place where Firm Feiyu fell down is only a stone cover. Once Zhongyi went up to save Shirley will reveal half of his head. This situation is almost a dead end. Zhongyi could only let go of the fight. Seal Smoke carried Firm Flying Yu's body up, but the enemy Luna's arrows attacked. It was over. Firm Flying Yu and Zhongyi both fell to the ground. At this time, Jinshire security guards again twisted his head to resist that I ask you, but the other side of the point is too high. Alm's trajectory drop is too powerful, 2 rounds are not hit. That I ask you team maintains an absolute advantage. The G.T.I duo is knocked down behind a rock, and the other team member is so overwhelmed that he doesn't dare to raise his head at all. Is this match going to end with a victory for team that I ask you? In less than a minute's time, the Jinshire security guards, who had almost no cover around them, were all wiped out, and Flying Firm and Zhongyi went into their first life down. 1v3 Can G.T.I still perform miracles? At this moment, Zhang San had a very crazy plan in his head, which was to escape from the checkpoint towards the hotel to find a sniper position. Trust me? All that? Surely I believe you. Flying Fellow bitterly laughed. It was definitely unrealistic to come to the rescue now. There was only one last minute left until the end of this wave of gates. A professional sniper needs 2 5s, while I only need 2 3s. Phew! A bullet hit Zhang San's armor, but it also gave him a clear idea of how often the enemy was firing. The opponent's bullet was just loaded and ready to fire when Zhang San made a sharp stop and swerved to avoid a bullet. WDF. Walking and dodging bullets. My god, is this still human? The whole place was boiling, and those who were still questioning whether I could win began to silently cheer for Zhang San. Could he really work miracles? After 2-3, Zhang San made another jump, just dodging the opponent's bullet that hit his leg. Amazing, amazing. The commentators are in awe. This is real talent. Zhang San found a boulder and immediately got down to avoid the last bullet, then hit the ground ready for the final showdown. With the valley separating the two sides, Lu Yuchong always felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. Terminal Valley. Zhang San's left probe tricked out the bullet, and then directly risked standing up to knock down one of the enemy. Still with a precise headshot, taking advantage of the enemy sealing the smoke, Zhang San chose to prioritize reaching the evacuation point. The last 30s were up. The probe arrows flew out in a single shot. One knocked down the rescuer again, and a final blind sniper shot sent the last man away. At this point there are still 15s to end the game. While the superstar station still has 2 minutes to evacuate, it is too late to save people, but licking the bag to go to the superstar station to evacuate is still more than enough. I has won in a cold war against a bunch of ace teams. This. Lu Fluke smiled crookedly again. This time not only did he get technical support from Cosmic Star Corporation, he even made I become the miracle team of this annual competition in one leap. Thanks to you this time. Are you sure you don't want to consider staying? Zhang San put on his traveling bag, then pressed the cowboy hat on his head. My name isn't Zhang San. I'm just a wanderer. His back was fading away, and Lu Fluke was convinced that they would meet again one day. Fellow Feiyu silently watched the man leave. He was strong. It's real strength to be able to convince a man. Congratulations to I for reaching 20,000 points. Cosmic Star Corporation will send a team of experts to provide you with technical support. Woohoo! The crowd cheered when a robot fell from the sky. Mr. Lu Fluke, we are the Pleasant Star Consortium, and our boss has invited you to have a chat. Yes, please lead the way. The white-haired old man was sitting on the sofa in the VIP audience room. The cigar in his hand was still smoking white smoke, and his eyebrows displayed a kind of solemnity. Lu Fluke, the interim commander of the Third Universe I, led the team to become the first technical support target of Cosmic Star Corporation in the Third Universe. But don't be too happy. Cosmic Star Corporation's support contract isn't simple. What do you mean? The old man ordered a contract to be brought in that was a rehash of the Cosmic Star Corporation support contract. See for yourself. What's the difference between this and selling your organization? Not only do you have to become a subsidiary of theirs, but you even have to pay taxes and tribute every year. And you have to send people to the company's headquarters on a regular basis to undergo experiments on new products. Let me mention in passing that those kinds of experiments can be deadly ones. Lu Fluke froze as he suddenly remembered the Lord God's warning to him that it was better to watch out for Cosmic Star Corporation rather than watch out for havoc. So what do you mean by all this? My consortium is powerful, although not as powerful as the Cosmic Star Corporation, but it definitely won't sign overbearing clauses for you like the Cosmic Star Corporation. We are also trying to overthrow the Cosmic Star Corporation's right to rule in this universe. Do you want to join us? You mean to overthrow them? Is that possible? Who in the entire universe doesn't know that Cosmic Star Corporation wields the most powerful technological, even materialistic, forces? Only I can't do it. Only you can't do it. And only you and I can't do it even more. Then what's the point of talking about it? Just because we can't do it doesn't mean Havoc can't. The pupils of Lu Fluke's eyes locked up. It was too crazy. Joining hands with Havoc was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. But if the Cosmic Star Corporation was really what he said, it was even more of a vicious tiger. There's no need to answer me in such a hurry. Go back and think about it. And come back to me in Universe 6 after you've seen for yourself the face of Cosmic Star Corporation. A portal suddenly appeared and the old man entered it with the help of a robot. On his way out he left a message. My name is Ron Rawl. You can also call me Black Pharaoh. Chapter 67, The Black Pharaoh. Upon returning to G.T.I., Cosmic Star immediately sends someone to sign the contract, which says exactly what Ron Rawl said. This experiment, is it dangerous? The eyes of the person who came to sign the contract narrowed into slits, then laughed. Of course not. There's no way we can be irresponsible to the experimenters. It's too fake. He smiles too much. He talks too much. And this is a contract he should never sign. I'm sorry. Pardon me for refusing to sign this contract. Are you serious? How many people want to get technical support from our company? And you even want to give it up? Lu Yuqing stood up. Uncle Zhang, see off the guests. The staff member was pulled out by Uncle Zhang, who fell heavily to the ground. You wait. Lu Fluke's refusal of the Cosmic Star Corporation's support contract was known throughout the universe in less than half an hour. Even the commander at the front line was stunned, but he still chose to believe Lu Fluke. HuffPost Group. Is he crazy? It's obvious that he can join forces with Cosmic Star Corporation and then exterminate us. Why did he refuse? Havoc sat in his chair, his eyes fluttering a bit. He didn't know what this Lu Fluke was thinking. Boss, there's someone outside who wants to see you. Not seen. But. He broke in. The door was kicked open, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it turned out to be an old man with a robot at his side, and he was followed by Lu Fluke behind him. Cough cough cough. Sophie, don't kick the door. It's so dusty. Yes, master. I'll pay attention next time. Havoc shrank back in his chair, panic in his eyes. Black Pharaoh pressed the contract to the table. What are you doing? Looking for you to sign the contract. Ah, if you don't sign, wait for death. Black Pharaoh lit another cigar. Where is this signing a contract? This is not forcing someone to sign a contract, but forced by the strength of the Black Pharaoh. Havoc could only sign. As of today, you are an affiliate of my Pleasure Star Consortium. On what grounds? By virtue of the fact that I can give you the technology, I can give you the funding, and I can get you to work with us to overthrow Cosmos. Havoc suddenly froze, the same way Lu Fluke had first heard the words, overthrowing Cosmic Star Corporation? You guys aren't kidding me, are you? Overthrowing Cosmic Star? What a joke. Don't you want to be the master of the universe? Don't you want to rule this universe? Don't you want to create mind-only weapons that are more powerful than time weapons? Havoc gulped. A mind-only weapon. Could this thing really exist? Can this really exist? Do the laws of the universe recognize the existence of such a thing? I don't know, but don't you want to try? Havoc really wanted to try it. He had spent his whole life pursuing supreme technological power, and the only mind, as a power that could not be explained by definition, was like the end of science. And once such a weapon came into existence, deicide was possible. Okay, I'm willing to give it a shot, but what do you mean you're putting G.T.I. on this program? They are the weight that will ensure that our plan proceeds safely. I've already spoken to Lu Fluke and he's agreed. With G.T.I.'s technology, it was impossible to parse the information provided by the Black Pharaoh. It was better to find a professional to do this kind of thing, and LeChuck Luck would be representing the joyous intergalactic consortium to form the G.T.I. alliance for the time being, and all he had to do was plunge into a more authoritative battlefield. Except that this battlefield was much more brutal than the virtual interbrain network, and once you died that was really dead. Hypergamy War Network? Yes. Lu Fluke originally did not want to agree to come down, but the main god is a vigorous urge him. There is no way but to accept. With you on board, our consortium will have the backbone to officially break bread with Cosmic Star Corporation, and it's time to strike north. Cosmic Star Corporation, as a corporation of the first universe, but ruling the entire great universe for close to tens of millions of years, this dictatorship has had its fair share of rebels, but without exception they have all failed. This time it was the turn of the Pleasant Star Consortium to reveal itself, the oldest group of Cosmic Star Corporation executives. To avoid this, left behind the Hyperion Battle Network, and if someone could beat Cosmic Star Corporation in the Hyperion Battle Network, then his organization could replace Cosmic Star Corporation. In short, two ways, either G.T.I. replaces Cosmic Star Corporation, or you guys develop a mind-only weapon to replace Cosmic Star Corporation. Whoever does that will have the final say. Lu Fluke turned around and left. It was almost time for him to head to the entrance of the Overwatch Battle Network, and the person in charge of receiving him was the one who was thrown out the door by Uncle Zhang. I can't believe you guys are really crazy. Crazy is as crazy does, and a rotten life is as dry as it gets. The fighting on the front lines ceased with it, and Havoc, G.T.I. and Asala reached a consensus for 100 years of peace. The host has reached the second stage. What second stage? Jubsotos has defined 9 stages of strength for the host, and the host has now reached the second stage. I'm only in my second stage, and I'm so strong I'm only in my second stage. After entering the Super God Battle Network, this place is completely different from the outside world. Whether it is the currency or the trading system, the supplies here are freely traded by the players who set up stalls, but the Hafu coins from the outside world cannot be entered into the battle network to spend. So that means Lu Chuxing must go and run the knife himself to earn Hafu coins. Following Lu Fluke into the battle network were also En Chen Luyao, and with the attitude of being responsible for the others, Lu Fluke didn't let them come alone. Welcome to the Overwatch War Network. What are you here for? Seeking wealth or goods or power? The skeleton man appeared in front of the crowd, and by the look of his badge he should be a staff member. We're here to ask for power. Oh my old swan. It's been 100 years and finally another warrior has dared to enter this place. So come with me and I'll show you this magnificent and spooky place. Skeletor takes the trio through the currency, the trading system and the gameplay, which is actually not too far off from the ring. but it's the fact that this place is only for first place, and when you're dead, you're really dead. Injuries in the bureau can be reversed, but if death occurs, then it's really death. 3 of you good luck. Here's $100,000 of startup money, take it. Oh. The skeleton man disappeared in place, leaving the 3 of them somewhat confused. All of their skills in the outside world were forbidden to be used, but Lu Luck's system was still functioning normally. Then I'll go ahead and run the knife while you guys find a place to rest. Why don't we just stick together? It's safer. Chen Luyao was a bit worried about his safety, but Lu Yueyao waved his hand to indicate that he would be safer alone. After all, with the system and the godhead, one's survival rate was already as high as 98%. Classified damn second class 1. At this time at the entrance of the game, Lu Chuck Luck was surprised to see someone recruiting teammates. They're all here to beg for money. After all, assets in battle can be withdrawn outward at an exchange rate of 110. Lu Fluke thought about it and chose to join a team to try it out, so he slowly walked towards the side of that silly-looking man. Chapter 68, Explosive rate is really high, 999 in one cut. Are you guys waiting for a teammate? You want to fight? We're strong. The goofy man rubbed his head and his eyes drifted to the long, thin man beside him. Looking at your stats, it should be the first time you've come to the Overwatch Battle Network. How can you think of coming to Classified without going to routine? Don't blame me for not reminding you. This place isn't like outside. If you die then you really die. This person was obviously more savvy than the silly fat man, and he doubted Lu Fluke's strength. You don't have to worry about whether or not I'm going to die. All I know is that I can get you out of here if you listen to the command. They viewed Lu Yuhong's data. Lu Yuhong also viewed their data. Played 1000, all of them are Poo Dam. And his Poo Dam running knife each game brace to earn 30 W. You're so confident. Nonsense. I'm out there in the ring but I'm in the Miracle Warriors. These 2 people listen to both eyes. This is a miracle team. Once a year the miracle team means that this team has a strong strength to survive. And the team's single combat ability is certainly all top. If you hadn't met us, were you planning to go in for a single 3? The foolish man opened his mouth to inquire. Surely all the people coming out of the Miracle Warriors had the strength of a single 3. You could say that. He would never tell the 2 that he was going in to run the knife. Aha! Let's get started quickly. My name is Zhu Biao. His name is Zhu Di. The foolish man immediately reported himself, deeply afraid that Lu Fluke would not take them to play. Ha ha ha, wait for me to get up an outfit. Once he saw the cash 10W, he scratched his head awkwardly and looked at Zhu Biao. It's okay big guy, this you take. Zhu Biao directly transmitted a standardized set voucher to Lu Fluke through the system. Thanks a lot. The trio went straight into the game, this time landing in the cement factory dormitory, which just happened to have a great insurance policy to go ahead and get a handful of food. I'll get the insurance. You guys rack the hallway. Racking the corridor? Lu Fluke knows that the cement factory has a big insurance bureau. The corridor must have a team. Zhu Biao immediately racked the doorway. Footsteps really attacked. But for the first time into the Classified, his psychological pressure are going to explode. See, people are afraid to shoot. Looking at the 3 people on the straight hook towards the Lu Fluke rushed over. The good thing is that the second floor of the Zhu Di took the lead in the first shot to knock down a person. And Lu Fluke this side of a rifle also touched out a rifle. Just want to plug the insurance, found that he forgot to buy insurance. Had to seal the smoke to the door and proceeded to the second floor. Zhu Di on the roof of the building immediately commanded Zhu Biao to shoot. Who knew that he would not be able to aim at all? Directly across a street waist shot, although hit 2 shots, but there is no substantial effect, but also exposed his position. Lu Fluke to flip and leapt down from the second floor, followed by a jet bursting out of the smoke and stuffing the enemy who had saved the day behind cover, taking him down and then pulling off a gunline with a jet. He killed the last man in the standoff with jubilee. I'll go. Big brother is awesome. Zhu Biao was like a child, providing full emotional value to Lu Fluke. Oops, it's no big deal. After this battle he realized that most of the ones who came here were seeking wealth, and did not have a strong desire to fight at all, so their strength was not very strong. So wouldn't that make them able to pounce on them as well? But this is the first game of the novice, he did not dare to jump to conclusions. First wait and see. Open the map. Lu Fluke found that the administrative building has been reddish black, the main substation slightly yellow. It looks like you can search the cement factory to go to the small power station to see a hand. Speed up the search. After that we'll check the substation. Maybe it hasn't been eaten yet. This main substation had a safe mission, and he was sure that no one who was seeking money could resist that temptation. 3 people all the way to scrape the ground to the small power station. Really no one to eat. But now he has no room card or not this substation dormitory he must open. Wayawa, I shipped out. Zhu Biao shouted, only to hear a ding. He came out of the substation dormitory, just like a sheet of East End drawbridge. I shipped out too. Judy had a heater come right out of the airbox, messing with Lu Fluke's confidence. I also don't know how the value of the items here is calculated. If they were placed outside, would they not be the one with the lowest earnings right now? At this time, the map on the safe mission was picked up. Lufluk immediately rushed to the main substation with 2 people. Not surprisingly, this kind of wild platoon's not even likely to have someone on sentry duty outside. And as long as Lufluk wanted to, he could even take a triple kill with a C4. The 3 of them touched over at a quiet pace, and when they got close he directly pulled out his Tiger Squat cannon. And the 3 of them who were still eating didn't have time to run. Shu Biao's hand cannon blossomed in the small space, and Lu Yuchen's C4 was no less impressive in blocking their retreat, taking down the 3 without spending a single bullet, and getting to eat another wave of beauty. Zhu's brothers were licking their bags while Lu's fluke eyes were locked on the last unopened safety. As soon as he opened it, he saw the modeling go straight through the sky, another heater, and now there were 2 reds in the bag, and it was ready for evacuation. How's the food? Lu Fluke opened his mouth to inquire, and the Zhu brothers nodded their heads. It was time to evacuate, but things were far from smooth. Lu's fluke ears heard footsteps in the parking lot, and the sound of the explosion earlier had made the main building want to come and get them. Nope, there's someone else. Let's go to the main floor first. Not surprisingly, 3 men broke through the gap with the express goal of the safe, but they didn't find anyone, so they planned to come to the main building to take a look, which just hit Lu Fluke's heart. They all the way to the head was sniped down with a shot. Lu Fluke's hand is just captured 93R, with red bullets. 30W for a red bullet, big guy. Save it. Give up the kid and take the wolf. You guys go down and set up the formation and I'll set it up. The opponent's red wolf really can't help but directly open the big dry pull. He thought that his movement speed is very fast, but I can't imagine that Lu Fluke has long been accustomed to it. And another shot directly dry shattered his 5 armor. It's already at this point it's time to close the net. The C4 in his hand falls from the sky along the window and lands on Red Wolf. Shu Biao and Zhu Di rush out of the main building to send the last Mai Xiaowen away in a 2-sided attack. Yeah, we can eat again. Lu Fluke only hated that he didn't bring enough bags. Good thing this Red Wolf sent a 30-compartment gold bag. These 5 sets suck a little, but they're better than nothing, and you can still sell your classmates if you fix them. The main building is still dangerously big and red on the map now, but the rest of the place is no longer alerted. Okay, let's pull out and let the ones on the main floor go on fighting. After the evacuation, the supplies all went into the virtual space of Lu Fluke. At this time the old man of the skeleton reappeared. Whoa, yeah. Congratulations, young warrior, for completing the first game. Want to know how to change the loot into cash flow? Follow me. Chapter 69, Cash is King. The old skeleton man led him into the bazaar, which was where players traded freely. All captured guns, accessories, armor, and big red rune cards. Oh my old swan, look now who's here. The woman with a delicate figure darted towards Lu Yuhong. His heart was tightened. Could it be that his performance was too bright? Has been fired to the Super God Battle Network? Oh, my dear Lily, this is the new handsome boy. You are responsible for opening the store for him, okay? Of course, there's no problem, honey. You haven't brought in a new person in 100 years. What made you think to bring in a new person this time? The woman called Lily even directly embraced the skeleton old man and kissed him. Together it was not that she was too bright, but this skeleton had a special identity. Come on, Lily, this isn't the big handsome guy I used to be. It's okay, you'll always be the most handsome in my heart. The two got mushy again until Lao Fluke poked him in the shoulder blade. Oh, I forgot I'm not here to catch up. Lily led the two to a store. The rent for this place is 30W Hafu coins a month. Since you're a newcomer in here, you can use it for free this month, and you'll have to pay me 65W Hafu coins next month. And interest? It's not interest, it's insurance. You all came here as people who could easily die, and I need to buy insurance for you so that even if you die, your families will get a sizable amount of compensation. He deeply understood. Indeed, this place is too risky. If there is no insurance, to die is quite not worth it. Well, have fun selling. I've got some business to attend to. As soon as they entered the store, all the guns and big reds that had just been captured were automatically put on the shelves for sale. Ugh, can't I keep it for myself? Sure, just take it off the shelves, but let me remind you, cash is king here, and the red is only useful for taking it to expand the store and exchange it for some rare equipment. Lu Fluke, fortunate to look at the price, just seized a full conversion M7 at the moment, can only sell 30W. The heater is worth it, more than double the price outside the hole. At this moment, the skeletal old man suddenly exclaimed. Took Lu Fluke by surprise. Don't you be surprised. What's the surprise? Someone's making a play for it, buying up heaters like crazy. The ones that were selling for 170W just yesterday are selling for 400W today. Worthy of the player's free trade market. Really someone to do monopoly. But just cheap Lu Fluke. Now out directly wildly earned 400W. Infantry vehicles aren't worth much. It's only 120W. It's about the same price as it is out there. But what surprised Lu was that this set of only 40 points of cap level 5 armor could sell for 25W. And the brand new ones on the market even broke through the 100W selling price. Armor is a bit expensive, as are bullets, and a heater doesn't cost enough to start a fully loaded set. But this doesn't affect Lu Fluke at all because he's a knife runner. As long as the red packet doesn't break 50W, in a short while, the gun armor Big Red he was selling was sold out, and the Hafu coins were transferred directly to Lu Chukong's account. What should he spend the 1000W of cash on? It's done. So let's go find Chen Luyo and Lin Feiyu to rendezvous first. Walking up to the hotel, he saw the two men crouching in front of the hotel door in pairs. What are you two doing? Why don't you go in and book a room? Firm Feiyu scratched his head. They said that a room costs 40W a night. It is true that without money everywhere is not feasible. Hand in hand with a huge amount of money he became the only three people rely on. Just as she walked into the inn, a strange scent came out and the woman in a tulle veil and a fox mask slid down the stairs and landed precisely on the front desk. Three of you. Do you want to stay at the hotel or stop over? We're staying at the store. Standard room 40W a night. Look at you guys like this. How about one standard room and a loft to help you save some money? The attic? What's this? The owner's wife came right out with pictures of a 5-square-foot house with only one bed in the roof to the left. This room is on special for only 3W a night. Chen Luyo looked at herself. Why don't I sleep in the attic and save some money? Lu Fluke hemmed and hawed and looked at Flying Fellow. Late night. Chen Luyo was taking a bath in the bathroom. Lu Yuqing had long been sleepy and fell asleep, and in the attic was eating barbecue and drinking beer. Ouch. Really cool. But also a small attic too much feeling. Is like a rat in reality? The smaller the space the higher his sense of security. Not to mention Lu Fluke also helped him buy a night snack, which is even better. The next morning the trio scattered. Lu Chuxing and Chen Luyao, ready to find a house to sell, has been living in the hotel spending too much. Flying Fellow, on the other hand, took the 300W startup money and planned to go to top secret Mono 3, East End. Come and take a look. My house here is good to live in but not expensive. Lower than the market price. Oh, how much is a flat? The house looks similar to a rural self-built house. It doesn't look bad. 1W a square foot. 120 square feet in total. I don't count you for the upper and lower floors. Just sell a plot. So cheap? You're not a soul ring room, are you? Don't talk nonsense. What soul rings? I call this place a prefabricated room. Lu Fluke carefully recall. Seems to really have this kind of house. Just like building blocks is stacked up the house. Okay, I'll take it then. There's no extreme weather in this superb war network, so you don't even have to worry about the prefabricated house being blown away by the wind. You have a great eye for immediate payment and delivery. The other side. So weak? 12 boxes were lined up in the president's room, and the 3 sets of flying fishes didn't even lose much durability. And top secret's burst rate is much higher than outside. Simply 3 big reds, plus their head armor guns. The big red bag is directly stuffed full, soaring away one team, dropping the bag and withdrawing one man, leaving 2 rats and mice. Firm Feiyu is not ready to exterminate the rats. Anyway, there is no benefit to kill them, and this place is really dead when they die. To be frank, it is a murder. Less early to kill sins. Box, your mothers. Evacuation point down. Jail Feiyu, a big move to probe 2-3 sets of rats and rats. It is not surprising that they are ready to mix the smoke to withdraw. Jail Feiyu also pretend not to find them. Let them away out of life. After coming out, the equipment was hung up in the trading house, and Flying Firm was teleported directly into the store, at which time a man walked over, as if he had his eye on the rocket fuel. Boss, how much is this selling for? Not knowing the market, immediately opened the information panel to check and found that the rocket fuel in the Overwatch battle network had a market price of a staggering 1300W. 1250W, I think. Good, give it to me. Firm Feiyu regretted. Did he understate the price? Chapter 70, Super God List. After clearing the proceeds, at this point, the crowd had close to 5000W of cash on hand, and the 3 of them could enter the map in the afternoon. Lu Fluke sent the coordinates of the house to Jifu, and with just a thought, Jifu was teleported to the house. I'll be damned. That's a lot more convenient than being outside. It's a little too much to move around in that plague jump ship when you're playing in a tournament. Looking at the large villa in front of him, a heartache in the heart of Li Feiyu. This has to cost a lot of money. Looking at a wave of heartache in Firm Feiyu, Lu Fuyan knew what he was thinking, and could only say that he was ignorant. Too ignorant. This is a prefabricated house. 1WA flat. Not expensive, don't worry about it. Walked into the house. The luxury of the decoration really let. Not only not expensive but also attached to the furniture. There is this good thing, but the truth is, these individual pieces of furniture were bought by Lu Chukluk and Chen Luya, and the price was more expensive than the house. What? This furniture costs more than the house. You don't understand. Look at this table. Wanwali ah, very open door. Lu Fluke pounced on the table and smelled the fragrance of the yellow pear, which is really refreshing. And Wanwali, aren't you afraid the store will cheat you? Humph. I'm the one who treads snow to the top of the mountain every day. Can I not tell if it's a yellow pear? This set of furniture are all old antiques picked up on the carpet. Lu Fluke is a disciple of the open door sect. Looking at these is also a good hand. Forget it, but we've got the money now. Do we want to go in 3 rows this afternoon? Okay, but what map are you going to hit? Top secret spaceflight? Shook his head. Here the top secret spaceflight to pay 20W entrance fee. To put it bluntly is 45W war preparation also have to give another 20W entrance fee. Is too expensive. Go once 3 people is 180W equivalent to Lu Fluke running knife does not come out of the red. A whole game of earnings to make money or stabilize declassified. Spaceflight or dams. It's much more profitable than top secret spaceflight anyway. Youth has no selling price. The secret is in the moment. It's not too late to make money first. Let's go. It's less risky to go to the classified longbow. I wonder if the longbows here are still the same as the ring games outside, with sniper boys in charge. But wait until after entering the game. Lu Fluke fortunate to find that the intensity here is really much lower than outside. Simply 2 extremes the ring and the 6 head 6 armor big snipers. One to here are all running knife speed withdrawal of rats, Uzi or G18 or, anyway, is no snipers. The only captured sniper rifle in the game is still the Sniper Mini 14. After touching out less than 10 minutes, it is really no fun. Cannot find people, but also a group of poor, and even worse, they managed to bring out the seat clock. This kind of bureau is really a rare sight in 1,000 years. Together, it's all about making money. Lu Fluke also discovered a phenomenon that the people they defeated were basically lone wolves with teammates. And if he was right, they were stuck in a bug. If you have teammates, spread out and wait for them to finish eating the corpses. Then let your teammates come to the rescue. That way you'll even stay alive. Sure enough, there are fixed rules wherever we go. Let's try that next time? Didn't we try that a long time ago? When playing in the ring, the combination of Lu Chukyong and Flying Firm was similar to this square approach, walking separately and still being able to save back and forth. And 2 people, one eating the periphery and one eating the main building. So that kind of takes in the whole picture. Calculate the proceeds. These little blue is not worth selling directly to the merchants of the war network on the line. This seat clock to keep to sell. The trio kept all of their G18s and UZIs, and since running knives is popular here, they'll try to see how fast they can retreat by running knives as well. It's still early. Should we try again? Go, try it. Throwing away the big sniper in their hands, the 3 of them directly carted the battle preparation into the map, then split into 3 ways to start searching. Lu Fluke fortunately stayed at the ranch. Chen Luyo went to the old site, and went to the checkpoint. There were people resurrected in all 3 areas, but they ran away when they saw someone and didn't give the trio a chance to fight. I can see there's a real fear of death, but fear is fear in the heart. The reason why Lu Fluke can play so colorful in the first game, is because he is not afraid to die. Rotten life is dry. The more afraid of death, the more likely to die. The reason why many people touch the big red is very difficult to withdraw out. There is a big factor is that the big red increases the sense of fear. After the beginning of the fear of death, the person's operation will be deformed. The judgment of the state of affairs will be wrong. In this case, death is a common thing. You can't be afraid of death in this game. If you're afraid of death you're really dead. If you're not afraid of death you still have some chance. Yeah, but I'm still skeptical. All I've encountered lately are knife runners. There's no way a slugger didn't have one. All 3 had basically never encountered anyone who got up to full suit and slammed. But how could there be no one in a wargame of this size who didn't slam? After the evacuation, Lu lucked out and found the old skeleton. Old man, why are we encountering all the knife runners? I'm still waiting to grab equipment and sell it for money. The old man who was drinking at the moment said drunkenly. Well, you guys haven't touched that level yet. With that, a virtual screen appeared in front of Lu Fluke. There's a ladder in this hellhole of battle. That's what you call a segment. He pointed to the ladder ranking. His eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. When the ladder goes up, the opponents you meet will be stronger. If you are seeking wealth it is best not to open the ladder. We can just make money together and run the sword. But we seek power. The old man shook his head. You guys are now opening the ladder is to send death up. See for yourself the top few ranked people and teams, which assets are not tens of billions of dollars level. Their top bureau whether it is the equipment or technology is far beyond your existence. So don't send death for nothing. But isn't the ladder of heaven gradual? For others maybe, but not for people like you. The ladder here has something called a positional tournament, and with your strength you could easily be set to segment Blackhawk, which would put you just a few days away from the top game, and there's a high probability that you'll die in the Blackhawk segment. He has not seen people seeking power for 100 years. Do not even have to think about today's outside has long been occupied by the Cosmic Star Corporation. Everywhere 80 other people. He is not willing to see Lu Fluke they die so quickly, to give them a little time to improve. Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Knowing that you guys want to improve, you can go to Black Hawk Down, and when you've earned your titles there, it's not too late to come back and fight the ladder, only to see the old man wave his hand. The three of them were directly teleported to the entrance of Black Hawk Down. Go in. The ladder match thing comes out before you say anything. Don't blame me for not reminding you that if you don't come out, you'll be stuck in there the whole time. Chapter 71, Black Hawk Down. Lu Luck didn't want to go in, but the old man seemed insistent on letting them in. Don't worry about going in. You won't die in there. Come out alive and tell me about the heavenly ladder. At this moment, the skeleton old man's eyes were resolute, and the confusion he felt when he was drunk had long since disappeared. The three of them walked into Black Hawk Down with great strides, and at this moment, a reminder broadcast had already appeared within the Overwatch Battle Network. A player enters Black Hawk Down. A player enters Black Hawk Down. Countless people have been scared half dead by this message. Really, someone dares to enter the Black Hawk Down? The last time to go in the team has been trapped inside the whole 30 years. This group of people are really not afraid of death, still dare to go in. It is like the unfolding gate of Pangod, which contains countless treasures and honors, but also countless woes and sufferings. Once one chooses to enter, there is no turning back, and as long as one can't get out, he will be trapped inside forever until he dies. Just at the beginning, the three were sitting in the helicopter, but in 3 seconds a Stinger missile came in and hit the propeller directly. Man, another and another crash, but luckily all three had parachutes, which saved their lives. I throw. So true. In fact, you're not afraid to die. Black Hawk Down doesn't kill the player, and you can start over even if you die. At this point a directive came from command ordering the trio to cross the bridge in front of them to obtain the end RPG and then destroy the local combat force that had been hovering in the air. The Black Hawk. But the bridge is covered with soldiers, and the three have only a G-17 in their hands. It is imperative that they take over the house first, or else they will have to meet the jailer before they can get over with this little broken pistol. Fei Yu, look in the river. Fei Yu looked at the bubbles in the water and saw that someone was hiding in the water. You go take the one in the water, and Lu Yao and I will take the shield on the bridge. These two enemies are the closest, so choose to allocate resources this way. But when Firm Flying Yu went into the water, he realized that it was completely different from what he thought. Nobody in the water, just a carp burrowing in the sand. The next second, boom, the carp exploded, and Flying Fu Pawn. The trio had to start over. Turns out the water was torpedoed. There's no way around it then. Together we'll do shield in. The trio crouched forward, constantly dodging searchlights across the bridge, and the moment they encountered Shield Stu, they pulled out their daggers and slashed 3 times. Shield fell to the ground in response, but the sound of his fall startled the enemy, and the fight was on. Faced with countless flying bullets, directly grabbed his shield and blocked them all perfectly. Lu luckily seized a Uzi and 30 rounds of bullets, as well as a painkiller. Lu, take this painkiller first. Later all three of us are probably going to get shot. There's no need to stay a while anymore. Flying Fairy Fellow was shot in the head by a sniper, and Shield's steel helmet saved his life. I'll be damned. This steel helmet can, and it can block a shot, burning you to ashes. Bad. Snipers are still changing bullets. Spitfire soldiers attacked. Real damage under the Jinyu Feiyu and led the box. This time they switched it up to see if they could swim across to the other side without spooking the torpedoes. It proved to be impossible. The torpedo was as good as a DMA jumping right out and exploding as soon as the trio got close to the water. Ouch. I can't. I'm exhausted. Being reborn again and again made the three of them a bit fatigued, especially since Flying Firm hadn't been exercising much in the first place, and this was a real exhaustion, debilitating. Had to lean back to get some water and food at the supply point. Half an hour later, the three of them were once again standing on the other side of the bridge, and after half an hour of strategizing just now, Lu Fluke already had a great plan. Listen to me. I'll just seal the smoke and go over and knife the flamethrower. Then you guys follow the smoke and knife Shield. I'll use the flamethrower to clean up the machine gunners, and then finally we'll successfully reach the opposite bank after taking care of the snipers and grabbing the RPGs. Game over. Sounds like it went well, but can it really be this foolproof? Whatever, just grind it out a few more times. Round 1. Lu Fluke successfully sealed out the smoke, the mercy in the hand of 3 knives to solve the fire-breathing soldiers. Firm Feiyu followed, a knife to send the Shield brother to see the 2 milk. The plan went very smoothly, but the 3 overestimated the duration of the smoke bomb. Before Firm Feiyu rushed in front of the Shield, the smoke directly dissipated. For a time, machine gunnery bullets mercilessly struck the 3 people. Mission failed. Round 2. With the experience of the last time, this time Lu Chuxing intends to take the risk of undercutting the Spitfire soldier before the other soldiers lock up the enemy. He came to the Spitfire soldier with a jump, still skillfully sent away in 3 cuts, and then threw out the smoke. Lin Feiyu took the opportunity to defeat Shield, and Chen Luyao came out of the smoke and started to clean up the snipers with Uzi. Good. Just this one machine gunner, and we've done it. Rumbling. The voice came from the sky. Lu Fluke directly confused. Not at land, sea and air all come to the enemy? Fighter bullets are large caliber. Hit the 3 people will not be this piece of that piece. Failed game. Round 3. In order to avoid the fighters, the trio decided to jump straight into the river after killing the soldiers, getting ashore a second before the carp exploded. The idea is beautiful. The reality is very bone skinny. 3 people have not yet jumped into the water. The carp directly a fish leaped dragon gate to the bridge collapsed. Mission failed. Grandma, let people live. All 3 were deflated, with the immediate feeling of being lynched, unable to die or escape. Shouldn't we deal with the machine gunners and snipers first? But the range of the G17 on hand is too small to have a pistol as a sniper. Right, pistols as snipers will wear out 2 of them first. Thoughts are becoming clearer. Round 4. The 3 climb into a house on the other side of the bridge and shoot machine gunners and snipers with their G17s. Unsurprisingly, the sound of the shooting attracts fighters, but again the 3 are in the house and can't be picked off at all. It looks like that's the right thing to do. At this time the skeleton old man saw the performance of the 3 gratifying smile. Stupid is stupid, but stupid way is also the way. This one process was half an hour long. Enough time for the old man to play with the old Peking chicken rolls. Half an hour later, all of the soldiers had died to the 3 men's pistols. Now all that was needed was for them to run to the other side and proceed to just destroy the fighters with their RPGs. But once they stepped out of the house, they would be staked out. And once the fighters opened fire, all 3 of them would be shot into holes. And Lu Fluke's smoke was too short to reach the other side at all. What to do? Chen Luya couldn't think of a way out. But Lu Fluke had a very evil idea. The helicopter's ammunition. There's a time when it burns out, right? GGG. Good for you, Lu Fluke. It's still you. The 3 of them staged a direct wave of real pulls and fake pulls, tricking the war machine into a ghost altogether. Chapter 72, is there a copyright? You've got to be kidding me. As expected, the helicopter is really out of bullets, so the 3 of them can now walk out in style. Geez, I'm still the smart one. Give me another shot if you can. Meet you. Only to see the back door of the helicopter was opened, and Old Man Black picked up the at-4 and fired it towards Lu Chukong. Boom. Lu died by fluke. There is no way but to do it again. This wave of Lu Fluke luck very patiently cheated the last trace of ammunition on the plane, but also grabbed the Shield brothers Uzi to the plane to a shuttle cover launch RPG. 3, 2, 1 release. The bazooka flew out and took a shot at the helicopter's propeller. The Black Hawk finally crashed and the trio managed to get picked up to begin the next step of their plan. Mandel parts are scattered all over the map. Find them and kill the man who is ultimately behind them. The trio had arrived at the classic map, Dam 0. And there were a total of 19 Mandel parts scattered all over the map. Want to look for them separately? Faster. No, let's get together and see the strength first. The AI here is no better than the AI in the game. It's a bit overpowered. Just by that one shot of it he knew this place was out of the ordinary. The trio slowly felt their way to the cement factory, which, according to the map, contained 3 pieces of debris scattered on the 2nd floor platform. The cement factory office and basement? The cement factory basement. A place unseen. Not even mentioned in the map update. Come and get hot. Open the door, Storm. Fortunately Lu Fluke lucky reaction fast, but Chen Luyao slowed down a beat directly by a cannon blast off 86 drops of blood, but also attached to the fracture package. The equipment given by the system were all 3 sets of +2 levels of bullet bison, and the armor was directly dried and shattered under this cannon. What's worse is that there is the most realistic physics engine here. Chen Luyao's clothes were torn, revealing her white skin. And Lu Luck was the first to take off his combat uniform and give it to her. Ahem. A small blush spread across her face. The pattern was so true. It wasn't a good thing to be too real. And Jinyu Feiyu didn't have time to care about that. He had already been sent to see Jinyu De with an elbow from Brother Machine Gun. Help! Lu Fluke secretly sighed. This person is a little too confident. Still think that Machine Gun Brother can still be slaughtered like before. Don't save. Behind you. Lu Chuck Luck hadn't had time to react before he realized that the machine gunnery soldier who was still in front of had now appeared behind him. The machine gunner put down Lu Fluke again with an elbow, but Chen Luyao immediately reacted and dry shuttled his helmet with a pike. Just then, a pitch-black rune suddenly appeared in her hand. With a strong music playing, Air Habutso Raijin, machine gun soldiers fell from the sky and looked directly confused at the 3 men. Ultra will dance roar 3 stances. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar 3 stances. The game ends and the 3 are revived again. Grandma, there's a Namikaze Suemon in the cement factory. This is a fart fight. It does seem a bit unintelligible. This isn't an Asura soldier. It's clearly an Asura captain. Firm Feiyu couldn't help but spit out his words. This really wasn't on him for being careless. This was really no way to react. Who in their right mind can react to flying Thor? It seems there is only another way. Turning the direction of their departure towards the barracks. The hell of a place with little resources. This should not have elite monsters bar. But before they could reach the interior of the barracks, a red light flooded inside. Where's the old lady? No way. There's an old lady in the barracks? Where in the hell did Havoc get a director of security? He didn't believe it, and had to take another look. But one more look and it explodes. A bullet pierces right through his skull. Lu Fluke falls to the ground, and saves him from getting up, only to discover a hint of what's going on. That's not a bulletproof vest, is it? Why does it look like an armor? It was only then that the three realized that the person lying on top of the barracks sniping wasn't Demirin. It was a monster clad in armor with a reddish cold. He seemed to have seen it somewhere? There's something very familiar about it but I can't remember. So whatever. Let's start with a trio of Imperial Dryra. The three men jumped out of cover together and Bison took a swipe at the top. In mid-air, the bullet crossed the sky revealing a beautiful arc, perfectly predicting Jinyu Feiyu's landing point. A shot to the head. Good thing Lu Fluke lucky shot increasingly skillful to come a wave of counterattack. The pieces of this barracks are kind of taken. Waiting to save the cell Feiyu, Lu Fluke went up and licked the bag. Nothing in the bag, just AM700 or a half modified. Feiyu, take it, we need to get into the main building. At this point, there is no closer location than the main building, and the main building has a full 10 shards in it, so if you can knock it down, you'll be more than halfway there. But, why is there black smoke coming out of this main building, Cuckoo? And what the hell is that vine? Why is it wrapped around the west building? He didn't remember that the main building still had this kind of fetish. At the moment didn't hold back and fired a shot towards the vines. The moment the bullet hit the vines, the green sap directly landed at the feet of the three of them across several hundred meters. The fishy odor came along with the extremely high temperature, and the hay on the side was directly ignited the moment it made contact. It's just a warning to keep them from going any further. Why don't we go back to the cement factory and kill Namikaze Sailor Moon first? I think it's okay. I agree. Sometimes retreating was an offense in disguise, and until they figured out why these Asura soldiers had mutated and where the main building had gotten the vines from, they weren't going to enter the main building easily. That's the end of the fun. The machine gunners don't even act. They come up with a little combo, and Fluke's mouth drops, and he just throws smoke. The three men standing in the smoke were conceptual gods that could not be locked down. Are you kidding me? You're still too young. You've run out of chakra. It's our turn. Jia. Don't. The machine gun soldier let out a wail of pain, but Lu Yueqing didn't care about that. Come, let me see. He charges straight out of the smoke and goes up for a triple/headlock and a wavewind sailor pawn. He didn't believe that there could be a second elite monster in this one cement factory, and was just about to start eating when he heard a dog barking. Yoo-hoo is just different, huh? And jerking off the dog. Just as I was about to get my hands on the mold, I heard an angry roar from my side. Tongjie. Ugh. No. Lu Fluke fell to the ground again with a grudge, and Flying Firm immediately threw a C4 at the dog. That's what scared the soldier and the dog apart. This place is toxic, isn't it? Where did Asura get the Naruto copyright? However, the good thing was that this elite monster was no more disgusting than that machine gunner, and it was forced into a corner in minutes. By. Come on, let me see. Akamaru let out a petulant wail, helpless to do anything but meet death. Lu Fluke was helped up. The three intend to go to the basement entrance. Who expected this basement to rune card to open? And they simply do not have a key. Chapter 73, it's not shady, is it? This key isn't going to be taken from any NPC, is it? Flying Fellow thought for a moment. It looked like it was, but the fact that neither this Mizukado nor Inuzuka Toa had it on them could only mean that the card was important and very likely to be inside the administration building. Anyway, let's go somewhere else first. This grippy administration building is a real no-go. All the soldiers here have been given unconventional strength. Even the ordinary soldiers have 4 heads and 5 armors, and use even 5 bullets. It's a plus though. They're using gold 9x19s for their Bison too. Bison says he's never seen a grade 5 bullet in his life, and he's encountered one today. Go to the little power station. There's another shard there. But isn't there another piece of the wall-breaking mission table? That place doesn't have to go into the administration building, and it's also on the way to the large and small power stations. Chen Luyao looked at the map. Now turn around and go to the wall-breaking quest table, and then go to the size of the power station will be closer. After all, it is their own stamina that is spent now, not the stamina bar. It's alright, go take a look. But what the trio didn't expect was that this wall-breaking task was automatically picked up as soon as the trio got on the stage. And in a moment countless Asura soldiers rushed over from all directions. Pitiful this is. Lu Fluke angrily wrestled the Bison. And what's worse is that the administration building actually walked out of the Asura men's group. Machine Gun Brother didn't care so much. The grade 5 bullets in his hand were like no money, frantically attacking towards the three people. A tonic. Behind the console, the trio huddled together. It was torture to dodge the wash of super mean Machine Gun Brothers while defeating the Asura soldiers walking up the stairs. I'm really convinced. What am I going to play with this? A bit of a meltdown. Not just any meltdown. 5 bullets swept as a first class. Is this still Asura? What to do? This gun line is too dead. Before the words were out of his mouth, Shield was already walking up the stairs, and the three of them were frantically pedicuring their feet, but found that nothing was working. You moo! These shoes are made of iron. A pike 5 bullets down. Shield brother standing. Cannot bear to stand up directly on the knife, but found that this Shield brother does not crouch at all. There is no chance of the head of the knife. On the other side of the crate, the fire-breathing soldier was dragging his huge body to climb up slowly. This scene was noticed by Lu Fluke with his afterglow. He knew that if he didn't break the game, he would have to start all over again. A smoke bomb placed at the foot of the three illusory gods instantly lost the target. Lu Fluke directly a big jump ready to knife the Spitfire first. Who knows that this Spitfire is 0 frames to start. Look at the blood is about to bottom out. But solidly suffered 3-knife Spitfire did not have any faltering. But this is not right. According to the theory of 3 knives, no matter how many heads have to die, it is difficult to knot the small fire-breathing soldiers or a 6 sets of warriors. The doubt in his mind was infinitely amplified, and Lu Fluke fell down, knuckled down. Flying Fellow got away with knifing Shield, and was about to turn back and tackle the fire-breathing soldier when he always felt 2 pairs of eyes staring at him. Who could it be? Was it the sniper standing on the roof, or the bazooka soldier standing on the billboard that I'm just now discovering? Done. Snipers with a shot to the head. Bazooka accurate filler. Glorious fall. Chen Luyao's position is also very unsafe. At the moment 2 big men wailing to save. The last hope falls on her. She snuck up next to the Shield brothers' bag and opened it up almost screaming. It was a complete set of 5. Still with the M250 machine gun in her hand. Worthy of Shield, terrifying as he is. He can press a machine gun with one hand. After the lightspeed takeover, at this time, Chen Luyao was Shield's second. Since Shield could press, Chen Luyao, she is also, can, press. But it's not like in the game, where the most realistic physics engine is available. Only to see Chen Luyao fire a gun. The recoil almost didn't blow her away. Resisting the pressure, she chose to brave the shot and fired an extreme volley into the air. Originally thought that this resurrection would be here. I don't know if it was her luck or this gun inherited Shield's headlock mechanism. This wave of spinning around and closing her eyes and sweeping had a miraculous effect. The snipers and bazooka troopers were both killed by a single shot to the head. The Spitfires were even more solidly hit with 4 headshots, and with not an inch of grass around them. The only ones left were the machine gunners still standing at the entrance to the main building. Good gun. Lu Fluke and spoke in unison. There was hope for this game again. Against the bullets of the machine gunners, Lu was lucky to be saved. And the first thing he did when he got up was to strip the Spitfires. And sure enough, there were 6 heads. Grandma's legs. Getting rich. Ha! Flying Few got up and just casually stripped a skirmisher's bag. All complete with 5 heads and gold bullets for the M7. I build. M7. Letting Firm Feiyu get his hands on the M7 can only end in 2 ways. Either Machine Gunner is killed by Firm Feiyu with a pike to the head, or Machine Gunner is killed by Firm Feiyu with 2 pikes to the head. After all, when he took the M7, he was simply the god of death, and would not let go of any of his enemies, even if they were waterbenders. I vaguely remember when 2025 was celebrating New Year's Eve. Hungza next door was still taking his fans to set off fireworks, and he was the only one who killed everyone at the space base with an M7 and took their dog tags to set up a ritual at the evacuation point. Netizens have said to see the living Yen Wang, but at the moment the living Yen Wang is no longer 80 players. He is ready to turn over to be a master. A good 80-80 just 80 his machine gun brother. A jump to pull Jinyu Feiyu landed precisely on the stairs, followed by a very familiar drive into the aiming head. Even if it's a naked gun, so what? As long as it's an M7 he's the confidence summoner of Nishinai. The invincible machine gunner fell. He fell on the day when side valued him the most. He fell to the guns of his own piggyback teammates. He fell in the moment when he was the strongest he had ever been in his life. Shouldn't. This way. It's over. Finally, the minions were dealt with. At which point the missiles sent the vault doors flying straight up. I'm almost out of drugs. Search the bag. The trio came in with a pitifully small amount of medication from the system, which made the trio suffer. And since the current Asura soldiers are so well equipped, they must have medicine, right? Fighting a war without medicine. This is not fooling around. The best medicine is an improvised syringe kept in a machine gun brother's bag. Ugh, forget it. Let's go to the substation first. I can't really stay in this place. Letting you go? At this moment, Machine Gun Brother, who was originally lying on the ground, stood up again. blood still whistling out of his mouth. Isn't he dead? Chen Luyao asked suspiciously. After all, having been hit by the golden bullet M7, it was impossible to say that he wasn't dead. Firm Feiyu's brows rose in a frown. Dead and still able to stand up. "In death you damn." Previously also questioned Nexus extinguished the lights to fight again where In. And so really met Lu Fluke and not happy. This is really In. Big brother, just don't steam it, don't it up. Without saying a word, the bullets in his hand flew out again. His eyes were scarlet, and black smoke was coming out of his back. Go first. There must be something dirty behind him. Chapter 74 Visitors Center. Originally thought that the escape should not be too simple. After all, with the speed of the machine gun brother, as long as the 3 people run out of 2 miles of designated cannot catch up. But never thought this is just really mutant species. Surprisingly fast, it seems that the only way to the end of the bloody battle. I'm really convinced. How can I fight this? Pure and simple mutant warrior. As the old saying goes, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. And this man is on technology again and still mutates. He couldn't have dreamed that this was the kind of intensity that a machine gun brother should have. But the facts were there, and it was impossible not to fight. Lu Fluke took the lead with a 3-blade headlock, but it didn't do much good. It seemed that the damage was all blocked by the black shadow behind him, and the bullets from Flying Firm and Chen Luyao didn't do anything at all when they hit him. Ha, come on, beat me to death. Lu Fluke has never heard such an excessive request in his life, but this is not excessive himself as really cannot beat this thing. What kind of filth is in this administration building? Since it can control corpses like this, it's clear that this machine gun guy only has his own pre-birth obsessions, and the rest of his actions are purely controlled puppetry. To control a corpse, that must require a medium. At that moment a bold thought came to his mind. Do you guys think he'll be like Chio? Using threads that we can't see to control? Don't rule it out. Lu Fluke directly sealed the smoke around to the machine gun brothers back to the air swung a knife, and it was not surprising that the blade was directly bounced back, immediately shot and swept behind him, silk one by the bullet through. Machine gun brother's body fell to the ground while a white light flashed at the window of the administration building, a scene that happened to be caught by Lu Fluke. That guy is really in the administration building. Come on, let's go find the shard first. This administration building is too evil. Traveling to the main substation, it was littered with corpses, and all of Asura's soldiers were lying on the ground, blood splattered everywhere. So tough. Havoc was here? Flying Fellow questioned that with Havoc's kind of tactics, creating this kind of scene was easy as pie. Not necessarily, just be careful, maybe he hasn't left yet. Lu Fluke just close to the point when he heard a hint of footsteps. The sound is very light to like a dog's paw on cotton, but as a man with 200% hearing, he had heard the commotion here from 100 meters away. Load up the bullets. I reckon there's going to be a fight. Into the first floor of the interior, where the blood has not yet coagulated, indicating that the people inside have just died not long ago. And then look at the scratches on the soldier's body, a mouth can see the bones. Chen Luyao was somewhat revolted. This was really beyond her acceptable range. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing came from the second floor terrace, a sound like a dog eating fresh duck sausage. The 3 of them felt their way up in silent steps, but they were still spotted, and a canine with bloodshot eyes, a sharp mouth and fangs, and a spike on the top of its head appeared in front of them. According to the map, one fragment seems to have gotten into his stomach. Fight! 3 guns and countless rounds of golden bullets hit this monster, but all of them were like scratching an itch. Even though the bullets had entered his body, they would be squeezed out in minutes. Firm Feiyu, is there a way? Sweat is really sweat. Even Lu Fluke could not think of a way. How could think of it? Still in the mood to make jokes at my expense. Why have you come up with a solution? There is. You just bust him open with a jet plus a slide shovel. Firm Feiyu felt that he was joking, not to mention whether this action could be realized or not. The first thing to be sure was that this was a medium-sized canine with superb agility and reflexes, and it was not certain that he would be able to catch his timing or not. I'm not even sure I can catch his timing. Are you kidding? That's true. Everything has changed in this game. The only thing that hasn't changed is that smoke grenades lose their lock. The moment I throw a smoke grenade he freezes for a second. You can catch that second, can't you? You're a pro. That must be okay. Try it. With a smoke bomb thrown by Lu Fluke, the monster briefly lost its lock on the enemy. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Flying Firm, you took a jet and went up to a sliding shovel. The blade entered through its throat and ripped all the way to its tailbone. Even its insides had been slashed. Dead? The answer, obviously, is no. Being hurt, it was like it had awakened some kind of switch and became even crazier. Look out! Chen Luyao became the first target as the monster's claws came at her facade. Luckily for Lu, he was lucky enough to borrow Shield's shield in advance to block the fatal blow. Tear the shield up if you can. No matter how strong the creature was, as long as it was still a carbon-based creature, he couldn't completely destroy the shield made of steel. This blow seemed to have severely depleted the monster's remaining strength, and as it swayed on its feet it finally collapsed in a pool of blood. Lu Fluke was not too disgusted to reach out and pull out its stomach directly, finally finding pieces of Mandel in a pile of broken meat pieces. But these hands full of fishy slime will have to be washed somewhere. The creek outside the cement factory gate. Hiya, it's hard to wash, but it's okay, and it kind of cleans up the big and small power stations along the way. If it wasn't so disgusting on his hand, he would have wanted to go and take the debris from the top of the dam and the visitors center together. But unfortunately, his hand was covered in stomach acid, and if he didn't clean it in time he was afraid that his hand was going to be corroded. Where's Fluke going next? Lu Fluke looked at the map and there were still pieces of the visitor center, the top of the dam, the vault and the administration building left to get. Go to the visitors center first, then take the top of the dam down to the containers into the vault, and then go to the administration building when you've touched all these places casually. The administration building is now as isolated as an isolated haunted house, with the possibility of something anti-human inside. Visitors center. Be careful not to show your feet. Lu luckily reminded the two of them to keep their steps down. If there was another monster like the one just now, it might have found them from a distance of many meters, but the building was awfully quiet and cozy, and there was a strange scent in the air. At this time Lu Fluke's footsteps suddenly stopped, and his brain was jerked and flooded with a tingling pain. Fluke, what's wrong with you? Chen Luyao quickly noticed that Lu Fluke was not right, saying that he would not show his footsteps, but such a stinging pain that he could no longer control himself directly fell on the stairs. In his vision, the visitors center flickered in and out of view, and Asura's soldiers appeared and disappeared in alternating light and darkness. What's going on? This fishy smell? The sudden fishy smell made him feel a hint of familiarity. Junior. The call, on the other hand, was much more familiar. Junior, what's wrong with you? He slowly raised his eyes, only to find Soros standing in front of him with his face ashen. How did he get here? Lu Luck took out his own gun and was ready to shoot and hit, but realized that the magazine was empty. Light and darkness were still alternating as Soros suddenly appeared and disappeared instantly the next second, himself bouncing back and forth between Junior's and Lu Fluke's bodies. That tingling sensation of a soul being stripped away, that shattering sensation of flesh being torn apart, endless pain, and mental torture gradually eroded him, and behind them, this gradually began to happen to Firm Feiyu and Chen Luya, and Lao Feiyu saw countless Guoqiao takeaways coming towards him in the darkness. Chen Luya, on the other hand, saw her parents in the guise of monsters eating away at the sacrificed people in front of her. All three were trapped in the illusion and were on the verge of collapse. Chapter 75 Administration Building. The skeleton old man who was watching them outside the screen was currently drinking tea leisurely. There were only two ways to solve this situation. Unless one person was strong-willed to go and put the lid on the mesmerizing incense while being tortured by the illusion, or a third dimension appeared to break the illusion completely. However, the former is very difficult. The average person simply does not have this kind of perseverance, while the latter is even more impossible. This is just a game, and how can the third dimension appear? System tip: the host has not run the knife for 3 days to successfully evacuate. If you do not run the knife again, the lucky value will soon be reduced. Host, Lu Yuehui. Lucky value, 109. Increase in probability of producing red, 21.8%. A beep suddenly appeared from the system, and Lu Yueqing instantly came to his senses. Touching himself, it seems that he has not been anointed by Soros. Scared me. I thought I was going to die here. Following the source of the aroma, Lu Yueqing directly threw the entire incense burner out of the window. Flying Fellow and Chen Luya woke up one after another. The old man of the skeleton off-screen choked on a mouthful of water directly to his own throat that wasn't there at all. What was this? Could it be that this young man's perseverance has gotten so strong? Surprisingly, he could manage to walk so idly against the pain brought on by the hallucination. Good. Once in 1,000 years. The sudden prompt from the system unexpectedly lifted his illusionary state. But it was time to end this game, or else this hard-earned luck value he had accumulated would soon slowly disappear. The rest of the time they quickly touched the visitors center and the top of the dam, twisted their heads and went into the vault. It's a good thing there are no monsters in this vault, and after picking up the pieces Lu Luck didn't forget to steal a gold bar. Now in addition to the basement is the administration building, but the basement needs a key Lu Fluke has not yet found. I'm debating now, where should we head into the administration building? No matter where he entered from he had a bad feeling about it. Play your cards right, it's the same everywhere you go anyway. As soon as they entered the administration building, they were lambs to the slaughter, and Seed would surely come from miles around to hunt them down, then just kick the door in and die a handsome death. As luck would have it, strong music played just as the trio entered the building. Falling into a trap, Saeed came to them with a roll. Only this Saeed was nothing like the usual. He moved stiffly, not at all like a living person. His ribs are showing. How long has he been dead? The strong stench of a corpse attacked. Lu Fluke immediately went up and prepared to knife him. Knife other minions might sometimes even roll over. But Saeed, he had absolute confidence in speeding through without injury. Seal Smoke Bladehead did a 1-2, but it didn't do much good. Lu A. This are not dead. Firm Flying You also swept his head frantically with gold bullets, but he couldn't do any damage. Even though the bullets had already blown his head all over the place, it was still useless. So the three of them were going to cut the control wires again. But this time, as soon as Flying Firm fired a shot, the wire would automatically disconnect, and as soon as he changed the bullet wires, they were connected again. Can't take it anymore. You two hold up. I'm going to the second floor to find that scumbag. How could Lu Yuxing take this kind of anger? He directly bypassed Seed and started to dart towards the second floor. There were also countless zombie-like Asura soldiers blocking the way, but they couldn't move as fast as Lu Yuxing could with a single finger. Eventually he met the man controlling Saeed on the balcony. She wore a mask, and underneath it was a pale voice, and in her hands she continued to manipulate Seed and Asura soldiers. Oh, what's the point of coming after them? The tentacle perched on top of the west building suddenly began to shake, and then the green slime directly melted the roof of the building. It was only this time that Lu Fluke could see the back of the tentacle with his own eyes. It was covered with sarcomas and countless various human organs, and dozens of hearts could be seen beating in just one plane. If he guessed correctly, these internal organs were all from the zombie Asura soldiers. The old woman in front of him was really a vicious lot. In less than 30 seconds, Tentacle and Wifey all lit up with bloodstains, as did Saeed downstairs. Then fight. Lu Fluke did not hesitate. The golden bullet M249 in his hand began to sweep at the tentacles, during which he also kept approaching the old woman, ready to capture the thief. But this old woman didn't give a chance at all, and was walking the yin and yang steps with Lu Chuxing, always keeping a safe distance from him. Kid, have some fun with my pet first. I'll come back to love you when I've taken care of the following two first. GGG. Lu Fluke was still trying to chase after him, but he was stopped in his tracks by the huge tentacles. He could not believe that this ghost tentacle has 1W points of blood or level 6 armor. His hand this gold bullet M249 to play the whole 1250 rounds of bullets, but his hand where there are so many bullets, it is difficult not to go to knife this big meat sausage knot. The battlefield downstairs moved a lot faster with the old woman descending on it, and as long as the old woman didn't die, Side's bloodstain would still be able to return even if it was emptied. As the old woman continued to get closer to Side, Side's movements became faster and more aggressive, as if what Firm Few was hitting wasn't Side, but rather, he was making a move against the puppeteer behind Side. This is too buggy. Isn't this mode pure torture? M7s are already low on ammo, and it's really not worth it to waste so many bullets fighting Saeed. So he replaced the M7 in his hand with a Uzi. Not only is the second injury high, more importantly, more bullets. Every time Saeed was defeated there was a 5-second pause, and those 5 seconds were when they attacked the old woman. But during those 5 seconds the old woman was very athletic, shaking her head from side to side and dodging bullets as a matter of routine. On the other hand, Lu Fluke, whose bullets had been emptied, but the large meat sausage in front of him still had 200 points of blood, took out his Black Eagle dagger and was ready to step forward to fight for his life. The old skeleton man off screen had his mouth crooked with laughter. Stabbing this tentacle with a knife was the dumbest way to do it, because a knife could only deal 5 points of damage. Lu Fluke had to cut at least 40 knives to send this large intestine away. So what if you're a genius? 40 blades? I don't believe you can go one time without missing. One miss and Lu Fluke would be smashed to death, and the large meat sausage would take part in the battlefield downstairs, at which point they would have to start all over again. Lu Fluke had already sorted out the attack range and combo pattern of the tentacles in the battle earlier. Isn't it just a Souls game? Who wouldn't? Tentacles raised high. It was a wide-range kill move that would also sweep a bit after landing. Lu Luck ran directly against the direction of his attack. Stupid. It's true that AI writes code that doesn't adapt at all. Ducking behind this big meat sausage, Lu Yuqing frantically outputs a wave of gaming down, directly cuts it 4 times. The movement trajectory of the old woman downstairs was also discovered and organized into a pattern by Chen Luyao, and the M250 in her hand directly predicted her landing point. The old puppeteer was shot. What? The puppet master was dumbfounded, and the skeleton old man outside the screen was also dumbfounded. After so many years, there were very few people who had reached this step, and today he had seen it. Chapter 76, Booze, you can't eat me when you're full. The battle situation was instantly reversed, as the three of them, Lu Yuqing, continued to consume the enemies in front of them, and their blood bars quickly bottomed out, especially the big meat sausage on Lu Chuck Luck's side. There was just one last slash left to take him away, but nowadays the big meat sausage had already entered the final let's go stance, and all sorts of skills and offensive means were like a rainstorm smashing towards him. You didn't really think that I wouldn't be able to cut you that way, did you? He was seen extending his right hand, and in his hand was a concept god, a smoke bomb. Go for it. Give this thing a taste of what it's like to lose its target. As expected, the smoke grenade directly blocked the big meat sausage's vision, and Lu Fluke took the opportunity to catch 2 slashes with a slide. Ow! A loud roar spread through the dam as the skin of the tentacle began to bulge and the innards inside seemed to want to come out. Lu Fluke jumped directly onto its body and pulled open a gash with the Blackhawk dagger. In the next moment, this huge meat sausage directly exploded, and its internal organs gushed out. Impossible! Impossible! The puppeteer downstairs had lost his grip on Seed, and the entrails blossomed into a new light of life when they returned to his body. I've put up with you for a long time. Seeing that Seed was about to make a move to end the old woman, she rushed to escape, but was not surprised when a roar came from behind her. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. As long as it was still in this administration building, Seed was full map perspective. At this time, the Asura soldiers who were originally controlled also regained their consciousness, and their first reaction upon seeing Chen Luyo and the others was, "There are enemies." Flying Fellow shook his head, "Then kill them all. After all, they can be resurrected if they are killed by the Dryads. It's better than being controlled by the controllers for the rest of their lives." Manager's office, East Building. Valiant Dryads, thanks for the ride today. I know you're here for the Mandel Shard. With that he pulled all the pieces of the administration building out of his desk. Take it, it's what you deserve. Then I'm welcome, but there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Luluk was still hung up in his mind about the basement and how to get in without a key. Ha 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 ha. You guys never tried physical demolition? Saeed was happy. No one would really be stupid enough to look around for a card. Ha! Inside the cement factory, with the sound of the explosion of Vec 4 ringing out, the door was indeed blown to pieces. The designer of this game really had a pit in his head, and had to set up this non-existent rune card. The old skeleton man, who was sitting in front of the screen watching them at that moment, flicked a rune card with his hand. It's not that it doesn't exist, it's that he forgot to put it in when he wrote the code and was too lazy to go back and change it, so he just set it to blow up. Gathering 19 pieces, the trio finally synthesized the Mandel supercomputer and were about to evacuate but realized that they had not completed the evacuation conditions. Evacuation failed. The game condition to kill the game boss has not been completed. What do you mean? The old woman isn't dead? Lu Fluke thought about it. It should not be. He clearly witnessed her being handily killed as right. Or is she not the boss? At all, the real boss is someone else. But where are the other bosses in the whole map when it's supposedly just Saeed and his guards? Obviously Saeed isn't a boss either. He's all become a friendly unit and the blood bar is gone. Then the problem would only be in one place. The basement compartment. There the three didn't go in because there was no need to go in at all. The shards had been kept on the periphery. But the unusual movement in there was definitely real, and they didn't dare to go in for fear of dying. Let's leave the supercomputer here for now, and we'll go back and check it out. Inside the basement compartment, sequence, the creature in 002 is still wandering. What happened to the promised meal a day? Why don't the group of people who sent them to their deaths come to deliver the meal yet? Outside the cubicle, Lu Fluke, 3 people have gulped. This kind of fear of the atmosphere is not false. Death seems to be accompanied by the 3 people around. A slight lack of attention will have to reopen. Finally, since we're here to deliver food, let's kick the door down. The moment the door opened, Lu Yueching's mind flashed through countless images of monsters, but he couldn't have imagined that there was just a bird-beaked doctor inside, and without saying a word it just lights up the blood bar. It looks like you guys have defeated that old woman, which is some strength, but I'm not that easy to deal with. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Origins. All the mutants you see here at Dam Zero are my work, but you humans should prefer to call me 002. It's not a good name, but I like it when you call me that because you number the creatures of fear, and I'm the source of your fear. Terrifying pressure came. Lu Fluke couldn't control the trembling of his legs. In this instant he felt that he and this beak doctor were not a product of one dimension. He could crush himself to death in a minute. The corners of the mouth of the old man of the skeleton outside the screen rose. This is the final version of 002 that he has studied for decades before completing. Not only taking into account the divinity, even to be proficient in a little bit of human nature, but also the value is very scary. His blood quantity has reached 3W. On this also have to arrange a virtualization skill for him. The reason why come in Black Hawk down more people, go out less, is because this boss is very difficult to fight. The team's cooperation and reflexes and marksmanship have made a very high demand. As long as there is one person in the team cannot meet this requirement, will be killed to reopen. Enjoy yourselves, lads. I'm going to take a shower and come back to see how many times you've died. However, he had counted 1,000 times but just hadn't counted on Lu Fluke as an unstable factor, only to see that he didn't rush to start the fight, but instead, he put down his backpack and opened the chain of his backpack. Have one if you're hungry and sleepy. A whole bag of chocolate and sugar-free energy bars. Li Feiyu were stunned. When did you pick it up? It's not that this gripping game is too real. Running still need to replenish energy. I'm not picking up and eating. Sel Feiyu touched his stomach, as if he was indeed a bit hungry, and he had also plopped down in the river several times on the way to drink water. 002 Catch the energy bar. Tear open the package and stuff it in your mouth. Aha! That's the flavor. It's called authentic. Any more? Plenty. At this moment, the blood bar on the boss's head was dropping crazily, until finally it actually turned directly into a friendly unit. Ooh, so hungry. The way he wolfed down his food, as if he hadn't eaten for days, amused all three of Lu Yueqing. Eat slowly. No one is taking it from you. After saying that, he left the place with the two of them. This was considered a kill right. After all, they had all become friendly units. When Old Man Skull came out of the bathroom, he received a full-service briefing straight away. G.T.I. Alliance team completed a copy of Black Hawk Down. Time to pass, 76 hours 12 minutes and 22 seconds. They walked through the doorway of the Black Hawk Down replica, which was already drenched with onlookers outside. Wow, I can't believe they ended Black Hawk in 3 days. Faster than Cosmic Star's team. They look a bit familiar. Haven't I seen them when I was outside watching the ring match? With such a strong strength, it looks like it's here for Cosmic Star Corporation. Chapter 77. I can run my sword if I want to, and I can attack hard if I want to. WDF. These three over again? Unbelievable. Even the team of Heavenly Kings that the Cosmic Star Company spent a lot of money to train had to be stuck here in 002 for more than 5 days, and they even went through it once. He immediately tried to pull up the gameplay footage, only to realize that he hadn't even written the recording save into the code when he wrote it. It's bad. It's kind of played itself out. And Lu Fluke not only won the 100-meter cash reward, but also won the title of Black Eagle Brave. Now still in the battle network of the Black Eagle Brave, not more than 20 people. But Lu Fluke they jumped to the top of the clearance record. Other people's title is blue. Only the three of them big red very open. The old skeleton man appeared right in front of the trio wrapped in a bath towel and asked them very anxiously how they defeated 002. Lu Fluke froze for a moment. Cannot say that he card bug over it, so it is vague and ready to muddle through. First a BIU, then a swish, and finally a DUANG, and he's dead. What do you mean by boozabit? Then swish, and finally duonzabit. I don't get it, do I? Lu Fluke said impatiently. The three of us will finish shooting bullets, then seal the smoke and knife him. When these words came out, the old man's eyes were shocked, and the surrounding onlookers were equally shocked. Him, give it to him, knife up. Even the elite of Cosmic Star Corporation had to go all over the map to find bullets and finally beat 002 until they were at the end of the mountain, and they went straight to the knife. Could it be that they found out that 002 has low resistance to cold weapons? Genius. This is genius. To be able to carefully analyze the course of a game and make a bold move after discovering an enemy's vulnerability. This is nothing short of that. It's genius. Well, that's all I can do to help you guys. So go fight the ladder. With the old skeleton man gone, these three dolls might actually be okay. Interstellar headquarters. What? 3 days. It just took 3 days. Cosmic Star Corporation's boss, Nachev, was a bit depressed. Surely hard work still couldn't catch up with genius? The elites that one has spent money to cultivate can't even compare to other people's fingers. Is this the oppressive feeling of genius? No wonder they rejected us, so they're trying to replace us through battle. Ha! Nachev laughed. Too naive. Even if they passed Black Hawk Down, one of their own trained teams had been stationed within the battle network. It was used to isolate people like Lu Fluke. Wanting to replace the Cosmic Interstellar Corporation? They are still a few thousand years early. Contact the Magitan warriors for me and tell them to come alive. The Magitan warriors, who were currently eating in the battle network, received a BB pager from the company. Hey, this stupid bird company finally sent a message. What? It's trying to make us work for nothing again. Old Ma, I told you a long time ago. Hold the old stupid bird company. Stupid bird company drops? They said, when we retire to pay a lump sum. Mega 7, you're really that. You're still washing them after all this time. The two were about to fight when the boss, Ma Bagua, immediately blocked it. Hold your tongue. I'm reading the message. Not long after Ma Bagua even jumped up happily. Ego I go. This stupid bird company has finally realized its conscience. The remaining two immediately went up to check. I'll go. We'll be able to retire at the end of this order? This stupid bird company finally has a conscience, haha. But soon Mabon's old face was glooming again. Destroy the G.T.I. Alliance. Isn't this the team that just cleared Black Hawk Down in 3 days? How are we going to fight? People are so scared. Mega 7, even his voice is trembling. What is the difference between this and sending to death? They also passed the Black Hawk Down, but it took 4 whole months, while they only need 3 days. The gap in strength is hard. Not to mention Lu Fluke, those three are just then age, in addition to slightly older, the rest of which have more than 30 years old. On the other hand, the eldest, Ma Bagua, is 66 years old, the second brother, Ma Bangda, is 54 years old, and the third brother, Ma Gaji, is 32 years old and still a softie. The company doesn't want to pay us and send us to our deaths, does it? Yeah, I'm only 32, I don't want to die, no matter so much. Since it's a quest, then let's take it first, and then we'll surrender when we really can't beat it. Salary gone is gone. The three still have their own assets in battle, a whole $300 million it, to the outside is 3 billion but if you lose your life, this half coin is also completely gone. On the day of Lu's Fluke trio of qualifiers, the Magitan warriors saw fit to collide directly with them. Valkyrie. Lu Yueqing's trio is still playing 2+1, with Chen Luyao attacking fiercely, Lu Yueqing running knives. The landing is the outlying minimart, just in time for the room card. Then you two go fight inside, I'll hang out on the perimeter. It's reasonable to say that the opponent encountered in the first hand won't be too strong, and even if Flying Firm is unfortunately killed, Lu Fluke will be able to carry the banner. After coming out of Black Hawk Down, his strength had reached the third stage, and he could already be on par with Flying Firmament. He could run his sword if he wanted to, and he could pummel if he wanted to, and he wouldn't be restricted at all. It's just that there aren't as many secondary skills available when slamming, so you have to rely on passive burst and hearing enhancements. But the skills when running the knife can be a lot. Look at the map divided into high-risk areas. All the banning, the godhead pointing the way, vigorously pill and so on and so forth. All of them are skills used to save your life, and coupled with your own probability bonus, big red touches directly to your hand. Like this game, with the 20% plus luck bonus, you can now get little reds out of your traveling bag out of a watch. First time in my life. As much of a pull as the travel bag thing is, there was a defibrillator that came out once. It's just that the probability of that shipping is so small. Even with a 20% bonus, you don't always ship every time, compared to a hiking bag which can be much better. 2 hiking bags, 2 bottles of champagne straight up dry, and it's not a beautiful meal again. At the same time indoors, Firm Feiyu has destroyed a team worthy of the latter. Even if it is a fixed-level tournament, encountered people are very difficult to deal with. Directly to the Firm Feiyu's 6 sets of fights on the body is full of broken bones and blood. The Magitan warriors on the top floor were also silently watching what was happening downstairs. 6 sets with a bit of information can instantly destroy the team. Is this kind of strength really something we can touch? Ma Bangda is a little scared. This is not an ordinary mission. The company is really want to 3 people's lives. But why don't we see a third person? Weren't there 3 people who were honored at the time of the broadcast? Mega 7 had a bad feeling. Could it be that the other one had already discovered their presence and was preparing to sneak around behind them to attack them? Just at that moment footsteps came behind them, and the trio tensed to the breaking point. Chapter 78. Remember to make a confession. As a matter of fact, at this time, Lu Fluke was still enjoying his meal on the periphery and didn't care about what was going on inside. Oh yo, Reeling Brain Machine Report. Rare. Since the addition of many new big red and gold items, the trading system is now blossoming, especially the armored car batteries, which are now priced higher than the Star of Africa, coming in at a staggering 3100 W. If only this could pick up that thing, 3100 W. It's enough for 3 people to fight top secret spaceflight for 3 days. It's a scary low pop rate though, with only 21 on sale in the entire market, and not many people think it's worth 3100 W half coins. After all, in the battle network, to eat and drink are money. A person's daily fixed expenses have reached a staggering 30 W up and down. To put it bluntly, today this Valkyrie withdrew. The equipment sold, all the proceeds of the harvest is only enough for the 3 people to live for a week. The level of consumption here far exceeds that of a certain region on Earth. A bowl of noodles can charge Lu Fluke 5 W, and going to the public toilet once costs 1,000 half dollars. Money has become the primary purpose of the 3 people at this stage. After all, playing the latter also needs some capital. Look at the top of the charts, team assets from billions to hundreds of billions of teams. Lu Fluke fortunate 3 people need to spend the shortest possible time to surpass them, but also have to continuously dominate the list for a month in order to impeach the senior management of the Cosmic Star Corporation. This condition could be considered very harsh. After all, their income for a whole game would normally be around 1 kilowatt. If he had a bit of luck, he might be able to reach more than 2 kilowatts. But remove the battle damage. This gain will be greatly reduced. After all, these equipment knocked out or have to rebuy. Buy a new set of 6 sets will cost nearly 5 million. Poor. Stairway to the top floor of the prison. Ma Jiatuan is testing back and forth with another team. They are scared and fearful that Lu will suddenly show up and destroy them. I'm so panicked. I always feel like the third person from GTI is coming to steal our ass. Mabond had been cautious since he was a child, and the current situation was nothing short of purgatory for him. He had long been accustomed to life and death situations during his years in battle, but in the current situation, he was not far from welcoming the Grim Reaper. Let's take care of the team at hand first. Don't look around. I might not even have a third person. People with this strength single 3 might be cool to eat. Maybe they really don't have a third person. I team voice. Lu Fluke, how's the fight going? Just saw your blood level keep dropping. Flying fellow, it's okay. Met a team of pedicure guys, but now the top floor is fighting and getting ready to go over there and steal ass. Chen Luyao, I feel like we can wait a little longer. Those two teams up there have stalemated until now without firing a single shot, so I guess they're all being careful. In the battlefield, carelessness is very fatal. Maybe a not pay attention to what will be killed. And in the battle network, each other rack point is the most common. Many times the various teams will rack each other rack point rack to the end, and then each go back to their own homes to find their own mother, but cannot have this patience. By his found prey, must die. Lu Fluke in the periphery also searched about the same, ready to enter the main building from the cafeteria. Before going in, also did not forget to borrow a bison from the shield brother. Sometimes running knives run more. He will not use the full conversion gun. Always feel that Uzi and bison naked gun feel is good enough. He didn't like the M7 or the 191 in comparison, or even the newer 191 series that was an anticlimactic submachine gun. Only love bison. But at this moment, the bad news came that Firm Flying U had collapsed. In the narrow space of the stairs, was directly made into a veteran's barbecue by incendiary bombs, and when the other side was about to come down to counter-clear the GTI, he didn't realize that Magiton had charged. There's a fight on the other side. Charge. They're caught in the middle of the fight. The team that had been at a standstill with their own team for half a day was actually beaten at the moment. So what are you waiting for to hurry up? Only to see the victor in that Mabond's hand firing out precious 45 gold bullets. He managed to put down one person in 0.12s, and Chen Luyo also had a chance to save Jin Yufeiyu. While Lu Fluke directly stuffed his bag into the corner, he took bison and directly trotted all the way to the battlefield. By the time he arrived, the team in the center had already been wiped out, and the Magiton battle team in GTI looked at each other in disbelief. At this moment, Mega 7 signaled for a truce. He really didn't dare to go hard with GTI, especially at this moment. GTI even appeared out of thin air as a third party. I told you, big brother, they must have a third person. Are we still fighting? Mabon thought for a moment and spoke directly. I have a plan. We pretend to be at peace with them, and then sneak up on them at the evacuation point, so they won't be GG by then. Mabagwa was outright furious. You are not speaking of martial virtues. Mega 7 also rejected this behavior. This is to be disqualified in the outside of the ring, and to do so his parents at home how to do plug insurance? What are you afraid of? Big brother, our parents are gone, and we're not afraid of them scolding us. Mabagwa shook his head. This was something he would never do, and he made a decision that went against his ancestors. He would not do the mission given by the Cosmic Star Corporation. You too. It's unthinkable to have money and not earn it. Mabond can only pretend to be a bear for the time being, and wait until he is at the evacuation point to do it by himself. Sneak attack, still afraid of not being able to kill 3 people with a shuttle? And Lu Fluke side. See the other side to play a truce gesture, immediately put away the gun to show friendship, but he still left a heart and soul. Here is the Super God War Network. What CS are possible, cannot be taken lightly. When they reached the evacuation point, the crowd paid and waited for the evacuation. Lu Fluke realized that Mabonda was late to pay. The countdown had been opened, and he wasn't going to pretend. He directly shot to try to knock down the strongest looking Firm Flying U, but his gun skewed and hit directly on the 6 sets. It's very easy for people to make mistakes when they're extremely nervous. There are bad people in the crowd. Chen Luyao immediately reacted, and directly sent him to sleep with a barrage of gold bullets. Then the gun was aimed at the remaining 2. Ma Jiaqi immediately knelt down to save his life when he saw this, and in the end, the 3 Lu Fluke and Mabagwa and Ma Jiaqi managed to evacuate, while Mabongda stayed in the match. After coming out of it, Mabagwa took the ashes of Ma Jiaqi and Mabongda to find Lu Luck. My indisputable countryman has caused you trouble today. The corner of Lu Yueching's mouth was crooked as he directly spoke. $5 million. Mabagwa froze for a moment. What $5 million? 6 sets of repairs are very expensive. You understand a little bit. Besides, we spared your life must not be on the offer. Ma Jiaqi is very sensible, immediately earned 5 million over. Ma Bongda died. The remaining assets are all Ma Jiaqi and Ma Bagwa. Now they are not bad. This $5 million for a human connection. It's worth the money. You kid, get on the road. Chapter 79, On the Road. On the way home, Lu Fluke ate all the way over. Rich, he has money. Lu Yao, How long do you think it will take for us to catch up with those top battle teams? Let's see, a year? Lu Fluke shook his head. Too conservative. I'll give a number. 6 months. 6 months? Is that really possible? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to do it? It might have been a bit difficult for him in the past, but he could definitely do it now. Host, Lu Yuehui. Lucky value, 110. Red probability bonus, 22%. The system is about to be fully upgraded to the ancient god system, and when the host's strength reaches the 4th stage, the system will be upgraded to the outer god level. The system had been upgraded. The speed at which luck stacked was doubled again, and now that he was no longer bound by the running knife, even slamming would add luck, only it would add a lot less, and wouldn't give him too much help. But so what? He had rarely relied on the godhead or the system since the beginning. The strength was still his own. He always understood that the system was only an aid, and so was the godhead. If he relied on these two, he might be able to advance all the way up very quickly. But right now his strength was real without any semblance of falsehood. Even when he was running a sword, he never relied on the map's danger rating or power pills. And outside the ring was the twilight of the gods, with fresh skills coming out of the woodwork, and a slight use of the system's power. That was forced upon him. But now in battle, where there is the purest combat and the purest groping, and there is no official control of the trading market, everything is the most primitive existence. The system plays a far greater role here than it did in the ring, but he still won't be relying on any of these otherworldly skills. Host, Lu Yuehui. Average level of marksmanship, 7. Average level of consciousness, transcendental. Average gaming level, 7. At this stage, consciousness has reached stage 8, just short of the highest level, while the others have also reached level 7 and above. In the Cosmic Star Corporation's database, Lu Fluke's model was going crazy, and the plate of luck had even been put under a question mark, and the AI was no longer able to understand how lucky Lu Fluke was. This point makes Nachab a little worried. This person's data growth is too fast. Like the son of the dimension in the world of fairy cultivation, such rapid growth will undoubtedly bring a great threat to his villain. The anxiety peaked especially when the data panel of the G.T.I. trio was directly in front of him. Apart from Chen Luyao, it was the two hexagonal warriors, and in contrast, none of his own men could stand up to them. At this moment, Lu Fuyun and Old Feiyu were like two twin stars, constantly impacting their own rotten and tumbling edifice, and if they went on like this they were bound to be trampled under their feet. This plan can't wait any longer. If Magiton doesn't get it, this damn plan has to be opened earlier. He gripped the plan in his hand tightly. This is the last straw. Originally intended to be opened after 10 years, now had to take it out in advance just to fight against G.T.I. and the Pleasure Consortium. What's worse, Havoc was actually taken in by the Pleasure Consortium and began researching weapons of mind-only power. And just by the way Havoc's kind of lunatic acted, it was only a matter of time before he was allowed to research it. Why won't you submit to me obediently? Why do you resist? The continuation of the Nachab family for thousands of years has been leading the expansion of Cosmic Star Corporation, constantly breaking through the barriers of the universe, using technology to corral universe after universe, so that Cosmic Star Corporation would eventually become the sole dictator of this universe. But now a variable had arisen, and the news of the Joyous Consortium's confrontation with the Cosmic Star Corporation had spread throughout the entire universe, stirring up 1,000 waves with a single stone. Almost all of the universes were in a rebellious mood, and despite the fact that they were as easy to destroy as a mole cricket with a snap of a finger, they still posed a great threat to Cosmic Star. Once these people unite, they will be like a spark that explodes with enough momentum to start a prairie fire. But he didn't have to worry about that at this stage. Oppressed people were the hardest to unite together. Instead, they might even be counting on each other. Nachab couldn't help but laugh at the thought. It really is a molehill. G.T.I. base. The commander withdraws from the front lines, and at the moment the third universe enters a state of peace like never before, though it also leaves G.T.I. and Asura without a purpose. With technology at a standstill and no wars to fight, his own organization exists in name only, and a bunch of the Ringers, who were also banned for the consortium's confrontation with Cosmic Star, are now idling their asses off. Anyone want to go to the Overwatch Battle Network for a little bit of experience? Commanders are eligible to send 10 more people to the Overwatch Battle Network, which can travel back and forth between the Battle Network and the real universe, though they cannot bring out the loot and half coins from the Battle Network. Me, Tiny Bunny was the first to raise his hand. He was going to be bored out of his mind if he didn't play the game again, and it was boring enough being on air with the officer every day. Instead, Hungza asked a question. Can you stream it on Battle? The commander nodded. Of course, it's possible. Not only can the players broadcast themselves in there, but even the official will select the wonderful matchups to broadcast the whole game. Of course it's a top bureau thing. After all, people don't like to see crappy kids feeding off each other. That's fine. Tiny Bunny and I are going. 2 spots were booked first, with 8 remaining. At this time Chen Satiety stood up. She is also going to go Lu Fluke in the inside of the days of her day-to-day fear, deeply afraid that he cannot withstand loneliness on in Chen Luya. Damn it! What are you worried about? What right do you have to be jealous of Chen's satiation? Yes, anyone else who wants to go. Since 3 people had already raised their hands, there were even more to go next, and the commander had to choose from among them. The list of names in the middle is fixed at the chief and corporal, Chan Full, single soldier, Nan Boichi, Hongda, fishman, Art, black shirt, and Qingfeng. You guys go and practice, but I have to remind you that the Overwatch Battle Network is not like a ring match. If you die, you really die, so make sure you're careful. Yes, the crowd spoke in unison, and the next morning they went straight to the Overwatch Battle Network. When Lu Fluke woke up in the morning he saw a line of people standing at the door. WDF? What are you guys doing here? Qingfeng was the first to answer. The commander let us come when he said he wanted us to experience the experience. Lu Fluke stroked his forehead. This is a head-off game This group of people are really not afraid of death Then go in teams of 3 and 3 understand? They looked at each other. There were 10 people in total. Even if they all teamed up there would always be one person who would have to go solo. At this point Hongda immediately stated that he didn't need a teammate. There are a lot of knife runners in there. All peers, are you sure you don't need a teammate? It's easy to die that way. Lu Fluke is experienced, himself in the process of running the knife. Ratson's $0 purchase is really much. Originally not accustomed to carry a gun, he was forced to bring a gun, especially the rat passage, a catch-all. It's forced him to become an exterminator brigade. Chapter 80, 1 hit 6 sends 2 teams away. Is this a running knife boy? So, what to do? In the face of the question posed by Hongda, Fluke immediately gave an answer. I'll arrange 2 talents for you. Between words he immediately dialed the BB machine of Ma Juchi and Ma Baogwa. The 2 heard that they did not dare to slow down immediately came to Lu Fluke's prefabricated room. Boss, what's the order? What about you 2? Lack of a teammate. In the future, Hongda will you leave it to you. Must love and care for him. Pamper him understand? Is there money? Mega 7 opens his mouth to ask for money, and Ma Baogao gives him a big prison elbow straight away. As soon as he heard the horse plus 7 want money, Lu Fluke's satisfied smile up. Greedy for money and color he always have to account for a bar. What also do not figure he is not at ease There's money. Of course there's money. 1 kilowatt of $50 per month. And consider yourselves my mercenaries. Promise to finish the job. The Majitan battle team was once again formed, and although it lost Ma Bangda as its doghead, the newcomer, Hongda, as a GTI man, was definitely above Ma Bangda in strength. Alright, that's enough of the personnel assignments. You should have all received your 10W half coins from the officials, so before it's too late go to Puba and familiarize yourselves with it. It's not the same here as it is out there. The crowd dispersed. Lu Fluke and returned to his bed. If he really want to lie flat here for life, have food and drink and have a room. No money to go to the top secret goods simply do not too comfortable. Fluke, have you seen my toothbrush? Flying fellow yelled at the door, surprised that his toothbrush was missing so early in the morning. It should have been taken by Lu Yao to brush the toilet, right? Look at the side of the toilet to see if it's there. Hey, that's really something, but what do I brush my teeth with? Lu Fluke lazily annoyed directly under an immediate express delivery. The last second to order. The next second the new toothbrush has arrived at the doorway. Help yourself. He finally realized why so many top-tier battle teams were unwilling to graduate from battle. Who wouldn't want to experience such a convenient life? Coupled with their strong strength and hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, they were fully qualified to lie flat here. At the top of the leaderboards is a team from universe number 211, who a few times could have destroyed Cosmic Star Corporation's hegemony in the universe via battle, but in the end they chose to spend their lives swinging for the fences in battle. Lu Fluke had also had this thought, but he wouldn't do it. He was constantly being watched by the main god, constantly carrying the life and death of his part of the universe on his back. Once he swings the pendulum, then Havoc's weapons will surely be made first, and then the war will surely spread. And it's not just a war between Cosmic Star Corporation and the third universe. It's a war that all universes may have to engage in. At that time, the heaven and earth would be chaotic, cannons would be flying, time weapons and mind-only weapons would destroy the entire universe. And when the barriers of the various universes disappeared, it would truly be a cosmic world war. At the thought, he sprang straight out of bed. It was time to go practice his technique. Firm Feiyu, who was halfway through his toothbrush, was directly carried away by him, followed by Chen Luya. With a clang, Lu Fluke threw himself directly into the game for Firm Feiyu. What's your hurry? You didn't wait for me to finish brushing my teeth. Flying Fellow was so shocked that he actually swallowed the mouthwash directly, which was good enough to say that he might be singled out again. Going to the loading page, Lu Fluke surprisingly broke into 6 sets. You're going to pounce? He was all stunned. He'd changed. He wasn't the same Fluke who could only run a knife. You can't be a rat for the rest of your life. After all, his current strength was comparable to Jin Yufei's peak strength, and it was still possible to abuse vegetables in the classification match. Let's open a top secret spaceflight then. I heard the map was just updated last night. Grab a fully modified Scar H, 300 rounds of gold ammo in his pants, and a 6-pack. And now he's space jail big. Come on, face me, soon. The location landed directly on jail big. But the good thing is that jail big is no longer jail big, and the center control building became a real jail big instead. Without further ado, the three took the sand straight to the center control building, where the team was still foolishly racking 2 passes. This came directly by Lu Fluke stole the back. A shuttle 30 rounds of ammunition, coupled with the extreme pull of the gun, instantly thwarted the 3 people. Firm Feiyu couldn't believe his eyes. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen Lu Fluke in the red warm state. The strength at that time couldn't be compared to now at all. Had he really become a god of knife running? Has he been hiding his strength as he has always disdained the onslaught? And the data model on the side of the Cosmic Star Corporation changed again. At this time, Lu Fluke's battle score had come to 89, far beyond the Cosmic Star Corporation's group of elites, and it was still going on a growth trend. He hurriedly called the Magitan warriors, but found that no one answered. Had he already killed the Magitan warriors? Royce, initiate the Nebula program immediately, without delay. 2 passes into the blue room. Jail 3 opens the bridge into the black room. Where are we going? Anti-clearance dormitory building. Lu Fluke faintly uttered a sentence, and then went straight to the dormitory building. But the dormitory building has long been empty. Through the high point to the west gate, the dormitory building people should have just entered the centrifuge. The 3 followed closely behind, intending to squat a squat connection, but did not expect. The buoyancy room of the people actually came a step faster to the connection just like this, and Lu Fluke 3 people collided together. The other party's M7 and open locks as directly as the Chen Luya knocked down. Immediately opened the shield to resist. I'll leave the Fluke to you, I'll go to the back and save the day. Firm Feiyu's hook and claw hooked Chen Luya's body to the outside. The other party immediately couldn't help but try to rush the enemy Wei Long a jet, but Lu Fluke caught the landing without injury to defeat. But at this moment, the enemy's Wei Long shouted in his team voice, disabled. Hurry up. The remaining 2 people fought Lu Fluke blood, immediately jumped out to replenish the gun, but once again was put down a person. The last Red Wolf C cannot be beaten, ready to first to the buoyant withdrawal, but was centrifuged out of the team caught to lead the box lunch. A wave has not leveled a wave again. The 3 are at an absolute disadvantage. Just finished playing a shuttle. Lu Fluke is ready to change. The bomb was caught timing. 6 armor instantly broken. He quickly switched bullets, and pulled the quad armor out of the enemy bag and loaded it quickly. Then a jet pulled the gun line and took 1 down, followed by a big jump to send 1 away again. The last man's position is uncertain. He pulls out a Tiger Squad cannon and puts a hand inside the centrifuge. The cannon hits, but he doesn't go in. The character doesn't say a voiceover indicating that it blew up the Havoc soldier, but the delayed footsteps indicate that the other party is either catatonic somewhere ready to sneak up on them, or they're taking a quiet step around the point. Lu Fluke took the opportunity to fix the 6 armor, then carefully listened to the wind around, not daring to be sloppy for a moment. That's when the sound of Shizuku walking suddenly appeared, and it looked like the other side had circled around to the buoyancy. The pre-sighting point frames the entrance to the buoyancy chamber directly. 3 shots to the head sends him straight to the urn, taking down 2 teams on 6 hits. Who knew he used to be a knife runner when he told the world? Chapter 81 Self-Defense Truck. So what if you're a top expert? You can't be blown up. So strange. Are you still Lu Fluke? Whoever it is, hurry up and get down from the Lu Fluke. Hello. As GTI slamming strength bearer, it was reasonable to say that there weren't too many in the team whose strength was stronger than his. But at this moment, the strength Lu Fluke had shown had surpassed his own, and was almost as good as his own at his peak. A metamorphosis that made him feel unfamiliar. Geez, low profile, a fierce attack as deep as the sea. From now on the running knife is a passerby. Do not fight, do not know a fight cool day. This feeling is only authentic. It's the joy of having your heart racing, your adrenaline spiking, being thwarted if you're not paying attention, and testing back and forth on the brink of death. It's so right. Now that's how he wants to feel. But it seems to be pretty much the same thing when running knives are being chased. This classification match was only halfway through, but Lu Chuck Luck's outstanding performance had already been recognized by the system as this was a wonderful match and began to be broadcasted throughout the universe. That wave of 1-hit 5 on the shattered armor let a crowd of watchers have issued sighs of relief. Against all odds, what's more heavenly is his hearing. A bit of wind and grass can't hide from his ears. With the same sense of penetration as open perspective makes him instantly known in the Super God Battle Network. He has even been nicknamed the God of Hearing, the Master over Consciousness. At this moment, Cosmic Star Corporation's Overwatch battle team was also watching this scene, and really didn't know what kind of monster their team was facing at that moment. Too strong, terribly strong. I thought that firm flying you was already invincible, but I didn't realize that there were still experts. It's amazing how much this running knife kid who was teased about not seeing anyone across the board has grown into this. Keep watching. I have a feeling this isn't all he's got. As he licked the bag, he also kept an eye on the movements around him. President's team. Ascension's team. No bricks or lone wolves this hand. Looks like it should be clearing the map soon. Now if they could just capture the president's group and soar away another, then they'd have close to 10 minutes to scrape the ground and pull the limit gate to evacuate. Let's go. Make it quick. The three climbed the stairs directly to the president without any gaming, just pure dry pulling. Since the new update has passed, the advantage of rack points has been greatly diminished, and now they can rely on their armor advantage to dry pull with complete confidence. Just like Lu Fluke, a jet, plus a fighting stance to open the door to go in and send one person away first, completely ignoring the person behind him torturing himself. There was even time to turn around and hand out red envelopes after hitting one person. However, all of this is based on complete information. Chen Luyao just swept the president's room. There are 3 people. Are 3 sets of 4 sets of bad boy Lu Fluke this dare to directly dry pull. Otherwise he would not have dared to play like this in normal times. Sending off the last team, the 3 began to scrape the floor, which put most of the people who entered the main building died under Lu Fluke's gun. The black room was not even eaten. This hand down, although the fight is bad, but the good thing is that Lu Fluke's lucky value bonus is still there, and with the big red is not a low gain. Rex's gramophone? How teeth? The new big red, is listed at 150W, but actually sells for 300W on the trade market. Flying Firm also had a new big red in the airbox, a medical droid, which I had heard was to be used for upgrading the store, and was expected to be priced at an inflated rate. The last is the Year of the Snake limited to the big red, Xuanwu. The price tag of 100W can only be sold to the system or keep their own collection. This looks good. It's good to keep as a souvenir. It's a shame not to keep such a nice big red. Walking out of the game on one foot and seeing the video feed on the big screen on the other. He saw that Wei Long threw a C4 at Old Black's body, and Old Black was actually charging straight at the enemy. Tiny Rabbit, prepare the self-destruct truck. 3, 2, 1, charge. There was a flurry of fire and C4 sent the enemy trio straight to meet the Taiyaki, a playstyle you didn't need to see to know it was the officer and the corporal and the art. However, the reason why this match was televised was because the enemy they killed was actually in the top 500 teams on the list, and this time this dirty setup was probably going to spread in the battle network. This routine is okay, try it next time. Isn't it okay to zap electric shock arrows? So dirty, so loved. The effect of this kind of program would have gained a large following wherever it was put. Such was the charm of the officer and the corporal. And of course now there was a fawning mercenary art. Not only is the trio a popular team out there, but they've also gained a large following within battle after this match aired. These 3 are real talents. I reckon they'll be warlords again in a couple of days. There are also many famous anchors in the battle network. Most of them are talented teenagers who started from nothing, or experienced professional players. They play every match very cautiously and carefully. But it is Hungza and Little Rabbit this kind of entertainment effect pull full and also can crush the enemy fell into a new thing. And freshness is most likely to get good feedback. That night, Hungza opened up the live broadcasting privileges within the battle network, and also became the official signing anchor of the Overwatch battle network, which was really rapid progress. Early the next morning, Lu Fluke went out to buy breakfast and just happened to meet the Magitan warriors who were selling something. Yo, this just came out of top secret spaceflight. Huh? Yeah, that guy you set up. He's awesome. He touched a pocketful of red in less than 10 minutes of the opening round. That cannot? Extreme Touch Red Grandmaster. Throw the bag to withdraw the resident guests. 2 needles and 2 painkillers in the opening game. The landing is to eat. Not to eat will not play. It's quite good. You guys work hard. When the time comes the end of the year dividends will not be missing you. Lu Fluke as a temporary commander within the battle network. Most of the other team's earnings are still to be managed by Lu Fluke Unified. And the 2 men from Magitan as mercenaries have become temporary workers for GTI. Good performance with dividends, this is deserved. A sudden gust of wind blew by, and the man with the cowboy hat brushed against Lu Fluke. A wave of familiarity rushed over him, but he quickly disappeared into the crowd. Is that him? Did he come to battle too? Every day always have to run a knife to maintain the strength of their own running knife. Lu Fluke or like to act alone. Now TTK become longer. He ran the knife is also willing to wear a 4 armor and 5 armor. But also to bring a golden egg of the Uzi to save his life. This landing in the launch area. The launch area of the bridge was blown up. This is a good squatting in place for a while. Jail 3 put the drawbridge as the number 1 position. the launch area fell into the jail 4. If the normal people encountered this situation would have started to block the bridge, but Lu Fluke on a Uzi simply cannot block, can only find an opportunity to go to the antenna room to open the food, and then squatting for a while to go to the dormitory building. Bad luck, but it's a good thing there's an airdrop to eat. Just opened it in 3/6 frames and 2/4 frames appeared directly inside. Ha, playing like that? Chapter 82 Hand rubbing 2 African stars. Cement, 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 angle grinder. The first 4 are kind of a waste, and the last hope is fixed on the last 4 frames, so don't come a gas tank. Ding, gazelles show up, and it's a good thing it's not all scams, or you'd really want to curse yourself. Once you've eaten you can crouch and wait a minute for the jail 3 to all pass the point before he walks downhill to the antenna room to start eating. Just into the antenna room, nothing on the table. Open the computer chassis 1+2 combination, according to the usual burst rate, which is likely to be the sound card plus camera, but Lu Fluke is running knife god, the ceiling of the burst rate straight up dry out a quantum storage plus a graphics card. Ha 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 ha. The obscene laughter sounded again. This is the right thing to do. And then another military terminal. This time the safe can be filled. Then he wanted to mix the smoke to withdraw. Mix the smoke to withdraw. Want to lose the bag to lose the bag. It's about time to eat the back garden so you can go to the dormitory building and taste the salt. This put is still lucky. The road did not meet piers. I am afraid that there are still rats in this dormitory building has not gone. He took quiet steps and listened carefully for all the movement in the dormitory building, but he heard nothing but 2 man machines. Is there really no one here? If there wasn't, he heard my Xiaowen's gasp around the corner. There must be a rat squatting. Could he even go to this place? If you can. Lu Fluke is no longer the old Lu Fluke. The old him may turn his head and leave, but now he already knows the location of the enemy, and the enemy does not know he exists. 1-3 advantage in me. He opened the door to the second entrance with a quiet step, followed by a tumble to the balcony, and sure enough, no one noticed him, and then came the crowd-pleasing reaping part. But when he opened the bag he was dumbfounded. Lousy Uzi plus lousy M700. Who taught this pairing? The equipment on these 3 people is not enough to pay for his bullets. This is a 9x19 gold bullet enough to sell to 1 WA round. Just harvested 3 people. 35 W directly spent. Took over the accessories a demolition on the body more than 20 W. He shook his head helplessly. Who wouldn't be confused for anyone else? But it's a good thing these 3 rats didn't eat the dormitory building light squatting people. This is cool eating again. And with all the pots and pans on the table fearfully taken, it's just a matter of seeing if these containers come up with something good. In the first building, the travel suitcase joyful laptop. The second dormitory clothes joyful presidential conference room. The third dormitory in the house joyful 2 gold bars a sweeping robot. Now the earnings came directly to 1511 W. The president's conference room due to the launch of Bakshi Top Secret directly increased to 500 W. The laptop is also a stable place 600 WA. Sweeping the robot is stable 250 W. The 2 gold bars packaged price of 60 W. Gazelles 40 W. Quantum storage 25 W. Graphics card 36 W. As for the accessories all thrown away, he is going to build a pure red backpack. It's now well over the price of 1 African star, and he wants to hand rub 2 of them. With so many big reds on his body, he is gradually becoming more cautious in his actions, especially since this one has a Mandel brick, and he has to keep his distance from the team with the brick at all times. The president's room on the map was already red and black, indicating that there were already 3 teams doing it in there, with Mandel Brick's team in the center control building, and 1 kill of their own. Pinch of a penny, this puts all the teams in full position. Now it's time to take a detour to the buoyancy room to see if there are any leftovers. After all, the buoyancy chamber is something that whoever eats it dies, and the first time you get to the buoyancy chamber you're sure to go up to the president unless there's a greedy rat who wants to eat the buoyancy. The act was still a big risk, and if he wasn't careful, he could get killed in the pit, but he was willing to take a gamble, even if he died for real. And now that he's a man with a sniper, he may not be outmatched in a low fight. Sure enough, no one ate it. Ha ha ha. Lu Fluke's favorite thing is this situation. Everyone is busy with their own. He can eat the buoyancy room in peace. Especially the hole in the big insurance around will also brush all kinds of big red. But this one doesn't brush anything. It's just a military thermal imaging. And when you open the safety it's still the familiar little gold. But it's nice to have a pocket watch. Just how many pocket watches does the old plug have? It doesn't seem to break even when so many are touched by others every day. After trolling to the upper level of the harmful airboxes and medical supplies pile, the airbox's stable play gave a 5 head. And now Lu Fluke is also 5 sets of fierce attack brother. But the medical supply pile surprisingly came in a 9 frame. Resuscitation ventilator. This thing can be worth money A frame of 1 million. 9 frames of 9 million which who can resist this temptation? At the moment from the hand rubbing 2 African star is left with the last 2 million. But at that moment he was surprised to hear the 3 men from the buoyant corridor trying to get down, and he immediately climbed ashore. Too late to even take a small insurance policy. Since you dare to disturb this rat's food, go to hell. Those 3 people didn't seem to realize the presence of Lu Yuxing, but even climbed up the straight ladder by themselves, and were directly taken away by Lu Yuxing with a shot of gold bullet M700 headshots. Mouse is not to be messed with. If you dare to touch Mouse's scales, then Mouse will directly incarnate as a rat with bared teeth to give them a lesson. At the moment the 2 men in the corridor frantically searched for the traces of Lu Fluke, not realizing that he had already touched up from the stairs with quiet steps. They asked the people who were knocked down where Lu Fluke was, but the answer was that they did not know. They panicked, but nevertheless guessed that Lu Fluke was in the passageway at the door of the centrifuge, frantically pouring props. But at this time Lu Fluke has come behind them. M700 sneak attack knocked down 1 person, then UZI sent them home. At this moment, the crowd outside the big screen saw this scene, all let out a gasp. This team is in the top 500, ranked 398th team, although it is not the most powerful existence in the top bureau, but it is also on the list but was even killed by a Mouse 6. The ashes of the 3 flew straight out of the tournament space in a helicopter, unable to believe they were dead? Some galaxy. My son, how could you just leave like that? Wow. This team is the whackin' big tribe sent over the elite, which includes their king's son. This is good. Directly by Lu Fluke into ashes flying into the sky. Check for me. I want everything on this rat. Your Majesty, he's from the GTI Alliance, backed by the Pleasant Universe Consortium. Hearing that it was Black Pharaoh's people, the king immediately wimped out. The child is gone, can still be regenerated, but if he and Black Pharaoh tore his face off, then Wakanda cannot be guaranteed. You go down. After eating this team of bean, Lu Fluke incarnated 6 sets of God of War. Put Uzi's bullets a buckle directly, forget the book. Sniper rifle is even more wonderful. Accessories directly loaded. He's a walking star of Africa right now, or 2, and if someone did kill him, he'd literally spend it for the rest of his life. They don't have that chance anymore though. Let Lu get away with wearing 6 sets and the game has been pronounced dead. Chapter 83, have you been told to withdraw? Just as Lu Fluke was still optimizing his backpack, the winning team from the president's room had gone down to the blue room to pull the plug. Want to go? At the same time, the Ascension mission was also picked up. Lu Fluke straightened out his backpack, then went straight from the centrifuge to the evacuation point. Not surprisingly, the Blue Room's group wasn't as fast as he was. He also did not want to engage in a sneak attack, directly pulling a large body position to frame the Black Room. Weak Mice just showed his head. Wine was knocked to the ground. Lu Fluke directly sealed the smoke forward, not at all panicked that he is a 6 sets of God of War. Enemy Red Wolf immediately opened big, ready to pull Lu Fluke gunline, but he did not give the Red Wolf this opportunity, instantly stopping sharply turned direction to catch the Red Wolf sliding shoveling moment. A wave of beautiful with the gun will be his even hit with a compliment. This Red Wolf even directly into the box. How dare you charge like that after you've died once? Reckless death is fast. There is only one last compulsion left. She pulled her legs and ran, not caring at all about the weak mice lying on the ground. Abandon your teammates. More damn it. The M700 racked the connection directly, and with a gunshot, the team was taken down as well. The next is the team that flew up. I do not know what kind of goods out, surprisingly so anxious to fly up. With the helicopter evacuation point closed and 2 minutes left in the Ascension, Lu fluked his bag and charged to the bottom of the stairs, only to find no one at the Ascension evacuation point. This is not right, is it? How come there's no one there? Is it possible that the old lady killed her? Look at the time, should seem to really not do data upload. Lu fluked directly downstairs, found that the old lady's bag are no one licked. It's not really killed by the old lady, is it? The likelihood is high, after all. He was the man who experienced the old lady's 4 shots in a second yesterday. It was still early, so he was going to go look for a pack, and finally saw a box on the bridge that looked like a lone wolf as well. The point of brushing the old lady without injury wasn't fixed, so why did he go below? Open the bag and look at the victor without a multiplier. No wonder he needs to get closer. It's just a shame that this quadhead can't stop the old lady's gold bullets. 1-2. Finally, I organized my backpack and had a total of 2,877 of earnings, and hand-rubbed 2 African stars for 2 more million. Hey, fat evacuation. After coming out of the game, Lu Fluke was almost crushed by his backpack, which was too much big red to be directly in his virtual warehouse. The surrounding passers-by looked at a backpack of red, all showing envious expressions. When will they be able to return home full of money like this? He made a call to sell Feiyu's cell phone. Come pick me up at the top secret door of space. It took the 2 of them a good deal of bullnose effort to carry these individual harvests to the store, and there was no way to put them directly on the shelves. There simply weren't enough shelves to put them on. Keep the resuscitation ventilator. sell everything else. Owning this store upgrade requires resuscitation breathers, headshots, and Wrath's gramophone, which is now missing a gramophone, which has a high pop rate for longbows. Tired me out. I'll take 2 days off. He was so exhausted from today's fight that he probably wouldn't want to move for days to come. There's one more leveling match the trio is stuck without playing, so they're going to build up more wealth before they go back and try to clear the map. The next few days will be asked to firm Feiyu to go single 3 to make money. Chen Luyo is responsible for providing them with logistical subsidies, and occasionally follow firm Feiyu into practice, but she is only the information position. The shooting all rely on blindfolded, the mainstream of consciousness. Come in also a month. Lu Fluke 3 people obtained a pass, also can shuttle back and forth between reality and the battle network. Just as the Black Pharaoh define himself something, also take advantage of these days to take care of things outside. Black Pharaoh's office. Coming. Here we go. What's up? Black Pharaoh took out a document. It was written that the Cosmic Star Corporation officially included the Pleasant Universe Consortium and GTI, Havoc in the terrorist organization, and put out a key bounty. Whoever takes Lu Fluke's head to ask for credit can get 300 million Havoc dollars as a reward. And if they can get the head of Li Feiyu to ask for credit, they can get 250 million Havoc dollars as a reward. These riches were considered a very generous payment for the small tribes in the universe. And in the past few days, some people had already begun to hover around the Pleasant Universe Consortium and GTI, just waiting for Lu Fluke and Firm Flying You to show up. Why is it just the two of us? You're the center of gravity of GTI and the newest up-and-comers in the Overwatch Battle Network. So guess why they're targeting you too? Lu Yuqing raised an eyebrow. Could it be that being strong was also a sin? But this incident isn't the worst of it. And bad news? Black Pharaoh took out another piece of information, then spoke solemnly. This is the information brought by my informant. The Cosmic Star Corporation has begun the Nebula program. The Nebula program? What's this? You can understand it as replacing humans with AI in all kinds of work scenarios. An Overwatch Battle Network is about to be their first pilot. Just by transmitting all kinds of data to the robots, they could have a strength similar to the top players. Plus the fact that the Overwatch Battle Network itself was a product of the Cosmic Star Corporation. And the models of Flying Fellow and Fluke Lu weren't considered to be a secret. And in time, as long as the robots possessed a strength similar to that of Fluke Lu, it would pose a great threat to them. They'll mold one you after another. Keep collecting data on battle until they mold a machine that looks exactly like you. And when that happens, you and Cell Fei will die a horrible death. Why is there a big gap in human strength? Because people will make mistakes and blunders, but robots and AIs won't. They're like the perfect and they have extreme strength and awareness, and they can still handle all kinds of scenarios unaffected. And there's no such thing as a blunder at all. When the AI has your full strength and consciousness, they are you who will not be affected in any way, and don't have to care about death at all. As long as the AI mastermind is still around, it's just a matter of who will be manipulating just a body. The expression on the Black Pharaoh's face was getting harder and harder. Did he really have to wait for Havoc to build a mind-only weapon? But Lu Fluke smiled bashfully. His own data model? How can an AI can completely eat through itself? Not to mention the effect of the system and the godhead on his strength. Just one hearing passive alone was already not something the AI could fix. One's own awareness is built up over years of FPS experience, and a machine will always be a machine, and it is absolutely impossible to use one's awareness and knowledge perfectly. The same goes for his mind jumps around. If the AI reads and writes his data, the AI brain would have to go down. No one understands how his thought process works. He could be thinking about seeking stability one moment, and then decide to turn around and pounce on adventure the next. Don't worry, even the AI doesn't have the means to fully understand me and self-AU. AI is not adaptable, but people are not. Chapter 84, First Battle AI. After returning to the battle network, a large number of machine bionics entered the battle network one after the other. They were cloaked in biological holsters, ranging from graceful women to poor beggars, in all shapes and sizes of what kind. And at the end of the line, the bionic robots of Fluke Lu and Feiyu Lin made their finale appearance. Yoo-hoo, kinda like that huh? It's worthy of being Cosmic Star, making holsters that look like themselves like this, but it's the arrogance that isn't very similar. That robot passed next to Lu Yuqing, and didn't forget to give a middle finger, and he pondered that he usually wasn't this arrogant. That could only mean one thing, that it hadn't finished collecting data, and at the moment its own AI model was still a half-baked one. I reckon there's something to play for in tomorrow's final qualifying match. The next morning, the AI team after a night of game has been damaged. Most of the team. Only a few teams survived. They died and then turned into data transmission back to the mastermind. Only Lu Fluke their AI lives still very good, but it won't be easy for them anytime soon, as they run into the heavily armed Lu Fluke trio. This is still a familiar launch zone landing point. The opening touch and airdrop directly dry out a basilisk. Not yet into the city at 8 on the 100W, but with the new update, the east end drawbridge landed faster, and Firm Few tried to snipe down one person, but unfortunately missed. Bad. Now we're jail 3, but for the running knife Lu Fluke. Here is indeed jail 3, but now Lu Fluke is 6 sets of fierce attack brother. In his eyes the whole space base is simply no jail position, only the part of his jail. He now incarnated the Space Warden, and wherever he went, there was jail, but just as he got to the ropes and was ready to go down, he was sniped by Korokoro, and Raka instantly shattered a handful, which really startled him. Fear is in the heart, and boldness is to be enlarged. A smoke seal vision, and then a slide shovel from the sky, came to the car after the probe to open the mirror in one fell swoop. Sniper Uluru has not reacted. M7 bullets have hit his head. Chen Luyao took the opportunity to a power arrow to make up for it. The two people even hit with a complementary cooperation tacit understanding. Instead of taking the ropes, Flying Fish chose to go for a river jump around the point. This wave is called absolute suppression. I'm here. You guys press forward. Got the information of. He immediately opened the big seal smoke, ready to pull toward the black room. He did not take the steps, but went to the slope, so that not only will not be hit by the high and low, other people hit themselves can also crouch down to avoid bullets. The opponent's ASH-12 gold bullets have been suppressing Lu Yuchon like no money, and every now and then they even throw some C4 to try to slow down their offense, but the hint that his teammate had been knocked down by Firm Flying Wu made him give up his resistance, and it was bad that someone was coming from behind. Lu Fluke took advantage of the time when he froze to change the bullet. A slide shovel, G18 white bullet directly sweep the leg, so that you can also save some gold bullets. Woohoo! Cool food, cool food. After they opened the drawbridge they were ready to set up a handful of GTI trios, but unfortunately overestimated their strength and didn't eat the black chamber before they died. Just as the three were about to optimize the optimization of the backpack, the footsteps of the blue room attacked, immediately racked point-blank headshots to take down one person, took the opportunity to pull out 2 rounds of hand cannon to take down another person. The last person's location information is not certain. I'll shoot arrows, you guys charge. The moment Chen Luyao's probe arrow flew out, and didn't care, they just charged forward, not afraid of being sixed at all. Under the influence of the probe arrow, the location of the last man was locked in, right in the nook where the airbox was attached. That enclosed space seemed safe, but it was desperate, and he didn't even have the heart to fight back when the hand cannons and C4 attacked, only to meet his fate. 2 teams were destroyed in the opening. The president was still fighting, and there was strong gunfire in the center control building, which gave all the location information. How? Flying Fellow is still thinking about fighting, but Lu Fluke says that people eat first. There shouldn't be anything left in the blue room, so dazzle the black room, then walk outside to the centrifuge and eat it, then block the center bridge, then block a hand in the buoyancy room when the upstairs is done fighting and ready to come down, then eat the buoyancy room when the map is cleared. The plan was clear, and the center control building was indeed the first to finish the fight and prepare to cross the center control bridge, just in time for the old Feiyu to seize the opportunity and put one down with a snipe first. Lu Fluke immediately pressed closer to the point. The hand cannon constantly interfered with the people on the bridge, not letting them save. At this moment the center bridge instantly transformed into a world of smoke bombs. Simply cannot see clearly what happened on the bridge, but Chen Luyao's shot of probing arrows broke the barrier, and with this second of vision, Lu Luck's hand cannon had already found the opponent's save, and was even more outrageous, directly piercing through the smoke and exploding his head. 3 seconds passed and the entire center bridge was silent. But that much commotion obviously put the president's office on alert. It's all that's left of them. Should we fight or retreat? The man who looked exactly like Lu Fluke was the first to speak, and according to the program the system had written for him, he was trying to evacuate, but Firm Feiyu's model, and constantly urging the other 2 to follow him to screw a handful of Lu Fluke 3 people. If we kill them, we'll be them, and then we'll be free, and we'll have an identity. Good, then go kill them. The 2 teams met in the buoyancy room. The fight was on the verge of breaking out. The imposter Lu Fluke was the first to shoot the M7, directly knocked out half a tube of Chen Luyao's blood. Fortunately, the barrier of the blocked off some of the damage, and now it was a low fight against the high. Lu Fluke was at an absolute disadvantage, and their shots were so accurate that they didn't even bring shakes, and Flying Fellow was shattered just as soon as he showed his head. This is difficult to do. This battle between the real and the fake Jinyu Feiyu was grilled to death. The enemy's Chen Luyao threw out blinding smoke, and Lu Yueching's trio immediately retreated back. This ghost buoyancy room can't hit a little bit. Backing all the way to the centrifuge, the trio began to figure out what to fight. Now if they come after us straight on, it's a high hit. If they spread out, it's a pump target by target. And if they all go ramp, it's a tough shot. Centrifuge has 2 doors. The other side, if you take the ramp, will certainly be scattered 2 people to guard the door, so the 2 side stalemate is very easy to die together. Pull the gate and go straight to the evacuation point. Chen Luyao finished pulling the gate point. This is the last wave of gates. Wait for this wave of gates to go away and then pick up the ascension will be too late. Both teams will have to fight for this one gate to get going. The AI piece also reacted to the fact that it was forcing them to play low and high. Firm Feiyu on the bridge and snipers they just dared to show their heads from the centrifuge. It's death. I think we go to the black room and mix smoke to withdraw. AI Lu Fluke once again gave advice, as this was his system telling him that he had a higher probability of survival fighting this way, but AI wanted to continue the fight, and had to fight a fight to the death. AI Chen Luyao didn't take any stance and just kept collecting information. Chapter 85, Fake is always fake. Three people have differences. A moment they actually split action. AI Lu Fluke left the centrifuge, lying down walking through the center of the flower beds ready to go to the black room to mix the smoke evacuation. AI Jifu actually came to the centrifuge on the second floor, and the bridge Jifu sniping up. AI Chen Luyao did not say anything, just finishing the remains of the table. AI Lao, who climbed over the flower bed, was lucky enough to be caught in a body position, and although he was not killed, it revealed his desire to evacuate from the dark room. AI Firm Feiyu was as ready as a mangaka to rush out of the centrifuge then quickly check into the pool, but before he could S bullet mercilessly struck his head, and he unexpectedly gave up struggling straight away, returning to his death. At this time, there is still 1 minute left from the evacuation. AI Lu Fluke is ready to mix the smoke to withdraw, but Lu Fluke does not intend to let go of this imposter. He does not understand the AI still does not understand himself. The hand cannon accurately landed on the bottom of the imposter's feet. There's one left. It's not going to rat track again, is it? Chen Luyao said that he would not. If his teammates were all dead, he would definitely organize and tidy up his posthumous table and slowly wait for his death. So she's not still walking around losing her bag? No, she won't have enough time to go. With the helicopter gone, there were just over 20 seconds left for her to give her, and there was no way she could have rushed from the centrifuge to dropping her bag and evacuating. AI Legion first entered the Super God Battle Network by all kinds of gods and Lu Fluke lucky 3 people beat the body. But this is not out of Notchev's expectations. No really played the game of the AI is certainly not as good as those day and night professional players. But as long as the constant repetition, constantly collect data, AI become powerful is only a matter of time. Especially the AI model of the GTI crowd. Although it is only half-baked, it can already crush most of the average players. It's just that sometimes the brain will be overloaded. This is a hardware problem. Just need to install better heat dissipation. How's it going? Did you gather any data on that cowboy hat kid? I'm sorry to say that it doesn't. Our AI wouldn't last even a second in his hands. His data is impossible to collect. Notchev expressed his understanding. That man was ridiculously strong. Even a more powerful existence than Lu Fluke. If Lu's power was because of his grow ability, then this cowboy hat kid was like a great emperor from the world of immortal cultivation who went to a novice village to abuse his vegetables. It's simply not human. And compared to the last ring match, he's gotten stronger again. Not a little bit stronger. He's like a god. Whether it's a sneak attack or an open card, he plays it like he has perspective, hitting very through and gunning for the head without giving a chance to react at all. But he wasn't an enemy of Cosmic Star, at least for the moment, and he hadn't expressed any hostility. He's worked with GTI before though, so it's better to be careful. Tell you what, if you can meet this guy, sweeten the deal and see if he wants to join us. Yes, sir, inside the Overwatch Battle Network. Take a look and see. Ah, a freshly baked Genbu. Lu Fluke with Xuanwu in the store to sell. This thing is not selling all the price to 80W or no one to buy. At this moment, the man with the cowboy hat threw $1 million onto the counter, and then went so far as to take the Genpoi directly. The movement was so fast Lu Fluke couldn't even react in time. Wait, but the cowboy hat kid didn't even look back. He just kept going. That's weird. It's so familiar. Is it really him? Once the classification tournament was over, Lu Fluke's team was positioned at Black Eagle, just short of the final 1,000 points from the top. After that, it'll be a high-pressure game. Ugh, listening to Old Man Skeleton. Once he reached the Black Eagle segment, it meant that he would have to fight with the experts at the top. And nowadays the number 1 ranking was the Green Pine Warriors of Universe 90, who had been in the Overwatch Battle Network for 10 whole years, and had also been dominating the list for 10 years. Then wouldn't they be able to impeach Cosmos? How is that possible? And guess why they had so much half money backing them when they first came into battle? Hoping that this is the people of the Cosmic Star Corporation. This how to play around all the bad guys. It's not just them. The top of the list, starting at number 300, are all people trained by Cosmic Star. At this moment, Lu Fluke felt a deep sense of crisis. This is still playing a fart. A dozen 300. The advantage can be more than just in his That's why I advise you to slowly build up your strength and capital, or else you'll be more than just beaten by then. One bad move and you'll all be wiped out. The old skeleton man snuffed out the fleur-de-lis in his hand, then turned around and pulled out a map from a cabinet, all of which documented the teams that had fought against Cosmic Star over the years, but had been killed in the end. Don't worry, in order to record your valor, I will record your names in the book, and then you will be considered famous in history. So the old man didn't even think he could make it. That's very kind of you, said Luflu, clasped his fists and left alone skeleton old man side. A few moments later he laughed again. System mission, travel to Universe 8. The Lord God is calling. Ha, I'm a wanted man now and I'm being asked to travel through the universe? Reward, essence of Godhead evolution. His unavoidable to try. Taking advantage of the time when Shenluya entered the game, he sneaked out of battle and proceeded to get on a jump ship and arrived at Universe 8, not realizing that his destination could only roam around in Universe 8. Where is it? And don't say clearly, making me like a headless fly. Just as he was about to find the biggest planet to land on, he realized that the jump ship seemed to be attracted to something and wouldn't listen to him. Do others at this moment should have been scared crazy, are ready to escape, only Lufluk lying in a chair. The main fight of life and death have life and wealth in front. Live quite good death also line. The main thing was that he didn't know whether he was being attracted to the Lord God was attracting him, or whether other forces were preparing to capture him to collect the reward from the Cosmic Star Corporation. What are you thinking? How could someone else be attracted to you? In this universe are low-grade civilizations. Where would there be this kind of technology? The main god brought Lu Yuqing to a dense forest, and the two of them stood at the entrance of the temple, admiring the spectacle together. Holy, is that so scary? The temple was crawling with poisonous snakes, and it was hard to see Lu Chuxing's intensive phobia. Can't do without putting these little darlings here to watch the door. 3 of them in the last month alone broke in, and now they're probably pussies. This time the main god is a hot OL woman, revealing maturity everywhere. For a moment Lu Fluk could not tell whether he was a man or a woman. I have no gender. These are my doubles. That's amazing, but what is it that you wanted to see me about this time? The Lord God nodded his head. He foresaw in the course of time that Lu Fluk would be in for it, and that he would be hunted down until he died. And as a qualified Lord God, of course he should give him a little protection. Chapter 86, Vitality Battle Armor. Combined. The Lord God led Lu Fluk into the relics, where a pair of armor was placed, and the armor was inlaid with a number of strange and bizarre jewels. This is the armor worn by my incarnation when the world first originated and he had led the people of this universe to freedom. The main god waved his big hand. Lu Fluk's Star War armor was directly moved to be worn on his body. This armor has the faith power of this planet. It's considered a kind of mind-only power. Wearing it even an annihilator won't be able to kill you in the first place. The original Star Battle armor is elegant and magnificent, and now that it is wrapped around the armor, it highlights an even more domineering spirit. And Cuckoo smokes black, and Lu Chuxing likes this kind of black smoke. I thank the Lord God for the blessing, but I have a question. Go ahead. It's almost time for my incarnation in this body, so hurry up. If you're so powerful, why don't you just do away with Cosmic Star? The Lord God pulled out a piece of paper, a treaty between Cosmic Star Corporation and Garros. You don't know the situation, but I also warned you that the power behind them should not be underestimated. It's easy to pinch Cosmic Star Corporation, but I can't do it to eliminate Garros. After saying that, he even directly disappeared in place, and the sound of an alarm came from the cave entrance. The Lord God said he had a difficulty, and did it come a little too soon. It was good that the battle armor on his body could help him get out of the trap. Warning, Lu Fluk inside, listen. We are the Cosmic Star Corporation Guard. Come out and surrender quickly or we're going to go in and arrest you. I can't guarantee whether you'll be dead or alive by then. Hearing this, Lu Fluk laughed. His own heart only armor. Is it something they can break? So he walked out without slowing down. Warning, one more step forward and we'll shoot. Lu Yuqing still didn't stop himself. This was the confidence given to him by the battle armor. The squad leader was the first to fire. The armor-piercing shot might have shattered long ago if it was an ordinary battle armor, but Lu Luck's only battle armor not only blocked it, but also bounced back. Seeing that the squad leader was killed, the team members panicked and kept firing, but without exception, the fired bullets bounced back towards their original path, and for a while the cave entrance was littered with corpses. Lu Fluk hurriedly boarded the jump ship and prepared to return to his universe, but the annihilator in the sky set up a space blockade. Lu Fluk, bind your hands and spare your life. He shook his head. This group of people really do not want to die. Can see the power of their own body armor, but also dare to come to the provocation. Is not the annihilation of the starship well? Today he will let the annihilation of the starship into 1,000 life see. A blade of light instantly popped out of the battle armor. Something that was originally the size of a kitchen knife, but now under the power of the only power it climbed and climbed until it was the size of the radius of this asteroid. Captain, what is this? Alert everyone in the fleet and prepare to flee. The blade of light directly split the Annihilator in half, and the people on the fleet were blown to pieces by the big explosion because they couldn't evacuate in time. And after doing all this, Lu Wuqing also knelt on one knee on the ground due to his body's physical strength. Now that there was no spatial restriction, he had to hurry and escape while these people were floating in the air. Tiny Yen, help me! All of a sudden in the empty universe, an Annihilator ship belonging to Lu Fluke traveled through time and space and did its best to come to his side. As long as there is light in your heart, Tiny Swallow will come to your master's rescue. The light gate appeared and Lu Wuqing immediately got on the Jetstar ship, and in less than 10 seconds he left the 8th universe and returned to the GTI base. The battle armor was retracted back into his back again, and he sprayed a mouthful of old blood directly onto the ground. That was a lot of pretending just now, and I almost got myself into it. It is reasonable to say that as long as the same size as the Annihilator on the line, but Lu Fluke fortunately preferred to load cups directly to the war armor and their own dry overload. Fluke, what happened to you? The commander immediately stepped forward to assist. Just now when Xiao Xiaoyan directly activated the jump space in situ, he guessed that Lu Chuxing should be in danger. It's fine, just a little tired, just got chased, just be fine, you can't run around now. You're wanted everywhere with Firm Feiyu. The commander is afraid to leave the GTI gates now, so he might be targeted by someone. Send me back to battle first, I have to go back, or else Chen Luyo and should be worried about me. This is gone as a few days, no news at all. During which Chen Luyao also came out to find the commander, but there is no Lu Fluke exact news. Returning to the house in battle, I saw that the lobby had been turned into a hearth, with black and white photos of himself laid out on a table, surrounded by white chrysanthemums, and a coffin in the center. BER? It's only been a few days since I've been back, and you guys are just going to curse me to death? As soon as his voice sounded, Chen Luyao instantly widened their eyes. It's not even the 7th day of the first month yet. How come he came to return his soul? Oh, I know you can't let us go, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. It's not too late to come back on the 7th day of the first month. Firm Feiyu hugged Lu Fluke's calf with a sniffle and a tear, thinking he was a ghost. I'm not dead. What makes you guys so sure I'm dead? Ha? And whose box of ashes is this? When the coffin was opened, it contained a box of ashes with what appeared to be a name carved into the top of the ashes. Lu Xiaoxin. Where can you tell it's me? Lu Fluke is a little confused. These two people have crooked eyes or cannot read. That's true. Then how come the ashes have been on the street for 3 days with no one to collect them? At that time, Chen Luyao and were looking around for signs of Lu Fluke, but they just didn't come across him, until an old woman handed them this urn of ashes. These two doppelgangers thought that Lu Fluke was dead. Who cares? Let's remove the hearth first. It's too unlucky, isn't it? He has just come back from the dead, and this is set up as a memorial hall. Won't he blow up the tank if he really dies? Did anyone come to assassinate you guys or anything in the days I was gone? The two shook their heads. This was the Overwatch Battle Network. What kind of person would dare to kill someone outside the game? Just be careful. All 3 of us are on the wanted list. It's only a matter of time before someone comes to assassinate us. It's time to put some protection on this prefabricated house. However, this was the Overwatch Battle Network, and everyone didn't think that anyone would do anything illegal like that, which led to the fact that there weren't even any people who made security windows, let alone reinforcing the house or anything like that. Let's go to the hardware store and get some cement. No one's taking orders, so we'll do it ourselves. If no one built it, then he would build it himself. The reason why he was so crisis conscious was not because of the Nebula program. People must abide by the convention in battle or they will be wiped out, but robots don't have lives even if they are wiped out. So what? It's still a matter of replacing a skeleton. Chapter 87 9527. During this week, Lu Fluke has been reinforcing the house, enough to spend half of the funds before finally finished. Few finally fixed, and look at the time, the second wave is coming soon. More than half a month had passed since the first wave of the Nebula program, and at the rate Cosmic Star was progressing, the skeletons were pretty much replaced. Unsurprisingly, it was on this night that the second batch of robots entered the city while it was still dark. Some of them went straight to the game, others disappeared into the darkness of the night. At this moment Lu Fluke rolled over on the bed, and also scratched his butt in passing. Before the house was not reinforced he slept with fear. Now he can finally sleep in peace. Clunk. The tiles on the eaves of the house were stepped on and shattered with a crisp ringing sound, and Lu Fluke immediately woke up from his sleep, his back instantly tearing. Battle armor ensemble. He stared dead at the roof, only to see the tiles being gradually burned red until a large hole appeared. The AI assassin looked inside the house with one eye. Lu Fluke directly gave him a shot with the machine gun. Instantly his head was burned out with a big hole, just like this tile. Such a big movement directly woke up the surrounding residents. They have opened the window ready to accuse Lu Fluke not sleep in the middle of the night, still come out to disturb the people. Unbeknownst to them, They had just opened the window when an untold number of AI killers cleared them all out. The AI killers who had finished killing were all stripped of their lives by battle and turned into data back into Nachev's terminal. But the assassin who assassinated Lu Fluke was obviously not a mass-produced item. Not only could he repair himself, he even temporarily confused the system of the battle network. Although this time was very limited, but it was enough to kill Lu Fluke. He didn't even act directly, jumped down and was ready to have a man-to-man fight with Lu Fluke, not knowing that at this moment the Fluke had already triggered the only power, and the airflow bursting out from the battle armor was no longer something he could resist. This can't be right. Even Cosmic Star Corporation didn't have such a good grasp on mind-only power. So why was there this majestic and controllable power in Lu Chuxing's body? What's impossible? You'll see if I knife you or not and you're done. Nachev directly shifted his viewpoint to Killer 9527's body. He saw the battle armor on Lu Chuxing. That kind of domineering and cuckoo-smoking black-only power was exactly what he was looking for. Right, that's it. 9527. The man can be left alone. Dismantle his battle armor and bring it back to me. Roger that. The commotion also woke up the sleeping Jifu, who tried to open the door to Lu Yuchong's room, but found that the room had been unlocked from the inside, and the sound of fighting kept coming out. Can it be that someone has really come to assassinate Lu Chuxing? At this moment, 9527's blade was already pressed in front of Lu Lux's face, just a centimeter away from his eyes. Originally, he thought that his heart-only battle armor would be able to withstand such an attack, but who knew that this AI killer's knife was actually a heart-only weapon as well? It looked like Cosmic Star Corporation had gone to great lengths to kill itself. During the fight just now, the battle armor had been scratched in several places, and 9527's blade could easily pierce through the battle armor. And at this moment, Lu Chuxing was in critical condition. Grandma, dare to block my regulation. You really don't want to die. The old skeleton man descended from the sky and slapped 9527 directly in the face, then snatched the knife from his hand and executed 9527 on the spot. You're okay. If you had come any later, something would have happened. In the past few days, Lu Fluke had been feeling that something was wrong, so he immediately found the old man of the skeleton to complain about the situation, including the matter of the Cosmic Star Corporation's pursuit of him. It's a good thing that he came in time, or else Lu Fluke would have turned into a pirate of the Caribbean later. Take this string of coins and pinch one in case of danger later. As a product of the first generation, the Super God Battle Network was destined to have many loopholes, and even if he patched it up day and night, he was sure to be caught with loopholes, like today's assassination. This group of robots directly blocked the detection system of the battle network, and completed a plan to cover the sky. You kid. You're really inviting hatred. If it wasn't for the fact that you have the strength to shake up the Cosmic Star Corporation, I wouldn't help you. Hey, you're still here to help me. The next morning, Lu Fluke around the house are turned into an empty house. Ashes have long been cleaned up waiting for a new occupant. Lu Fluke, were you assassinated yesterday? Open his mouth to inquire. Last night he was confused to Lu Fluke's door, and confused to hear the movement inside, but really too sleepy and confused to return to his room to fall asleep. No, just worked out last night. So, the three of them are once again acting together to fight the latter after half a month. The progress has been delayed for too long, it's time to catch up. Hit what chart? Confidential, damn it. Score fast. Firm Feiyu observed in the past few days, making money is undoubtedly top secret spaceflight and Bakshi making money. But in order to add points to the latter to add more and faster, it must be a classified dam. The administrative building kills and runs. How much gain is simply not necessary to care. Let's go then. I'll play old black, you guys do as you please. Lu Fluke recently found that the old black hit indoor is really good. Small bread a put. Small aircraft a shock tube, you are what paragraph? Have to be affected. And it also pinches instantaneous explosions, which is one of Lao Fluke's favorite things. It was still 1 scouting, 1 engineering, and 1 raiding. With responsible for opening up the road when encountering mountains, responsible for building bridges when encountering water, and responsible for keeping a close eye on the ass, lest someone move over to kill in the Millennium West Building number 1 seat. Gorgeous. It looks like this is the first seat of the West Building, but in reality, this is the first seat of the Administration Building, and they can even rack the first seat of the East Building as long as they go in a straight line. Here's the sickest thing about this map. The person who advances to the first floor has an absolute advantage, as long as they don't. Saeed. I build. It's the old plug. Strong music played as Old Slug tumbled straight at the trio. Good thing Old Slug was weakened and slightly slower to lock onto the enemy. The trio fired at the same time to send him away. Seeing that he was delayed for a while, the old Feiyu jet skipped the old size box and went straight to the East Building to prepare for the racking point, while Chan Luyo was arranged to eat on the first floor, and he himself was on the second floor to touch the insurance and Saeed's bag. With the addition of probability, Even if it is a confidential burst rate is not too low. The safe out of the gold bars is not difficult. The most important thing is the old stuffed bag. In the red, probability of the addition is still very easy to come out of the room card. Have one so I don't have to buy the East Building manager's room. Lufluke's card pack was more or less full except for space, which was full, and more or less only bought access cards, especially Bakshi, who only had one power supply access. And naturally, the dam, being his lowest innings map, doesn't have a very expensive room card, only a substation quarters from Bankruptcy Light. But old plugs don't give a damn. A hand crossbow came out but just didn't drop the rune card. It's hard for him to go a day without swiping his rune card. Chapter 88, as long as you are caught by me, you will be refined in a moment. When the search of the West Building is finished, the East Building of the jail Feiyu still did not hear any movement, but instead the substation fought. What kind of weird matchup opens without rushing the main building to the substation? You can't read people's minds. Maybe people don't even like to fight just to go to the substation and steal a little bit of food. When Lufluke was out there, he would sometimes take his chances at the machine dam. After all, it was fast-paced, and most of the people would go to the main building to fight, and he would get to eat on the periphery at a cooler. But you will also meet people who think like him. They won't get involved in places that come with big insurance. For one, the probability of the insurance shipping is low, and for another, it's a sure thing that you're going to get into a fight. Not to mention in battle, there's only one life, and everyone is scared for their lives now. Of course that doesn't mean no one will come to the main floor. What's meant to be will always be. Waiting for Lufluke, 3 people eat not much. The barracks only came to the footsteps. Looks like wanna go to eat the backyard container. Firm Feiyu directly racked the container to go up to the place. As long as they dare to covet to send him a 7.62 African big diamond. Lufluke was also skilled at racking the sand before anyone could come around. After a 2-minute wait, someone took the bait. He straightened his hook and prepared to eat on the container, but did not expect to want to eat a large 7.62 diamond. I build. Someone's sniping us from the main floor. The downbeat doctor immediately climbed back and prepared to let his teammates save. At this time, SC4 directly wrote out, want to save is impossible. Even if you want to save, first hand over the first life before saying, C4 men's 1. And the enemy Red Wolf opens up and prepares to come around from the sand, just in time to be caught by Lufluke, sliding his shovel halfway down and hiccuping straight up. Stuff 2 sonic traps in the doorway. Lufluke pretends to go back to replenish his status. Do you guess he'll take the bait? I think it will. These 3 people don't look too smart. At first glance it's Iron Skin Bean. To be honest, Lufluke is a little bit in the heart, but when he saw the 6 heads and 6 armors on the enemy Speedy Claw's body, he felt his heart move again. My morals are fighting my desires. Forget all this has to be gone for now. Let's eat first. Anyway, there was only one last person left, and simply stopped pretending and directly rolled over and jumped downstairs to start pulling the gun line. Seeing this, Lufluke also opened up and threw out Sonic Shock. 2 people attacking from 2 directions. Even a 6 set would have to lose a layer of skin, only to see Flying Firm take the lead in his field of vision. The M7 bullets in his hand striking him frantically. But this was a new season 6-pack, and even a level 7 bullet wouldn't be able to kill him in one shot. The power of 6 sets gave him a chance to fight back, but Jinyu Feiyu didn't give it a chance to immediately jet behind cover. Just this one frozen time, Lufluke directly big jump pull out, a second to lock his position, instantly refining. The 6 armor shattered, and this untoward life came to an end when Lufluke's bullets mercilessly attacked his abdomen. Do you want more of these 6 sets? The cap is down to 80 points for a set of 6, which is valuable but takes up too much backpack space. Lu Yao, why don't you pretend? Okay, but I can't get out for a while. The 2 of them were full of questions. What did they mean by not being able to get out for a while? There's someone on the main floor. 6. Well, he said how no one came to the opening. They all waited for the main floor to fight. Then fight. All of a sudden there was a flurry of gunfire. 3 teams were fighting each other. The chaotic scene made Chen Luyo momentarily unable to find the north. Which team should be hit first? Lufluke quickly gave the answer. Wouldn't it be better for one person to play one side? I'll go for the 6 sets. Firm few will fish for the rats. And you keep an eye on the ass. There's another one coming from behind. Bombardment mission was picked up. They would very soon pass by the West Building. If the gluttony was okay, they must have gone straight inside after picking up the mission. But if the Slammer brother was not good, the probability was that they would choose to clear the main building before going to open the vault. Keep an eye out. If someone comes, tell them first. If we're too busy, you just try to hold out for a while, huh? Leaving 2 buns, Lufluke directly opened the small plane. Firm Feiyu leapt down from the 2nd floor, ready to steal the back of the stairway. Lufluke jerking off has shocked to the corner of the aisle. Straight frame stairway people. A big jump pull out is aiming at the head. 3 shots first put down A. The B doctor had just wanted to go downstairs and retreat first. when he was given a big red packet by Firm Fei Yu, and then he laid down to sleep in peace. A few moments later, the two of them had refined the two teams, and Chen Luyao also indicated that the west building had entered. It's true that we still have to come to the clear main building. Wave after wave of attacks had already dried up Lu Fluke's 6 sets to a granddaddy. 77's cap wasn't as good as the guy's 6 sets just now. Flying Fellow wasn't much better, fighting until now when all 6 sets had turned into 5. But Chen Luyao opened a big sweep and found that there were only 2 people, so there was no need to think that someone had already slipped into the vault to eat. You slip into the vault first, and I'll meet them with firm few. Chen Luyao slowly slipped into the vault from the first floor of the east building in preparation for a sneak attack. She felt her quiet steps and walked slowly. Luckily none of the soldiers on the road hit her, and when she got to the vault she went back up to the ventilators and heard McMice inside clearing out the man machines. When she finished eating and came out, Chen Luyao's shot of shuriken directly stabbed her feet. Suddenly having her skills blocked and also having her blood deducted made her panic. Originally, he was still thinking of counterattacking, but one look at Chen Luyao at the high point surprisingly directly gave up struggling. Princess Shu is dead? Nuts! There are still experts in the vault. Can't wait to attack first. Shu Fei only has 2 minutes left. You hit left and I'll hit right, and I just heard Willow stomping on the stairway. In fact, it is not. Long ago circled around a big circle and back to Lu Fluke. At this time the two are in the left frame point. The red wolf made a sliding shovel to look at the stairway to find no one there and immediately realized it was bad. Looking back at my own family, Alexei has already claimed his box. He lay on his back and didn't move, hoping that Lu Fluke and the others would spare his life. Kill? He's unarmored. Isn't that what you said? Let's not worry about the has-beens for now. Fluke shot a direct kill. The guy was still weirdly nice Lu, and took his helmet off before he left, which gave him full head armor durability. How's it going on your end, Lu Yao? It's pretty good. The man has 2 9 frames in his bag and I'm still looking at them. At first glance, it's the team's logistical rat, the one that specializes in coming to eat and scouting for position. But it's a good thing the well-reserved backpack was cut off. Chen Luyao's value has come to 560W, a sweeper and a heater. It's okay, it's all cheap big red though, it's better than nothing. 3 people are 6 sets in. Light battle damage are already 1 kilowatt. A little big red back to blood is always good. It's almost time. Let's go to the backyard to pick up Luyao before she gets targeted. Walking around with a big red bag on your back still attracts enemies easily. Phew. Chapter 89. Footpaths are also paths. The bullets cut across Chen Luyao's side, and the reflections from the top of the dam stung one's eyes raw. Someone's hitting the top of the dam sniper. See, just that shot did not hit. Dam top sniper Ularu and open big directly to Chen Luyao fried. Although not down but also happy to mention I'm a little uncomfortable. Small package. A painkiller was taken to slow down the negative effects for a while, and she was just about ready to rush into the main building before she said anything, when 2 fire buried her escape. Lu Fluke immediately circled out of the parking lot, and this scene was also seen by Ilyalu, but he didn't have the heart to care about him. Lu Fluke faked a run towards the substation, but in reality made a big circle back to the ropes going up outside the parking lot. But what a wide field of vision that Ularu had. Could he not be aware of every move they all made? He was standing on a concrete wall sniping, so unless it was a black light, he could lock on to everyone's position. Selfei was at the window of the main building ready to try and see if he could kill the cackle for him, but even with the fire control pulled up to 7x, he could only see half of Ularu's head. He tried to see if he could hit him with a single point, but this Ularu shrunk back instantly as if he had spider sense. It's not really that he retracted, it's just that the concrete wall's time was up and he had to resurface it. Just this time, Lu Fluke has come to the top of the dam. He did not rush in, just afraid of this trench of Ularu have teammates squatting. He turned on the sonic shock platoon points, and sure enough, 2 blew out. One is on top of the container and the other is just behind the house on the left as you enter. This team of CS just waited for Ularu to pull the hate and then kill the people who came to get him. It's up to Lau to make a Fluke play over there. Fluke probed his head and prepared to have a fight with the container's CS, who expected the other side to hit the fairy bullet and up Lu Fluke's head with a single shot. At this time, Speedclaw opened a big sweep to only Lu Fluke. One person wanted to rush. He immediately released the buns to stop them in their tracks. Grandma, hit the fairy bomb. Fei Yu, you be careful too. Playing a good state. Lu Fluke luckily pinched an instantaneous explosive mine to send to the red wolf on the container, and then a big jump to prioritize the killing of Mai Xiaowen. As soon as Ularu saw the drop, he was ready to open big and come over to give Lu Chuxing a surprise, but he was intercepted by Chen Luyao halfway. The falling split bomb also blew up Ularu himself. Trenches dam top sniping, bullying people all day long. See if you get it done without you. After saying that, Chen Luyao directly threw the bag away, followed by a big jump out of the present backyard. She was ready to touch Ularu's side while dodging bullets. Seeing this, immediately shot to suppress. A professional sniper needed 2 5s, while Chen Luo only needed 3s. Then at this point, someone has to ask, why can't this Uluru hit Chen Luo? Because he's not a professional sniper. Furious, he jumped up and threw fire. Just this one timing was directly caught by. 2 shots dry crushed his helmet. I'll go. This can blow my head off. What kind of demon? The other side. At this point, Speedclaw had been lying on the ground for 2.5 minutes, and Red Wolf and Lu Fluke were still racking each other and testing each other. As time dragged on, both men's skills got the better of them. Lu Fluke tucked the buns into a spot where he couldn't see the dead center, then deliberately revealed the cracks to make him think he'd missed. As soon as he saw Lu Fluke shrink back to hit the medicine, the Red Wolf instantly felt the opportunity to open a big slide shovel to close the distance, not knowing that 2 sonic traps have long been waiting for him. Done. I'm hit. The Red Wolf's bloodline is at the bottom. At this time, Lu Luck has long thrown out instantaneous explosive mines to his landing point. 1 bullet is useless to take down the enemy Red Wolf. Uluru, who was sniping at the moment, panicked and couldn't care less about his teammates anymore as he prepared to go down on the rope and escape. Run? Can you run? Firmflyer follows the gun straight all the way, and the grooved Uluru dies directly in midair. The map was finally quiet now. The 3 men sorted out their bags and got ready to evacuate. Not a single Asura soldier was spared along the way, clearly killed in the heat of the moment. I just sanctioned the CS for sniping at the top of the dam and am in a very relaxed mood at the moment. Wickedness has a way of rubbing off on people. Are we evil? Chen Luo let out a question. Are they evil? That's right. If we don't put the family portrait in the insurance policy at the beginning of the game, who are we if not the villains? All 3 of them smiled at the idea that evil was better than death. After selling all the haul, another 3 kilowatts arrived, which can't be spent at all. Let's go. We're tired of fighting to have some fun. Not only could one earn points playing games in the Super God Battle Network, there were also many entertainment programs, shopping malls, movie theaters, and KTVs are all available. But the only romance for men is still foot washing. I'm exhausted from being in the game every day. Go find a dojo and relax. Lu Fluke's proposal quickly won the approval of both and Chen Luo, of course, knew what a Taoist temple was, but Chen Luo thought he was going to take them to a Taoist temple. When we got to the place, Chen Luo was dumbfounded. Wasn't it the promised Taoist temple? You guys, didn't you say goodbye to the Taoist temple? Footpaths are also paths. Get in there you. The 3 of them lay down on the sofa and sat waiting for the technician to serve them, and he specially instructed the front desk to give Chen Luo 2 handsome technicians. Understood. It wasn't long before Technician 80, Technician 78 and 2 handsome male technicians walked into the room. I have to say that although Lu Yuk Luck and are both quite handsome, these 2 technicians are much better than they have ever been. Enjoy. How come I didn't know you boys were so soothing in your recreation before? She stretched, feeling her whole body soothe after washing her feet. That's true. That's what makes a man romantic. I think when he just graduated from college, the first thing he did as soon as he was paid was to go and wash his feet, and he would take flying fish with him. At first, was refusing, but after washing it, he couldn't go back. It was too good, especially when you light a mosquito coil after washing. The smooth feeling is authentic. It's a pity that Chen Luo can't experience this kind of joy as she doesn't know how to light mosquito coils. But then again, how much did the 3 of us just spend? Chen Luo was still curious. Such a cool program must cost a lot of money, right? Where? This item all counts towards the battle health insurance. We'll just pay 20%, and it's only $60 for the 3 of us. So cheap. To know Chen Luo day to buy food have to spend about $100, but 3 people by the foot will only need $60. Per capita $20. Where to find such a good project? But it's better to save it, lest you get really sick and don't have the money to buy medicine. That's true. A small life is most important. Chapter 90, The Damn Swimming Dragon. This chapter is exclusively sponsored by Super Handsome. Your righteous fathers. Hey, those 3 in front. Hongza trotted all the way over with Tiny Bunny, carrying the loot he had just fought out in his hands. What's the matter with you guys? Don't you sell your loot and wait for others to grab it? No, we were just about to take it to sell, when we saw the 3 of you walking, so we came up to say hello. Lu Fluke looked around and didn't see the art? What about art? That's when Tiny Bunny reacted. Where's the art? Right. Where's the art? Right. Where's the art? 5 companies were confused, unaware that at this point Art had just made it to the evacuation point and nearly drank his way to the northwest. After waiting for a while, Art, who was carrying a bag, was seen coming out of the game space in a cold sweat. Sir, I almost got killed by Tiny Bunny. It turns out that Tiny Bunny didn't warn Art about the time to pull the plug on the evacuation point, causing Art to almost not evacuate out. Tiny Bunny. At this point, Tiny Bunny lowered his head. He really didn't mean it. He really forgot. Sir, Hongza shook his head inside. His own corporal was a horse's ass, but he still suppressed his temper and patted Tiny Bunny's shoulder. Tiny Bunny, this is battle, not outside. If you die, you really die. Everyone lives once. Sir, I know it's wrong. It's good to know it's wrong. No, it's wrong. Next fishing smoothbore you bring. Yes. Lu Fluk smiled slightly. These two people's emotions are still there. Hongza did not lose his temper indiscriminately, and even found a step for himself. Okay, the art is not also nothing. Small rabbit, you also do not blame yourself. Next time if you really cannot remember to take a note down. That makes sense. Sir, I could have taken notes on paper and stuffed them in my body armor. This child, enlightened. Although this is a battle network, it is also possible to bring in a little something that does not affect the game props. Paper, pens, insoles, pupils, anti-towels. All of these can be brought in and will not materially affect the game. Actually, it's fine if he doesn't bring it, because it's not like outside, where drawings and private notes are available for use within the bureau. If you pick up energy bars and energy gels, you can also unwrap them and have a good time. There's a team on the leaderboard that has a sniper who likes to stabilize his heart rate with an energy bar when he's not doing anything. I remembered. Isn't there a new Red Rat's Nest mode that came out recently? Do you guys want to play it together? Hongza issued an invitation. Lu Usu 3 people naturally will not refuse. After all, this mode will not have any loss. Purely for the players inside to use to practice the mode of the gun. Go! Let's go together. I hear there's a little reward. Just as we entered the game, the map had appeared and it was the administration building. The map dam can be considered the home of Hans, Tiny Bunny and Art, and the pressure is still on. Art, the usual. Squat. Roger that. Sir. Still in the stairway of the west building, still in the familiar arrangement. The three of them sat and waited for Lu Fluk to take their bait, but after waiting 3 minutes past the east building hit. How so, sir? I have a feeling they won't be coming over. At this point in the game, Flying Firm has begun to decipher the Mandel brick, which has attracted parking lot point opponents. The two teams racked each other at the stairway. Chen Luyao ran out of bullets and was waiting to die. In the heat of the moment he actually stabbed someone directly to death with a dart. I'll go. It can be. The enemy fell one person in the case. Lu Fluk no longer cover. Directly a Siberian big jump? Who expected the enemy directly down? To him put down. Ugh. Not. Stance kid. Firm Feiyu curiosity. What kind of body boy can Lu Fluk dead? Do not believe in evil. He also leaped down to jump off the balcony. All of a sudden the bullet's flying, but the man is also flying. Jump in the air, land on your back for a second, followed by a sliding shovel to finally leap again. Flying Fellow's bullets were dodged and he could only send him to his death with a C4. I'll go. This person is poisonous, right? What stance? West building. Sir, they're not coming yet. Wait a little longer. A good dish is never too late. On the other side. Last one. Last one. Flying Fellow just turned around and was stolen. Now the east building was 1v1. Chen Luyo versus Alexei. The opponent threw out a ground spike in an attempt to block Chen Luyao's attack, but Speed Claw demolished it with a single dart. This character is a chicken stealing role since it came out of the experiential service, and bulky and lack of effective means of offense. Purely a supportive role. What's worse is that Hook and Claw. Both have already hooked Chen Luyao outside the window, and the result shows that there is a block. This is bad, and can only be killed by a pedicure in tears. After resolving this team, the Mandalorian brick breaking was about to be completed, and by the time Firm Flying Yu and the others were rescued, the west building was still untouched. Sir, it doesn't look like they're coming over. How many seconds left, Tiny Bunny? Last 30 seconds. Hirazawa finally jumps off the sink just as the other two think he's going to lead the two to a final victory. But I didn't expect Hongza to burst out directly. A master doesn't win the first hand. The first game of the recruit formal coupon was taken down by the trio of Lu Fluk, who were wondering why they hadn't seen the trio of Hongza. In the second game it was time for the elite systematic coupon match, and Lu Fluk directly chose the survival suit, with 3 heads and 4 armors. Flying Fellow likes high offense and low defense, and takes a PTR-32 with 3 levels of ammo directly. Chen Luyo still chose the Kar-15, a gun that pulled but was stable. This time, the Mandel bricks are in the parking lot, and the deciphering point is in the room where the room cards are swiped, where there's basically no room to move around, so it's easy to die when you go in, and it's easy to turn into a trap if someone dares to go in to rob it. West Wing. Sir, are they really coming? Maybe. Squat first. Lin Feiyu was the first to take the Mandel brick, and was escorted by Lu Yuqing and Chen Luyao all the way to the deciphering location, where the Mandel brick began to be deciphered directly in the opening minute. Resurrected on the first floor of the west building, the Body Boys team didn't even look at the west building and kicked the door directly to the east building, ready to take them by surprise, but it was still prejudged, and Lu Fluk's sonic trap directly froze Stance Kid in place for a second. Like to dance. come dance for me again. Facing the three set fire, the stance kid could only retreat, but he was still getting hit in quick succession. Stairway to the west building. Sir, the east wing is fighting again. Are we really not going to steal the back? Art can't help himself anymore. The master must win the second one. Then fight. Tiny Bunny arrives and releases the Sonic straight away. Roger that. The three of them ran all the way to the second floor aisle. The small rabbit's small plane took off first. This flight directly blew up 3 airplanes. Lou Fluke also put together. Now it's good. No one is happy. They are all brain fogged by the airplane shock. At this point in time, Stance Kid is also saved by being dragged away, and Hirazawa blows Stance Kid down again with a straight shot of C4. Hit the downstairs first. Tiny Bunny jumped from and displayed a wave of shots from the sky, and Body Boy had both his lives taken away and returned to the west. The enemy's Old Black also had his head armor shattered, and Hungza plastered a C4 shot on the art, only to see him take a flying blancmange and incarnate as a human bomb to blast the three directly away. How many more minutes? Tiny Bunny, tell me. 1 minute. Sir. Fight. Throw grenades. Roger that. Chapter 91, we're a family that loves each other. Tiny Rabbit's instant explosive lightning landed directly on the soles of Firm Flying U's feet, and the triple armor on his body was instantly blown to pieces, and he also joyfully mentioned the broken hands and feet. Fluke, you go ahead and top me for a status. Firm Feiyu retreated into the room. Chen Luyao immediately opened the scanning. At this time, the officer and the corporal were at the entrance of the first floor, while the art was at the stairway ready to go downstairs to draw the target. But the officer and Tiny Bunny downstairs were hesitant to enter the house, for they knew that a step inside would be greeted by grenades and buns. But time was running out. The last 30 seconds. If we couldn't do away with the three Firm Flying U, we would have to lose this round again. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Art went straight for the jugular and started pounding away. After waiting until the point to rack Lou Fluke, the little rabbit, to try to step off the minivan for the officer to pass quickly. There were still 20 seconds left on the clock, and as long as all 3 of Lou Fluke's men weren't killed in those 20 seconds, this game was a must-win. What should I do, sir? I can't get through. Sir, I've got a plan. Help me rack the guns. Hongza immediately racked Lou Fluke, so that he can only be in place and dare not move. At this time, Arta's cigarette sealed the doorway. Another cigarette thrown directly into the room inside. Then a slide shovel to open the door to enter the interior of the house. Chen Luyao immediately shot sweeping shot, but his shot did not hit, because Art is lying on the ground, waiting for Chen Luyao to start changing the ammunition. He directly got up and sprinted into the room where Mandel was deciphering, directly seizing the Mandel bricks, and time was once again turned back. Sir, fight! With the time, and the Art in the inside of the reception, the 2 men outside the guts instantly enlarged. The officer jumped out to pull the gun, and Lou Fluke sparred with the little rabbit complimentary shot down the Fluke, but has not been able to see the trace of the. They are still a little panicked. At the moment, Art in the house does not dare to show his head. Chen Luyao in the straight frame him. As long as he dares to leak, it will be shot. Art, Lou Fluke is down. Can you pull out and fight? I'll try. Although this trip is a 9 deaths, but it is still necessary to try after all. He kept showing his head to cheat Chen Luyao's bullets, but Chen Luyao's reaction was too slow to catch him and pressed to fire. When he did try to pull outward, he was greeted by another countless number of bullets, which might not have been accurate, but in this confined space, even the most inaccurate gun was accurate. Art fell to the ground in response, and then he was surprised to be patched up by the old Feiyu, who had no way of determining where Firm Feiyu was, only that he was still in the room. Tiny Bunny, dunk the grenade. Roger that. C4s and grenades were all thrown in, but they didn't hit anyone, which is odd. What place is there to hide in such a small room and not get hurt? There were only 2 places, either the inner room or under the table, but there was no movement in the inner room, which meant that both men were under or on top of the table. Tiny Bunny raises a small airplane, and Hirazawa confidently pulls the gun to find a table with half a helmet showing, immediately shoots at it, only to realize that it's not a person at all. At this point he had an uneasy feeling that his legs seemed to be dying. Firm Feiyu directly stuffed him with a big red bag. Hongza reacted quickly and directly hugged Firm Feiyu to die with him. Only Chen Luyao and Tiny Rabbit were left in both teams, and both of them were the weakest combatants of the team. Luyao, go for it. Weren't you pretty strong last time at Black Hawk Down? Lou Fluke's mind still has the image of the last time in Black Hawk Down. A barrage of machine guns directly to the head to send everyone away. That's a system bug. He just inherited Shield's bug. Tiny Bunny, prove yourself. I want to save the officer. The Tiny Rabbit made a big jump, and Chen Luyao couldn't even return the favor in time. The second game ended with a victory for the 3 Stooges of the Dam, and the Masters had to win the second hand. The third game changed maps and chose to play in the President's Room, playing all 4 sets as well. The damn 3 idiots all chose the P90, which is a good thing. although the bullets are a little low-grade, but the excellent rate of fire and naturally large magazines give him the strength to wash his opponents to death, and even 6 sets will be difficult to take a bullet. The firm Feiyu still choose high attack low defense. 4 bullets of K416 as he still wear 3 sets of the bottom of the air. In this version of the armor injury low gun basically did not have a bright performance, but cannot afford to K4 shooting speed and then with the old Feiyu's lockhead small operation, seconds are still unaffected by the people. Chen Luyo still chose CAR-15. Steady is the word. Lu Chuxing was surprisingly surprised that he chose a sniper. Playing sniper. Sure. Flying fellow pulled the bolt and asked casually, I may not be able to do it anywhere else, but I'm serious about beating the president. In this small space, as long as the point is racked, the opposite side just dare to miss as a shot. With the trio resurrected in the black room and the Mandel brick in the black room, but with the stage breaker inside the president's room, it wouldn't be wise to try to break this one to win the match. Then fight. The trio quickly made their way up the stairs and racked the aisle directly, while the body boy in the president's room was still directing his teammates to set up their positions. They didn't want to care about the fight between the black chamber and the buoyancy chamber. They just wanted to sit back and reap the benefits. As expected, the two teams of Lu Fluke and Hongza are the first to meet. Lu Fluke explodes with divine power and takes away Tiny Rabbit with a single shot, but Tiny Rabbit's small airplane also flies, daring Flying Fish to rush forward. Art slides forward directly under pressure, and Chen Luya, seeing that he's about to get his feet fixed, surprisingly dodges Art's bullets with a jump, and sends him a headbutt in the process. Lettuce. Art, what's wrong with you? Sir, she can dance. The opening attrition of 2 people, which makes the Hongza pressure burst, but the good thing is that they have already saved the little rabbit, and when the fight is in good shape, Hongza keeps showing his head to try Lu Fluke, but he doesn't take the bait at all. Just a straight frame. Tiny Bunny immediately came up with the suicide bomber scenario. Plan B activated. Self-destruct trucks ready. 3, 2, 1 go ahead. Corporal. Firm Feiyu watched the little rabbit rush to himself, originally thought that the plan to succeed Hongza has begun to laugh, but did not expect. Firm Feiyu a retreat jet, not only to avoid the explosion but also by the way to the little rabbit stuffed with a red bag, even with the fight to make up for the direct sleep. At this moment, the body boy showed his head and looked at the situation. It looked like Hongza's team was going to be prioritized for elimination, but as a good hunter, one must learn to help the weaker party and subsequently keep weakening the other party's combat power. He directly knocked down Chen Luyao through the gap with a headshot. In the moment she fell to the ground, Lu Fluke is open to turn around and came towards the gap to shoot. The body lock kid did not even have time to crouch down to avoid the bullet was knocked down. You're open? In fact, even Lu Fluke himself didn't realize that when he was playing against the enemy, his strength was discounted. But if he was fighting a civil war his strength would be greatly enhanced, and even overplayed. He's not suited for bonding, he's suited for bonding with his teammates. Chapter 92, Melee in the President's Room. Firm Feiyu, lend me the gun. The two quickly exchanged equipment. Lu Fluke a cigarette to block Hongza's line of sight, and then rushed to the president with the K4. No need to look at all. Pure reaction. The enemies on the door were the first to be knocked out, and the newly rescued Stance kid couldn't even take a hit of his medicine but could only lie on his back, praying that Lao Fluke wouldn't find himself and his teammates. But Lu Fluke was just like having perspective, taking the lead in lining up their spot. The K4's bullet knocked down the bodyguard kid. His teammate jumped up with a jet to blend in with the smoke. Lu Fluke took the opportunity to take over the bodyguard kid's gun, an AKM. The last person who had just rushed out was surprised when he ran straight into Hongza and was run through with a pike. Now it's time for Hirazawa to go 1 for 3 again, and Art immediately reminds Hirazawa to quickly retreat to the buoyancy chamber and still have a fight left in him. But Lu Fluke simply did not want to give the opportunity to immediately go to the black room to get the Mandel bricks to break, and wanted to lead him down to the bottom to fight. Impossible. See, Lu Fluke is not on the set. Hongza can only return the same way. At this time, the little rabbit and the Art has missed the time to rescue one person to play the president. This pressure is not generally big, but he was a space warlord. Space was like a plaything in his hands. He had laid his hands on every corner of space, traveled every inch of space, and at the moment the complete map of the president's office flashed in his mind. If he were Lu Fluke, where would he straighten the frame? The box at the door was obviously not a very good choice, and the safe room on the right was too closed off to be a good place, so that only left, directly opposite the door. In the end, he guessed that Lu Fluke was under the table of the president's boss chair. Li Feiyu was in the grass on the right side, and Chen Luya was on the top of the left side at the bunker. The gun lines of the 3 people materialized in his head. As long as he ran towards the president's parlor with 1 jet, then Lu Fluke and Jifyu's gun lines would be lost for about 3 seconds, and all he had to do was to take care of Chen Luya on the crate in those 3 seconds, and then come to the bunker with 1 jet to find a chance to do away with Lu Fluke. and then finally to have a 1v1 with Jifu. The plan is there. The next step is to practice it. Not a single step can be wrong. Just one wrong step and you will lose the game. Open. Turn the big picture around. At the moment, it was as if he was possessed by Yang Jian, and he was going to start steaming. Open the right door to attract attention, and then close the right door to create an illusion to go from the left door, and finally open the right door again a jet perfect to avoid the Lu Fluke and jail Feiyu's gun line. Within 3 seconds knocked down Chen Luyao followed by a precision jet to the bunker behind the box. Jail Feiyu's C4 want to force his position. He locks in a big dive to the head of Flying Fellow and takes him down, leaving only the last of Lu Fluke. Although there is some deviation from the original plan, but not much, the good thing is that at this moment Lu Fluke's hand there is still SK416. The 4th level bullet directly breaks Hongza's 4 armor. The position at the moment Lu Fluke is on the president's desk. Hongza is at the door of the stairs under the stairs. Lu Fluke is completely a high hit low state. As long as he dares to stand up, he will send him home. But his opponent was Hirazawa, a spacefaring Yukai, and he didn't dare to gamble on it. He finally chose to get down from the table, find cover on his right, and get ready to set up his gun. Hirazawa hears the footsteps and blindly guesses his position and throws C4 without vision, which doesn't hit Lu Fluke, but it does force him to get up and change positions. It's now. He crouched straight down and jetted up, and the two of them performed what is known as the ultimate run-and-gun fight in the president's room, with no open scope action, just a waist shot, but the K4's waist shot were no match for the P90, and after the armor shattered, Lu Fluke could only seal the smoke in preparation for pulling the battlefield outward, as he gave Hongza a false move to the left, followed by a straight right back into the aisle of the black room. Hongza went left and didn't see Lu Fluke, and went right again to chase after him, only to eat a full pike just out of the smoke. Ugh, trying my best. This one ended with another victory by Lu Fluke, both of whom are space travelers and played a tough game. But the next game cannot be so good. This map in the Longbow Creek Valley Havoc radar station. Even worse, here there are 3 boss respectively. Dam Seed, Longbow Reese, Bakshi Blue Hawk helicopter. The 3 teams landed on the ground to take a beating. Lu Fluke by Reese's elbows. The body of the boy in the big open space by Seed chased and biting. The 3 Hongza helicopter beat the temper of the 3 people have not been a little temperament. My head armor. Stanskid's brand new level 5 set just landed on the ground and was all ate up by Side. If he met a player it was okay. Side was really like Hiya. His bullets couldn't be dodged at all. Pure lock. Even if he slid to avoid the lock's bullets, they would mercilessly strike his armor. And to make matters worse, the 2 wild platoon teammates, after their last defeat, outright did not listen to him, would just run towards the interior of the radar station on their own. Halfway through, he was spotted by the helicopter and the 3 of them, Hongza, and was prioritized to receive his box. And even though he had defeated Side with great effort and had the old Side's equipment, the shattered head armor had left him with no armor to replace it with. He also did not dare to easily repair the armor. Just now the sound of gunfire has announced him that this tarmac is definitely someone. Plus Lu Fluke's side of the gunfire has stopped, indicating that Reese is already dead. The moment. On the flip side, Hirazawa, under helicopter fire, is rapidly approaching the inside of the radar station, and it's a good thing he's not dead outside. The helicopter's streak of hitting and mending is not even remotely salvageable, but any time one of them is knocked down, it slows down the entire team's progress. It was a good thing that the 3 Hansers didn't drop points and went straight into the radar station to start deciphering the Mandelbricks. Priority to go in is definitely an advantage. This time Lu Fluke is a little bit of trouble. The radar station is not like a hotel. There are many ways to go in. There is only a main door and a side door. But this model cannot be brushed with the rune card. Then it can only be the pressure to enter the radar station. Just afraid of halfway but also be sanctioned by the helicopter. As expected, even sealed smoke goes in to get some art smoked. And while it doesn't drop, what follows is an even more desperate low hit high. Flying Fish tried to go up on the ropes to steal the back, but thought better of it just in case someone was waiting for him there. It was actually very wise, because Tiny Bunny had already put buns where the ropes came up, and as soon as Firm Flya stepped on them, he would be greeted with merciless torture. Chen Luyao turned on the detection and found that there were 3 people in the radar station. Undoubtedly the Hongza trio, and facing outside, he found one more person, who appeared to be the body boy. His teammates he stopped asking questions, and since his teammates didn't trust him, he made his own way. But just as he tried to follow up on the radar station, he was swept up, giving him a clear view of his position, and with flying few bullets whizzing by, he didn't dare to make any more rash moves. But at this moment the real disadvantage is actually Lu Chukyong. 3 people, completely caught in the middle of the state. On also cannot go, out also cannot get out. Chapter 93, use your thoughts to open up a path that doesn't go anywhere. The helicopters were circling outside, and the stance kid's position would still be visible to the helicopters, so he had to take a chance on dodging the gun line and trying to pull up to the radar station door. At this time Lu Fluke made a suggestion. He and break through from the front. Chen Luyao quiet steps to touch the left side of the channel up. At this time is not sure of the location of Hongze, can only step by step to explore. Firm Feiyu's gun line pulled back, giving the stance kid a chance to catch his breath. He pulled up to the side door of the radar station at a quiet pace. He was thinking about how he was going to get in. If he followed the three Lu Fluke people, he was sure to get caught. He could only wait until a team died first. Chen Luyao crouched static step constantly towards the left side of the stairs touch. Art was suppressed can only go up, but turned back to see has been static step on the second floor of the Chen Luyao. The two men are stunned at the moment the art of the hand without a gun. Chen Luyao took the lead in the shooting. Poor one. Art is knocked out, and Tiny Bunny immediately retrieves his buns and prepares to go to the second floor to guard the stairway. Sir, don't let the art get patched up. Hongze appeared from the doorway of the second floor to stop Chen Luyao, who wanted to patch the art off, and Tiny Bunny took the opportunity to throw 2 loaves of bread to seal the way. Seeing that Lu Fluke 3 people have fought to the upstairs, the body boy also slowly touched in. If there is an opportunity to even hit with a complimentary one, then the situation will be opened. Unfortunately, Lu Fluke also threw buns behind him he didn't dare to walk over at all. As soon as he passed, he would be aware of the position, and then he might be prioritized to be killed. You can only wait until they hit the 3rd floor and then find a chance to strike. And Lu Fluke this side is also very difficult. Caught in the 2nd floor is still a bit dangerous, and the time is passing. Mandel bricks will soon be deciphered. If you can't play up, the damn 3 fools will tie them in the number of victorious innings, and the next hand is the match point. If Lu Flukes them and takes this one, the game ends straight away and everyone gets 300 rounds of 9x19 gold ammo back. Hiss what to do. Tiny Rabbit's buns were placed at a very tricky angle. Chen Luyao's darts wanted to destroy it and it wasn't easy. At this time, Firm Feiyu directly threw a fire over. Lu Fluke turned on the sonic shock ready to have an extreme gun pull with Firm Feiyu. The current situation, Bai Zhe is at the door of the room. Art was saved. Racked up the right side of the stairway. That is, Chen Luyao's position. The little rabbit temporarily do not know the position. May be in the corner of the 3rd floor, and there is one person's position is uncertain, but he will not make a mistake to come up to the melee. Lu luckily took the first probe, dodging the first wave of Hansa's gun line before jumping straight out in a big jump, but saw no one in front of him. It was now that Flying Firmament's cruise missile flew out, hitting Hongze with precision and blowing his head armor to pieces and his blood level to the bottom. Charge! The trio launched a charge to take down more than 2 people before the small plane's final shock. Hirazawa is burned straight down. Art ducks behind bulletproof glass, but there's little space to be able to hit. At this moment, Lu Fluke's sonic trap was triggered, and it looked like someone was coming up behind him. Firm Feiyu immediately back to defense, just and ready to steal the back body of the boy collided. The boy also want to reproduce once again body to avoid bullets, but not Firm Feiyu in order to him have been his trajectory of action to write down. Did it make you jump? Still familiar with the sliding shovel jumped up to the second plop, not knowing that at the moment Flying Firm has long been able to understand his behavior, directly prejudge the landing point, send him away. This is a complete no-show for first place. Just as Flying Fellow was about to retreat back to change his ammo, Tiny Bunny unexpectedly jumped down from the corner of the 3rd floor, preparing to have a left-right pincer attack with Art. He just happened to catch Flying Firm's timing. A shuttle repair foot took away Brother Feiyu, and then skillfully took away Chen Luya. Under the double pinch of Art and Tiny Bunny, Lu Fluke can only escape to the left side of the passageway to escape from the gun line, but as the time advances, the Mandalay break is still short of the last 30 seconds to be deciphered to complete. If he escapes again, he may be able to survive but he will lose the game as well. Let's go for it. Don't worry too much, that's what a man's supposed to do. A strong music resounded in the back of his mind, and he had no choice but to let go of it when it came down to it. Facing a gun line with 2 people racked to death, he opens the door to cheat a wave of bullets first, followed by a big jump to cripple Art, and then lands on his back for a second to put down Tiny Bunny. But he's still mopped up by Art when he turns the corner, and the win of this one goes to the 3 Stooges of the Dam again. The next match is the real point of the tournament, and it will be over whether the 3 Stooges of the Dam win or the Fluke Lu trio win. This game in the Tower of Babel, the birth point needless to say, the left and right side door plus the main door of the 1st floor. Lu Fluke 3 people in the left side, the Dam 3 fools in the right side. The stance kid a person resurrected in the main door of the 1st floor. As for the teammates have been knocked out of the exit. The 3 parties pulled the gate at the same time, deeply afraid that if they pulled the gate a second late they would get beaten. But Lu Fluke 3 people to break the thinking. After pulling the gate directly attack the main door of the body of the boy. What's that noise? Waiting for the identity kid to turn back. has seen Lu Fluke. Three people jumped down from the box. He was busy sealing the smoke ready to run. But this three people's gun line is really too dense. Directly hit him to the half disabled. This way from the west door to the east door. Not yet into the tower opened a big melee. This body boy is also a big life. Even not found by the damn three fools. Hiding in the corner to play the state. And the damn three fools. See Lu Fluke. Three people. The three fools of the dam. See Lu Fluke. Three people directly hit over, also panicked to cope with. Both sides fought hard. Neither could care less about the stance kid in the corner. Hongza took the lead in knocking down flying fellow firm. And the trio of Lu Fluke were ready to pull back. At this time the door opened. The body boy immediately sealed the smoke to the tower. Hongza also did not love the war to command the corporal and mercenaries into the tower. After Lu Fluke saves flying fellow, he leads them towards the main entrance. Just in time to still get the Mandel brick, but also to take the risk of being caught. After all, at the moment, the stance kid and Hongza are both heading here, and their goal is clear, to send the three Lu Fluke out of the match first. Art's hand cannon landed at the feet of Lu Yuehui, who immediately ran towards the west gate, still getting blown up a bit. Throw the bricks first, go to the west gate entrance, and come back to the main gate when they're gone. At this time, the body boy directly skipped the main entrance, ready to chase after Lu Fluke. Three people, but just happened to look right with the damn three fools. Tiny Bunny fired two random shots and he went straight to sleep. Sir, what swished past and fell back to sleep? Don't worry about it, keep chasing them. Seeing the Mandel brick on the ground, Hongza fell into a deep thought. That is to say, he chased over, and now he is outside the tower, and they are inside the tower, right? Not good. Hurry back, but still a step slow. Lu Fluke has come to the position where they just racked the first floor. This is good. The attack and defense is different. As the old saying goes, the damn three fools can go. He Lu Fluke can also go. The three Hongza were caught in a low-hitting game of cheating, and at the moment had no recourse but to huddle obscenely in the foreground to see if they could steal one away. But there was no place to hide from firm flying Wu's roving missiles as they came at them. A cannon double kill. Only Hongza Jet fled to the direction of the west gate. Lu Fluke. Three people immediately chased. Also no surprise, finally took the victory of this game. Woohoo! 300 rounds of 9x19 gold ammo, and it's time to go play with the QCQ-171 submachine gun again. Chapter 94, Come and Show Me. After coming out of the game, Lu Fluke was already starving his ass off, and he couldn't have imagined that these games would be longer than Longbow. Eat, I want to eat. 6 people came to the restaurant. Lu Fluke directly ordered stewed rotten battered chicken wings, to show the crowd what is called a fast foodist. Just saw him pick up the chicken wings and stuff them into his mouth. In less than 1 second, the wings were taken off the bone and pursed into his mouth. The date red sauce dripped from the corners of his mouth. Salty and fresh, and this hint of sweetness permeated the air. Then came his masterpiece demonstration. 6 chicken wings in 12 seconds, which made the crowd greedy. Was it really that good? Ah. Finishing his meal, he let out a plankton-like grunt. This feeling of being able to eat after having just labored was a real treat. But 6 wings are not enough, so I called the waiter over to give the name of the dish. I'll have sweet and sour pork, braised chicken nuggets, steamed mandarin fish, sliced husband and wife's lungs, sauerkraut, mouth-watering chicken, chickpea flour. Buddha jumps over the wall. And finally, a roasted pork with bean puffs. 9 dishes for 6 people is certainly enough food, and they're all hard-cooked. Yo, such a good dish. Wouldn't mind an extra pair of chopsticks? The man with the cowboy hat suddenly appeared in front of the crowd, again with this familiar scent. You're Zhang-san? What? It's only been a few days and you don't remember me? After he packed up the items in his bag and handed him over to the waiter, he consciously sat down next to Lu Yuqing. Is this a celebration dinner? Eats so well. He casually picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and put it in his mouth. Sweet and sour with the flavor of aged skin. The paste on the outside was crispy but not chunky, and the meat on the inside was soft without a hint of fishy taste. It's kinda tasty. Ugh. He hadn't had a good meal in all the time he'd been wandering the universe, and today he'd come back to the GTI crowd to rub it in. What brings you to battle too? Making money, traveling throughout the universe, or ordering funds? After all of Cosmic Star's tickets were ridiculously expensive, like that train to the Garden Isle, which was a bite-sized 5,000 W of halves no matter where you got on. So do you want to join us and we'll make money together? Forget it, I'm just a wannabe, and Cosmic Star came to me the other day and asked me to get rid of you guys. When these words came out, Hongza and Little Bunny instantly appeared murderous aura. It was hard to believe that this person was a mercenary of the Cosmic Star Corporation. Don't be nervous, I didn't promise them. Why? They should be paying a lot of money for that. Speaking of which, he was angry. He had managed to pick up a train to get to the Garden Island, and Cosmic Star had blown it up. You guys are the ones who don't realize that I was on the Garden Island 1 minute, and the Garden Island blew up the next. Speaking of which, Lu Fluke coughed as he was almost singled out by rice. What are you coughing about? It's okay, it's just this rice biting me in the mouth. Zheng San's entire body remained furious that such a good place had been destroyed. Forget it for now. Eat, eat. After a few people had a full meal, Zheng San carried his bag and planned to pat himself on the back. Really not with us? No, you guys are wanted criminals. If I stayed with you, wouldn't I be arrested and jailed by Cosmic Star? Lu Fluke, think about it. He is now a wanted man. If he really joined the GTI, travel will certainly be hindered. After all, he's a wandering prodigal in the whole universe. And there's nothing more important than freedom. So when will we see each other again? I don't know, but I owe you a meal. He turned his back on the crowd, waved, and disappeared into the sunset again. He's so mysterious. Chen Luyao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, not knowing where he came from, or if he was an earthling, or where he would appear. Do you think he'll be a fish-headed hot mom? As far as self-fate you could think of, there really wasn't any other race that could survive in the universe and still go around, other than the fish-head hot mothers that had this ability. How can that be? That's just as special. I think it's quite possible. Hongzhe just wanted to retort when he heard Chen Luyao and Lu Fluke speak in unison. They had really seen the fish-head hot mama, also people who had been to the Land of Light. Not to mention they were the ones who drove the rebellion in the Land of Light. This is but so many universes in this world, with so many M78 nebulae, that it is unknown which universe or country of light he came from. Anyway, Lu Fluke could be sure of one thing. He would never hurt himself or GTI, nor would he ever join Cosmic Star Corporation. The next day, the three just killed out of the machine dam. Lu Fluke directly paralyzed on the ground. A building of administrative buildings before and after the 4 teams. Hit him as to play after the M7 for the M14, after the M14 for the Tinglong, and finally all used the Machine Brothers Bison. That's a lot of intensity going up in this segment. Phew, he let out a long breath, then opened the scoreboard. The last 500 points left from the top, but now that the machine dams were adding up less and less points, it was time to return to top secret spaceflight in Bakshish. Still, it's a risk to try to fight out of Bakshi as a sanctuary for parasites, but spaceflight has been a tough fight since the last revamp, with one jail for all and all places to jail. Valkyrie is purely an indoor map, with low numbers, low bonus points, and the star overlook is a pile of, and hard to hit with a low burst rate. The top secret longbow is even more bullish and pushy, with 9 teams grabbing it for 1 evacuation point. Think about it, or top secret Bakshi better. At least the burst rate online, and the number of people with mixed strength can occasionally catch a rat. Come on, let's go to Bakshi after dinner. It's been a long time. Fine, but remember to make up the keycard. If you leave it in a place like Camp Asura, sometimes things don't get eaten. Engage, search, and withdraw when done. No way. For real. The trio landed in seat 1 of the landing inn, also known as the landing fighting seat and the Bakshi jail seat. 5 seconds after landing on the ground and hitting it together. That's a real future for the position. Great. It's the landing inn. We're saved. Unsurprisingly, the opening 15 seconds, still eating ammo boxes of Lu Fluke directly by the Cherrytown people, fed a hand cannon. Not yet had time to react. The museum number 1 position of the people even also brain Harry to landing fight. This is good to be caught in the middle of the fight again. A familiar feeling. A sense of desperation as Jail 2 is countercleared by Jail Big in Jail 3. How do you say which side to hit first? Lu Yuqing was momentarily unsure of what to do, and looked helpfully to the side at. Don't look at me. How do I know? How do I fight this? Chen Luyao pondered for a moment, proposing to withdraw to landing's main gate first, and see which side dropped people first, and then smoke which side. True or false? Are they going to fight? The reckless man who rushes in the opening round is sure to fight. Chapter 95, Mantis catching cicadas. Yellow bird, snake after yellow bird, eagle after snake. As luck would have it, after Lu Fluke's trio retreated to the door, Cherrytown and Ramp's men fought straight up, props flying all over the landing inn. The fight is so intense. There's not going to be anyone else coming along for the ride, is there? Just at this moment, Bakshi Big Bath came footsteps. Lu Fluke 3 people immediately went to the parking lot to take refuge. 3 teams fight. They do not dare to get together. Moments later, the team listening to the sound slopes was eliminated by Brush first, followed by a matchup between Bakshi's Big Bath and Cherrytown. But they made too much noise. C4 exploded back and forth, and there was still a long stalemate before someone else came along on the scent. A look at the direction of the museum people. Lu Fluke suddenly feel that you can sit and harvest the benefits. After all, so many people wave after wave simply do not have the opportunity to lick the bag. If he is harvested, will not be able to beat it cool, and as the only surviving team in the whole map, plus the score is a lot of points. Maybe this hand can be rushed to the top. Listening to the artillery fire at the landing inn, Lu Fluke had never felt so comfortable. 5 minutes later, the natives of Cherrytown in the middle of 3 teams were killed. and just as one team left another came from the direction of the Tower of Babel. What is the virtue of a small landing in that attracts so many people to fight? Lu Fluke broke his fingers and counted. Now did 2 teams on the field known team there are 3 teams, assuming that the Tower of Babel died a team. Then the last remaining team's position is uncertain. He couldn't even think about how many boxes this landing in had to lick today. Looking at the time, this one place played a whole game. Lu Fluke 3 people watched a whole game. There are still the last 10 minutes left. Lu Fluke looked around, ready to go to harvest. Just now the movement has been played. The Tower of Babel over a team into the compulsion of the king. But the next second, another team came from the direction of the Bakshi Great Bath and fought again. Time is running out. Chen Luyao immediately went to pull the gate. Lu Fluken began to go down to harvest. Just as soon as he passed by, he was stunned by the boxes all over the ground. This a small landing. There are 12 boxes, and not including the next 2 teams to be harvested, so that the 3 people can eat the whole 18 boxes. This is simply appalling. Here, have Grandpa's 7.62. Hey, I'll be damned. That smells good. 18 boxes simply cannot finish. The big red bag stuffed with cannot be loaded. On the side of finishing accessories while comparing prices, Lu Fluke Fortunate is much more casual. Casually stuffed the bag on the line. The scope alone accounted for 2 rows of space. Finally, in front of the Tower of Babel, all 3 were evacuated by 10 million, adding 320 points directly to this hand, with the last 180 points left from the top. When the 3 of them came out of the game space, the passers-by around them cast envious glances, but there was also some fear in those glances, because this match was full of top 500 teams except for them. This hand alone directly turned the top 500 into top 493. This match was also picked as a selected battle by battle, not only because of the stoicism of the Lu Chuqiang trio, but also because the operations of those top 500 teams were just too bright. And this kind of top game is still a great spectacle, not limited to each other rack point pumping target. There are a variety of dry pull and jump sweep. In short, the other team operation is very bright. Only Lu Fluke they are fishermen, although not participate in the battle but at least gained the final victory, but also each one of the millions of evacuation. Organizing the backpack is also a kind of technology. After the end of this match, Nachev helplessly shook his head. Whether it is a robot or their own cultivation of the team seems to have no team can fight against them, or that some teams the simple-minded 4 limbs, pure and simple is to dry pull the emperor. Nothing is not afraid of course not afraid to die. Ugh assistant, go find me an earthling to coach. These people are so clueless. The thinking of this game can be much more important than the gun sense. If there is no thinking it is easy to be brushed as a human machine, just like the last wave. They didn't find out. This wave of 2 sides were pinned down, and directly determined the battlefield. Lu Fluke double kill. Chen Luyo is even more anticlimactic. A person stealing back body destroyed a team. This hand down. The system on the 3 people's evaluation and the sky has changed. Lu Fluke fortunate to become the team's wisdom bear. Chen Luyao consciousness is good, but also the dog luck. Usually hit people can't hit people. Randomly fire surprisingly can be headshot. Even if it is the AI is also going to be a brain downtime a little bit. In the next few days, Lu Fluke and his trio made their way through the ranks, getting the final 180 points and successfully advancing to the top team. According to the AI data, the 3 of them only need less than a year to become a top 500 team. But Lu Yiqing still thinks it's too slow. The last 4 months are left from the 6 months he said, and he's not a man who goes back on his word. Host, Lu Yuehui. Lucky value, 290. Increase in probability of producing red, 43.5%. This period of time, despite the fact that it has been pounding, but there are still some gains. After all, the current system has long been not the most primitive system of running knives. He will also grow. Lu Fluke is also now in the top secret mode. Lu Fluke wants to run the knife simply don't too easy, and out of the red probability greatly improved. Basically touch a container out of a red, out of the travel bag and courier box, and big insurance. These 3 have been thrown out of the ranks of containers by Lu Fluke. Pure fraud container. If the big insurance still have the value of touching, then the other 2 are pure disgusting container. Not to mention out of the red, out of the gold is pathetic. How about that? How much money is there now? Lu Fluke came to the workbench next to the yesterday threw the accounts to him to let him calculate this period of time. The crowd earned a total of how much money? The year is coming to the end of the year will soon be issued bonuses. That's a total of 70,377,005.29. It's okay, so much for that. You see to it that you divide it up. Remember to count the Ma brothers. They are also our employees. Until now Nachev have not contacted Ma Bagua and Mega 7. He thought that these 2 people died Lu Fluke hands. In fact, otherwise they are not only alive, but also enjoy GTI's temporary worker benefits. Not only have a salary, but also insurance and paid annual leave. and even travel every year over the holidays. After all this time of domestication, the two of them have come to think of themselves as the GTI Alliance. Jingle bells. Lu Fluke's cell phone rang. What people call him at noon. Hello who? There's no need to know who I am. All you need to know is that we have your mother. Ha! Chapter 96. It is only natural for a Lao Tzu to beat his son. After coming out for so long, Lu Fluke had almost forgotten that he still had an old mother on Earth. How could he not imagine that someone would kidnap his old mother? What do you want? Not doing anything, just letting you know. Ha 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 ha. Saying that the other party hung up the phone. Lu Fluke for a moment even do not know who the other party is. In the end is not the Universe Interstellar Company. Chen Luyao patted Lu Chuxing's back. She could feel that his breath was a bit confused. It just so happens that at this moment, there is an event on battle. A 32v32 event. And it is still a display event where you don't have to think about life and death. At this time Lu Fluke surprisingly saw a mysterious coach of the team of the Cosmic Star Corporation. The classic exploding head, and the smoke in the mouth. Despite not being able to see the face, but Lu Yuxing still recognized that this is not his own mother? Is it possible that Cosmic Star has hired his mom over as a coach? Interstellar Headquarters. Auntie Lu, you understand the monthly salary and treatment clearly, right? That's putting me against my son. Do you think that's possible? Lu Fluke is her own son, although not at home all year round, but it is also her hand to bring up. Well, what will it take for you to agree? It's my flesh and blood. It's got to add up. No problem. On the day of the competition, Lu Fluke appeared with GTI's team. Just on the stage a glance at the middle-aged woman standing on the opposite side. It is not exactly his old mother who landed on Earth. Son of a, come to see your mom? Mom, stop it. Isn't it good to go home and retire? Asterisk 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 Q. 55 is the age to break in. And I can't find something for myself to do if you don't stay home all year. Lu Fluke good speechless but he cannot refute anything, since he went to society, has not returned home, in addition to the money sent back every month on the no news. But Mom, you know I'm wanted by Cosmic Star now. I know, that's why I'm not here to arrest you. Lu Fluke dumbfounded. Surely pro-life, not pro-life cannot do this kind of step. The match is about to start. This time the map is still trench warfare, but at this point Lu Yuk Luk is not the same Lu Yuk Luk as before. If you want to beat him, ask him about the full auto S12K in his hand first. As the defending side, Lu Fluke has an absolute advantage in this map. Don't have to think about death, just charge forward. The other side. Auntie, how do we fight? The attacking side is not good. My son will definitely have to lead men with shotguns to catch people in the trenches. Try to avoid running across the field and fight at a distance, as well as have the main battle tank team take care of themselves not to shed ADS, only to see the old lady with an ASH-12 in her hand, rushing directly into the trenches. She does not charge across the street, but at the end of each trench straight frame, Lu Fluke just wanted to rush and was put down by 3 shots. His S12K effective damage range is too small. As long as the distance is far away, it becomes a burning stick. After being targeted like this 2 or 3 times, Lu Yaya decisively gave up the shotgun and took the M700. You guys go on to confrontation in the trenches. I'm going to the back to smoke targets. There are masters on the other side who always know where I am and manage to crouch me all the time. He was really sweating. It was as if his positional thoughts were all mapped out by his opponent, and there was no chance of fighting back at all. Auntie, what happens when there are fewer men charging in the trenches? Then you guys take advantage of the opportunity to rush the point. I'm going to the back to clear out the snipers. This time, Lu Fluke just probed his head and tried to snipe. He was put down by the old lady with a single shot, and no matter where he sniped, the old lady was able to lock his position within a second. Lu Yuehong are beginning to doubt life. Opposite this person how to do. Time and time again can catch himself. This is still a person? A. B point was quickly broken. The entire GTI including Flying Fish and Lu Fluke were pressed, although usually will not touch this mode. But this is also too difficult to play a little bit. If Beacon the two of them would have killed madly, and now as soon as they showed their heads, they were racked to death by several gun lines, especially a person on the opposite side who called me your mother ID, and in just a few minutes had already killed Lu Fluke a whole 12 times. It was as if he was targeting him intentionally or unintentionally, but he didn't even have a chance to fight back before he had the feeling that he was being restrained by this person. Notchab outside the screen has already laughed his ass off. Did not expect Lu Fluke also have today? Did not expect the beacon and the king of touching the gold will now also be in the big battlefield to eat a defeat. Lu Fluke, didn't expect it. I would get your mom to deal with you. Like this feeling of being suppressed? Like this feeling of being chased and beaten by your old mother? Like this feeling of being defeated? Ah ha 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 ha. Knowing the son is not like a mother Lu Chukhung heart of those small 99 she is clear. When the trench cannot see Lu Chukhung figure when she knew he was going to go to the back of the hide sniper. And so on to the C point she could not see Lu Chukhung and the sniper. and then guessed that he must be in the sea point when the old lady decisively pulled out a roving missile and directly blew up the house at point C. Then she threw out an incendiary bomb to make Lu Fluke directly into a veteran barbecue. Don't fight. Stop fighting. Lu Fluke has been rushed to death. Who would have thought that this person would know where she is at all times? Who is she really? It can't be your own mom, can it? Then again, if she really was her old mom, it all made sense. Since he was a child, Lu Fluke has been ruled by her, and she knows what he is thinking all the time as if she is a mind reader. Including the time when he secretly fell in love with Chen Luyao, he was also understood by her. It can't be true. The coach himself tortured Lu Fuhun last time, which belongs to the Communicate Personal Revenge. Point C was also about to fall under the onslaught of the crowd's Cosmic Star Corporation. The opposing team's marksmanship was nowhere near as hard as that of the GTI alliance, but the tactical deployment was far more clear and rational than that of the GTI crowd. Is this the legendary wisdom of the older generation? If it was a beacon zone, Lu Fluke's command might be clear and rarely misjudged. But now it's a full-scale battlefield. It's a living melee. A person commanding the other 31 people can easily be confused. But why can Lu Tsuehua command so fluently? Fei Yu, help me sanction my mom. I'm going to be a wimp. I can't help it. He laughed bitterly. Not that he did not want to. Is really no opportunity. A head is exposed to be set fire. This situation, even if the god came to have to eat 2 bullets and then go whatever. Let it go. Activate plan B for me. Lifting fog movement. Activate. Chapter 97 Fog Raising Campaign. Launched. In an instant all the GTI personnel switched their dryads to Dr. B, Mia and Red Wolf, and the arena was filled with smoke. Charge the hell out of him. Don't be afraid to die. It's the defending side anyway, and there's no fear of attrition. I'm releasing the rebirth beacon. Rebound. There is a policy at the top and a countermeasure at the bottom. Tsuehua immediately ordered all the snipers at the back to switch to Luna, and the probe arrows flew out one after another towards the far side. So what if the fog movement is raised? But it is still not going to expose the position. But the detecting arrows don't last forever. The smoke lasts much longer than the range covered by the detecting arrows. And with the constant replenishment of smoke by the personnel, the battlefield at the moment is not an existence that can be seen by the naked eye at all, even if they were detected. So what? There was still no way to catch their exact location. This wave of offense hit and had a clear effect. The Cosmic Star Corporation side really couldn't fight anymore and didn't dare to go down easily. They lost a large number of people in this wave. In order to preserve their chances, Lu Tsuehua directly ordered everyone to pause their charge and began to hide behind cover to look for opportunities, during which they kept interfering forward with at-4 and other long-range means. The fog-raising campaign, even if intensive, could not be maintained for a long time. There was always an empty time, and Lu Tsuehua was waiting for this time. When the smoke cleared, they were greeted by a barrage of artillery fire. This game ended very quickly. Lu Fluke was grammed to death by his own mom. Trench warfare as the defending side surprisingly lost so quickly. Kid, it's still decades too early to fight with your mom and me. After leaving, Lu Fluke returned to his prefabricated room unwillingly. How could he lose so completely? And on the side of Cosmic Star, it's not good, President. Lu Tsuehua is gone. Run off? Or kidnapped by GTI? The assistant panicked and took out a note which read, "Old lady, I've had enough fun. Teaching is over. The money won't be returned to you. Just take it as tuition." Nachev was mad. This woman was shameless. She hit and ran, and said her 3 kilowatts of havoc was tuition. Go get her back. Can't come back. What? Is it possible that he was killed on his way to defect? His own assistant was hesitant to speak. He seemed to think of something, but was not sure. She was taken by the Lord God. Nachev's sky collapsed. His own family has believed in Garros for generations and has yet to have one person taken in. This Lu Tsuehua was taken in just because of a game. Does that mean she is more talented than he is? No way. I'm the most talented and brainy person in the family. How could I be inferior to that hot-headed Amma? He dreamed of being taken under the wing of Garros and wanted to leave this dimension for a new, higher world, but he never got the chance. And several times he faced the Lord God and inquired to ask why he was not chosen. Garros simply told him, "You're not good enough." For the sake of this sentence, he had subconsciously elevated himself for decades, but he still hadn't reached the heights they were looking for. But it was this woman in her 50s who was chosen by the Lord God to be the singer in that void. Ugh, gotta figure out a way to deal with my mom. We don't have to deal with it. Let's just go get her back. Tiny Bunny makes the suggestion that now with the backing of the consortium, they have the means to take on Cosmic Star. No, it's too risky. Meanwhile, my handed over the computer screen. Take a look for yourself. Maybe we won't even have to look. A red dot was seen traveling at the speed of light through the universe, and all the planets along the way were destroyed and would explode if they got any closer. This? What is it? It's your mom. My mom blew up? No, what are you thinking? It's your mom blowing up other planets. My Seowon knew that Lu Yukon might not be able to accept this fact and was just about to comfort him. So I'm a descendant of Superman. Asterisk 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 you Superman. My punched La Fluke in the head and then came the video footage. In the video, Lu Tsuewa didn't make any movements and was in a constant state of lethargy, but she seemed to be attracted by mysterious forces and was constantly flying deeper into the universe. It's Garros. The voice of the main god came out in his head. The aura of destruction was too familiar. Only it was really unexpected that this great Buddha had set his eyes on Lu Tsuewa. It seems your mother was chosen to be the singer. What is a singer-songwriter? Chen Luyao's parents are the glorifiers under my command. That is to say that Lu Yukluk's mother is about to turn into an inhuman monster. This he refused 10,000 times and immediately asked the Lord God, Lord, I don't want my mother to be a singer. Why? Not only will you have an endless lifespan when you become a songbird, I find endless life a torture than a condition like becoming a monster. So you want to save her? Yes, but I don't have the strength to fight Garros. Well, seeing as you're my favorite dependent, I'll help you out for once. The next moment the divine light enveloped Lu Fluke, and in less than half a minute, the two arrived at Lu Tsuewa's side. Garros immediately stopped in his tracks when he saw the two arrive. Jug Sotos, what do you want again? A foreign god expelled from the royal court dares to call me by my real name? The royal court? What's the royal court? All I know is that no one will be able to control me after you're gone, and I don't fear anyone but Nicholas. The three-pillar gods. Lu Yuqing silently sighed, partial to having to tell his weaknesses? With the relationship between Jug Sotos and Sabrina Nicholas, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to get him to be there? He doesn't need his hand in this matter yet. Go on, go for it. Lu Yuehong inwardly meditation. This matter still need him to go out. Hello. No need? Oh, what arrogance, Jug Sotos. You're just as conceited as Nair Lathotep. Ha 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 ha. Arrogant or truly powerful? You'll find out later. The next moment a distorted white light appeared from the air, and Pan Shin descended from the sky. Didn't you say you wouldn't let him strike? Garros was a bit flustered. Wasn't this Pan God one of the incarnations of Shabu Nicholas? If he really let his main body descend in a fit of ruthlessness, Garros would definitely be sliced to pieces today. While he may not die, he will definitely disappear for a while. Yeah, I didn't ask him to make a move. Is Pan God him? It was very rude and mocking to have an avatar refer to the pillar god proper, and Garros was about to say yes, but held his tongue, almost falling for Jug Soto's trap. Chapter 98 War of the Godheads, the fifth child. Today to take the examination to come late everyone, tomorrow an additional chapter. Thanks for understanding. What's wrong Garros? You are his fourth child, a powerful being among the outer gods to say the least. Why is your body in fear of a pan-god? Jug Soto stood with his arms folded, his eyes sharp. This was nothing more than a pantheon god he had captured from the middle of the long river of time, and he didn't even have a sense of self-awareness. But Sabrina Nicholas could still determine Garros' sin through this one body. If the three of you hadn't been born early to seize the divine throne, I wouldn't have feared you. A flicker of anger flashed in Garros' eyes. He himself had been ostracized since birth, having inherited his father's attributes of destruction and order, making him an ostracized being no matter what universe he was in. Helpless, he was banished from the royal court for life. I know what you fear, and I know that you fear me alive, and you should fear me more than I fear him. He'd had the thought, but never expressed it, and today he wanted to say it to try and see how Jug Sotos reacted. Jug Sotos is the caretaker of the royal court, and although his main body was swept up in the timeline and disappeared 1,000 years ago, he still guards Azathoth with many incarnations so that he can sleep peacefully. Has also been looking for singers to hypnotize in order to have the effect of putting him to sleep forever. But it was some time ago that he suddenly realized that the music of disorder would make Azathoth sleep more and more. But the appearance of order was exactly the thought he wanted to awaken. And when did he want to awaken? It was when Garros was born. He stepped out of time and space, guiding the stars towards order and destroying what was disordered. He was the only order in the entire worldview of the universe run by the king's court. But it was precisely because of this trace of order in him that made him the most feared existence in the royal court. You're right, we're jealous of your existence. But remember you're just a flea on him. Don't really take yourself seriously. So what if it's a flea? I'm the only one who can wake him up. As long as I return to the royal court the whole universe will be back in order again. Isn't that good? Jug Sotos frowned tightly and angrily. Good. Once Azathoth wakes up, the whole of time and space will cease to exist. Where will there be any order then? Everything in the universe will cease to exist. Is that what you want? I don't care about that. I inherited his will to awaken, and I was born to live for this. Lu Fluke head confused. These two people talk about what? He could not understand a word. What is going on? That, or should I save my mom first? He poked Jug Sotos in the arm, and the next moment his brain suddenly went blank and his face turned blue. Cootie! Immediately, Jugsotos peeled his hands away, and then 3 tentacles stretched out from his cheeks and began to handle Lu Fluke's body. How could a mortal just touch the body of an outer god, even if he was just an incarnation? At this moment, Lu Chuxing's body strength is comparable to that ancient god's. To be replaced by an ordinary person has long been exploded and died. For the sake of this one favor, you've gone to such lengths? Oh, you don't understand his importance. I'll leave this old woman here, and if you want it, you'll have to go. I'm not short of this one songbird. So kind? Jugsotos didn't believe that Garros would easily let Lu Fluke and Lu Tsuehua go. I lied to you, but it's also true that I don't lack one of her. Since this mortal cares so much about this old woman, how will he feel when he wakes up if he sees that the main god he believes in can't even protect his loved ones? After saying that Garros was ready to stab Lu Tsuehua's heart, seeing that she was in critical condition, but Jugsotos couldn't go away at all. After all, Lu Yuqing still needed him to repair his body and mind. Child, I can't save her. It's all life. Jugsotos wasn't going to save Lu Tsuehua. He was only one incarnation, and he simply didn't have the strength to mobilize another incarnation to come over and help. In the nick of time, the sleeping pan god floating in the air violently opened his eyes, and then slapped a claw towards Garros, blocking the fatal blow for Lu Tsuehua. Garros, you're really getting unafraid of death. If I hadn't come just in time, you would have dared to make a move on a mortal. The royal court had a rule that the outer gods and dominators were not allowed to attack mole crickets and mortals. And just now, Garros had seriously violated the discipline of the royal court. I did break the rules of the king's court, but my expulsion from the king's court more than made up for it, and you simply can't judge me. This, Pan God and Jugsotos were dumbfounded. Yeah, he was expelled from the royal court. There was no need to follow the rules at all. At this moment a rushing red light appeared and the twisted creature appeared before the 3. It was Nyarlathotep, one of the 3 pillar gods, the embodiment of chaos, and for the purpose of transmitting the thoughts of Azathoth. Wake up, wake up. His voice resounded in the void. It was Azathoth's thought today. He wanted to wake up, so he's here to support the return of Garros to the king's court. Reconstruction. Order. This was good. 2 against 2. The advantage was with Garros. After all, Jugsotos was only half a pillar god now. Can't wake up. Never. The unconscious Lu Fluke opened his mouth silently, then he slowly opened his eyes, and Jugsotos, who was inside the void space, was instantly tugged. Did it mean that this kid had just made a connection with his own body? This sent, your original body has returned? Shabu Nicholas looked over incredulously, confirming that the aura on Lu Chuxing was the aura of Jugsotos proper, not any of the incarnations, the aura of the proper master. How is this possible? He's just a mere mortal. Garros also voiced a question. How could a mortal man be associated with the pillar god? He wasn't even a special pack, just tiny humans. Lu Fluke slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was no longer the GTI cadre that only played Delta, no longer the invulnerable man-eating rat in the Overwatch battle network. Instead, it became the key to the 3 pillar gods of Jugsotos, the key to summoning his essence, possesses a small portion of the power of Jugsotos proper. He is the silver key. A few moments later, Lu Fluke regained his consciousness, and he instantly grasped most of the world's knowledge, as well as the power to travel back and forth within a small period of space. There are many paths to death, and you chose the most painful one of all. My methods are known to you. He lifted the veil of nothingness in the universe, revealing its very essence, and the blinding white light made Garros lower his eyelashes to shield them from the light. The searing heat stung his skin as the knowledge poured towards his mind. The process was so painful that even if he was as powerful as an outer god, he could easily explode and die. Chapter 99, The Key of Silver. Feeling the constant erosion of his brain, Garros could only retreat first, removing half of his brain and leaving behind a portion of his torso before fleeing toward the distance in a grayish manner. Although he didn't cut him into pieces this time, he had at least saved Lu Tsuehua. Jugsotos, you've picked up a treasure. It seems like it's only a matter of time before I get my essence back. This time, his incarnation time reached its limit again, and he didn't even have time to send Lu Fluke back before he disappeared. And Shabu Nicholas also disappeared afterward. Living up to his name, the pillar god came and went in a hurry, and only the pan god didn't even know why he appeared here after he regained his own consciousness. Lu Luck wasn't in a position to help him, so let him fend for himself. The GTI crowd also started searching after realizing that Lu Fluke was missing, until they were relieved when Tiny N Self started again to make a space jump. What were you doing? Startling us. It's to pick up my mom. Lu Tsuehua, who just woke up, walked down from the annihilator, worthy of being a strong woman. Her blood is sufficient, and she can jump and jump when she just woke up from her coma. Mother asterisk 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 her, you brat, why did you drag me back here? If you don't yank it back, you mustn't just turn into a monster. Only then did Lu Chuxing take out that pocket watch and also called Chen Luyao over to look at it with him. When she saw herself as a child on the photo, Chen Luyao looked incredulously at Lu Chuxing. How did he have this pocket watch, which was clearly her father's? You've met my father? No, I won't be able to see you again. I've been looking for a chance to talk to you since the last time I got out of Garden Island, but I didn't know how to ask. He revealed an awkward smile. He wasn't really good at comforting people, and if Chen Luyao had an emotional breakdown after learning about this, he wouldn't even be able to help. Did they pass away? Not expecting Chen Luyao to say that, Lu Fuyao hurriedly waved his hand. No, just living in a different way. In the distant depths of the origin of the universe, there would be a pair of singers who would play noisy and disorganized music day and night to hypnotize Azathoth so that the world could then exist. And in a sense, they were the patron saints of the universe. That's good that it's okay. There was no sadness or too much questioning. It was enough to know that my parents were still alive. Lu Chuxing was also relieved to see Chen Luyao's mind relaxing. If she cried, she didn't know how to comfort her. Mom, as you can see, you're really going to be such a monster if you're taken away. He didn't know if it was possible to be reversed to become human again after becoming a glorifier, but in order to avoid that risk, he still didn't want Lu Tsuehua to follow Garros. One of the other reasons was that Chen Luyao's parents became glorious singers, which had an establishment and existed around the royal court. But if she became a Garros order singer, she would most likely not even have an establishment, and if she didn't have an establishment, she would risk being killed, because no one would protect an appendage of an outer god who had been expelled from the royal court. So that's it. I was almost fooled by him, the Lord God of the gutter. Lu Fluke smiled helplessly and said, he's not a main god, he's just in exile. It's not for nothing that Cosmic Star has adopted a policy of hegemony. After all, it's Garros who believes in it, and he's the great killer of the universe. Host, Lu Yuehui. Average level of marksmanship, 9. Average level of consciousness? Average level of gaming, 9. About to break through the level cap. After this incident, Lu Fluke also completed a metamorphosis, and now his strength has far exceeded that of his peers. Lu Fluke handed Lu Tsuehua over to the commander, and he was going to proceed back to battle to earn points. Mom, it's fine, don't keep running around. I'm worried too. Come back and visit more often if you're worried. Don't fool around all day and make me look like a lonely old man. After saying that, she also patted Chen Luyao's shoulder and said, you help me keep an eye on him. Don't keep letting him go around risking his life. Auntie only has this one son. I'll leave it to you. Auntie, what do you mean you left me in your hands? Wasn't I taking care of you? Humph. Anyway, Auntie said that she's just giving you to me. So I'm your guardian now. Hurry up and call out sister here. Lu Fluke, don't look away. Don't want it. Although Chen Luyao is indeed older than himself, but he never look at her as his sister. Say something. Later. It had to be called. But not now. As for on what occasion, it was not up to Chen Luyao to say. The first thing you do when you enter battle is still to open the leaderboards. You'll be on top soon. You've got to get on the scoreboard. Come what may. Drive one first. This time Lu luckily didn't start 6 sets, but 3 sets and a half modified Scar H. Let's go small for big. Come on for real. It's really easy to turn into paper mache without 6 sets. Flying Fellow panicked for a moment. After all, after playing 6 sets of slams for so long, it was still a bit unfamiliar for him to go back to going small. You guys don't have to follow. I'll go single 3. Chen Luyao and simultaneously issued a shocked voice. Just accepted Lu Tsuehua's commission, said to keep a good eye on Lu Fluke, not to let him take risks. As a result, this kid came back to go to the single 3. This is not a joke? No way. Don't risk it. It's fine. Aren't you guys clear about my strength? The current me isn't the knife-running kid from before. Lu Fluke, who had become the key of silver, was far stronger and more aware than those so-called elites at the moment, not to mention the experience and awareness he had accumulated over the years. And what if something happens to you and Auntie comes looking for me? Just tell her that I was sacrificed for the balance of the universe's resources and that it was worth dying for. Touching Chen Luyao's head, Lu Yueqing strides toward top secret Bakshi. Spaceflight is still too meaningless. He wants to fight. With 500 rounds of Class V ammo stuffed directly into the bag in safety, the Bakshi Clear Chart program kicked in. The cadre continues to choose Admiral B. Dr. Open. The helicopter landed at the main gate of the Tower of Babel, and he intended to go straight to catch the Westgate team, but Simon did not pull the plug, but chose to set off towards the old town. This run just hit Lu Fluke's gun line. 2 shots to the head and 3 shots to the chest directly knocked a man down, and the head armor is completely shattered. What's worse, there was no cover in that area except for an abandoned bus, so unless you abandoned this teammate and went off on your own, there might be a chance of survival. Gee, there's no rush. I'll just watch how you guys fight. The team to the east didn't mind much, charging straight into the tower to start eating after the gate point countdown ended. Lu Fluke said that there was no hurry. and that he would send them on their way after they had eaten their fill. In front of this team chose to seal the smoke back people. Lu Fluke directly began to shoot smoke. 500 rounds of gold bullets are not afraid of wasting bullets. Anyway, they are here to kill people on the score and not to make money. Who cares about the attrition? The volley didn't kill them, but it did cripple one. Now one down and one disabled. You can start punching. Chapter 100 The Bakshichingta Project. Instead of choosing to go for a frontal breakout, they chose to go for a detour to the water storage area, letting them save. And what if they save it? They simply don't have the time to hit the status. Lu Fluke made it to the high point and these 3 bean batches were still dosing, so we had to send them home. The last one, Mai Xiaowen, even raised her head and Lu Fluke exchanged a glance, and did not put down the medicine in her hand, but slowly touched the other side of the car. It's all too much for Lu Yuehong to be embarrassed to do. Isn't that a little too cruel? Lu Fluke directly jumped off the high platform. A smoke sealed out the sight of horrible claws, and then slowly and quietly touched behind this bean batch. Don't blame me. I'll just have to send you and your teammates to a reunion. He executed the last man straight away. A bit of a heartbreaker, but at least he could keep a full set of 5 for himself. And the other 2 came in fully loaded, guns in their hands with full modifications. This is where Lu Fluke evolves directly from Rat into a 5-set double-shot pummeling brother. This 500 rounds of ammunition seems a little redundant. After all, now this 7.62 version is not at all lack of bullet supply, as long as the murder will have bullets to make up for it. Although the words are so, but the preparation is always a little safer in the heart. Whose turn is it next? 8 minus 2 is equal to 6. Inside the Tower of Babel. Lettuce. Vertical. True or false? The new big red. It's worth a fortune. Do you guys have 9-gauge insurance? The 3 men looked at each other and realized that none of them had 9-gauge insurance. How about I take the direct dog tag and evacuate? Asterisk 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 Q. If you leave, won't we be 2 against 3? Do you want us to die? Just as the 3 of them were chatting furiously, Lu Yueqing had already touched the top of the tower unknowingly, and was currently on their upper floor, through the bulletproof glass. See these 3 little cute. The guilt in his heart is still climbing. This if not kill it, they designated to kill themselves. If you kill it feels like you are bullying the little cutie, but the 6 sets on their bodies are really too fragrant and that vertical and horizontal, he is also really want. Taking advantage of the 3 people do not pay attention. Lu Fluke directly static stepped to their head, but the sound of stepping on the iron sheet still disturbed the 3 people, then directly open card fight. Lu Fluke quickly retreated to the top floor. The other party's Mai Xiaowen immediately went upstairs to open the scanning. Saw Lu Fluke only one person. The 3 people instantly have a bottom. 3 against 1 is not always lose, but at this very moment, the door to the top floor was opened, and Lu Fluke directly sent Mai Xiaowen to bed first. At this moment, 2 against 1. The advantage is still in the 3 of them, but don't forget that one of them has a vertical and horizontal big red. At this moment it should be Lu Fluke 1 against 1, and the person who has a big red is not resisting, and the shooting skill and consciousness will also be affected. Lu Fluke constantly probed to determine the location of the 2, and then find the right time to prioritize the knockdown of the body with the vertical and horizontal Weilong. The last person instantly panicked. The last red wolf in the group Mike has already begun to greet the 2 people's virtual parents. What to do now? How about a direct dog tag evacuation? Human nature is amplified at this moment. This red wolf without a moment's hesitation directly opened big towards the dog tag's evacuation point to run over, but halfway was actually intercepted by the crocodile. A mouthful of down directly drop 80 drops of blood. Lu Fluke directly simply replenished a shot. The 3 people again turned into an urn was thrown out of the game. It's still got to be a 6-pack. It's so secure to wear. Not to mention it's still a nearly fully durable 6-pack that comes with 2 manicure kits. It smells so good. Geez. Especially vertical, which just came out and is ridiculously overpriced. 8 minus 3 is equal to 5. Exit point before the Tower of Babel. Big brother. 3 big reds. We're rich, ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? We haven't even evacuated yet. Aren't you afraid someone will come and get us? Uluru immediately said it was impossible. It was only 10 minutes into the game. How could anyone come after them at the pulling point? Just after these words, Lu Fluke's footsteps were approaching. And just because it was impossible didn't mean it really wasn't. The 4 of them looked at each other at the evacuation point. Lu Fluke directly sealed smoke pull position. He thought that someone pulled the evacuation point pulling for fun. Where did he think that there were people here? Uluru threw fire pressure on Lu Fluke's position, and Hacking Claw opened up and swept to Lu Fluke being a 6-set. Big brother. It's a slamming brother seems to still be a single 3. Ha 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 ha. Great. I can still earn a wave of equipment before evacuating. The 3 gradually dropped their guard and began to surround Lu Fluke, who at this point hadn't realized the gravity of the matter. Lu Fluke jumped on the box and smoked one off first, then sealed the smoke and disappeared. Big brother, he seems to have run away. Forget about chasing. Evacuation takes precedence. Save lives first. Lu luckily ran away. But did he really run away? If he ran, he actually went around the point. At this time there are still 2 minutes from the evacuation. He still has room to maneuver. Lu Fluke, who had passed by the front of the museum, went straight around in the direction of the Asura camp, hitting a stimulant to get back to full strength, just in time to catch the three of them trying to get back to the evacuation point timing. At this moment Lu Fluke instantly came to the evacuation point before. Want to withdraw? Not allowed. Scar H gunfire resounded in the map. Lu Fluke directly thwarted the three people. This time he did not start this thing cannot be blamed on him. The three of them have 2 blades and a sweeper robot in their bag. This time Lu Fluke's bag is a bit unable to put it. He directly stuffed one of the blade servers into the human machine's bag. Well, I can't take it and no one else can. 8 minus 4 is equal to 4. After doing this he began to attack the museum again, and found that there are 3 rats and mice in the underground vault to open a card, which is good. Who is not happy? Was thinking that he could still go to the underground vault to open a card. This is someone to help him open it, which will have to eat In fact, he would have panicked if these 3 had been upstairs, but now these 3 rats were in the basement, waiting for the ground. The other side of the horrifying claw, a large open, found Lu Fluke his 6 sets of immediately shot to play a secret signal to beg for mercy. Together, they walked up to Lu Yuxing and worshipped again and again, only hoping that Lu Yuxing would give them a way out. Seeing them all one by one is a level 1 head 3 level armor and half reformed gun. Lu Fluke is too embarrassed to make a move. Can't eat anymore, and I'm too lazy to eat the crappy ones. Great mercy. Lu Fluke directly collected 3 minions, then took them to the Tower of Babel before licking the bag. They just couldn't eat all, rewarded them, including that blade server. 8 minus 5 is equal to 3. The 4 arrived at Cherry Town, when 3 boxes were lined up on the ground. 8 minus 6 is equal to 2. It looked like they were heading towards the bathhouse, and Lu Yuyo immediately followed, wanting to see if he could catch up with these 3. I waited until I got to the baths only to find that the evacuation point for the station in front of the Tower of Babel was open again. Looks like someone's playing hide and seek with them. At this time, Lu Fluke came to the museum with 3 minions, and the team that pulled the gate just now even ate the leftovers in the museum, which was really ungrateful. Refined in a moment. Chapter 101, I feel guilty talking to you about an AI. Lu Fluke rushed into the museum and shot at the group of gluttonous rats, licking away all the boxes he hadn't finished eating earlier. Did you guys kill it? Just lick it right here. But there was nothing to take with them. After all, they were all poor rats and mice coming for leftovers, so they had to follow the gates they pulled to prepare for evacuation. At this point in the field, there was one last team left except for 3 of his own minions, and there was no telling where they were. When the evacuation time is still 15 seconds left, the left exit of the Tower of Babel suddenly popped out a team. They are all doctors. The smoke in their hands will cover the evacuation point. Lu Fluke is too lazy to shoot. If he wanted to leave, he didn't bother to kill it, and he couldn't lick the bag anyway. After evacuating out, Lu Fluke saw the true face of his 3 little brothers, which is not exactly the brothers Zhu Biao and Zhu Di that he met when he just entered the battle network. Big brother. Zhu Biao was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. Fortunately he surrendered quickly, otherwise wouldn't he be taken away by Lu Chuxing's life in minutes. On the way out Lu Fluke mischievously came to say, "You guys just be glad that I can't eat anymore. If I was still hungry your end would be different." However, what really surprised Lu Chuxing was that these 2 people could still survive until now, so it was really a miracle. Back at home, Chen Luyo had already made dinner just waiting for Lu Chuxing so he could eat. Back alive, Chen Luyang said in a conspiratorial manner, condemning him between the lines. Because of this matter she was worried about the whole day. There was a moment she always think Lu Fluke is going to die. Fortunately it is just an illusion. Wash your hands and eat. You don't have to wait for Jin Yufeiyu today. Lu Fluke looked at the table of food and rubbed his hands together, then asked with a puzzled look, what did he do? The corners of Chen Luyao's mouth couldn't be suppressed when he said this. I'll tell you what, he was just fielding a row. By the time Chen Luyao finished the matter, Lu Yuqing also happened to receive a call from, I'm not coming back tonight, so no need to leave the door open for me. You boy. Flying fellow was also having to eat on it. Lu Fluke helplessly shook his head. This person is really, I do not know if it is Immortal Jump. To really meet him cannot have the money to ransom him. What? Envious? Chen Ludo's eyes narrowed. Lu Fluke felt the killing intent immediately compensated for the smile. Ha 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 ha. No, just worried if he's being cheated. Even though this is battle, there's no shortage of people with sense, and while they won't steal your organs, they'll steal all the havoc the victim has on them. It's a good thing that all of GTI's money is in the hands of Lu Fluke, but it's still a worry that they'll take all of the money that Firm Few has saved. Well, don't worry about him. I've seen that girl before. She's a good person. Really? Really? Looking at her determined eyes, Lu Yuqing could only sink his heart back into his stomach. The two of them sat down on the seat, and after a long day of exhaustion, Lu Fluk took a big bite of meat straight away, his mouth full of grease and sauce. Eat slowly. Chen Luyao drew a piece of paper, then held the back of his head with one hand, while the other hand was gently placed on his face to help him wipe away the stains. The scent of her hair made Lu Fluk a little restless and visibly blush a little. He didn't dare to look directly into Chen Luyao's eyes, so he shifted his gaze downward, but what came into his eyes was a flash of snowy whiteness, which made his face even redder. Although he and Chen Luyao were considered to be an old married couple from before, he was still like a newbie in front of her eyes. Feeling Lu Chuxing's hot gaze, Chen Luyao was also a bit shy. Ahem, let's eat first. Breaking free of her bonds, Lao Fluk blocked her face with one hand, trying not to bear her shy appearance. The chopsticks in my mouth are getting slower and slower, and the corners of my mouth are chewing less and less. The meal ended on an awkward note. Until the moment he entered the bathroom, Lu Fluk had a feeling of relief. Ha! He touched his face and it was still hot. Was he getting a second wind? He thought he had cemented his heart after Chen Luyao left, but he didn't expect to feel this way today. It's still the old adage that you have to unring the bell. Hunkered down in the bathtub at the moment, he wrapped his legs around himself, wondering if it was time for him to say goodbye to the past. In fact, Chen Luyao's unceremonious departure had really been nagging at him, which represented his own dedication to her for all those years had gone up in flames in that instant. But now that she's by her side, does this mean that everything from before is coming back? Will it be a renewed relationship or a fresh start? He shook his head. The question couldn't be thought about anymore. It was too torturous, more so than choosing whether to eat KFC or McDonald's. After waiting out of the bathroom, at this time, Chen Luyao was very obediently handing over a hairdryer to him. Figure it out? I don't know. The air was a little sticky at the moment, and it was as if the two were back in high school. Lu Yuqing once again responded positively to Chen Luyao's heart. Only this time, Chen Luyao handed over the initiative to him. As long as he gave a word, from this moment on they would be lovers again. Big stalls. Achoo! What a nuisance. These two are fooling around at home and kicking me out. Who expected a familiar figure to take a seat across from him at that moment? Lu Fluk didn't even have time to blow dry his hair before he ran out. Holy, what are you doing here? Women are like wolves and tigers. It's horrible. She's going to break my Taoist heart. Flying Fish slapped his forehead. This kid is stupid? People are posting up. They're pokin'. And this one's still not satisfied? She wasn't in a special situation back then, so you don't have to keep holding a grudge like this. To the point that it's not that I hold a grudge against her for leaving without saying goodbye. How can I put it? His feelings towards Chen Luyao were complicated. From being a couple in the beginning, to being a passerby after the reunion, he had treated Chen Luyao as a pampered object after returning from Garden Island, and now they were fighting side by side together. The relationship between the two is too complicated. From male and female love to brotherhood all have. And even after these few days of getting along with brotherhood even prevailed, he really couldn't do anything about his brother. Taking a sip of wine, Lu Fluk let out a long sigh. Cut and cut. The heart is really not good. He even had a feeling that if he got back together with her, wouldn't he be falling in love with his brother? And if that was the case, why couldn't he fall in love with Flying Fish? The thought flashed quickly, but was quickly thrown out of his mind. It was too scary. He admitted that he had been a bit lonely over the years, but he wasn't hungry enough to take a shot at self-au. There are actually some moments when Flying Fish looks quite clean. Chapter 102, The Golden Spearman. As soon as I thought of this, Lu Fluk touched his chin. Seemingly not. No way. What were you thinking? Really hungry? I say, you don't care so much. Chen Luyao, what a good girl, ah. Character generous, good looking. You two also know the roots. Especially she also accompanied you every day into death. But also for you to do laundry and cook. You still have what is not satisfied. To have such a person chasing after flying you. He could wake up laughing in his dreams. Yeah, what am I not satisfied with? But I'm still a little scared. Should I stop watching and waiting? If you keep watching, she'll run off with someone else. That's not good. In an instant the possessiveness in Lu Yuqing's heart instantly came up, and he also suddenly understood the important position of her in his heart. I see. Understood? Understand and don't go back. The corners of Flying Fish's mouth smiled, finally getting the hang of it. Lu Fluk drank a bottle of beer in one gulp, and with the strength of the wine, he jogged all the way back. When he opened the door, he saw Chen Luyao crying Ching sitting on the sofa. She was shocked to see Lu Fluk return. You, what are you doing back here? I figured it out. What are you doing? You can only be mine. The next morning, I woke up from bed only to feel a soreness in my backside. His gotta get tuned up. One's own health is not good. And then the strenuous exercise, the whole person is not good. At this moment, Chen Luyao had already made breakfast, and, who had been exiled for a night, had already sat down at the dining table and swiped the jitterbug. Next time don't exile me. It's cold wandering the streets. Got it. next time we go out. Lu Yuqing and Chen Luyao exchanged a glance, and the two of them smiled heartily. Li Feiyu has actually been considering moving out. Always have to leave a two-person space for the young couple, or else it will look like he is uninterested. Why don't I go out and rent a single room? I'll be comfortable living alone. It's not good. In the face of S proposal, was not too agreeable, mainly because his conscience couldn't get over it. It's okay, Hongza, Tiny Bunny and the others are planning to move in too, so I'll live with them then. No, just me and Fluke move out when they move in. It's a big house with 2 people in it. Chen Luyao had already planned that when Hongza and the others moved in, she would take Lu Fluke to rent a small room next door. This way you don't disturb the 2 space for 2, and you don't lose the opportunity to see each other every day with this great group of brothers. When the time comes, I'll just go next door with Fluke and rent a small house, for 2 people anyway. This should be the best solution at the moment. Firmly Feiyu nodded with satisfaction. Really grown up and would think for him. Overwatch Battle Network's new challenge is coming. The Golden Gunner Challenge is about to open. Want to be on the list of top battle teams? Do you want to become famous? You want to get $100 million in prize money? The Golden Gun Challenge is waiting for you. A notice appeared in front of the trio, which was a great opportunity to punch points. Is there a precedent for this activity? Not yet understand, but Lu Fluke already know everything through the power of the Silver Key. This is the annual event of the Super God Battle Network. Everyone receives a different task. The priority to complete all the tasks will receive a large amount of prize money, but also can increase a large number of points for their own battle team. At the same time there will also be a team mission. If the team of 3 people in the completion of the individual mission can also complete the team mission, points directly doubled. In the list of the reason why many teams have thousands of tens of thousands of points, the Golden Gunner activity has a great contribution. Today's GTI team is still in the Blackhawk segment, with one final sprint to the top, and if they can use this Golden Gunner to leap into the top 500, their impeachment plans will be accelerated. Lu Fluke has the power of the Key of Silver to know all kinds of knowledge in the world. These are the information he grasps through time, except that this power has side effects. As for what the side effects were, they were different every time. Just like this time, after using the power, he fainted straight away. Didn't wake up until the day after the event opened. At this point the fast progressing players had already completed no less than 10 quests, and their progress was pulled up by a large margin. You're finally awake. You're killing me. Chen Luyao was anxious about both Lu Chuxing's physical condition and the progress of the event. If she missed this event, the points would grow very slowly. I'm fine. Has the mission been posted? It's been 2 days since the campaign started and the mandate has come down. Lu Fluke immediately opened his mission panel to cumulatively kill 7 human aircraft and 5 players with the S-12K at the classified dam. This quest can be very difficult, and it's the first one. What is your mission? Chen Luyao's first mission was to kill 3 celebrities with the M700 from 50 meters away from the classified longbow. Flying Few, on the other hand, used the M7 to defeat a player at 30 meters in the space base. Why is it so hard for me? Maybe it's because you're handsome. Liu Feiyu gloated a little. Lu Yueshua hadn't touched a shotgun much until now, and this mission was a torture for him. Accompany me on a trip to the classified dam. With the S-12K he was really afraid to single 3, and mailed it when he encountered a slightly longer distance. No problem, let's go. Chen Luyao immediately jumped on Lu Yuxing's back, feeling the weight on his body. Lu Yuxing almost fell down with weak legs. Gu, what's wrong with you? Suddenly let me carry it. I don't want to walk. She rested her head on Lao Fluke's back, and it was the first time since high school that she had been carried by Lao Fluke. Okay Missy, sit tight then. Flying Fellow revealed a ratty, speechless expression. Had these two forgotten that there was a 300-watt light bulb beside them? After entering the game, Lu Fluke also made an unprecedented choice of Red Wolf. Go hit the administration building. This gun has little advantage elsewhere, especially when fighting in the wilderness. The S-12K is pretty chicken ********. Indoor battles are still a fight. The trio landed on the top of the dam at number 1, and this one had to be backhanded into the building. Can Big Brother really squat like this? The pack can. How else would you kill someone with a sandhawk? 3 old black men were crouched in front of the manager's office in the east building, just waiting for someone to come over and eat the insurance before they patched up the gun with a sandhawk. Backyard. This airbox isn't good. Why don't we go into the main building and do the quest? Although the 3 of them could have prioritized eating their way through the backyard before entering the main building, Lu Yuqing could no longer resist the urge to kill the enemy. It could be, but there's no footsteps on the main floor for fear of an old 6. It's okay, just have Lu scan it later. When Chen Luyao's skills were ready, the 3 of them kicked the door directly into the east building. A big move directly exposes 3 old blacks. It's over, Big Brother. We're exposed. Just play with an open card. Not afraid of them coming in, just afraid they won't come. Jia. Chapter 103. Don't touch them. Let me do it. Flying Fellow took the lead in the charge, but instead of rushing to open the door and go in, he shoved 2 rounds of Veterans Barbecue inside. The flames scorched the 3 old blacks, and the 3 men let out an uncharacteristic piggish squeal. Kimoji, however, on this level certainly cannot kill 3 people. Lu Fluke luckily poured 2 more rounds of hand cannon into it, directly blowing down one. No way. Wait for him to save it. S12K kill missions don't count if you're just mopping up shots. The moment the opposite side saved the person up, took the lead and went in to clear the landmines, and was right behind him with a jump to open the super waste shooting mode. As long as the enemy is within 4 meters of him is a matter of 3 shots. 4 meters away, waiting for death. Good thing that these 3 being did not change position. Just a wave of Lu Fluke to take 3 heads. Firm Feiyu got up from the ground, already having his head shaken by the sonic traps. If it wasn't for Lu Fluke and the others, hell knows how many people these 3 CS would have plagued. That's fine. 3 heads at once, 2 more to go. Since they had already come to the administration building, the 3 of them did not intend to leave. After all, other places are still too troublesome to find people. Not as convenient as squatting people in the administration building. But time passed by, and there were 9 minutes left and still no one in the administration building. No way. No one's here by now? This one seems to be overly peaceful, with no guns even going off anywhere other than the 3 old black men you meet in the opening scene. Forget it, I don't think I'll be able to finish this one. Just go to the backyard and see if there's anyone there and withdraw. The 3 of them went down the west building elevator, wanting to take a side trip to see if there was anyone behind them. By the time Lu got lucky enough to reach the airbox under the container, shots suddenly rang out on the outskirts of the parking lot. The people at the top of the dam were getting ready to come and squat at the evacuation point, and the people in the parking lot saw the people at the top of the dam. The worst part was that there was another team inside the evacuation point, so this group is all squatting. Really want to find can't find. Once pull the gate the whole map to come together. This wave of gate point is not withdraw. Since they wanted to die so badly, Lu Yuehong would satisfy them. There were still 9 minutes left anyway. More than enough to clean up these teams. The Red Wolf in the parking lot was the first to take down Uluru in the direction of the top of the dam, and the trio inside the evacuation point had no intention of intervening, but just kept a silent eye on the developments in the parking lot. Wow. 3 MP5s, all here on a mission, listening to the gunfire. Whichever team was in the parking lot had MP5s, and the 3 Uluru at the top of the dam were a Mini and 2 M700s. This configuration can be a little hard to bandage, and hitting close range really comes as a gift. Which team at the evacuation point isn't fighting yet? Are they trying to evacuate? No way. It looks like he's trying to come up with a yellow bird. At this time it depends on who is calm. In this point Lu Fluke fortunate or some say. After all, Botch is a full inning of action to be found when he squats. Do you think they'll find us? I don't think so. We're so far away as long as Uluru doesn't get we'll basically go undetected. Nah, this Uluru just likes to be. A patrol missile flew directly towards the container. It looks like it knows that there is someone at the evacuation point but puts it askew. This cannon directly drew attention to it, and the team at the evacuation point immediately opened up a big scan, and Lu Chukyong and the others were directly exposed. I'm going. What a guy. Let's hit this team at the evacuation point first then. There are still 2 minutes to evacuate. Lu Fluke intends to do this team directly after the evacuation. The idea is very beautiful, reality is very bone. The parking lot one surprisingly didn't hit 3 snipes or knock much of their status off, and they came right back with a handful of Veterans Barbecue after Lu Fluke's trio exposed themselves to the familiar recipe of another familiar sack, which was pretty badass. What do we do about which side to hit first? Dry the outside grooves first. Uluru. 3 Uluru can be unlimited refills. Lu Fluke still hate Veteran Barbecue. Which team behind them was just beaten by the pressure burst? I guess a moment and a half cannot come out. They should not have had time to lick the bag hand, probably not much melee gun. Seal smoke rushed out first. Lu Fluke hand cannon forced position then sealed out the smoke. A slip and shovel plus big jump instantly transferred to the door. At this time the 3-way gun line dead frame him, but Lu Fluke fortunate not the slightest panic. Directly a slippery shovel big jump connected to the landing seconds line perfectly avoid all the bullets. Then a big move to open the state of super hung. At this moment the 3 Uluru has become a dead man. Ha 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 ha. Quickly. Fast. The immense power of the shotgun allowed Lu to put one down in 3 shots, sending the Mini and an M700 away in 5 seconds, with the last one trying to run but being sent away by flying firm. Which team is next to squat the evacuation point? This kind of CS must be sanctioned. Inside the vault. What to do? How? Squatting evacuation point did not squat, and now the counter is beaten like this. The armor on all 3 of them had become ancestral armor, and their armor repair kits were depleted, and one of them had even had his head armor completely shattered. Ugh, why don't we make a code? Maybe they'll leave us alone. Day. Lu luckily heard the code. but he didn't respond, squatting in evacuation site and trying to signal it. That. 3 people without saying anything directly to the Volta bombardment. As patrol missile is more and more skillful. The whole acceleration of a gun double. The last man could only watch as he was blown up between the fire and the hand cannon. Phew, refreshing. Thinking back on the triangle over the years, I've been caught by these CS so often while running knives that I can't tell you how many half coins and big reds they've cost me. You want to end it like this? No way. You have to kill to get rid of it. There are 3 kinds of people I'm most annoyed with in my life. Chen Luyo was a little curious as to which 3 kinds of people could make Lu Chuxing a deeply evil person, only to see him and Flying Fellow look at each other, laugh heartily, and say in unison, those who block bridges and squat evacuation points, those who play Uluru, and those who play Uluru and also block bridges and squat evacuation points. After the 3 of them withdrew, Lu Fluke's quest had also been refreshed. Defeat 2 people in a row in 20s at a top secret space base with an MP5. At this moment, he was already full of question marks. What kind of difficulty was this? It just so happens that also want to go to the space base. The 3 did not even eat dinner, hoofed it to the place where the dream began. Why is my quest so perverted? 20s to kill 2. It's not letting me punch points as a cutie. What's worse is that the MP5 has a very small ammo capacity, but the large magazines are very expensive. The MP5 itself only sells for 5W. The large magazines are surprisingly 15W. It was expensive, but he still became a big wrong seed in order to fulfill his mission. It's time to buy and spend, and it'd be embarrassing if you didn't have enough bullets to die halfway through. With 2 kills in 20s, Victor is still okay, but MP5 does have a bit of a hard time. Hit the grade 5 shells, don't want a pedicure. The 300 rounds of gold ammo I got last time is always useful. So extravagant. I actually think meatball seconds are about the same speed. This version of the meatball multiplier came to a staggering 180% of this gold need not be said. I'm too lazy to get a pedicure and wash my nails to death. Chapter 104, One size does not fit all. Engage, search, and withdraw when done. 3 people landed on the launch area jail bit. After this version of the update is this does not want to spit. Whereas to make the jail area become not jail, is clearly the expansion of the jail area. What's worse is that the East End drawbridge card. What makes it a gold card? Although it's true that opening the bridge is much faster now, but if the launch area is with a 12x lens is not still to blow up. Phew, the 2 sides really met, although the distance is very far, but Lu Fluke fortunate also do not want to let them have a good time. Directly began to strafe also do not care whether to hit the hit. Now this is a situation where you either have to seal the smoke and go to the centrifuge, or go to the black room and kill this team before you leave. Lu Fluke chose the latter. Since he dared to beat him, then he had to pay a small price. Otherwise it was impossible to let them go. Smoke bombs blocked the field of vision. Chen Ludiao's long smoke directly split the left and right battlefield, this time without the information bit or some consideration. After all, Lu Fluke's mission was to see people and get on them. Feiyu, you keep an eye on my ass. I'll flush those 2. Speed, Claw and Willow were at the left stairway, trying to get to the 2nd floor of the black room before Lu Fluke gave it a chance, and Flying Fellow firm stared at the man on the right who hadn't yet had time to get up there, who had been cowering near the aerials, afraid to move. Lu Fluke a sliding shovel do big body dry pull, to ask why he dares to play like this. Of course, is 6 sets of confidence given? The current version of armor upgrades are a bit of a struggle even with 5 bullets hitting 5 sets, not to mention these guys who can't be bothered to get up the advanced bullets to come in. A shuttle hit Lu Fluke on the body of nothing. See the opposite side of the bullet so low, he did not act out standing behind the boxes to stand up straight to the gun. As long as retreat doesn't reveal that he's a conceptual god, these 2 are straight up hit and miss. And this mission is taken so easily again. I'm done with my mission. Feiyu has 1 left for you to collect yourself. Roger that. Tasked to be more than 30 meters away. He kept pulling the distance until he came to the black room iron gate entrance, deadlocked in the direction of the container, while Chen Luyao watched the direction under the bridge, lest he try to escape. Lu Fluke with a hand cannon on the 2nd floor to compress his position. There is no place to go, he can only jump out of the airbox to let go of the fight. But unfortunately, he is not the white face, but also did not 6 sets. There is no capital to earn. Okay, mission accomplished. Prepare for evacuation. The trio had no intention of clearing the map, and the main one was efficiency, shooting straight to the blue room to pull the last gate point and prepare for evacuation. But then the bridge turned up with Ularu's roving missiles. There are people blocking the bridge again. Mouse opens his battle stance and must make the bridge blocking Ularu pay in blood. Down, 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 down. Hey, isn't that my BGM? Who cares? Fight first. The 3 didn't shy away from the fact that they intended to just blow up with them. The bridge was a huge advantage, but wouldn't it blow up if they couldn't see anyone? Still paving the way with long cigarettes, Lu Fluke went to the rat passage to go around the back. while Chen Luyao and went to the zipline to attract attention. Before Lu could get lucky and succeed around the back, one of the opponents made a mistake and was taken away by 3 shots to the head by flying firm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Luyao a short cigarette seal line of sight, followed by a big jump to the bridge. Now without the geographical advantage of blocking the bridge, Uluru is like the West lost Jerusalem. The rat lost 9 insurance. Chen Luyao, who had been silent for a long time, even attacked fiercely at this moment. She ran in front of, directly pulling out Scar H, and knocked down one person in just one photo, although she herself was also disabled by UZI. But this wave was undoubtedly a metamorphosis for her. From being afraid to die and operate to becoming a woman who can enjoy the slamming pleasure of battle. There's no pressure at all to take this team, except that all 3 of them are Uzi plus M700 also don't know who taught them. Inside the rental house, exhausted, I want to eat, meal. 2 consecutive handfuls of labor had already made him hungry, and he sat waiting for Chen Luyao to feed him. I'm tired too, why don't we go out for a meal? Lu Fluke quickly nodded his head. In order to reduce expenses, Chen Luyao would rarely let them go out to eat. Today was considered an unprecedented. The main thing was that the wave of jumping shots still made Chen Luyao's heart flutter to this day. It was so close. This kind of adrenaline rush is very energy consuming, and when the state passes, what hits is the feeling of weakness and emptiness. What's your next mission? The current Lu Fluke had completed 2, flying firm 1, and Chen Luyao none. It was logical that the next hand was supposed to accompany her on her quest. I was going to Longbow Confidential to kill a guy with an MP7 with a waist shot of 100, and Flying Few was using a bolt sniper to kill an enemy from 60 meters away. It looks like it's going to have to go to Longbow, but let's eat first when it's all said and done. Chen Luyao yawned, so tired never felt so tired before. It turns out that Lu Chuxing would be so tired after pounding away. She finally understood that there was a reason why she was hungry every time the 2 of them came back. 3 people ordered 6 dishes. At this moment Chen Luyao could not care about being a lady. First eat and then say. The owner of the restaurant saw it and thought the 3 men were starving. Hiccup. All 3 rubbed their stomachs and slumped back in their chairs. Not to mention the moment. The owner was stunned to see a dozen empty plates on the table and reminded the trio several times to eat in moderation. The chef in the back room had his frying spoon smoking and thought someone's company was coming for a reunion. Eat up, get some rest, and make a trip to Longbow before sunset. All at your service. Chen Luyao had already given up thinking. The current her incomparably wanted to sleep. On the way back, she clutched Lu Yueching's sleeve in her hand, and could no longer walk. You say you, eating so much with such a small appetite. He flicked his little girlfriend's skull, clearly a small bird's stomach, but hard enough to match himself and firm few to eat up. Hey, I can't help it if I see you guys eating so well. Pig addiction is a curse that no one can escape. Not to mention the fact that everyone is craving high calories now that the temperature itself is low. Be careful going to Longbow later. It's basically a sniper shooter now. If you get racked, that's not a good way to go. Understood. I'll play Luna later. There are times when the distance is so great that it becomes difficult for the human eye to catch valid information, and this is the moment when the scouting bit comes into its own. Waiting until the Longbow, only to find that today is very wrong. Not only the dam is silent, the Longbow is also silent. The 3 strutted on the plains at all, no one smoked them. If the hotel's insurance hadn't already been eaten, they couldn't believe this put someone. What should we do if we can't find anyone? It's not a wasted trip? Lu Fluke suddenly had an idea as soon as he thought about it. I've got an idea. Why don't we go squat at the evacuation point? Don't you hate people who squat at evacuation sites? Lu Yueching waved his hand with a careless face and said, Hiya, one size fits all. Chapter 105, a family portrait in a safe deposit box. Stuffing the picked-up family photos into the safe, Lu Fluke directly started squatting the evacuation point, sniping the evacuation point on the roof of the small train station just right. Look, you guys, there's a guy who came to run the knife. Within half a minute there was a lone wolf ready to withdraw, and Lu Fluke directly sent him a barrage of gold bullets. One look at the backpack and it's just a man pack, but it's loaded with a 6-gauge. Could it be an infantry fighting vehicle? Safes in battle are very expensive and not really practical. After all, what's the point of fighting again with insurance when people are dead? But this can be cheap. Lu Fluke. Fixed eyes is a cloud column array storage. 6 frames of big red, which can be sold for a whole 200W on the trading house. Gotta eat. Okay, I'm mission accomplished. Clean up the box and wait for the next wave. He moved the box to the bushes and sat back to wait for the next wave to come and deliver it. Aren't we being a little too gross like this? Chen Luyao was a little overjoyed that she had actually done this kind of unethical thing. Don't be psychologically burdened. Whoever comes to touch the gold in battle is not an outlaw. They more or less have some sins in their body. I don't have a guilty conscience for killing them anyway. There is no denying that there are people in battle who come to fight for their lives because they are in a difficult situation. But according to the statistics, 90% of the people have to hide in battle because they have nowhere to run after committing a crime. To put it bluntly, they are all wanted criminals just like Lu Fluke. Besides, squatting at an evacuation point is just a way to play. Flying Fellow snorted. Don't curse if you have the guts. One size fits all. He was also the one who cursed and had to squat, which kind of shows the good character of a Delta player, the mouth. After all, this isn't the Naruto ring next door, where you have to deduct beans for changing faces. Here not only will you not deduct beans, you'll also get a lifetime's worth of spent $50. This deal, Lu Fluke is still counting the clear, and can complete the task, can also make money, but also can take points. Why not do it? 3 people chatting at the same time. The distance has been someone to the evacuation point. 3 people are all 3 heads and 3 armor. Jail Feiyu mouth is smiling crooked. This is not a gun, a little friend. Beating 5 heads could still make them resist a bit. This beating 3 heads and 3 armors was not a minute refining. Li Feiyu frowned. What dog luck on this person? But the good thing is that it is a big heart, and did not find the presence of Lu Fluke 3 people. He immediately adjusted the trajectory ready to anticipate him to get up, but the result is that this red wolf did not stand up, but crouched and walked. Flying Fellow emptied another shot. This time it was good, both shots missed directly to make him red warm. Grandma drip. What the hell? Couldn't take it anymore, and he wasn't going to snipe. Liked to run around, did he? Eat my Skyfall G18. He had a G18 with purple bullets with him for defense, and proceeded to leap down and hit Red Wolf in the head with a pike. And while he was going to get most of his blood knocked out of him by the fall, Red Wolf was finally knocked out as well. At this moment, Red Wolf's teammates realized that something was wrong and immediately started chasing after. But before they could shoot, Chen Luyao's sniper gave Mai Xiaowen a shot, and Lu Fuyun immediately rushed out to help. Eat your grandpa's big jumping waist shot. Full waist shooting gun is good. Where to hit? Lu Fluke can even ensure that a shuttle all hit the chest. After all, the gun's pedicure isn't as good as MP5 or Uzi. After taking this team, the mission was pretty much done and it was time to evacuate. It's cool to eat again, and you can do the quest and still get to eat, and you can also increase your points. This activity is really great. Using the M870 shotgun, kill an enemy with a headshot from 30 meters away from the dam using more than 6 magnification. 6. This is a great event. Lu Fluke lucky to see this mission head is dizzy. This M870 and 30 meters away really can kill people? On the contrary, Chen Luyao's mission, kill 3 Havoc soldiers from 30 meters away with a Uzi carrying a 3x lens or more in any classified mode. Flying Few, kill 3 enemy special operations officers in any classified mode using an M14 with a 3x magnification and higher scope. This is all very normal task, for their strength are also very suitable. Only Lu Fluke all kinds of oddball task endless. Now is a shotgun as sniper. Then later is not still have to let their own sniper rifle to play close combat. 20 minutes later. I did not expect this gun is quite good. 30 meters as long as the head is a shot down feel better than a sniper rifle. The M870 as a sniper and can snipe also can hit the close point. Simply better than the sniper but it's also limited to bombing fish ponds. I've been looking around, and this one is full of fish. All the teams they had killed hadn't surpassed Blackhawk's team, and it appeared to be that the masters had all gone to bed at this hour. There is no harder time to play than late at night and early in the morning, when all sorts of peak brothers and talented youngsters come out of the woodwork. The good thing is that they have a regular routine and basically don't play late night games unless they have to do a mission. Mission release, kill a special operations officer within 10 meters using an AWM sniper rifle in any top secret operation. Restricted time period, 23 to 3 o'clock, 666. It comes when it says it does and limits the time period. This quest is an additional quest that can be done to offset one main quest. Main quest release, kill 3 local special operations cadres in any classified/top secret mode using a Tinglong assault rifle with a recoil control of 80 greater than or equal to 80 and a maneuvering speed of less than or equal to 30. I'm measuring your Von. Lu Yuehan angrily slammed the mission panel. Pitiful this is. Tengu was already slow to open the mirror. Now it's going to slow down the maneuvering speed. That's not a dud, but there is no way. The task is so. Lu Fluke can only go to do. At this time the time has come to 10 o'clock in the evening. Firm Feiyu suggested to do it tomorrow, or else the next will be on the intensity. The trio basically didn't wear 6 sets all day today, but if they continue to play, the 6 sets will be the resident guests, and they can't be broken at all, and if they are broken a little bit, they won't last a whole game. I have an idea. Why don't we wear 6 sets and wait until 11 o'clock to do the quests? I'll bring Bar Tinglong and then an AWM, so we can complete 2 quests at once. Really? That's a tough one. The nightly matchups are hard to basically put together to go. 500. Fight. One must always grow. Chapter 106, Invincible Charge Sniper King. 11 o'clock in the middle of the night. Engage in a search and pull back when you're done. They really came to the peak match at 11 o'clock in the middle of the night like Lu Fluke said. Lu Fluke spent a lot of money to buy 30 rounds of ohm bullets, just waiting for this one to play. Now the ohm can't kill a person with a single shot anymore, unless the opponent's armor is broken. His plan is to use Tinglong to shatter the armor first, and then charge with the ohm, so that even if it's not good enough, he can still 1-for-1, and after that, he'll leave it to firm flying you. That puts the Jail 2 ah. Now Jail 2 is real jail. Jail Big can shift direction to go to the center control building. Jail 3 open bridge is the number 1 position. Only have Row 2. Except can search in place without a little advantage. Jailbreaks will be racked by Jail Big, 2 pass, and center control. Heel bridge isn't the number 1 position, there's still the possibility of a collision with the launch zone. Search in place first, don't bother with anywhere else. Listen to the sound of the Jail 3 first time to open the bridge, and did not clash with the launch area? Then this put is very likely that the launch area did not brush people. Jail Feiyu decided to go to C. If no one, you can greet the 2 people who broke out of jail to go to the centrifuge to hit the western gate. There doesn't seem to be anyone there. Come and have a look. Lu Fluke first time on the bridge, looked at it, seems that there is indeed no one. This launch area has not really brushed people. That prison area is estimated to brush full. On the bridge, Lu Fluke through his spiritual eye 6/12x scope observed the second pass. Jail Big jailbreak was the pump of the center control. The second pass did not brush the staff ready to be the warden. It looks like this puts the center area down to 3 teams as well. The west gate was opened and the trio entered the buoyancy chamber. It was still too early to guess whether the team at the west gate was in buoyancy or centrifuge. Listening to the footsteps, centrifuge footsteps were numerous and frequent. It looked like someone was there, and the 3 illusory gods had not been killed. Then there's a good chance that the 3 illusory gods are patrolling down there and they're eating insurance up there. Lu Fluke the first time decided to go on the president. As long as the black rooms do not come up, they are the president of the first place. Unfortunately, going to the president is an obsession. And at the moment the president's room is occupied and seems to be searching the president's parlor. What do you say? Take them by surprise? No, I'm going to wait for them to come down the aisle. 3 people quietly touch up the stairs. The whole time did not leak a little sound. They came up from the black room. That a high probability will go down from the buoyancy. As long as the rack here, Lu Fluke will have the upper hand. As expected, after waiting for 2 minutes, the president's people were ready to go downstairs. And it was indeed Lu Fluke's side of the road. Just as Speed Claw showed his head, Lu Fluke's Tinglong shattered his armor, and Flying Firmament shattered the enemy Red Wolf's head. You guys rack up, I'm going to charge. Lu Fluke lucky move a open Super Xiong posture. Also do not care whether the enemy third person will rush their own. Direct hand cannon forcing position. Hearing someone fixing their armor, Lu Fluke jumps right out and knocks one down with a tactical stance on his but his own 6th set is also shattered by the bee doctor hiding in the corner. Feiyu save me. Upon hearing this, Flying Fellow immediately threw an incendiary bomb, directly making the bee doctor into a veteran barbecue, and Lu Fluke took the opportunity to take out Tinglong. It's not a high waist shot value, but a 40+ waist shot is enough in this tight space. The bee doctor was straight up hit and mopped up, leaving the last of the Red Wolves to fight for status in the president. Lu Fluke also does not care about his arm 3rd level bleeding. Direct fierce attack in. Do not care about the death or not. Rushing on the end of the matter. This Red Wolf could only interrupt his armor repair when he heard the footsteps and immediately prepared to meet the enemy. However, Lu made a cheap shot. Directly a big jump over followed by a sliding shovel back, cheating him half a shuttle bullet. Seeing that Lu Chuxing did not dare to rush him, immediately ready to change the bullet, but he just changed the bullet. Lu Chuxing jumped out again. Bad. This guy is a timing man. Ah, I'm so handsome. A quick AWM kill within 10 and 2 consecutive kills with this piece of crap Tinglong. It's awesome. Unbeknownst to him, his maneuvers had been broadcast to the big screen, where countless bars and players in restaurants watched in rapt attention. It's been a long time since I've seen such pure dry pulling. Isn't this the newly promoted peak level team? So fierce already? The team that was killed seems to be the 7th Universe's Su Lai team. Alas, they actually lost to a newly promoted team. This Red Wolf is so sick. The match with their team Uluru is simply yin and yang. Having given up the information bit and still being able to be this through and through, the realization is really good. The crowd had been discussing. Lu Fluke's big name had actually spread all over the battle network for a long time, but people didn't pay attention to or think highly of this newly promoted member of the peak battle team. But today's strength in this match was too bright, causing many people to change their attitudes towards him. It feels like they'd rank around 200 in the top 500. No, at least top 50 strength. What can you tell from one wave? Maybe it's just dog luck. I'll go on me. The Platinum Warriors also dared to call up? If you're capable, you'll play the top game too. Stop arguing. You guys look at the staff pass there. It's much more exciting than the main floor. The top 100 teams at the summit are carding each other. Are you sure you don't want to watch? At this moment, Post 1 and the team of Center Control Sandy and Center Control Building had fought, and Post 1 prioritized the killing of one of Jail Do's men, who was now a rat being roasted on a rack, with no place to run, and wherever he hit, he would be smacked from the other side. Hungza saw this scene and thought back to the time when he and Nan Boon had brought their sister. That time was also like this, being caught in the middle and tortured. At that time, if Nan Boon hadn't played on the spot, he would have really had to die. But now it was clear that the strongest fighting force of this team had been drawn out early, and only death awaited them. Unless someone comes along to talk it out and maybe change the situation. You guys, look, GTI, they're actually planning to come and talk them out of it. No way, they all want to be the warden. How do you hit the GTI? Going through the center or around the two-way? They're taking the dormitory building. Lu Fluke doesn't want to go through the center or the second pass, lest he be beaten into a hornet's nest. Where do we smoke first? The center or the second pass? Hit the center control. As the center control surprisingly do not properly search surprisingly come to be the warden. 2CS must be sanctioned. Chen Luyao's tiny head was greatly puzzled. Well, don't you do that when you fight? Hi, one size fits all. They walked straight in from the first floor with big feet. At the moment the three were focused on the sand and the second pass. They heard the footsteps here but none of them paid much attention to them. They just had the scouting bit of the team open a sweep. No good big brother. 3 sets of 6. Where's the team coming from? The West End Gate? They just confirmed that the West End Gatecrashers had gone in for the opener, but hadn't expected them to fold and come back to fight. The situation was directly altered after Lu Yuxing's trio joined the fray, and instead of racking the sand again, the three from the center control building prepared to counterattack Lu Yuxing's trio. That's 6 sets. One set is worth $1 million, and even the broken ones can be sold for hundreds of thousands. As soon as they left, they gave Sandy a chance to catch his breath. And the situation changed in an instant, with Sandy's men actually planning to seal the smoke into the center control building. Finished, the 3 teams are going to fight. A 2-man team, 2 3-man teams, a massive fight about to break out in center control at this very moment. Will there be anyone left to talk it out? Yes, there will be. The group at the West End Gate was also the first to come to the center control bridge after eating their way through the main building. Let's see if we can seal the smoke into the building for a surprise. And you guys help me set up Ratong. Chapter 107, Center Control Melee. But the second pass people didn't seem to be going to let them go, and went straight for a wild prop filling towards the center bridge. Grandma, they're crazy. Why don't they let us through? It was logical for them to join the fight and have a huge advantage over Ratong, the latest team to enter the arena. But now that Ratong was displaying it, they didn't want to sit on the sidelines and take advantage of the situation. What to do, boss? If they won't let us in, we'll fight our way through. At this point in the center control building, Lu Fluke is racking up points with the center controls team, but after Sandy joins the fight, the center controls team is pumped up to 1 man. The last of the B doctors cowered in the corner and shivered, but he was greeted by 2 rounds of Red Wolves hand cannons, which both teams of Red Wolves imbued in front of him, and there was no way to run away from that. After settling this team, Lu Fluke immediately pulled his gunline in preparation to go up against this team from Sandy. However, they retreated back to the sand, as gunshots were already ringing out from the second pass, and it was certainly not an optimal solution to attack Lu Chuxing's team at this moment. Go ahead and steal the second pass away, then turn around and hit the center control bridge, and then finally kill the 3 Lu Fluke guys. He had the idea, but it was still difficult to implement. Flying Fellow tried to chase after them, but he was stopped by Lu Fluke. Since they want to play 2-way, we'll draw the control bridge. Let's do away with these 2 hidden teams first, and then we'll end up with a 3-on-2 advantage on us. But the people of Ratong were no cuties either. How easy is it to sneak up on them? No way. The center control building is trying to steal us by coming back from the sand instead of staying put? What then? We're dead against the center bridge. Don't worry, go down there and block for a bit. I'll see if I can find a chance to seal smoke to go to the infield first. Ratong's team didn't really want to fight. After all, life only comes once, and it wouldn't be easy to mess up if they died. That's fine. Lu Fluke saw through Ratong's intentions and immediately fired to block their retreating steps, and the group at the center control bridge also directly chose to pursue them. Don't even think about shifting the battlefield. If this let them enter the main building, the one who would have a hard time would be Lu Fluke. As long as they want to fish out of water, no one else can even pull the plug. The big deal is to die together. At the entrance of the blue room, the people have found a suitable position for themselves. Lu Fluke 3 people in the center control bridge on the shelf in front of the blue room. The original center control bridge that team has come to the second pass, and the group on the second pass was already at the end of the second pass and across the street were racking each other's guns. The duo that Sandy wanted to sneak up on had come under the center control bridge at the moment, and since they couldn't catch Ratong's men, they'd do away with Lu Fluke's trio first, but he seems to have overestimated his own strength, wanting to go up to steal the back body, not realizing that Chen Luyo has been waiting for them to come up. Only 3 shots head, directly collapsed. Firm Feiyu stayed staring to keep them out of the blue room, and Lu Fluke immediately turned around to do this 2-man team first. There is basically no resistance. Lu Fluke directly take down 2 people. Only these 2 are to pedicure. Kill them cannot earn a few money. Come on, let's go and meet her Tong for a while. On the center bridge, deadpanned at the entrance of the blue room, where Chen Luyo and Lu Fluke were racking the second pass, but whichever side shows its head first, Lu Chuk Lut will hit whichever side first. At the moment there were only 10 minutes until lost, but the gate points for the centrifuge and the blue room were not law, and if they couldn't pull the gate in 4 minutes, only one person would really be able to evacuate the entire game. It's not leaking yet, and I'm tempted to pull the plug. Firm Feiyu is a little impatient. These people are too tolerant. Up to now, in addition to firing a few shots to test, the pressure is not to show their heads. Do not give the opportunity. Even if Lu Fluke's hand cannon hit them, they didn't dodge a bit. Even if their armor was dry and shattered, they just silently retreated to the back to fight the status. In short, who first rushed, who first died. At this moment Lu Fluke fortunate how hate their own take is not victor, but a Tinglong. Okay, then help me rack it up. I'm afraid he'll steal it from me. Taking the firm flying Wu MP7, Lu Fluke directly opened his big move, followed by a hand cannon to press the position. It's time to make a break for it. Don't leave without a fight. The off-screen crowd is tense to the point of being lost right away, and all 3 teams are still fighting each other here. So if they don't get going they're all going to die. Still not leaving? Are you waiting to get lost? One team has to pull the plug. There's only 2 minutes left. If we don't leave now, we're really going to fail the evacuation. Look out! He's charging. Hand-holding MP7 Lu Fluke a slide shovel catch jumping start. A shuttle hit the enemy's armor, but did not kill. See, the bullets are not enough to immediately change the Tinglong to make up for the gun. You go help Fluke. I'll rack the other end of the second pass. Chen Luyao sealed out the long smoke slowly approaching the battlefield. Lu Fluke was hit by the 3rd level of blood. At the moment is playing tourniquet. Seeing the opposite side of the fighter, Tang also wanted to join in the fun. Just showed his head and was knocked down by a shot from Leak just seconds. Chen Luyo gave Lu Luck a shot, both at the same time to eat painkillers, then from 2 directions together jumped up and down. This scene has the feeling of the Pacific Rim. Lu Fluke in the air to open the mirror. Tinglong's bullets accurately hit the head of the enemy wheat mice. Chen Ludiao also with the hands of the K416 and 995 bullets spent 6 shots before taking away the last one. Fei Yu, go pull the gate. Okay, we're running out of time. We really can't leave without pulling the plug. On the opposite side of the 2 passes, the 3 rushed and did not dare to rush, and could not fight, and wanted to die. How about a code word? Try it. Da-day. Lu Fluke shot towards the sky to show his refusal. What's the use of playing the code word only when you can't beat them? Don't try to undo a jailbird. Now you know the code word. What were you doing earlier? They don't seem to want to let that team go. Doesn't it work? Knowing that you can't beat them before you come to the secret signal. This kind of person in my place I would also kill. Besides, who dares to guarantee that they won't sneak attack? That is, this is the battle network, not outside. There are plenty of snakes and scorpions. The more easily you trust others, the more likely you are to die. Yeah, that's how my 4th granduncle was killed yesterday, and it makes me angry just thinking about it. Some people have to sneak up on other people after hitting the secret signal. This is the most disgusting. Lu Fluke is not going to bet on it. Betting that other people won't do it is better than betting that he can kill them all in these last few minutes. They want to go around. Oh, interesting. Instead of heading for the center control bridge, those 3 went back to the cell block looking like they wanted to take the east side to hit the evacuation point. Fei Wu, come back. They're going up to the east end drawbridge and smoking straight. You're so bad, but I like it. On the 2nd floor platform of the blue room, stood on a box facing an unobstructed view of the east end suspension bridge. Come on little darlings, let's show you who's the spaceflight bully. Chapter 108, Poisoning Sir. Phew. Flying Fish's 3 rounds of accurate headshots have cleared the world. I'm still a treasure. Come on, don't be a stinker. Hurry up and get to the food bag, there's almost no time. The trio's operation directly shocked the crowd in the battle network, and none of them were their opponents in this match with so many top 500 teams. Just like that, dead, not even a chance to fight back. It feels like the whole picture is in their hands. So powerful. God forbid that I should meet the 3 of them. The top 50 battle teams on the list aren't much more than this kind of strength. Right, which means they're around the top 50. A newly promoted Pinnacle team, surprisingly muslin all kinds of in the list teams within the late night Pinnacle game, even control the whole situation. Clear thinking. Oops, my mission is complete. What about you guys? I'm done. Same. Lu Fluke stood in the evacuation point with a big strut, opened his backpack and arranged all the items neatly. Otherwise it was uncomfortable to look at. It's been a while since I've cleared a chart, and this feels so, pants hot. Your own gallantry should have been cast on the screen by now, so it's time to strike a handsome pose to announce the end of the game. The trio emerged from the game with a large crowd already standing outside the door ready to catch a glimpse. Lettuce, so many people came to see us Firm Feiyu, we are on fire look at you. Calm down. Having said that, the corners of his mouth were already crooked with laughter. This feeling of being in the limelight was simply amazing. His own live game for so many years is not warm, until the lifting of the delta to become a big anchor. Who would have expected that this life can still meet the delta into reality? Now he is not only known on Earth, even if it is the whole universe. The number of people who know him is not a few. When I think of all the hard times I've had over the years, I'm finally getting over it. Finally being the one in the spotlight instead of a spectator watching others stand in the spotlight. Noon the next day. My stomach. Hongza covered his stomach and rolled on the ground, his entire body in pain, and by the time Firm Feiyu and the others returned, he had already fainted. What's going on, Tiny Bunny? Why did he pass out? I don't know. The officer was like that after dinner. I don't know why he was like that. Lu Fluke frowned and shrugged his nose to take a closer look at the odor of the room. Why does it smell like flavoring? What did he just eat? Tiny Bunny wrapped her fingers around it and carefully spoke. Cassoulet. What's the point of having a cassoulet? Flying Fellow patted him on the shoulder. To the point. Lu Fluke helplessly laughed a little. Almost forgot that there is an ultimate gastrointestinal king here. There is no such thing as eating takeout without scurrying into existence. Let's get him to the hospital anyway. And by the way, bring the box he ate from and we'll check it out. When they got to the hospital, Tiny Bunny handed Hongza over to the doctor, and then the three of them took the takeout box for testing. 3 hours later the test results came out. E. coli exceeded the standard by 30 times, and there are heavy metals. The meat inside is also zombie meat. I guess the chicken and the principal of the Whampoa Military Academy in age. So, this is the takeout he ordered himself? Lu flew carrying a takeout box to ask the little rabbit. The little rabbit eyes fluttering. Do not even have to think about it, must be this person did it. I knew it was you. How could he eat cassoulet rice when he's usually such a refined living person? Then he doesn't usually eat some. How much is this cassoulet, I ask you? Tiny Bunny took out her cell phone bill. The cassoulet for 2 people only added up to 18.8 $. If it was on Earth, this would be 9 cassoulet. Can this be eaten? It's a good thing Hongza is only suffering from gastroenteritis without any major problems, or else Tiny Bunny would be a sinner today. Tell me about you. You don't make a lot of money with Hongza, so you're so reluctant to spend it on food? Isn't it all about eating and filling your stomach? Little rabbit, poor afraid. Even if you earn money is not afraid to spend the hand of the deposit do not know how many times the Hongza but just not willing to spend money. Then why is it okay for me to eat it? Guess you've evolved after all these years of eating. Lu Fluke could only think of this one reason. If he hadn't created this body that was impervious to all poisons over a long period of time, day after day, how could he be so comfortable in front of the National Tide takeout? Don't eat so brown in the future. None of these 2 living with you are staying up. Hongza is just the first glimpse. Firm Feiyu, that's the one who's been through a lot of battles, and it feels like he's about to eat the antibodies as well. Lu Fluke's eyes slowly drifted towards, only to be glared back by him with a glance. Look again. Look at that. At the moment Hongza slowly woke up from his hospital bed, the first thing he did was to look for Tiny Bunny. Corporal, you're not poisoned. His voice was weak and plausible, and Tiny Bunny immediately nodded his head to show that he was not poisoned. Just when Lu Yuqing was about to sigh at the deep brotherly love between the two, Hongza came drifting in again. Forget about you poisoning me. Sir, I didn't mean it. Who knows? What about Art? Let him take your place and forget it. Sir, the little rabbit was madly pampered, and Hongza was happy, and he didn't blame the little rabbit, because he knew how downtrodden he really was before, and what kind of a hard life he had lived. Come on, I'll give you a chance to show off. Go get me a normal bowl of ramen over here. I'm craving noodles. Okay, I'll go get it for you. Little Bunny followed Lu Fluke up the street to buy food, and the 2 walked straight into a Lanshow beef ramen. What can I get you too? Pack a bowl of beef noodles. No beef. Can the small portion be cheaper? Tiny Bunny nearly sent Lu Fluke away with a set of combos and immediately went up to pay. Don't mind him. Burn it normally. Cook the noodles longer. Add an extra serving of beef, not cilantro, and pack it away. The owner was then reassured below that the bowl of noodles cost 45 half. Why did you buy it so expensive? The officer just had a stomach flu and couldn't eat that much. This is called the human condition, understand? Rich people should be more open-minded. Don't always like a miser. Sick people should be supplemented with some protein. Lu Fluke took the ramen, and along the way he spoke a lot with Little Bunny, but as to whether he listened or not, it was unknown. Hirasawa finally smiled contentedly after finishing his bowl of ramen. It had been a good meal. In his heart, he has already made a good calculation. In the future, he will go out to buy food and definitely not let the little rabbit help bring it. His stomach can't eat such high-tech food. Chapter 109, Third Drop. Small rental house. Ouch. My insurance expired. So soon? How about a refill? Lou Fluke's insurance has expired, but if you rebuy is bound to be expensive as hell. In fact, the insurance is not useful, but at least it can be 9 more compartments. However, this thing can be bought for half a year for 200 W Havoc coins except for the first 10 days of the newbie special when you first enter battle, and after that, it costs 600 W Havoc coins for every month. It is indeed a bit expensive. Your insurance didn't expire? I think we bought it at the same time. Chen Luyao's NS safes were both bought at the same time with himself if he remembered correctly. It's all expired by definition. It actually expired too, but we had 6-gauge insurance so we didn't renew it. 6 frames? How much? A trace of doubt appeared on Chen Luyao's face. Weren't the 6 insurance policies a gift? The 6 frames don't cost anything. They can be given away for free by doing quests, and the period is permanent and doesn't need to be renewed at all. It was only then that Lu Yue remembered that there seemed to be a past quest that would be rewarded after it was done, only that he didn't care at all in the face of those dispensable rewards. There's such a thing. Let's see. 9 frames is too expensive to want to buy. 6 frames isn't out of the question. At this moment, Lu Fluke opened the pass, found that the task is surprisingly and his own Golden Gun guest task collided together. This thing whole, this is not a coincidence, this is not. Golden Gunner, killed 3 Special Warfare Cadre members from 40 meters away and killed one with a headshot using a PSG-1 precision shooter rifle on the top-secret Longbow Creek Valley map. Past task, use any precision shooter rifle to kill a Special Operations officer from 40 meters away in any operation in Longbow Creek Valley. This Longbow Creek Valley is something that has to go. Meanwhile, Cosmic Star Corporation, is the third batch of AI ready? Is it ready to be dropped into the battle network? Reporting, sir. Yes, it is possible, but the situation is a little out of control. Nacha frowned. Out of control? What did that mean? Had his suspicions been confirmed? Is that the case? Yes. The researcher's eyes are glazed over. A situation that no one wants to encounter, but which is inevitable, and which symbolizes the maturity of this AI technology. A maturity that is beyond the reach of Interstellar. I know. Go ahead and go down. Nacha slowly walked to his seat. The pen in his hand kept rotating. He was very distressed. If this matter was known by the other executives, his position as president is not guaranteed. But if you don't do this, it will be very difficult to curb Lu Chuxing Trio's movements within the battle network. Is there no one in my huge company who can stand up to GTI's people? On one side, GTI was pressing forward within the battle network, reaching the peak segment from newcomer in just half a year. And on the other side was Havoc's mind-only weapon. Just 3 days ago Havoc had done the first test, and for the first time ever, the mind-only weapon bypassed the regulation of the Cosmic Star Corporation to open up the passage between the 3rd and 7th universes. Somebody, get Nev over here. Sir, he has been retired for many years. Never mind all that. He'll be satisfied with whatever he wants. I need him out of the way, and the third drop program expedited. Even if he let AI destroy battle, there was no way he would let Lu Fluke's trio take the peak first place. This was a life and death battle for himself as the president. Once Lu Fluke succeeded in reaching the peak first place, then he would be impeached 100% and it was unlikely that anyone in the top echelons of the hierarchy would support him. For the third AI drop, which 2 models are leading the charge? It's Nanbun and Hongdae. What about the models of Lu Fluke and Lin Feiyu? The assistant scratched his head, the corners of his mouth hanging down. The models of the 2 of them are too complicated. There is no good solution for now. They are still stuck in the 2nd generation. What's for dinner? He's got a mind of his own, why can't he eat these 2? This can't be blamed on us. AI can't eat it is a normal phenomenon. For complex models, even if it is a human, unpacking it will take 10 or even 20 years. Even the top algorithmic AIs will take a year to 2 years. Not to mention that we have a self-thinking AI who has long since ceased to think of himself as an AI, and he is not willing to listen to us to command him to break down the data. If we let him take his time, it will take at least 5 years to unravel the model. Nachev didn't expect his scientific assistant to contradict himself like that, and was not in a very good mood. You're putting the blame on me? The responsibility for this is not on you, is it on me? If you hadn't opened the Nebula program ahead of time, how could this AI have its own consciousness like this? The scientific assistant grabbed the door and left, leaving Nachev in place with his eyes wide open in anger. This group of people really do not put themselves in the eyes of the president. Since they do not have any way to control the AI, then he will do it himself. If you're pushing me like this, I won't be blamed for being unsympathetic. Longbow Creek Valley, Ania Town Towers. Why don't we see anyone? I don't know. Did they all come back to life in the second half? They stood on the tower and kept looking around. 10 minutes from the start. Not a single person in sight. Except for a few gunshots from the radar station is the movement in the hotel. The rest of the place is surprisingly quiet. Strange. Don't they come to Amia for champagne? And don't go to the train station to pull the plug. Just scrape the floor? Flying Fellow was starting to examine the gun in his hand. So you can imagine how boring it was. The three were just about to turn the point when they saw people coming out of the radar station heading for the train station. Stop playing and come alive. Distance is too far, continuous sniper damage is too low. The three immediately began to turn the point. They really went to pull the gate. Lu fluked directly outside the gate to frame their way back to the road that must be traveled. With the spiritual eye to measure the ballistic trajectory, the distance is enough. Come on little baby, show me. After pulling the gate, McMice just wanted to go back. Not realizing that he was already being watched, Lu fluked directly began to crazy single point. Not two, not so much. Firm Feiyu immediately stopped him. Hit but the red bullet weak mice are dead. Lu fluke hand still because of the recoil did not stop. Lettuce, scared me so much I could hardly stop. I didn't know that. I thought you had a connecting dot on. Really. Here is the battle network. Although the existence of no connecting point device, but the recoil of the weapon will bring you the most realistic physical connecting point device. Lu fluke fortunate is this. The arm due to a long period of time do not exercise or fast degradation of the recoil a little bit of a gun. He was with the opening of the connecting point device. Change the gun when the recoil control is less than 70 or shocked to the arm pain. Although now already accustomed to it. But there will be some hard to get used to it. His teammates are probably coming over. Let's turn the point and go up there. Not fight here. Lu fluke know this bird place. To be pumped by the hotel is really easy. Or to go to the radar station to feel at ease. At least that piece of no one. Chapter 110, 36 recoil-controlled guns. Just playthings in your hands. Waiting for the door of the radar station. Lu fluke directly racked their route to the car. Wanting to get on the car first, ask their PSG-1 consent. Beat you to death. You son of a. McMice went down again. This time for the second time. Straight to the hiccups. Seeing this, Uluru threw out a big move and tried to space out to give Lu fluke a shot. But it was intercepted halfway through by Flying Firmament. At this point, the three of them were ready to press forward. And Chen Luyao racked Uluru with his M700 in thermal imaging to prevent him from probing out and sniping. Lu fluke directly in the hands of the PSG-1 adjusted to the tactical stance. Long-distance defeat has been done. Just short of a headshot kill. And now rushed over. May also see the blind cat to pick up a headshot kill. Uluru directly opened the door ready and Lu fluke burst. But he opened the door gap by Chen Luyao, grabbed the right hand, received a shot. And instantly closed the door to hit the state. Throws incendiary bombs. Directly make him into a veteran barbecue. Uluru immediately ran towards the back. But just hit Lu fluke's gunline. And just like that he picks up a headshot for nothing. 6. Isn't that a bumper sticker? There was still one last person left. Chen Luyao immediately shot a scout arrow but failed to sweep where the last Weilong was. Run away? I shouldn't. I just saw it in this piece. And Uluru didn't turn into a box. The two men searched the station nonstop for 3 minutes. And when they turned around, they saw that McMice's box was gone. Ha! A thief? Wasn't it moved by Veron? But there's not a sound missing at all. Look around carefully. Surely you haven't gone far. But the trio turned the station upside down and saw no one. Phew! 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 Bullets came from behind. And Veron appeared 80 meters behind the trio with Speedclaw's sniper rifle after making a large circle. But he's such a lousy shot that he can't even hit someone if he's given a big back. Yoo-hoo! Still sniping at me. A little too confident. Naughty kids need to be coached. Lu fluke jumped to pull away from the body. And then crouch in seconds to set up the gun. Even if the whole body exposed to you, so what? What about blowing awesome? You can't even kill you. You can only watch your lucky brother give you a direct headshot. It's called PSG-1. Ever played it? What's wrong with the dragon? You can't afford to play with the dragon. Ghana. Lu fluke after posting an acceptance speech. The three are almost ready to evacuate. Along the way did not meet a single person. It seems that the people in this handful of people are all dead. Inside the Queen's Hotel. I'm going to blow you away. There were more boxes around than I could count. All of which were the ghosts of those who had died horribly at the hands of Reyes. Golden Gunner mission, kill a special operations officer within any classified/top secret operation using a SCAR-H assault rifle with a recoil less than or equal to 36. Passport mission, kill 3 special operations officers with headshots using the SCAR-H assault rifle in any classified/top secret operation. How nice that this mission has stumbled together again. Is this the 36 backseat seriously? Lu fluke fortunately never thought of SCAR in his life can also be changed to 36 recoil control. This operation speed and according to the gun stability shall not be stacked to the sky. The final version is a 36 recoil, 64 operation, and 56 shot stabilization. It's been a while since I've used a gun that opens so fast. Feiyu borrowed over to open 2 shots, found that it is not very floating well, then the usual slightly difficult to pressure a little. It's still got to be a scar, so stable even with a 36 back seat. It shoots slow and well suppressed, and the 36 recoil is barely adequate, I guess, but it's better to go to the classified dam just to be safe. He didn't dare to take the risk. The gun worked, but it was still easy to be shot to death compared to holding a 700,000 or 800,000 manga. I just hope this puts a little more suckers in the mix and doesn't make it difficult for him. After getting up his equipment, Feiyu said, "Accompany me on a trip to aerospace top secret in the evening. My mission brushes there. A top secret space mission? What guns? An M7 worth 80W or more, equipped with a 4x scope or more. Kills 3 special operations cadres within a top secret space operation and headshots 5 special Havoc troopers. It sounds hard, but it's easy. A fully modified M7 with fire control and a handful of top secret on the clearance map will do it. No problem, as long as it's not a late night peak game." It was still early in the day, and it was only half an hour after hitting the machine dam. Prescribed time period, 23 to 3 o'clock. Get real. Fighting in the wee hours of the morning. Is the pressure so explosive? Why don't I say I want you guys to stay with me? Let go of the usual I'm good enough on my own. Feiyu laughed bitterly, some trance in his eyes. This kind of mission, if it really is in the early morning single 3, then he really have to go to see Hades. Let's not talk about that. Let's play the inning in front of us. 3 people landed on the West Building number 1. Lufluk immediately cut the knife and ran into the administrative building. Fortunately, did not brush. Saeed can also go directly to the Rack East building to come to the people. Footsteps. The footsteps were getting closer, but the other party wasn't a cutie either. He didn't rush to the president's room to eat, but chose to take the balcony instead. But his footwork also gave away his whereabouts, and Lu fluked a second to complete the switch and proceeded to rack the balcony. Directly kicked the door into the East building, directly blocking my Xiaowen who wanted to steal Lu fluke's back. Show. How can I fight if I don't show? This kind of place against the gun, his advantage itself is not very big. Coupled with the groove of the altered gun, the other party can be said to have the advantage of the time and place. But he is still shrinking in the balcony. Do not dare to come out. Lu Fluke could not endure the hand cannon to force the position directly, and then opened the big ready to slide shovel out to surprise him. But the footsteps behind him interrupted his thoughts. The third person had actually circled around behind him, and he didn't realize at all that the only cadre that could fool Lu Fluke's hearing perception was my Xiaowen's silent steps, and there were surprisingly 2 rats in this group. Lu Fluke sealed smoke to stop the vision of the balcony, then a sliding shovel out with a tactical stance directly headshot killed in the pouting ass walk progress of the 6. A set of even hit with a complementary task is completed. Can also enjoy the big open killer. In licking the bag of Lu Fluke the first time did not take the items, but the McMice gun on the accessories unloaded to start online modification. The original 36 recoil gun in a flash into a real wheelchair gun. 71 recoil, 48 maneuvering speed and 61 according to the gun stability. Are you done killing? Let's pull the gate and withdraw when we're done. Staying a second longer is disrespectful to your life. Run. The 3 of them immediately fled the battlefield, not caring if the West building had entered. That's the way it is with people who do tasks. When he waited for the visitor center, Lu Luck was going to do the safe mission, but he didn't expect to come one step too late, and someone was already doing it. Damn it. Eat my insurance assignment. Lu Fluke immediately rushed in ready to kill, but just went upstairs and stepped on 2 buns. It's over. Chapter 111, First Encounter with Peak No. 1. AI Haunted. BER. I thought playing Old Black was a very niche thing. He escaped from the range of the buns with a straight slide and Sonic was triggered, which caused Old Black and Luna, who were still on insurance, to close the unlock screen at light speed and straighten up to rack the window. The B doctor took the opportunity to open the last insurance, and then was ready to withdraw with the remaining 2 people mixed with smoke. They wandered around the visitor center and did not find Lu Fluke. 3 people, thinking that they were all evacuated. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Fluke is waiting in the bushes for them to come out. When he walked to the door, the B doctor suddenly stopped for a moment. He always felt that someone was staring at him. Could it be that Lu Fluke and the others hadn't left yet? For his part, Old Dark doesn't care and throws a small plane directly at the evacuation point, and Luna's probe arrow is about to call out. It couldn't wait any longer. By the time Luna's probing arrow shot out, the 3 couldn't hide their positions. At this moment, Lu Fluke took the lead, directly up and across the pole. Hold down the fire, don't let go, and leave the rest to fate. A barrage of gold bullets went down, knocking out 1 and shattering armor in 2. Don't just stand there. Fill the gun. Flying Fellow then reacted and immediately went up to fill the shot. The 3 didn't expect to eat a team at the evacuation point, which wasn't making much, and now it's $1 million evacuation. Cool, cool fly. Unfortunately, the mission of the pass is not yet complete. but it doesn't matter. If all the handles can be evacuated in millions, it's only 6 million. Renewed. The Golden Gunner, defeat 3 special operations agents in a top-secret space base operation using any assault rifle with an operational speed greater than or equal to 60. Looks like this top-secret spaceflight had to go. 2310. Top-secret space launch area. Quick kill. So many special soldiers. You guys keep an eye under the bridge for me. I expect someone will come looking for us. At this point off screen, everyone was nervous for one very simple reason. The peak number 1 team had landed at the gates of the West region in this match. At the moment across the screen, most players can feel their pressure. In their eyes there is no static step, no sealed smoke. Everything is strength-lined mang. Fluke 3 people still don't know about this. Still thinking about going outside to clear the map. And when Firm Feiyu finished the fight, they realized that the main building has long been silent. 10 minutes into the game and there are only 2 teams left on the entire map? No way. GTI isn't going to die young, is it? And end before it even starts? No way. These 2 teams I like. Who died? I have to cry to death. Do not die. Fluke. Are you so sure they'll die? At the moment the gate point is pulled and the helicopter is activated in the opening 10 minutes. Either someone is pulling a play or this team is out of a big load. Yeah, giving away 4 teams in the opening 10 minutes isn't shipping out? That's $1 million worth of existence on each one. Much more than some of the big reds are worth. Can I block a hand? I think so. True or false? Why don't we leave this team alone and go search the perimeter? I always felt there was something fishy about this one. Chen Luyo had a bad premonition that Lu Lux's divine frame actually trembled when he heard the footsteps. No good. There's definitely something wrong with this one. It won't play. Come on, let's go to the perimeter. Within a few moments, Peak 1's team had arrived at the evacuation point, and the core was ready to go after eating and killing people. Isn't there another team? I just heard footsteps in the rat run of the centrifuge. Whatever. A team of rats has nothing to chase, and it's not easy to come in with all the crappy gear to get in. Okay, let's evacuate then. The helicopter evacuation point ended, and at this point, with a full 13 minutes to go before the end of the game, they could even go back to the core for leftovers after the periphery. Just pull out? It's okay, it's okay. I'd be sad if GTI died. Scared to death. I thought they were going to be arrested. It's worthy of being the first at the top, just like coming in to get the goods. Just now this game no team can live in their hands for more than a minute. Thought things ended like this, but did not do the task of thee and Fluke luck and how will be willing to rest. The entire core area did not see a person. It seems to be that a team to clear the map, pull the gate and open the next handful. Get this mission done tonight while there's still time. The trio withdrew at the speed of light and hoofed it straight to the second hand. A few moments later, the big screen didn't change the broadcast. It was still broadcasting top secret spaceflight. This one again from Peak 1. At this moment, the crowd was full of doubts. When did the Peak 1's team become so belligerent? They basically came in to clear a handful of charts in a day. Like today's 2 openings in a day were really few and far between. What's the situation? Peak 1 starts 2 games a day? It's a good show again. You see the team GTI in the lower right corner is matched with them again. You guys look at the second team. The one from Cell 2. The movements are a bit stiff. I guess it's the AI. It's still true. Isn't this the same man team that's been proliferating these days? Some are strong and some are weak. The strength is very unbalanced. Cosmic Star Corporation really doesn't know what it's up to. Trying to replace the players under its command with AI? The crowd is very resistant to this AI algorithm dummy. It is too disgusting. For the strong players, this third generation AI is still like a half-baked. There is no threat. But for those who are not strong rats, AI is the devil, is the god of death. They just recognize a team will be in hot pursuit of the worst is dead if the player AI blood money. After all, the player loses to pay for life. The AI is the devil of the world. But AI has no such concerns. Dead is dead, and after death it can be put back in with the next batch of products. Life is inexhaustible. They're still going to get stronger and stronger. Very fast. And which of the teams on the top list didn't come out of a mountain of swords, with thousands and thousands of hours of practice time and play time? But the fact that the AI can read a player's experience and behavior in just a few minutes and perfectly replicate a player is the most disgusting part. Blue Room. I build. Rocket fuel. Although it is here to do the task, it does not affect Fluke to eat. After all, money is the mainstream. Now the rocket fuel is getting more and more expensive. 3 minutes a price. Fluke fortunately intends to stay in the warehouse and wait for the day when the rocket fuel is high and then sell it to make a fortune. I shipped out too. Chen Luyo touched a resuscitation ventilator in the airbox. This is really expensive. The price has been inflated. I'm out of cards. A tiny blue room. 2 big reds a red card. Is that the right pop rate? Top secret spaceflight. You strike me as strange. Fluke's probability of red is only when touching the container. But now this situation. This hand should itself be a big red game. This hand, even if the task cannot be completed, Lufluk will be full. Chapter 112, Meeting the Peak. No. 1 again, not sharing the same fate as AI. After the version update, the core of the blue room can no longer jump up to see. But Lufluk believes that this kind of big red game is rare in 1,000 years. And it is directly open. It doesn't hurt at all. Just went in and went straight to the little insurance. And the vertical 6 frame appeared. Don't even think about it. It must be a headshot. As expected, it's really a portrait of a human head. 6 frames of big red high +1. Although it's not worth much. It's just over $1 million. But he's good looking. And it's a good choice to put it in the house. Then came the big insurance. And as expected, the big insurance pops stunk as usual. No big reds, but a watch plus a UV light he could live with. Next is the clothes. Directly pulled out a gold bar. This look is the rich and noble family, stuffing gold bars in the clothes. After eating the container, went back to see if the table had been brushed with African stars. Unfortunately, this one didn't seem to have been. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a sudden flash of red in front of him. He stopped at once, then backed up the car. WDF. Mandel Supercomputing Unit. Less than 5 minutes into the game. Inside a blue room. A whole 7 reds. It's not like the whole map's load is here, is it? Lufluk hurriedly calmed himself down. This kind of bureau has a high explosive rate. The opponent is certainly not weak. Whether it can be brought out or not is still a problem. He dropped both the gun and the head armor in his hand and proceeded to open the map to use the running knife skill. Shenj prompted him. Now the buoyancy room and the black room. The president is a big red. The center control is even more red and black. The cell area is surprisingly also a big red. This put really are not idle. The exact location is known. Lufluk is planning to deal with the people in the black room first. Since they can't escape, then they will pull the blue room gate first, and then go on to kill people. At the moment, his heart rate skyrocketed. No more than other people's hands would shake if their heart rate accelerated. Once his heart rate went up, the smoothness of his operation would increase geometrically. The more exciting the matchup, the stronger he is. Kill. None of the black chamber will leave. Waiting for them to the black room. The black room has long been on the president of the isle. Lufluk directly jaw a stamina enhancer to carry out Super Xiong chase. But before the chase to the black room, before the bag stuffed into the small corner of the black room. Loaded cannot hit the fight. Exoskeleton activated. When we get to the isle, Lufluk turns on his big move straight away for a fierce tri-pull. Look, GTI's on. They seem to be beating up the president. It's a good thing Top 1's team is in the center control building, or they'd be in danger. The Top 1 team seems to be blocking the AI team. Without the interference of other people, Lufluk attacked directly and fiercely. Protect your ears. The hand cannons forced their position and made them pull back. At this point there was a team in the president's room, a team in the buoyancy room, and this team in the black room was directly encircled on 3 sides, and going anywhere was a death sentence. However, they did not choose to wait for death, but sealed the smoke to block the sight of Lufluk, and then opened the president's door, ready to fight the president's blood first, and then go to meet GTI after the fight. But Lufluk in superhero mode doesn't care about these has-beens. Triple grenade launch. In spite of VS dissuasion, he directly slide shovel into the president's room. 7 people stayed in a closed space. The scene was once very chaotic. He prioritized to solve the enemy on the left side. 2 weak mice are fighting fiercely in the president's parlor, listening to the sound of gunfire. I know it's a P90 and a ting long. Lufluk just went in and received 2 rounds of bullets. What's the situation? The 2 men pulled back and forth across the room, both missing the opposite side of the room. But the bullet was caught just in time by Lufluk. Mouse rat gas pregnant. Lufluk simply do not give the opportunity to direct a shuttle to take away 2. After repairing the armor and then rushed to the right side of the safe house at fire speed. Flying Fellow and Chen Luyao racked the passageway of the buoyancy chamber. The BGM suddenly sounded, and the fight for flying firm was imminent. He directly told Chen Luyao to help Luyua Qing. He was going to start playing. Lord M7 in hand has been hungry for a long time, so let's take this team. Chen Luyao fired a probe arrow into the president's room, and in an instant Lufluk felt permeable, not immediately fired a hand cannon. A double shot. The 2 people in the safe house were directly blown down. There is still 1 person left in the corner of the safe house. The other person in the president's hall next to the sofa lying down has not moved. Lufluk took the lead in solving this scourge of rats and mice, lest they leave ambush. It's time for the last mouse to give his life. Yale yale yale. Really, some cannot bear to do it, but this is the fight. Very cruel. Count your sins. A warlord jumped. Lufluk checked his vision in the air, but he couldn't even lock on to the location of the last mouse rat. Where was the man? No good. Something happened. The last rat has been lying in the dark corner. In addition to the darkness of the body, cannot see him at all. Lufluk just landed on the ground to repair the foot, fell to the ground. At this time, was fighting in the buoyancy room, and couldn't care about it all. Chen Luyao could only use 2 power striking arrows to press the position, and then let climb out quickly. While this first dog's life was saved, just waiting for Chen Luyao to save him, Lu Chuxing hit his form and prepared to go back inside for a showdown. Shoot a probe arrow for me. It's too dark in there to see anyone. Okay. Chen Luyao's probing arrow gave a clear view of the location of the rat inside. This time he made a comeback. Still jumping as the god of war. But this time he wouldn't make the same mistake. Count your sins. Lu Fluke hit the rat's head accurately, finally letting the rat end its sinful life. On the center control bridge. Captain, why do we have to keep blocking this team in the jail area? All have been beaten by us 3 or 4 times, also have no state. Let them come over to fight is not good? Didn't you notice something weird about them? The peak number 1 team was named Whisper, with Captain Lu Shan and players Baiki and Zhang Lin. With just a glance, Lu Shan realized that there was something fishy about Cell 2's team. Their playing style was very similar to GTI's crowd, but not the same. Their strength was very off, stronger than GTI, not as meticulous as GTI. Captain, it's not going to be the AI team, is it? It all makes sense if it's an AI. AIs aren't living people or written programs after all. It's possible. The thing I hate most in my life is machines. They must be killed. Lu Shan himself is very disgusted with AI no matter whose AI. Back then he was living a small life in the 4th universe, until one day, a group of AI robots invaded his planet and went on a rampage to burn and loot, and his own wife died at that time, and he fell into a lifelong disability, and he would have literally died there, if it wasn't for the fact that Dormammu was passing by to save him. However, after joining Cosmic Star Corporation, he didn't really agree with Cosmic Star Corporation's practices and system. He always had a feeling that the batch of robots were sent there by Cosmic Star Corporation, but he had no evidence to prove it. Boss, the main building seems to have finished fighting. Why don't we go to the main building first? It's too easy to die violently against the AI. There's no hurry. The ones in the main building will come to us on their own. Chapter 113, Killing AI in Anger. At this time in the main building, Lu Fluke 3 people are licking the box. The sound of gunfire on the center bridge and the cell area in a flash let him lock the location of the enemy. What do you say? Where to fight first? Or fly up and evacuate? Actually didn't want to be greedy anymore. He was afraid that something was going to happen if he continued to be greedy. Let's go to the bridge first, and take a look at the open drawbridge. Higashiku's suspension bridge. So it's already been put away, and there's still some of my card money left. Just after walking across the drawbridge, Lu Chuck Luck could already hear the gunshots from the center bridge and the jail's big location very clearly. I feel like I could go steal a handful of jailbait dye, just quietly step over there. Chen Luya immediately had an idea when she saw that the people from the prison university didn't pay any attention to her place at all, and Lu Fuyun also chimed in. Yossi, sneak into the village. Don't shoot the gun. This side is slowly advancing. The other side of the central control bridge. Lu Shan has begun an AI sniping. People in the nervousness of the time, maybe hand shaking will miss, but AI will not. 0 error for them as easy as a hand, as long as the program is written that is perfect execution, but the AI is also out of the bugs. In the process of sniping, I do not know which module has a problem, resulting in the AI's gun shaking badly. The person with the sniper rifle as the collimator is completely misaligned. Obviously, according to the gun, stabilization has been as high as 70 guns. He still hold in the hand some effort. Big brother, he seems to be out of bugs. Should we rush them and kill him while he's sick? I have a feeling something fishy is going on. So let's wait. Lu Shan is still very careful. He has seen the AI's accuracy, but also seen the AI's superb self-repairing ability, able to act on its own in the Overwatch battle network, kill the enemy to pick up supplies, but also lay out the tactics, and under certain conditions will also give up teammates to run. How can there be no self-repairing function of the AI? Soon Lu Shan verified his own guess. The other side really quickly self-repair. The next sniping that is really difficult to fight. The best sniper in the team, Bai Qi, was instantly sniped to death as soon as he showed his head. This is the accuracy of the AI. If you say that there are still some chances of winning the melee battle with them, then there is no chance of winning the sniper battle at all. Lu Shan's team and AI fight fiercely. Lu Fluke directly led 2 people have been big round to the jail big sand. At the moment the distance from the AI is left dozens of meters away. How? Hit it straight, lick the bag at light speed afterward, and then run. When the center control arrived here, they had long since finished licking and ran away, and if the other party insisted on pursuing him, Lu Fluke would also show him why the flowers were so red. A victor, 70 rounds of large bullet drum, but also hit the surprise, steal the big back. He did not believe that a shuttle is still not a second 3 people, but this is not a human being. What is the extent of their rapid reaction? Shot. The 3 people directly 0 seconds to turn the direction of the 3 gun line together to fire. Directly to him, even hit with a patch. BER? This is human? When the gunshots rang out, Lu Shan knew that the team from the main building had begun to sneak up on the AI team, and immediately commanded the other two teammates to cover the three of them with hand cannons and fire. They react so fast, they don't look like humans, they feel like AI. Luckily, Firm Fei Yuapor is still there, or else directly passed away. Lu Fluke also pulled out the gunline, trying to shoot against them, but he was greeted with a pike headlock. Luckily he was six-headed and managed to keep a sliver of blood skin on his body, otherwise the AI would have had to charge in a double-down situation. Dare to Lu Fluke against the gun AI completely ignored the body of the burning state. Has been waiting to Lu Fluke back. He began to extinguish the fire, but the time has been too late. Alive was burned to death, made into a veteran barbecue, coupled with the done away with one of them, and now it's the turn of the AI double down, leaving the last one in the hands of the last. My Xiaowen is still a red bullet of the M700, no melee ability at all. After Lu Fluke hit his form, he commanded Chen Luya to go around and fight from both sides with himself, depending on which side this speed claw hit. Chen Luya brushes first big jump to pull body position. Lu Fluke is right behind, both of them god synchronized. The gun line has come to speed claw's body, but this is AI. 0-2. She was able to lock Chen Luya's landing point. Just one bullet knocked Chen Luya to the ground, but this 0-2's is already enough for Lu Chukhong, unless she is a 6 armor. Lu Chukhong can't possibly give her a second 0-2's. With the sound of gunshots coming to an abrupt end, Lu luckily ended up winning over the AI, but now both Firm Feiyu and Chen Luya were on the ground, and if the center control came over and smoked them, they would really have to account for themselves. He didn't rush to save but took Speedy Claw's M700 and stared at the center bridge. Seeing that the AI was killed, Lu Shan immediately signaled a truce, and then took his team to pull the gate and evacuate to have some leftovers on the way. Few luckily, they didn't want to fight, or it would have killed them. After rescuing him, was finally relieved that he had almost returned to his soul. Why don't they fight? Probably 3 rats and mice. Lu Fluke didn't see what kind of equipment they were. Maybe they just came to run the knife. Main building. Frog fun. That one basically cleared the map. That must be pretty fat. Should we go catch them? Catch what catch? People have helped us kill the AI. As long as the one who kills the AI is my comrade Lu Shan. Big brother, your criteria for judging good people and bad people is too strange. Weird? Seems pretty normal to me. At this moment, everyone outside the screen was shocked, claiming that entering the game was the first team to clear the map peak, but letting go of the GTI 3, or letting go when the other side only had one person left. Was this right? Matched up twice, never fought in either game. It feels like they all kinda hate AI, and it's suspected that AI's death has reached a consensus between the two teams. AI, you're so high and mighty, you're using me as a gift. After the evacuation of the Ascension, the 3 talents are all tired from the game out. The first thing, that is certainly to find a place to eat. I know a restaurant that's big and filling and cheap. The real one won't be a national wave restaurant. In this world, a large amount cannot be cheap. Cheap cannot be full. In addition to the national tide of takeout, this is all the experience summarized by Li Feiyu for so many years. How can that be? People are ordered in burn now. Following the navigation Lu Fluke Luck 3 people came to the ancient hotel. Eat something and see for yourself how. The owner's wife waved the menu over, holding the special little book for keeping track of the food, which also had a wrapped blue ballpoint pen hanging from a twine. Is ordering 3 dishes enough for the 3 of us? Egu old brother, you can be too good at joking now. A dish on the line. Listen to auntie, the 3 of you will eat a pot out certainly full. Chapter 114 Loss of Contact. Moments later. Burp, it's awesome. It's so awesome. Watch the table. The 4 empty plates on the sun. The boss's wife could not help but shake her head. This life has not seen such an ability to eat, with the same as starving for several years. Grabbing his cuckoo kai dazzle. Auntie, how much for 4 dishes? That's 210. 23W total. Give me 210W please. Okay. Lu Fluke lucky bully swipe card. 4 dishes so big portion only 210W. This is really cheap. Mission update triggers special mission. Lost contact. Slack Mandel Brick kills an enemy special operations officer in any classified/top secret operation. Successfully deciphered Mandel tiles. Successful evacuation. A total of 3 goals. A sentence within the completion. But where one does not meet the standard, that will have to be reopened. It's a mission to bring a little nausea with us. We haven't seen a brick in hundreds of handfuls. So, it's not like we're going to gamble on bricks. But isn't the burst rate a bit low these days? The trio has opened so many bars, and top secret hasn't missed a beat, that the matchups with Mandel bricks simply haven't been seen. You guys, look at the chat group. It seems like a lot of people are stuck on this quest. It's still true. Isn't this loss of contact disgusting? In the group, everyone was spitting on the hidden mission of losing contact, not to mention whether they could brush the bricks or not. Just a deciphering evacuation was hard enough. What's even more disgusting is that this hidden mission was sent out in a group, and everyone's progress was stuck here by this mission. This undoubtedly made it considerably more difficult again. After all, it was one thing to get the brick, it was another to be hunted down, and being killed in battle costs lives. Every hand is a deathmatch, and these kinds of missions are sent out to disgust people. Office of the Administrator. The old skeleton man sneezed. Who cursed me? Lufluke. 3 people head to scratch. Although this task is a bit disgusting, but for their kind of rushing points must still do. Whatever. Go ahead and fight normally. Grab a brick if you have one and withdraw if you don't. But it's getting late. It's time to get some rest. Even if there's something important, let's talk about it tomorrow. At night, Lufluke hunkered down on the sofa and ate chips as the TV set played yesterday's update of the variety show McMice Again. Chen Luyo leaned on his shoulder, her eyelids fighting with each other but still opening her mouth and letting Lufluke feed her chips. Ah, here you go. He directly stuffed the chips into Chen Luyao's hand, then found a blanket to cover himself and Chen Luyao. Just not happy to feed me? How grown up do you need me to feed you? Humph. If you don't feed me, I'll eat it myself. She snatched the blanket away from her and proceeded to do a death roll, tying herself up just like that. Why can't you solve it? Ha 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 ha. First time I've ever seen someone trap themselves in a blanket. And you're this, thumbs up. Help me untie it. Lu Yuqing slowly approached her and couldn't help but peck her on the cheek, then picked her up. Stay in bed when you're all like this. Lufluke lying on her body, breathing a little rough. She seems to realize what pretty face a red don't head. Do. What for? Of course I'm helping you get unstuck. The blankets were undone, as were the clothes. Ah, sleepy, sleepy. When the lights went dark, Chen Luyao was instantly confused. Having gotten this far, he said he was going to sleep? No. What the hell does he want? All prepared mentally, the result Lufluke backhanded is huffing and puffing. She hadn't slept well all night, and yesterday's desire to talk was a bit disruptive. Awake? She rubbed her eyes and then smoothly jumped into Lu Yuqing's arms. She really didn't sleep well, and even worse, she had her aunt in the middle of the night, and now she was a bit emotionally unstable. When the two of them were brushing their teeth, Lao got lucky and splashed her with just a little bit of water and was left chickening out and wailing. Ah, seaweeds cry. By the time he met with, Lufluke's face was purple. What is this? Nothing much, just a little uncomfortable. I'm afraid I'm not beaten. You're right. Success of a morning game. The 3 people a handful of bricks have not seen. The middle was also almost squatted by the old 6 to turn over the car to die, each of which is a speedy withdrawal. Now they all have the inexplicable rule that those who walk the lower half of the dam are here for a speedy withdrawal, and that they don't interfere with each other, and that they don't interfere with each other's speedy withdrawals every time there are no bricks. But there are always bad guys who want to break this unspoken rule and hit one Lufluke when they come across one. No, did someone really encounter a brick? It's been a morning and I haven't seen it once. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tired of your father? Forget it. Every time you go in is to consume bullets to go. Food is not as expensive as the money of bullets, but also dead not out of the brick. Kill me. Lufluke's mind had already exploded to the extent that he wanted to gong say the old man of the skeleton in a minute. He suddenly thought that he had the string of copper coins, so he directly pinched one, and the skeletal old man directly appeared in seconds. There's an assassin? Yes. The skeleton old man instantly looked tense, then came up to Lu Luxier and asked, where is it? Right in front of you. The old man instantly came to a backward step at the sound of it. Oops. I didn't expect it, but you're an assassin. Who's the assassin? You're the assassin, right? Me? You make a lost contact out. Want to play what? Brick's explosion rate is clear in your own heart. Dozens of can encounter a hand is considered my luck. I have opened 2 days of the game. A hand has not encountered, and the intensity of the game is getting higher and higher. You do not have a number in your own heart? Since the mission, the classified and top secret guys are basically starting at 6 sets of 5, making it impossible for the knife runners to live. I'll give you half a day. Either you increase the brick burst rate for me, or change this quest for me. No, I'm the administrator. Why should I listen to you? Good. You wait. Lufluke directly picked up his cell phone and sent a sentence in the chat group. The dog planning is here with me. If you want to theorize with him, directly come to the Central Avenue Plaza. After sending it out, Lu Yuqing directly gave a look to Flying Fellow. The two of them instantly made their move and tied up the skeletal old man in 5 pieces. What are you doing? I'm going to show you the wrath from the users of battle. In less than half a minute, the entire square was surrounded, and a mouthful of spit from one person could spit the skeleton to death. You guys, what did you do first? Increased burst rate. Let him change the mission. Stuff him with Mandel bricks. At this moment, the people have been transformed into the Ministry of Justice. The 2 most primitive demands remain unchanged. Either increase the brick burst rate, or change the task. Do not come to use the loss of contact disgusting people, or wait for the Ministry of Justice to be baptized by the Ministers of Justice. Chapter 115, The Fishy Storm Caused by a Brick. Stop. I'll change. After returning home, the old man skeleton finally increased the brick burst rate under the watchful eye of Lufluk. Get it done. Don't bother me afterward. Just please. That's more like it. Don't engage in this kind of mission every day like we're all on the same boat. It's not good for anyone if the mission is too difficult. Lufluk patted his skull, then strutted towards the gaming area. Open one and see if the old man is swindling us. A few days did not meet the brick of the three. At the moment finally in the classified dam to see the brick. This time the brick brush in the visitor center. And Lufluk lucky 3 people happen to be the number 1 position again. Get ready. It's going to be a bad fight soon. Everyone was so pitted by this quest that when they saw a brick they would surely go out of their way to grab it. It feels ominous, like there are 2 teams of feet approaching. His paracord had pinpointed the location of the other 2 teams. One at the point where they were exiled, and the one at the top of the dam was on its way here. It's broken, it's full of people. Get the bricks. Flying Fellow quickly stuffed the brick into his chest hanging, and then began to run to the 2nd floor. This wave has to be hit and run. I know, but we have to find a way to get them to fight first. The team behind them was the first to arrive. The Mandel brick tip turned into 3 stars. Lufluk and Chen Luyao racked the stairs on both sides, used his gun to rack the 2nd floor glass, and the people on the top of the dam were almost to the roof of the opposite building. Quick look, it's the peak-ranked 120th Prism Battle Team and the 101st ranked Heavenly Mansion Battle Team, but their opponent is GTI. Ah, someone who can go 50-50 with superhero AI. Aren't you guys a little high on GTI? And aren't they all jumped up if you ask me? I can't believe this group of people are still questioning the strength of GTI teams and won't look at how many of the teams on the new Dark Horse list are out of GTI themselves. Hirazawa and the others have become the top of the Dark Horse list, and it's rumored that Tiny Bunny branched out. Hyundai also followed the majors to a solid 8th place on the Dark Horse list. The rest of the teams have also occupied the 9th to 20th place, except for the AI team GTI, which is almost a local in the Dark Horse list. I'll show a break and let the top of the dam come first. Yes, but be careful not to lose your first life. This is an extremely dangerous one, and you can definitely not spend the first life Lufluk without spending the first life, and maybe getting knocked out when you break the brick afterward. Deliberately reveal the break to reveal the big body position. The enemy sniper really fell for it, immediately shot to pump. Good thing did not hit the head, just a shot to the arm, dry bleeding. Inside the Tenfu battle team, Captain Charge. The break is fleeting, there's no rush. I'll go back if he gets another shot. After all, without knowing how strong the other party was, they didn't dare to act rashly. After hitting the state, still intentionally showed a break, very accurately catching another bullet with his leg. This shot, coupled with the shots from the visitor's back door, gave the Heavenly House warriors the decisive choice to begin their attack. Hooked. Downstairs. Lufluk quickly seals the smoke and goes downstairs, and in the midst of the smoke also knocks down the prismatic warrior's doctor in the process. What's this for? Going downstairs to die? I didn't get this wave. Isn't going downstairs looking for death? Ha 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 ha. A look at the man who doesn't often look at Lufluk, who, has all the brains in the world. To this day, he has not known how many times he has practiced the same thing this time. As they crossed the point, Flying Few threw the Mandel brick directly on the ground, creating an illusion that they were down to confuse the Heavenly House warriors, when in fact they had sealed the smoke and crossed the point to the House of the Great Insurance. The Prism warriors who are still wandering in the hall have undoubtedly become the target. After all, the bricks are not at all in the hands of Lufluk and the others. Their primary purpose is the bricks. And to get the brick you have to step over the Prism War Doctor's body. Classic woe is me. Love that move so much. How is this prismatic warrior team the same as the entry machine? Not resisting all. They probably didn't think GTI they'd dare come downstairs. Lufluk hid in the corner and smiled, the smile on his face gradually evil. Dare not think of how happy it would be to wait for the 2 teams to finish the fight to go and reap the benefits themselves. It's that the task is estimated to be completed by just 2 people. Don't look at the Heavenly Mansion is only 19 rankings higher than Prism. These 19 rankings can pull a big gap. In the eyes of the Heavenly Mansion team, Prism is no different from the entry machine. Of course, in the eyes of the 3 of them, Lufluk, the Heavenly Mansion was no different from entering the machine. Fight! Fight! Drops have landed all over the map. A broadcast led Lufluk to quickly run towards the door, and after taking a look at it, he said another bad word. Bad. How did this drop land here? This is bad. Even if you do not want to grab the drop, people have to come over to take a look. Pick up a drop and still hear tourists fighting. Do not come to intervene, they are this. Thumbs up. How? I guess this one's going to hit the bottom at the visitors center. I'm going. The 21st ranked Falling Rain Villa. They've gone for the airdrops. This should hear the gunshots from the visitors center, shouldn't it? I'm sure they heard it. I guess they're 80% going to come and talk them out of it. This game is starting to get interesting, and the team at the main substation seems to be interested in coming for the airdrops as well. Lu Fluke vaguely already heard the sound of the airdrop place being opened. This is bad, even more chaotic. Outside the gate is a double header between Skyfall and Prism, with airdrops and main variations still to come, and this puts pretty much the whole map on the line. I'm guessing it's just the visitors center that's been fighting so far in this one, and I'm guessing not a single person has been dropped from the field so far. The doctor who had been knocked out by Lu Fluke had long since been rescued, and was now circling Prism, and the two teams fought from inside the door to the outside, and from the outside to the second floor, and for a time the scene was very chaotic. Just when Lu Fluke thought that someone was going to come and end this farce, at that moment the gun went off at the airdrop. I'm going. It's a real fight. Rainy Mountain Villa is fighting with the 45th ranked Lincoln Park. This one is really something to see. It's just that GTI is a bit too lewd for their liking. People are presumably just here on a mission. Dare I ask what team in the entire game isn't here to do a mission? You know that this reward of points and Hafu coins is a very tempting existence for anyone, especially the teams on the list. Who wouldn't want to be number one for fun? I don't want to. Who? I built it. Lushan came to watch the game. In the tavern, Lushan was staring at the screen dead on. Although he didn't know what kind of play Lu Fluke was, he felt that GTI had a kind of inexplicable confidence. A kind of confidence that even he didn't have. If he had been in such a high-pressure situation and had to do a mission, he would have panicked a bit, and it would be a lie to say that he didn't. But the camera is surprised that Lu Fluke has gotten so bored that he swiped the video. Interesting. Chapter 116, 3 Man-Eating Rats. From the moment Lu Fluke heard the gunshots from the airdrops, he was already in a daze, not even planning to go out and intervene, letting them finish the fight first. Rainy Mountain at the drop-off was too entangled to intervene in the visitor center, and likewise couldn't run away but had to fight and retreat to see if they could get to the top of the dam. Just at this moment Lu Fluke suddenly turned off the video. There are footsteps again. The scene now was that everyone in the entire map had gathered near the visitor center. This is getting interesting. What's the time to do it? Tianfu and Prism hadn't been picking up the bricks, all in an effort to not expose their position to attract more people over, and the more they fought, the more they strayed, and at the moment, they were long gone from inside the visitors center, and had fought their way to the vicinity of the fountain. Tianfu had even run outside, one step short of colliding with the three teams fighting at the top of the dam. It was a good thing that they weren't interested in this side. They just wanted to kill the falling rain mountain in front of them. Now 3 teams for a group of each playing each. Lu Fluke feel that can be shot, and then do not fight or not time to decipher. I'll take the bricks first, you guys go out and pull the gun line before me. Then I'll go steal the guys and give you the bricks when I steal one to death. And when the mission is done we'll run with the bricks. Okay. Firm Feiyu instantly breaks the glass and directly leaps down from the second floor. This huge commotion has already disturbed the captain of the Prism battle team, and immediately there are hand cannons coming in the direction of Firm Feiyu. Lu Fluke went out from the side door and reached the back foot next to the steps. At this time everyone's attention was on, which gave Lu Fluke a chance to sneak attack. The Scar H in his hand was just a pike, and took down the captain of the Prism battle team straight away, not even having a chance to react to the hit. Moments after the hit the Mandel brick was thrown to the ground. Lu Fluke racked his gun for Jifu, who immediately went for the brick. Go hit the perimeter. We can't let this team die. Who's going to give them a chance to stall the Heavenly Palace if Prism is done dying? Firm Feiyu flew out of the barrier with a jet, and the 3 members of the Heavenly Mansion warriors squatting outside the wall didn't even see anyone, only a big black rat swooshing out. In midair Firm flying you took down Luna, who was lying in the bushes, with a pike of waist shots directly, but he's also a live target. There's no cover around. Lu Yuxing immediately sealed the smoke outward to save Jin Yufei's life, and Jin Yufei also immediately climbed over the wall into the interior to join Lu Yuxing and the others. The captain of the Prism warriors has been saved. He has been red warm, never died so suffocatingly in his life. Not a single bit of damage was inflicted, and first he was stolen to death, and it was still the one who was holding the bricks. The 2 teams at the top of the dam surrounded the Rainfall Mountain Villa, but the Rainfall Mountain Villa trio not only weren't suppressed but fought with spare strength. Worthy of being a top-ranked battle team, this is really powerful. Change me, I would have died tens of thousands of times. I'm more curious as to why those 2 teams at the visitors center are as good as hypocrites. It's not a pseudo-human, it's a power gap. If you were to fight any of the Prism and Heaven's Mansion teams, you'd be the same as a human machine. Upstairs cursing is too dirty. You say I live a poor, ugly does not matter. If you say I play the game sucks, I am really anxious to show you. Li Shan smiled and shook his head. In his eyes, Lu Fluke seemed to have some strength, but in the end, he was still too young. The level of threat was 50-50 with the Spitfire soldier, right? Baiki didn't know what he was laughing at and immediately inquired in a snarky manner. What? See any shadows from him? Are you talking about people? It's better to keep such words to yourself. Just kidding, and I know you haven't moved on from that past, but one must always move on. Lu Shan put down his wine glass as he shook his head helplessly, his mouth continuously exhaling alcohol. The thought of those AI killers made him angry. There's no need to say more. If I find out who assigned him, I'll make sure he's dead. The corners of Baiki's mouth curved slightly. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. He just couldn't believe it. Lu Yao, it's just you. Okay, give it to me. Chen Lu Yao's hand M7 adult had long been hungry and thirsty, and the fairy bullet in his hand was even hotter. She took the Mandalorian brick, instantly heroic, and pulled herself to the periphery with a big jump, aiming her sights at the doctor who was saving the day, faced the fairy bomb bar, but before the bullet could be fired, she was elbowed in the arm by a man machine that broke her arm, and the pain hit her, causing her gun to drift a bit. But it's good to have the thrill of taking down the B-doctor, but it's too late to make up the shot. It can't be mended. Fei Yu stick C4, Lu Fluke the smoke throw, and Flying Fellow came back with a Dawei Tianlong, C4 sticking directly to the B-doctor's lifeblood. No, it hurts to think about it. Badly this next shall not be this piece of that 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 piece of that. Only then did Chen Luya let out a sigh of relief that the quest was finally done. Then let Prism and Sky Mansion continue to fight here. They're going to the decryption point to decrypt. The icons of Mandel's bricks faded away, but the crowd still fighting had no time to care. Tianfu, who had been killed by two of Lu Fluke's group, was the first to go out, and Prism immediately went to catch up with Lu Fluke's trio, who were walking away. But just as he took a step out of the visitors' center, he was grabbed by the winner of the chaotic battle at the top of the dam, Falling Rain Villa, who had a 1v2 record to prove it. No, damn, still burning out? The Prism battle team left battle forever with regret, with their former glory, and with the last of their fervor. Not really, Prism, Heavenly House both out. It's a bit of a shame. Without this mission it would have been a successful evacuation. Yeah, this groove assignment. Falling Rain Villa's evacuation point is in the visitor center. At this time the time is still left in the last 9 minutes. They weigh the pros and cons. They still choose to go after the cement factory Lu Fluke lucky crowd. They had all paid at the paid evacuation point, so now there were no more worries. As long as they could set aside a minute to catch up plus evacuate, it was enough. No way. That's a chase. Lu Fluke, who was pretending to be a bazooka soldier on top of the cement factory, had heard their footsteps, and Lin Feiyu was always ready to fight from the building platform in front of the cement factory office. Chen Luyao opened the scan. 3 sets of 6 appeared. This wave was definitely either you die or I live. She couldn't afford to drop the ball in such a high-intensity battle. How far away are they? Firm Feiyu listened to the footsteps getting closer and closer. His heart fluttered, but his hands were not shaking at all, although he was only a semi-durable 5 sets. But this was already enough. If he could kill this team, he might be able to pick up 3 sets of 6 sets to play around with. Lu Fluke was already down, always ready to go toe-to-toe with someone else's gun. Falling Rain Mountain Villa came to a stop at the gap. Lu Fluke has been nervous. They seem to be coming out soon. As soon as they show their heads they will have to face Lu Fluke's roaming artillery fire. Captain, how do we fight? You guys take a quiet step around. I'll meet up with these two here at the rack point for a while. Coming, the classic hit of Falling Rain Mountain. Their captain seems to have lost his first life. Which dares to operate? They don't really think the 3 GTIs are rats and mice, do they? Run! These 3 are man-eaters. Chapter 117, 3 Gun God of War. Those 2 men walked a quiet step around to the cement factory dormitory, and the sound of loading iron sheets caught Lu Fluke. There are 2 more rats in the cement factory dormitory. Feiyu, see if you can go around and catch them. I guess so. But if this one at the door comes out and whips me, won't I blow up? Chen Luya immediately threw out a flash, and took the opportunity to cross the point. The 2 rats in the dormitory building were still making progress, and the 2 did their best to avoid the man-machine walk, but they were still spotted. The human machine's voice rang, immediately stopped. They 2 knives to send away the human machine. Hart secretly said a good thing they did not let them shoot, otherwise the plan will not be exposed. These 2 are still touching the static step off. Just now Firm Feiyu so Bigfoot rushed over they did not even react. If you don't give the human machine to send, forget it. This is not even hear the footsteps, but still hear knife human machine it. GTI is playing through so much that I'm kind of curious about what this Lu Fluke is really capable of. Anyone who has watched their last few matches knows that this team's awareness can be said to be not much different from the peak number 1. And I think Lu Fluke's awareness might even be higher than Lu Shan's. Lu Shan, who was drinking on the side, spat out a mouthful of old wine. This person's speech is really not avoiding people. It does not matter whether he is present or not. Ha 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 ha. Old Lu, you 2 have been compared to someone one day. Bai Qi laughed his head off. His own captain, who had won the all-around king for several years in a row. was actually being outclassed in terms of awareness at the moment. What's there to laugh about? It's only right that the latter wave beats the former. Yes, we're getting old. In 2 years, we'll be able to apply for retirement with the company. Bai Qi is not an earthling, and Bai Qi should be in his prime now, but Lu Shan is 48 years old, and he's approaching middle age, just like the earthling construct. It's better for you aliens to live so long and still retire early. Good what to the Cosmic Interplanetary Company to work for so many years. A bit of news. No, I estimate that the home to me to do the close grave or long grave grass. Lu Shan looked at it and then said, at least you have a family. Once I retire, I don't even have a place to go. Odds are I'll have to stay in that crappy old people's home. You can also stay in the battle network as a self-employed person. It's not even a problem to retire in here with your strength. Lu Shan, however, shook her head. She didn't like this kind of fighting and killing. The feeling of licking blood on the tip of the knife every day was really bad. If I retire, I might actually have to bring my entire fortune to investigate that batch of robots. Good thing too, at least there's an obsession to keep you alive. The White Walker patted him on the shoulder and proceeded to drink the tequila from his glass in one go. Right, you pay. Bai Qi twisted his head away as Lu Shan continued to shift her sight to Lu Fluke's reality. At this moment, Firm Feiyu had already arrived at the door of the dormitory, and the two men who were still walking quietly wanted to go out towards the small hole, but they were caught by Firm Feiyu. Boss, we're at the entrance to the cave. Get ready and we'll fight our way in. Direct hit. I'm wide open. The captain of the Rainfall Villa, Rainfall, directly opened the overload mode, a smoke bomb to seal the line of sight, then kicked open the door to create a false impression to make Chen Luyao a little nervous. He was in the trend to enter from the hole. Lu Fluke heard his movement at the first time, but the Red Wolf was too fast for him to catch. Just when the Rainfall Mountain Villa trio thought they were going to succeed, directly gave the two people in the dormitory a C4 each, and proceeded to frantically shoot to deplete their armor. 3 seconds later, they fell to the ground, and the Red Wolves who had just turned on the big one were dumbfounded. These two pit bulls just fell to the ground? I told you, this Rainfall Villa can survive until now, all because of their captain's play. I can't believe this team made the list. I admit that Falling Rain's single combat ability is above me. After all, no one can bring two tiny little rabbits to eat. Don't diss Tiny Bunny. He's stumped. The last Red Wolf, it seems, is coming up the stairs ready for you, Fluke. I'll send him home if he dares to come. Red Wolf also simply stopped acting, directly striding up the stairs with big feet. Chen Luyao immediately rushed over to help, but was put down by a pike. So it was a fake? He used the sound of him going up the stairs to release a fake message to make him misjudge before proceeding to go down the stairs to strike Chen Luyao, who immediately stood up and prepared to jump down the stairs to fight him hard. Instead, he realized that the man had disappeared. The gap between the jail Feiyu change ammunition. He directly appeared from the house of the first floor airbox, went up to a pike to repair the foot. But the good thing is that the jail Feiyu reacted and immediately jetted to pull away from the distance. But it's also crippled, having to shiver behind the box. As long as he dared to hit status, this mad dog would inevitably rush over and kill him. Only Lu Fluke slowly touched over, intending to engage in a sneak attack, but was held back by the hand cannon. This guy is so strong, holy. I can't imagine it's so hard to come across putting a brick in the ground, and it's such a struggle to beat it. Flying Fellow intended to let go and took out his medicine and began to hit the status. The moment the Red Wolf's footsteps appeared, he immediately stopped hitting the medicine and directly lay down on the ground in preparation for repairing his feet. The move did the trick, and while Flying Firm was knocked down, it did leave him a little hurt, and he hit his big move long before it was over. So now he had to renew his painkillers to keep the broken leg from affecting him, taking out the medical bag ready to play medicine in the moment. Lu Fluke appeared fiercely, giving him a fright, immediately sealing the smoke to escape. Almost died I go. Who is actually going to win between these two? $700 on Rain. 501 of Harvard dollars. I bet on Lu's Fluke. Falling Rain immediately crouched behind the box with a big status, but Lu Luck was not willing to let him return to full blood, immediately sealing the smoke to transform into a serious evil spirit. After determining the general location of the Falling Rain, the scar was taken out and just swiped at the crates. Don't care if you hit it or not, just sweep it first. Maybe the blind cat will win if it touches the dead rat. Falling Rain, who was drugging, shifted his position while cursing Lu Fluke for being crazy, but there was nothing he could do about this high density of strikes. Even with the medicine, it still wasn't in full condition. After the smoke cleared, both sides stood wide-eyed in front of the crate, and Lu Fluke's gun was changing ammunition. This is not the right time for the smoke to dissipate. Now we've been caught timing. Tonic Lu Fluke, you tonic death my 1500 W. Seeing that he was going to be killed, he immediately got down and dodged the bullets, thinking about loading up his scar full of bullets before hitting it again. But Falling Rain even pulled out the secondary weapon. Tinglong directly jumped on the box ready to burst Lu Yuehong. The situation is critical. Lu Yuehong can only take a gamble. Taking out Chicken Zuzi, he went for another leg fix on his bottom three. Both sides' blood levels were rapidly decreasing, and it was up to whoever couldn't carry it first. Must win Lu Fluke. The tonic kills the rats and mice. Ratty just wants to do a quest. Why don't we all shake hands and withdraw together? At this moment, Lu Shan also tensed up. Falling Rain was undoubtedly an excellent junior, but Lu Luck wasn't bad either. Both sides were evenly matched in strength. Whoever died was something he didn't want to see. Who would you prefer to win? Falling Rain? He's not a bad person. He's still strong. If he has two reliable teammates, he'll become a pillar of strength in the future. Zhang San sat next to Lu Shan, and the two watched the match on the screen together like longtime friends. The answer will be revealed soon. Yeah, these young people are something. Chapter 118 Layout. Everyone is holding their breath and are glued to the screen. Who will win this game to end up all victorious? Until the last moment, Lu squeaked out a win with 0.3 drops of blood. Surprisingly, there were still footsteps around, so it should be Machine coming to claim his life. Frightened Lu Fluke hurried to seal the smoke. Now if there is an accident, that will really be the end. The medical needle in his hand, Kukuku stabbed into himself and proceeded to save the two men who had fallen to the ground. It was so thrilling. I almost died here. Chen Luyao was already suffocating. Another 30 seconds later and she would have really gone to her grave. Scared the hell out of me. I thought I was really going to say goodbye to the world. It's okay, as long as I have breath I won't let anything happen to you. Lu Fluke gave her a thumbs up. He was his woman, and as long as Lu Fluke lived in this world for a second, he would not let anything happen to her, unless it crossed over his corpse and soul. What about me? Fluke brother suddenly wanted to commit but in his heart, he still looked forward to his answer. After all, the two are also considered to be side-by-side comrades in arms, but also experienced so many lives and deaths together. It can be said to be the same life and death of a good brother. As the old saying goes, brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes. He believed that Lu Chuxing would definitely treat himself well, just like he treated Chen Luya. You? None of my business. I knew brother Fluke, for sure. What did you say? You're just gonna leave me to my own devices? Firm Feiyu couldn't believe that his friendship with him for so many years was worthless in his eyes. Of course I'm lying to you. Chen Luyo is my woman, I'll definitely protect her. And you're also my man. The old Feiyu wanted to be disgusting, and Lu Fluke was disgusted back. His eyes were full of favor, and his look was still a little ambiguous. This scene really made Chen Luyao a little hard to look at. Also at this moment she actually had a sense of crisis. Even when Chen saturated and Lu Fluke together, Chen Luyao didn't take it seriously, but now she actually wanted to go up and beat up Jinyu Feiyu, and she even ate the vinegar of a big man. She felt more and more that Lu Chuxing had an adulterous relationship. But how could these two people have that kind of relationship when they lived under their own noses every day? Also did not find that any of them cannot clip the in addition to the JL Feiyu daily scurry thin. Come on, don't disgust me. Really joking with you, you still disgusted back. Careful. I'm being careful? Next time, believe it or not, I won't save you. Don't. Or save my Fluke brother. Then call me brother again. Lu Fluke touched his chin, a smug smile spreading from the corner of his mouth, a feeling of having succeeded in his scheme. This scene in Chen Luyao's eyes, these two were no different from a young couple fighting. If you really want to say that there was any difference, it was that you had never fought with Lu Yuqing in such an ambiguous manner. Shouldn't a fight between two people be about you scolding me to go to my family and me greeting your mom? How do they manage to be so harmonious? Just like when Lu Yuxing and Chen Luyao quarreled, Chen Luyao sometimes couldn't help but greet Lu Yuxing's family. Asterisk 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 you asterisk asterisk. Do you have any where you're at? This is the daily routine of the two. Although it is said that this kind of small bump does not affect the feelings of the two, but more or less in hindsight will be a little uncomfortable, and even feel ashamed. She can no longer look straight at Lu Tsuehua. In the tavern, the Rain is still losing the game, is about to return to his homeland. At this moment Lu Shan instantly crushed the copper coins in his hand, used up his last privilege, should have been kept for his own resurrection with the right, but he felt that the Rain is a good seedling. As long as the teaching is meticulous, he will definitely become his right-hand man in the future. The next moment the soon-to-be cremated Falling Rain suddenly descended on the tavern again, with Lu Shan by her side. Hello Kido, why are you fighting so hard today? I was the one who underestimated my opponent, or I could have been a little more robust. Falling Rain long sigh, mouth spit out a mouthful of cloudy air. He is not willing, if in the future and Lu Fluke can be compared again, that he absolutely will not be overturned again. I know what you're thinking, but you're afraid you won't get the chance. When I retire you'll have to leave battle with me. Lu Shan handed over a cup of spirits. His retirement will not be 2 years. Bai Qi is even more the end of this year to retire, when their own team will be empty a position. this position will be replaced by the falling rain. During this period he could no longer go through his personal identity to play against each other in the battle network, unless he followed Lu Shan. The function of the copper money is to make Lakyu immortal, and from this moment onwards, he will work with Lu Shan, who has the supreme right to rule over Lakyu, and his life and death will be controlled by Lu Shan. This kind of copper money is very rare and is basically a prize that is competed down in the contest. Being able to make others their servants. Many people will also take this kind of coins to resurrect some of the strongest battle seniors who have passed away, but those who are already dead can't take part in the competition, and can only become their coaches or even babysitters. Today's performance of Falling Rain had really surprised him a bit. If he hadn't resisted Lu Fluke's attack today, then Lu Shan wouldn't have chosen to resurrect him. As much as I dislike this feeling, thanks a lot. It's better to be alive than dead. Humph, I wouldn't enslave you either. Except that you might not be able to compete until I leave battle. Falling Rain immediately questioned. Why? No reason, because I needed a hand after I left battle, but I didn't have anyone I could trust around me, so I needed you, and this relationship that the copper coin has given us is the most reliable of all. There is no way you can hurt me, no way you can betray me even if the enemy tortures you anyway. I saved your life, and from now on your life will be mine. I'll return you a free man when the matter I'm investigating is over. When the time comes, whether you want to go back to battle or want to get married and have kids out there, I won't stop you. Lu Shan is smiling finished. He does not like to give others a big cake. His purposefulness is very clear is to Fall Rain to help themselves to do things. As for another layer of reasons, Fall Rain parents in the universe a little bit of power. He needs to use these individual rights to stabilize their own backstage. Otherwise, by then, if they really found out about the big names that they couldn't, they wouldn't need to risk their own lives to step in. Okay, then I'll go back first. Come back to me when you leave battle one day. Falling Rain waved his hand listlessly, then bid him farewell and left the tavern. After completing Lost Contact, the Golden Gunner quest refreshes again. Chapter 119 Weapon Masters. Defeat one enemy agent in any classified/top secret operation using each of the following firearms. 1. Operate a Tinglong assault rifle with speed less than or equal to 40 and recoil control greater than or equal to 80 and use less than or equal to level 4 purple bullets to defeat 2 enemy special operations officers. 2. Defeat 3 enemy special operations officers using a Victor submachine gun with waist fire accuracy less than or equal to 60 and recoil control greater than or equal to 55. 3. Defeat an enemy special operations officer using AM-249 light machine gun with a 30-round magazine and level 3 ammunition. 4. Kill 2 enemy special operations officers with a headshot using a Scar H assault rifle with gun stability less than or equal to 40, recoil control less than or equal to 50, and not equipped with laser or large magazines. 5. Defeat an enemy special operations officer with a headshot within 10 meters using AM-14 shooter rifle with maneuvering speed less than or equal to 40, recoil control greater than or equal to 58, and equipped with a Spirit I6/12X scope. 6. Defeat 3 enemy special operations officers using a P90 submachine gun, with no reserve ammunition in excess of 100 rounds allowed. Requirements: complete at least 2 missions and above per matchup, must pull the plug and evacuate, during which all missions will be reset if the objectives are not completed. Lu Fluke lucky, just look at these words, head is going to hurt. This is a person to do the task? Not to mention these brain-dead tricky accessory requirements. On this maneuvering speed, if you meet someone halfway, the mirror is already dead before they open. Is this doing a mission by a human being? Not to mention you. My mission is also against the odds difficult. Although Flying Fellow's task was not as cumbersome as Lu Fluke's, the degree of difficulty far exceeded Lu Fluke's, as he had to single 3. All of his missions are done solo, the nastiest of which is to go to the Tower of Babel and dog-tag the evacuation after single triple top secret Bakshi with a naked gun MP5 and killing a special ops cadre. Where is this mission the Golden Gunner? Why don't we just rename it the Desperado? Which mission wasn't aimed at both of their lives? Just when the two thought that they were the only ones who had received such an outrageous mission, they realized that the entire battle network had received this kind of mission, all of which were disgusting and unimpressive. And there weren't a handful of people who had received even more anticlimactic single 3 missions like Flying Firm. And for this reason, Old Man Skeleton had also made a special single row field just to let this group of single questioners mess around with each other. However, still did not intend to go for single. After all, although single 3 was difficult, the enemies were at least normal people, but single row was different. It was all my Xiaowen, all rats. How can you fight without seeing someone or shooting them? And after hitting one instantly there are people coming from all directions. He'd rather go for a single 3-hit full-loaded Brotherhood, not wanting to go for a solo comp with a crappy gun. Lu Yao, what is your mission? I'm on the same 6 quests as you. Completing 2 of each just makes it a lot less difficult. Lu Fluke immediately went over to see. In addition to the provisions of firearms, other than a little bit of conditions, And even worse is that there are even 3 tasks inside to burst the head to hit the killing machine. And then look at Lu Fluke this. Spiritual eye 6/12 times mirror in 10 meters burst. A mirror can see the opposite side of the pores. Although there is a tactical stance, but the speed of maneuvering will inevitably be reduced a lot. It also increases the risk of Lu Fluking a gun at close range. Then let's go our separate ways. You go to single 3, and Lu Yao and I will go to classified for the mission. Okay, wish me luck. Don't come back and you won't see me then. Lu Fluke also embarked on a journey with Chen Luyao. Their plan was to prioritize Lu Yao's mission, and then let Chen Luyao go in with a good gun to escort Lu Fluke. Although this escort is easy to blow up, but it is better than nothing. At this moment, Lu Chuxing has brought the most M249 and P90. See if this first can do the task with Chen Luyao. Chen Luyao is more of a treasure box monster. In order to complete the task directly to buy the largest backpack, the hand to take the 2 guns, the bag to load 2 guns to fight for a hand to do the end of the 4 tasks. The 2 landed is the cement factory. Now the cement factory is a popular location. The new small gold ultraviolet light most probable explosion is the dump truck. Lu Fluke in order to collect also several times in the cement factory to fight. The main thing is that this skeleton old man even on the new big gold big red for 6 sets of activities, which makes a group of a businessman instantly seize the business opportunity. A large purchase of the market ultraviolet lamps and a variety of big red big gold. The most expensive is the Reeling Brain Machine Report, which is now available at a price that has been bought out. Like this 6-pack that Lu Yuehong is wearing right now, which was traded for it. Okay, this one's jammed right into the cement factory. There's no way no one will come. After all, there were 2 or 3 resurrection points near the cement factory, and there was a big insurance policy on this one, so he wasn't afraid of people coming in hard. He was afraid that they would all go to the main building to kill people and not come to the cement factory to make peace. But Lu Fluke ultimately paid wrongly. The 2 men searched for 5 minutes in the cement factory. Chen Luyao killing machine of the people who have completed the task also did not see a person. The closest shots were in the Administration West building, and then the main substation. It's not too late since they love to fight in the Administration building. He's going to go to the Administration building to intervene as well. He was just trying to get out of the cement factory to eat the dump trucks outside when he was hit with a pike that shattered all of his armor. It's a good thing he slipped and ran with the smoke or he wouldn't have blown up himself. Encountered this squatting mud truck of the old 6. Lu Fluke fortunately did not have the slightest softness. Dared to squat the mud truck, but also dared to send a voice taunting to pretend to be a bully. Pretend and I'll make you fly. Just see Lu Fluke took out the P90 and then rushed out along the smoke. Facing the gun line of the 3 people, do not panic at all. After all, he is a man with the power of 6 sets. Nish and I. P90 meatballs directly sweep the leg to take away 2. Then smoke blocking line of sight. Immediately pulled out the M249. So the mission in one fell swoop it. After rushing out of the smoke, he realized that the last B doctor was surprisingly gone, and it looked like Seal Smoke had run off to take refuge in the corridor. Lu Fluke luck in hot pursuit, has been chased to the barracks of the pipeline but still did not see people. Just as he wanted to go back and lick his bag, he realized that Chen Luyao had killed the last person. Where did you kill it? Looking at the box on the floor, he was dumbfounded. He seemed to have been tricked. It turns out that just now the B doctor pressure fundamentally did not go anywhere, but in the soles of their feet sealed smoke, and then used the long smoke to mislead the Lu Fluke want to save his teammates. Who expects a slow beat Chen Luyao this time out of the cement factory, just to catch him to save his teammates' timing? It's also weird to open your backpack and change your gun. It looks like they're all here for the mission. The other side of the Self-AU in the Tower of Babel is hiding in the B3 area to prepare. Who would have guessed that instead of a fully loaded brother, there would be a bunch of naked gun boys with level 5 sets coming in? Bad this is to me to appear depends on who unloads the legs fast. In order to ensure that the mission runs properly, he purposely wore 6 sets. The bullet is not even a 4-grade bullet. 3-grade neat bullets specializing in the lower 3. By the time those 3 wretches came to the front, firm flying, you had already begun to laugh. Chapter 120, the shepherd boy points to the lower 3 roads. The door opens to greet them not with big red nor big insurance, but with the unbridled laughter of flying few and 600 rounds of RIP ammo. The pain in his big and small legs made his whole body unable to use his strength, and to make matters worse was the bludgeoning of his lifeblood, which was even more acidic. If God gave him another chance, he'd definitely want to wear body armor with crotch guards. Wei Long helplessly fell to the ground. M14. This gun would be hard enough to use without modifications, not to mention leg trimming. The opponent has already dropped 1 person, and this wyvern did not cause substantial damage to him. The armor did not even touch firm flying you a little bit, and the meeting went to sleep. Dare to come over? Come here and I'll take off my legs. Flying fellow felt his hand was on fire and wanted to pull out to fight, but he was a single 3 or not to be reckless. Gotta find a way to kill this team before we say anything, or we won't even be able to get to the top of the tower to glide and evacuate ourselves. He ran to the ropes area and proceeded to ride the ropes to the opposite end of the area, when footsteps came from this end as well, and he didn't even have to think about the fact that there were more people out there. A Tower of Babel packs 3 families. He cannot even run. We can only hope that they lack of heart. Just now I did not hear their own gunshot. However, the enemy speed claw still opened a big arrest, and Firm Flying You immediately changed the place and wanted to do so. Who expected B3 remaining 2 people did not save his teammates but chose to jail Feiyu hard in the end. Since this is not to give the jail Feiyu Jedi turn the tide of the opportunity to use magic to defeat the enemy with geothermal. He directly smoke blocked the place where the 2 sides met, then threw out a small smoke to hide his figure. Both sides had indeed discovered the opposite side, and coupled with the fact that they had just been smoked out of a person by Firm Feiyu, both sides were quite uptight. No one wants to let the opposite side go, especially a team that is missing a wyvern. Both sides thought that the other side was an enemy, and after meeting each other, Li Feiyu took the opportunity to go around to the back of the 3-man team, and used the MP5 to knock down one first, and then used the captured M14 to make up for it with headshots. Well, it's 2v2 now. Both sides are fair. The 2 teams are fighting back and forth. You kill my teammates, I steal your ass. On the other hand, watching the scene, if there are melon seeds he must take out to get high. Dike, why isn't there anyone? Lu Fluke couldn't find anyone by any means, and his brain was about to explode. The 2 arrived at the administrative west building, but a little sound was not heard. Chen Luyao opened the scanning and found that the administrative building was empty, and the 2 immediately looked at the backyard, and this scanning was 6, hoping to hit the backyard from the administration building. Come on, let's go in the direction of the evacuation point and see if we can block this team. Lu Fluke led Chen Luyao all the way to the backyard. At this time the people who were racking up points in front of them hadn't noticed the movement behind them in the slightest. Gonna have to eat again. The P90 was hungry and couldn't wait to attack the man's lower third. 5 bullets to 5 armor might be a bit scratchy, but meatballs to the legs, that was definitely swift. Straight up P90 leg sweep for the knockout, then M249 for the kill. The last person ran very fast. Lu Fluke directly chased up to frame the point where he will appear. A head was killed by him with a M249 headshot, and a gun is not empty. Acting or not acting. The other team heard the commotion and immediately pressed forward, wanting to come over to persuade the fight, not realizing that Lu Chuck Luck only played 30s in this wave, and was still in full condition after the fight. They pull big footsteps over. Lu Fluke directly straight frame, or the same sentence, due on seconds. Red Wolf took the lead to show his head and wanted to rely on the high maneuvering speed of Tinglong in his hand to react to his straight frame, but he did not expect. Lu Chuck Luck did not shoot at all, but just showed his head to attract his attention and immediately shrunk back. Chen Luyao took the opportunity to shoot and grabbed Red Wolf's big back to kill him. Cootie, thought I'd hit you. I'm done with my quest, kiddo. His quests were already done. Chen Luyao had also done away with 2 of them, so it was reasonable to say that they could have already withdrawn. But adhering to the principle of coming all the way here, since Chen Luyao was going to do all 4 quests, he would accompany her to do away with them, and try his best to create an opportunity for her to be able to steal the back of her body. But the other 2 fought steadily, showing no signs of wanting to show at all, and even though the Red Wolf's life was passing away by the minute, they remained unmoved. If the person who fell now is, Lu Fluke must be anxious to die. Maybe this is the difference between the wild platoon and the solid platoon. After 3 minutes had passed, the Red Wolf had turned into a box, and the other 2 remained motionless, not knowing what was going on in their minds, but the biggest reason would be that they knew that if they moved they would most likely be racked. Chen Luyao's position they are not sure. Lu Fluke in the rack, which point they do not dare to explore. Why don't we take a quiet step and let them gain the air? Okay, the 2 had accomplished their mission, so let's evacuate quickly before we rack points with them until we get lost. By the time Lu Fluke and his 2 men reached the evacuation point, those 2 men were still hiding. Yoo-hoo surprisingly came back alive. Flying Fellow was in a state of disarray. His body was disheveled and he was panting. Never in his life did he think he'd ever have to get stuck in a time slot to evacuate. I'm telling you guys, I just His narration of deep emotion, all to Lu Fluke said nervous. He almost did not see his little husband Goo, touching the fur doesn't scare me. He put his hand in Flying Fellow's hair and stroked his dull fur. Go. What's decent for 2 men? Although Flying Fellow was disgusted by this feeling, he couldn't help but blush. This feeling of being comforted, this feeling of not needing to hold everything inside. Well, it's good to be back alive. It's good to be back alive. Chen Luyao pushed the 2 away. She always had a feeling that someone was staring at the 3 of them. Knock. Come in. Nachev's office was empty, but his voice surrounded Dormammu's ears as much as there was Dolby Panorama. There you are. How is Havoc doing now? Dormammu got down on one knee and put one hand on his chest and said, the situation hasn't changed. The progress is still growing steadily. But what? Havoc hasn't appeared at the convention lately, and I suspect he has a private research lab and is making more progress than the Havoc group is today. There's still this? Help me check it out and give me an answer in a week's time. And remind Lu Za that he hasn't reported to me in a month. Dormammu answered and walked out of the office with his head down muttering a dark, crazy. Only when Dormammu was gone did Nachav appear out of the darkness with the head of the chief researcher in his hand. A smile spread across his face as his jaw gradually ripped open and he shoved his entire head into his mouth. His speech was slurred, but vaguely audible. Once I eat you, will I be able to take full control of the Nebula project? That's good. It's true that someone with intelligence is just going to be delicious, isn't it? Chapter 121, Fight if you can, covet if you can. It's been a while since I've been back to GTI for a visit. Want to go back and check it out? That's fine, but don't get caught by Cosmos. GTI base. The intensity of top secret Bakshi is so high these days. Giving me warehouses to beat up. Black Little Shirt already owed tens of millions of dollars to others, and now he's well on his way to beating himself up for deletion. Then Card War Gear. Top secret Bakshi is only 35W War Gear. Just stuff 9 frames of insurance. That won't work. Wouldn't that make my KD drop out? Black Little Shirt still cares a lot about his KD and the earn-loss ratio. If the numbers are ugly, how is he going to hook up with a girl? Anchor. Your card battle-ready pedicure play is still too much to eat operation. Is there a simpler and easier to operate way to make money? Black Little Shirt looked at Hongda with a longing face, but what he won was Hongda's ignorance. But Lu Fluke suddenly appeared and tapped him on the shoulder. Some kids, want to learn how to run a knife in Bakshi? Running knives? Really? Of course. You don't even have to carry a gun. You can go in and pick up a man-machine gun. You just have to learn how to evacuate millions. And with your skills, it's not that hard to fix a man-machine gun's feet, is it? I want to learn. Top secret Bakshi. See, we landed this one in Old Town Cherryville. What do you think of our location? Black Shirt thought for a moment then shook his head vigorously. This place was a Bakshi jailbit. The truth is, let's split the situation in 3 situations. 1. The landing inn is occupied, and the great baths of Buxhi are occupied, so that our position is pure and simple jail. 2. If there is no one at the landing inn and the people at the Buxhi Great Baths have no interest in the landing inn, then we just have to eat the bits. 3. If neither of these sides are swiped, or both go to the museum to fight in the first place, then this is the best gotta eat spot, and we can eat the 3 high resource spots in the old town. The fact that there are no swipes on the perimeter of the landing inn this time means that there's no one at the landing inn, so this is just going to have to be a bit eater. Let's go! Touch the cherry town and come back for the landing inn. Lu Fluke flipped open a hiking bag. 3x3 appeared directly in front of him. WDF? This can come out too? He had a feeling this one definitely had the goods. The carbon fiber plate was stuffed into the safe first. Then he called on Black Shirt to strut over towards the landing inn. The museum is fighting fiercely. At least there are 3 teams in it. If the museum has no sound he will not dare to eat so peacefully, but the museum is now fighting fiercely. Then he will eat with peace of mind. Hit it, hit as hard as you can. The harder they hit, the more likely they are to go in and sneak in and get food, and the harder they hit, the more leftovers they'll get. Do we hit the museum? What's the rush? Let's make the assumption that the Tower of Babel is painted full and the museum has 3 teams, so wouldn't we be able to eat through the periphery? Black Shirt nodded, looking like he understood. But of course he didn't know if he did or not. Walked to the entrance of the Blues Mountain City. The 2 took out the Machine Brothers Bison, and then quietly step in. This wave is betting that there is someone in the Blues Mountain City. If there is, that can also sneak a hand. But the doors are all closed here, and with Machine still there, then the odds are that no one has been here. Stop! There's a sound. Lu Fluke discerned footsteps in the distance. A sound that was rushed and disorganized. Not Machines at first glance. The men in the Tower of Babel have come out to eat the periphery. How do you say? Squat a hand. Okay, but where do we squat? Just crouch in place. There at the Asala camp. If they want to get through to the periphery, then this place will have to be passed through. The 2 men went straight to a house each as a doorstop, to make a handful of invitations. Not long after, the footsteps quickly approaching. No need to think, certainly they came. In order to squat this hand, Lu Fluke, even the computer did not eat. Just think of letting them come along the road. 30 seconds. 15 seconds. The 2 of them time each other. Lu Fluke heard the footsteps and guessed that there were 15 seconds to go, but Black Little Shirt guessed 30 seconds. Someone might have been a step ahead, and this footstep was already almost in front of Lu Fluke. Black Little Shirt was immediately on war footing, taking a painkiller before the opposite side got close, but he was a little late and the sound of his last bite was still captured. The enemy's Luna put a probe arrow directly into Black Little Shirt's house. Luckily Black Little Shirt ducked into a small room ahead of time. Luna didn't detect it, and started to turn static steps towards another house again, which was clearly in Lu Fluke's house. The Luna people were in on the front foot. The equipment was taken on the back foot. I build. 6 sets. Mouse has evolved. Lufluke immediately sealed the smoke to take over all her bag, and the bison in his hand directly turned into AM-14. There's only one more set of bullets, but it's enough to hit this group. Black Shirt immediately fired to attract attention, and threw a hand cannon to create the illusion that he was fighting with another team. The other party really fell for it. Lufluke immediately went to the second floor balcony rack point, only half a head to reveal. Since the ancient cadres do not raise their heads is not a good cadre. Those two passing by just glanced at the balcony where Lufluke in, found that there is no difference and went straight to the place of the black small shirt, waiting for the first wyvern to pass. Lufluke directly stood up and swept the lagging Alexei to death with a pike. I have to say that shield is really neat. This damage reduction is really supermodel. If not Lufluke, a shot is not empty. It is not really possible to kill him in such a short period of time. Weilong see the situation is not good, immediately want to run, ready to first kill the black small shirt and then come back to find Lufluke. But the black small shirt is not vegetarian. Even if the hand is a bison, he never falls these 6 sets of fierce attack. Brother Willow enters the room with a jet trying to get out of Black Shirt's line of fire, but Black Shirt doesn't even pre-sight the line of fire and doesn't start shooting to fix his feet until he hits the ground. Willow tries to turn around and come back immediately to counter the shot, and Black Shirt instantly slides and shovels into the small room. The moment Willow opened the door, she went straight to the floor for a frantic pedicure. Take that! The two frantically licked their bags. All 3 were 6 sets of brothers, and all but that Luna had 2 guns, which meant there was another team missing from the field. Count how many teams are left? There's no more gunfire at the Royal Museum, so let's just assume that these 3 teams have fought and there's 1 team left, so that team killed 1 team and we killed them again. 7 goes to its 4, leaving 3 teams. Just at this moment the Doctor quest was picked up. He didn't know if it was picked up by the Tower of Babel's group or the museum, but he felt the odds were that it was picked up by the museum. After all, the Tower of Babel's pulling the gates and withdrawing was just fine. There was no need to take the risk of the Doctor quest at all. Lufluke and Black Little Shirt had a pair of eyes and already had a plan in their hearts. Even though it is said that we are here to run the sword, we will fight if we can, and we will be greedy if we can. Chapter 122, Mustn't Send a Red Envelope in the Chinese New Year, Chinese New Year Special 1. The two were going to gamble a hand and see what happened, but ultimately chose to play it safe and play the unknown card. And when they went to open the Doctor's safe, they were going in to sneak in and maybe evacuate along with the mission. On the other side, the first team from the Tower of Babel had pulled the plug, and they weren't about to get into this mess. Come on, squat a hand and just pray they don't have a speed claw. The two just crouched down in the grass by the side of the road in a big way, and the more obvious they were, the less likely they were to notice. It's a good thing this team is all stream of consciousness big brothers, none of them with scouting bits, and all of them strutting around without lining up a point to get the Doctor to open the door. At this time behind the footsteps, Lufluke but Tube do not want to tube. A look as the Tower of Babel is ready to evacuate. Just punched the sound of this whole sprint. Also does not seem to want to come to sneak attack people. It didn't matter at all. Their primary goal now was to do away with the pair of self-flagellating full-dressing brothers in front of them, to show them the consequences of not lining up a point. The door gradually opened. Lufluke resisted the excitement. Although it is not impossible to sneak attack now, and two people are 6 sets and full conversion of the gun, but in order to seek stability he still endured. Just remember, the most important thing for us knife runners is stability. If you can't stabilize it will be easy to be killed. After all, running knife boy is not dominant in both guns and armor. If the other side does not give the opportunity then it is likely to be in the middle of the road collapse. After the gate opened, those three couldn't wait to run towards the insurance. It looked like a team without cooperation. The more this kind of opponent the easier they would get. After all, it's unlikely that anyone would come out and take the initiative to stand guard. They were all refined egoists who wanted to open the chest to keep themselves full. Lufluke and Black Small Shirt all the way to touch the past. The road also stop and go momentarily concerned about their movements. This 3 people eating speed is slow enough to see as too much goods in the bag still need to organize a little bit, but also does not rule out the possibility that they are out of the big goods unevenly split the spoils of quarreling with each other. Then Lufluke sneaked behind a person, directly with a knife to cut his head, but he did not react at all, still eating insurance. Black Small Shirt took the opportunity to shoot down the other two. This team is so dead, the death of the unexplained, especially the gluttonous Uluru. 5 levels of head directly by the Lufluke with the new butterfly knife hacked to death. If this is known by others is not going to be laughed at for a year. After eating and eating, the two of them still have a minute and a half left to organize their backpacks. Lufluke's favorite thing is this frying process. It is a time to make a break. In the end, the two of them finished organizing their backpacks in the last 20 seconds, and managed to evacuate without any danger, and also managed to help Black Little Shirt get a handful of food. If this doctor's evacuation doesn't happen in time, the two of them will really have to fight the team at the evacuation point. It would certainly add a lot of risk, and if it was the usual Dulu fluke, he would have gone for it, but he was now a running knife mentor, and the word steady was the word. The main text ends here. The next one is a New Year's special. Chinese New Year Special 1, Dragon's Red Packet. Cough, cough, cough. On the occasion of the New Year, I, as the representative of Havoc, have opened a new mode within the virtual network called Dragon's Red Envelope. In this mode no firearms are allowed. All people are limited to choosing Dragon Cadre and can only use C4 explosives, also known as the Red Envelope, to attack, and all other means of attack are forbidden. This event is purely for entertainment, so everyone have a good year. Havoc, for all his techno-craziness, is somewhat humane at this point. After all, New Year's Eve outweighs everything else in the Earthling hang-up. Lu fluke in the battle network enough so long miserable days, now out of the finally have entertainment mode can play. Do not need to nerve tense, just need to abandon the brain. Enjoy the fun of the game. Enjoy this moment is leisure. This time around, the map is a new map built by Havoc. This map stitches together 7 areas, namely, the Weightless Hollow, Heavy Gravity Plains, MC Hell, Ashes Zone Point A, Longbow Creek Valley Blue Harbor Marina Area, Space Base Center Area, and the Tower of Babel. All 7 areas have been scaled up and down in equal proportions, with deletions and additions, and this amount of work can be enormous. Lu fluke landed is MC Hell. At this time the character role surprisingly turned into a square, surrounded by hell, can move very little space. However, characters can have the effect of temporarily standing on lava by putting C4 on it, which is very MC. The composition of the team is made up of 20 teams, with Lu fluke, Chen Luya, Lin Fei Yu, and Black Little Shirt on the first team, with a total of 80 people in the entire map. You're in a position to meet people wherever you go, so you don't even have to worry about not being able to blow up someone with your red packet. Lu fluke 4 people face the first opponent is the team led by Hongza. The 2 teams counted the old rivals. Lu fluke immediately to the small rabbit body stuffed red packets. As expected this into the machine as soon as he saw the red packets sticking to their own body panicked, began to run all over the map. But the hell of the movable space is small. He collapsed in a flash, but also by the way blew down the art. Luckily, Hongza was quick to put red packets on the lava, and then stepped on them to escape the aftershock of the tiny rabbits. A second before the bomb exploded under his feet, he approached Chen Luya with a jet. It's New Year's Eve. I'll give you a red packet. You go away. I don't want it. But there was no use in just refusing. She couldn't hide either. She could only watch the red packet blossom into a brilliant firework on her body. Lu fluke observed that the fireworks of the red packet explosion is also different. This HuffPost is really blood money. On the other side of the weightless space, Dormammu and Lu Za in the air throwing red packets, blowing up who counts who is unlucky. This place everyone will fly in the sky is very bad to aim, so you want to score can only rely on the scope of the coverage. Although the people are floating up and down, but the red packets can only go down, which also allows Dormammu found a hint of a rule. Eat my parabolic Armstrong Big Red. This red packet fell from the sky and just happened to land on Chen's satisfaction, who let go of her hands and bloomed in the air. Holy, green fireworks, that's a little too green. It's kinda pretty though, with a blue glow. The president's office. Ha 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 ha, this mode is so damn fun. There's not an inch of clean air in the whole president. With just 4 teams, you can lay the president with red envelopes in an instant, blowing up wherever you go and jetting away from those you can't avoid. After all, this mode red bag has no CD, and the jet only has a 1-second CD. Main focus is to create joy in the chaos. The red envelopes in Mika's hand just don't stop. Let the red envelopes fly to the sky. The red packet in his hand hit the ceiling of the president's room with precision, which was good enough to explode in a much larger radius, instantly killing and injuring a whole bunch of people. What kind of lackadaisical person puts a bonus shower into the ceiling? Ha 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 ha. Don't blow it up. The kid is getting all red. Woo woo. The 3 members of the Overlander squad were directly surrounded by red bags in the president's parlor. In and out of the room. Chapter 123 Chinese New Year Special 2. Inside the Tower of Babel. No way, how come no one came to play at the Tower of Babel? Big brother, is it possible that they don't even want to come over because they think the Tower of Babel is too big? Judy and Zhu Biao were a bit puzzled. Yeah, why don't they all come? We've finished strolling around and they're still not here. Why don't we kill them? I think Rhyme is right. How about we just do a glide fly to weightless space and give them a handful of Dewey Skydragons? I think that area could be fun jumping up and down. Shu Qizhen had just overlooked all the areas at the top of the tower, especially the weightless space, which he could be too interested in. Zhu Yunwen nodded back. He was also eager to go play with the area that jumped up and down. It just looked like so much fun. But Judy disagrees. This weightlessness he's tired of playing with. Let's just say that the water columns in the biochemical hotel of a certain FPS next door are N years ahead of the game. Let's go straight to the president's office. I see they're having a good time. That's fine. We'll go to the president's office too. The trio put on glider suits and leapt from the top of the tower straight down to the core area of the space base. At this time Lu Fluke 4 people also happened to fight with Hongza all the way to the president's office. As soon as they stepped out of the MC's area, their bodies immediately transformed back. It's still comfortable to come in this body. That square just now was too limiting for me to play. Meanwhile, the president has gathered 5 teams. If we add the 4 people from Judy who are still on their way, then there are already 6 teams in this small center area, and more than half of them are crammed into a small president's room to hand out red envelopes together. A scene that is exciting just to think about. Lu Fluke shoved a red packet straight up Hongza's ass and flew away in a jet of his own, only to have the art around of red packets stuck to his head. I can't see. I'm blind. Don't you come over Your head is full of red bags Chen Luyao panicked and escaped. Who expected Lu Luck a jet chaotic fly directly affixed to Chen Luyao's body? Now the two have become a dead lovebirds. Is this a buy one get one free too? Heiki Fluke. You guys. Chen Luyao directly redeployed. This wave of death is too unjust. This one presidential room is going to be stuffed with red envelopes, but not yet waiting for her to enter the black room ready to revert back to the president. Suddenly the sky fell red bag, directly glued to her head. The sight was lost for a moment. She also panicked. Help Fluke. I'm blind too. Don't you come over here. The fireworks bloomed, and Lu Chuck Luck and Chen Luyao received another box lunch before they could rejoin the battlefield. Leaning towards me on purpose for personal vendetta, right? Haki-chan, you guys are really something. This redeployment, they were assigned to the Blue Harbor Marina. Perhaps even the system couldn't stand to see the president's misery and redeployed all those who died at the president to other areas. In the area of the Blue Harbor Marina, the explosion killing range of the red packet expands directly to 80 meters. This distance is really scary. Casually throw out a red packet can have hit feedback. Lu luckily threw a red packet into the water of the Blue Harbor Marina, and immediately ran to the house himself, and was still blown up by 4/1 of the blood volume. And this bombed directly to the water and the water ghosts blew out. Black Pharaoh surprisingly has been in the water to sneak attacks on the shore of the people. Just now saw Lu Fluke pass by, just wanted to come out to sneak attack. Was a red packet lockhead. Seeing the Black Pharaoh's body surfaced at the moment, Lu Fluke cannot live to laugh. One is not expected Black Pharaoh, so stable people will also come to play this mode. The other is that he is even more guessing that Black Pharaoh will be in order to take the points to hide in the water. What's worse is that the red packet he threw casually has directly blown him up. He can't hold a grudge, can he? On the other side, the team led by the Führer was currently playing Blitzkrieg on the gravity planes, and their team descended on the gravity planes like a god, coming in and sending one team away. On this plane, the speed of the red bag's descent is increased by 100%, the character's walking speed is reduced by 100%, and the height of the jump is reduced by 100%. Complete physical combat. The red envelope in the hand can only be stuffed close to the face. Otherwise it is easy to stuff their feet. But the Führer has mastered a playstyle of jumping and sprinting straight up, and then doing his best to throw the red packet higher, which boosts the red packet's throw range up to 20 m in this hypergravity plane. After fighting the gravity planes for so long, the Führer stated, "This is much more difficult than when I blitzed Poland and France. In this area, the Führer is the absolute ruler. Give it to me straight. Override." Inside point A of the Ashes area, the buff of this area is, the character's running speed is accelerated to 200%. Everyone can be transformed into the Flash. Even the speed of throwing red envelopes is a big cut faster. It is not possible to see the shadow of the person, can only do their best to predict the landing point of the other people, and the speed, a little bit earlier and a little bit later. There is no way to defeat the enemy. Time 1 minute passed. Lu Fluke's team has played to the Embers area A point. At this moment, crazy use of the red packet to prejudge the other people's mobile orientation and the landing point of the jet. Surprisingly, he was really blinded to A. This wave is enough for him to blow a New Year's Eve. After coming out of the red packet mode, everyone had a smile on their face, either unrestrained or restrained, but only Lu Fluke was smiling 6 times. He has not been so happy for a long time. A group of people just hooked shoulders back to the cafeteria. Uncle Zhang has been in a tightly organized New Year's Eve dinner. This is the first meal of the year. Cannot be sloppy. Guys, all tired of playing, right? Come and try my new staple food, Dianming porridge. Lu Fluke was the first to be dumbfounded for a moment. Others don't know what Dianming porridge is, but he still doesn't know? This thing can even be reproduced? He sneaked over to Uncle Zhang's side, then slowly spoke. Say who's used? Cockroaches. I give the cockroaches accumulation in together, and then into the starch and flour to knead a little, rolled into long strips, and then put into the frying pan to fry. Frying the pitch black and dry cracked when in the pre-cooked congee. You can rest assured to eat it. Absolutely non-toxic. And all the protein. Lu Fluke waved his hand. How could he enjoy this kind of good stuff all by himself? Definitely have to bring it over to Ah. He took a bowl and mashed the black, long striped stuff inside with a spoon and rubbed it into the porridge, then served it to Flying Fish's face. Here, Uncle Zhang's new protein tonic. You're tired of playing just now. Come and try it. He only saw. The taste of cockroaches spreads in your mouth. The smell. It's so disgusting. Uncle Zhang smiled. This thing is still half finished yet to be developed. Seeing Lu Fluke's reaction, he was relieved, showing that this thing still has room for improvement. But that was just a small taste of what was to come. And when the food was served, the crowd was served. Ahem. Let me say a few words briefly. As for me, I'm a southerner, and I don't eat dumplings on New Year's Day. So I've arranged for Uncle Zhang to make some dishes that people usually can't afford to eat, so everyone can eat and drink well, and have a good New Year. Happy New Year! The crowd raised their glasses in unison and chanted, Happy New Year! New Year's special ends. Chapter 124, the last chapter of the book. Goodbye. This book is my first contact with homoerotic works, but this kind of weak main line of the book is very eat character portrayal. The early stage I can still rely on Fluke Brother as a model to highlight the persona, but never contacted this kind of novel. I still chose to let him have a growth course, but I did not think clearly lead to the persona collapse cannot keep people. I myself feel that this book is very strange. I want to push the main line, but I found that the main line of this thing is very meaningless, is nothing more than the national fortune and the three-way power confrontation. I can't find an interesting main line to advance, coupled with the weak main story is really eat inspiration. I write every day is very painful. To the New Year's Eve this pain is even more geometrically multiplied. But this book is not nothing, which has also defined my style of writing. The coupled with the demands of gaming writing, the penmanship has improved. But the book's data is actually very false, because the delta itself is too hot, resulting in a lot of people come to see every day. The search volume at its peak, even thousands of people a day through the search to see this book. But I still do not like this heat, because the official did not give the recommendation, did not give the volume, resulting in the bookstore data is very poor. All the big brother of the bookshelf step by step to support me to come over. Here also want to thank the Fluke Brother and Delta. WriteNet article also have half a year. This is the first time I get the fee, take to buy butterfly knife. Although not much but still happy, but I bar is cheap. I really want to rely on their own strength to write a net article, rather than rubbing the heat out of the net article. Here it is. I set up a flag, and so on one day I wrote a book can be on the new book list of books, and let it all the way. After the end of the book, I will come back to write a Delta Humanities, which is a continuation of this book. Next up are some ideas for the setting, which was intended to be written that way, but I didn't have enough penmanship up front so I just couldn't get that feeling. 1. Chen saturated in Chen Luyao's relationship. These two I originally wanted to write two people or two of a kind, is divided by the main god with the power of the two personalities, including saturated the name, in fact, is not borrowed from the toad. I did not want to put the toad in the beginning, or I was forgetting that there is a toad's existence, until a book friend said about the toad. I just want to think of the change of the name, but that are to the middle of the period, and I didn't change it. I'm lazy. 2. The main god system. This system at the beginning I just envisioned the effect of giving him a probability of red bonus, which is equivalent to just a growth of the golden finger, and the rest will have to rely on the protagonist himself, but I had a brain fart later, coupled with my years of obsession for Cthulhu, resulting in me wanting to add some elements into it, but in the end the whole thing is like a quadruple image. That is to say, the main god system led to the deviation of my main line, and this book has some cuts in the beginning of the setup, which is a serious problem when I read it down to myself. 3. GTI cadre fade, whether it is my Xiaowen or Willow, and even Luza, Alexei. In fact, I just started to want to join the main plot in the main storyline, but after thinking about it, and a sense of cut. For example, in The Ring, my Xiaowen went to play Uluru. This is very up, so I added a lot of anchors later in the game, such as Hong Dada, art them, but also to make up for the sense of this cut, since I wrote the anchors then let the anchors play to the end. 4. Group. The very beginning of the desire is to Lu Fluke as the center to write a group, which is why the drama of the will be with the protagonist 50-50. But this kind of article is difficult to write a group, cannot be a story of a central role, so that it is very chaotic to see, so the final rhythm of the direct collapse. 5. Pacing, the ring of national luck. In fact, I want to write a long time. Just think of a country-by-country elimination can also be water 200 or 300 chapters, but the data does not look good, the aesthetic will be fatigue, so I accelerated the main line to promote, but this promotion of the sense of cuts and come out again. The very beginning of the setup of the set there is no cosmic interplanetary companies play, but in order to let Havoc and GTI back to the negotiation table, there must be a reason, so the Cosmic Interstellar Corporation was born. 6. Cool point repetition. Running knife point of view is actually very little. The most exciting is being hunted down and out of the red when the excitement, which also leads to a high degree of repetition of cool points. Like the first chapter of the mixing of the smoke withdrawals, I can write very detailed, but I can't give so much drama every time. These points are more than I feel annoyed with myself, which is why I will have the system upgraded in the later stages of letting the protagonist to go to the storming. The storming can be depicted in a lot of detail, but also have more cool points. But the change of the cool points makes many people can't watch it, but there are many people who watch it. I can't find that balance point. 7. Elements. This book has a lot of elements. Read all no. Not to mention see here. I put a lot of terriers and games on the market in. Star Dome Train Naruto This is a cool point, but also a poisonous point, so I'm betting that the people who read my book are complex people. But I bet wrong. Like me. But I was wrong. There are very few people who are as complex as I am, so that makes it a poison point. More than not summarize the book here on the end. The experience is always tortured. Not street 2 or 3 years. I do not believe that I will write what shocking works out. After all, I do not have much talent. Compared to other authors, my only advantage may be the composition of the complex. But that's a drawback. After all, everything is loose. Know a little bit of everything, but not everything, except running knives. One final unified response about the negative reviews. You can say my book sucks at writing, but you can't say I can't play the game.